Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51:50. Some physical training for Jasper. No problem, kid, Caleb chuckled. Now hurry, go back to your room and get some sleep after returning those plates. Alone again, Caleb carefully tested his shoulder's range of motion. Still painful, but functional. He dug out the laudanum, considering it before putting it aside. Better to save it for when the pain nullifier isn't enough. As he blew out the lamp and settled into bed, sleep pulled at him like a strong tide, and this time, he didn't resist. The next day Caleb blinked blearily, the dull throb in his left shoulder waking him before the sun had fully crested the distant mountains. The moment he shifted, the pain returned, not as sharp as the day before thanks to the pain nullifier's skills, but still enough to remind him that he wasn't invincible. Not yet, anyway. With a grunt, he sat up on the edge of the bed, the room dim and quiet save for the rustle of his movement and the soft groan of the bed springs. He reached over to the nightstand and grabbed the laudanum. Just a drop this time, he told himself. No sense in building a habit. One careful drop under the tongue and he leaned back, waiting for the bitter tingle to spread into warmth. A moment later, he followed it with a sip of the herbal tonic Doc Calloway had given him. It had a strange, earthy flavor, but the old man swore by it. Said it helped replace blood lost from wounds. His shoulder eased. Still sore, but manageable. Caleb rolled it gently, with limited mobility, but usable. He wouldn't be breaking any saloon brawls today, but he could manage. He decided to forego his usual upper body stretching and instead focused on his legs and lower back. Controlled breathing, slow and deliberate movements. One stretch at a time. The knot came just as Caleb finished his lower body stretches, his left shoulder protesting any upper body movement. Who is it? He called, wiping sweat from his brow. It's me, Jasper, came the boy's voice through the wooden door. Caleb smiled faintly. He crossed the room, undid the latch, and stepped back to let Jasper Indiana. The boy entered quickly, closing the door behind him, only to stop short as Jasper's eyes widened at the sight of Caleb mid-stretch, one leg propped on the bed frame as he leaned into a deep hamstring pull. Jasper's face twisted in confusion. What are you doing? Caleb chuckled, straightening up. Morning exercises. Stretching. Helps keep the body fit. Makes you faster, stronger, tougher, and limber. He mimicked Caleb's stretch awkwardly, nearly toppling over. What exactly are these for? Flexibility. Strength. Caleb demonstrated a proper squat, keeping his injured shoulder stable. Out here, your body's your most important tool. Weakness gets you killed. Jasper's eyes lit up. Can you teach me? I want to learn. Caleb nodded. Sure. But fair warning, it ain't easy the first time. Jasper grinned and kicked off his boots. What followed was 40 minutes of basic calisthenics exercises, stretching, sit-ups, push-ups, deep squats, and lunges. Caleb kept it simple, directing Jasper how to move with control rather than speed. The boy tried to follow each motion with a mix of excitement and inexperience. He was drenched with sweat which poured down his face by the time they finished the third set of lunges. By the end, Jasper lay sprawled on the floor like a starfish, his shirt soaked with sweat. Holy hell, I think I'm dying. He wheezed. How do you do this every day? Pain is part of the process, Caleb replied, helping him sit up with his right arm. Your body's screaming now, but if you stick with it, you'll be stronger than most men twice your age. Jasper's chest rose and fell with heavy breaths, but he nodded. All right, I'm in. Caleb grinned. Good. Now get up, we're going for a run. A what? Run. Round Valentine. Keeps the blood moving. Builds endurance. You'll thank me later. Jasper stared at him, betrayed. But 10 minutes later, the two were out the hotel doors, making their way through the morning streets. The town was just beginning to stir. A few shopkeepers swept their porches, and a sleepy-eyed rancher rode past with a small herd of cattle. Caleb took a slower pace than usual, mindful of his injury, as his shoulder throbbed in time with his footsteps, and of Jasper, who was doing his best to keep up. The boy's legs weren't used to this kind of exertion, but he didn't complain. Jasper kept up for the first block before his breathing turned ragged. Focus on your breath, Caleb instructed, maintaining an easy jog. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Don't gasp like a fish. Jasper tried, with limited success. They attracted curious looks from early risers, the hero of Valentine and the new bounty hunter alongside his young charge running laps around town like madmen. At the stable, Mr. Levi paused in mucking stalls to shake his head in bemusement. By their third circuit, Jasper was flagging badly. Caleb slowed to a walk near the sheriff's office, letting the boy catch his breath. Not bad for your first time. Jasper bent double, hands on knees. I think. I swallowed, my tongue. Sheriff Malloy emerged from his office, toothpick dangling from his lips. What in God's name are you two doing? Morning exercise, Sheriff, Caleb said, rolling his injured shoulder carefully. Sheriff Malloy snorted. Exercise. Right. He eyed Jasper's heaving form. Boy looks like he's been rode hard and put up wet. By the way, you can come and lick up your bounty payment anytime, Caleb. Caleb nodded his head while Jasper managed a weak thumbs up before dry heaving into the bushes. Sheriff Malloy shook his head seeing that and retreated inside. By the time they finished the loop and returned to the hotel, Jasper was red-faced and drenched in sweat. He leaned forward, hands on his knees. This is how you start your days. Most of them builds discipline. I feel like my legs are gonna fall off. Caleb patted him on the back. Good, that means it's working. They went inside, and paid the hotel clerk 25 cents each for a hot bath. Jasper went first while Caleb waited downstairs, enjoying a cool drink in some silence. When his turn came, Caleb brought fresh bandages with him and took his time cleaning the area around his stitched wound. The wound looked better than expected, the edges pink but not inflamed, no sign of infection. His physical regeneration skill must be working faster than normal healing. He cleaned the injury with the harsh lye soap provided, hissing through his teeth at the sting. Fresh bandages went on smoothly, the laudanum taking the worst edge off the pain. The hot water was heaven on his sore muscles. Caleb soaked longer than usual, letting the heat work its magic. By the time he emerged, scrubbed pink, he changed into his freshly laundered vaquero outfit, and the shirt he'd worn during the bounty hunt was ruined anyway, the hole at the shoulder too large to mend. He tossed it out and sent the rest of his clothes to be washed, paying 50 cents at the desk. When both were done, Caleb and Jasper headed over to Smithfield's saloon. The morning crowd was light, mostly locals sipping coffee or chasing away hangovers. Caleb paid $7 for 2 bowls of stew and mugs of milk. They sat near the window, the golden light of morning streaming in. Jasper slurped a spoonful, then leaned back with a sigh. I don't know if I'm ever gonna walk again. Caleb chuckled. You'll be fine. Give it a day or two, then we'll do it all over again. What if I just didn't? Then you'll always be tired, weak, and runnin' from the next problem instead of facin' it. Jasper mulled that over. Alright, but I better get strong soon. I wanna be like you one day. Caleb looked at him for a long moment. There was no bravado in Jasper's voice, just earnest determination. Then start by finishing that stew, Caleb said. Jasper nodded thoughtfully, mopping up a spoonful of his stew. How'd you learn all this? The shooting, the fighting, even the exercises. Caleb hesitated. His past life memories from the game and his past life weren't something he could explain. Picked things up here and there. Teaching of my pa mostly. The lie came easily. Jasper seemed to accept it, and then they ate in companionable silence for a while, the warmth of the meal easing the aches in their muscles. Caleb was thinking about the result of his bounty hunting. With Drew Dallas behind bars, he'd earned more money and recognition, increasing his reputation even more in Valentine and even across New Hanover. Since he had taken down what could be said to be a dangerous bounty target, his name now carried weight in Valentine's. Almost all of the townsfolk nodded when they passed him on the street, unlike when he solved the rustling problem. Word was spreading, too, a man who captured Drew Dallas alive, even while wounded, wasn't just lucky. He was skilled, reliable, dangerous. That kind of reputation was valuable. And Caleb? He knew the value of a good reputation. In the days ahead, it could be a shield, a key, and a weapon all in one. The more people trusted him, the more he could move freely, gain favors, buy time, ask questions, avoid the noose when needed. So while the Vanderlinde gang remained on the edges of his story for now, a simmering thread he would tug on when the time was right, he wouldn't risk the trust he'd built here. No holdups, no thefts, and no shady business at Valentine's. He had to maintain a clean face in public. There was power in the image of a dependable bounty hunter, something that he could wield just as effectively as a loaded gun. Still, he knew this world. Sooner or later, to change fate, to manipulate the pieces of the board that would shape Arthur's path, and eventually the entire Vanderlinde gang, he'd have to get his hands dirty. Real dirty. That meant wearing 2 faces. For the outlaw work, the necessary jobs that had to be done outside the law, Caleb had a plan. On his next trip east, he'd stop by Emerald Ranch. Seamus, the sharp-eyed fence who pretended to be an honest man, had access to items no honest man should. There, Caleb intended to purchase a full mask, not just a bandana, but something that could fully obscure his identity, like a leather pullover with darkened lenses, the kind that twisted your silhouette into something unfamiliar. Paired with a change in posture and voice, deeper, raspier, like he'd smoked cigars since birth, it would make him unrecognizable to all but the closest of friends or people familiar with him. He'd also need outfits. Not one, but several. Different hats, coats, gloves, boots. A uniform of anonymity. One for riding with the gang. One for robberies, stagecoach heists, or ambushes. One for infiltration or nighttime work. Carefully chosen, deliberately dirted, and never worn in Valentine's or any place he wanted to keep his name clean. The fewer people who connected Caleb Thorne to that masked outlaw, the better. And if worse came to worst, he could always fake the masked man's death later. All part of the long game. But not yet. After they were done eating their stew, Caleb parted ways with Jasper, who returned back to the hotel to take a rest and went to collect his bounty from Sheriff Malloy. The office smelled faintly of stale coffee and gun oil when he entered. Sheriff Malloy handed over a stack of bills without ceremony, which he put on the table, the $100 prize for the bounty, and the $50 bonus included. Name Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $703.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 52-51. Teaching Jasper how to shoot. After they were done eating their stew, Caleb parted ways with Jasper, who returned back to the hotel to take a rest and went to collect his bounty from Sheriff Malloy. The office smelled faintly of stale coffee and gun oil when he entered. Sheriff Malloy handed over a stack of bills without ceremony, which he put on the table, the $100 prize for the bounty, and the $50 bonus included. You did good, son. Drew Dallas and his gang of ragtag was a mean one. You brought him down here cleaner than I expected. Caleb tucked the money away into his satchel, and gave a nod to Sheriff Malloy. Appreciate it, Sheriff. Just doing what I should do when taking his bounty as my job. Keep doing it like that, you'll be one of the most respected men in New Hanover before long. Caleb nodded his head and left the office, where he stepped out into the street of Valentine's with his satchel a little heavier, his boots coated in road dust and the early afternoon sun cutting shadows long across the wooden porches. His shoulder still ached under the bandage, though the wound had already begun to dull, thanks in part to his rising pain nullifier's skill and the ether he had dropped this morning that was still in effect. The saloon was rowdy as ever, and the town buzzed with the usual murmurs of gossip, hoofbeats, and the clatter of wheels. But Caleb made his way straight to the hotel. He thought of Jasper as he walked, and seeing the sunlight stream down golden through the town, he figured it was early enough for one more lesson. The kind that could save Jasper's life one day and also make him into a trusted, skilled companion. He entered into the hotel and went upstairs, where he then paused outside Jasper's door, listening for movement before knocking 3 times. There was a pause before Jasper's groggy and muffled voice responded. "Who is it?" "It's me," Caleb answered, leaning against the doorframe. The door creaked open to reveal Jasper, blinking sleep from his eyes, his hair sticking up at odd angles. "What's up, Caleb?" Caleb crossed his arms. "Got a question for you. You got any juice left after this morning, or are you completely wrung out?" Jasper rubbed his sore arms, wincing. "I can barely lift my arms." "Why?" "Thought I'd teach you some shooting today. It's time you learn how to shoot proper." "Revolver. Repeater," Caleb said, watching the boy's face light up immediately. "But if you're too sore, I'm in." Jasper interrupted, already reaching for his boots. "Just, maybe not too arm heavy for this first time round." Caleb chuckled. "Fair enough. Come with me to my room, I have a surprise for you." They went to Caleb's room, the wooden floor creaking beneath their boots. Caleb's room was modest but clean, with a rifle resting against the bed frame, and a small wooden chest at the foot of the bed. Caleb knelt beside the chest and opened it. Inside was an impressive if modestly organized collection of the weapons acquired from Shea Porter, 8 Cattleman revolvers, 2 carbine repeaters, a double-barrel shotgun, and some ammunition tucked into a corner. Jasper's eyes widened. "You've got all that weapons?" Caleb looked up and gave a slight shrug. "Got 'em fair and square. I got all of this from a gang holed up in a place called Shea Porter Farm, northwest of Valentine. They didn't need 'em after they decided to ambush me." Jasper whistled low. "You're like a one-man army, Caleb. First this gang in Shea Porter and then Drew Dallas and his gang. More like a man who uses the advantage of the surrounding. There's no life in fighting honorably all the time." Caleb stood, picked up a well-maintained Cattleman revolver, then one of the 2 carbine repeaters. He held them out toward Jasper. "These are yours now. Learn to use 'em well. Keep 'em clean. And never point 'em at someone unless you mean it," he said, giving both firearms. Jasper's hands trembled as he accepted the weapons. The revolver felt heavier than he remembered, its polished walnut grip cool against his palm. "You're giving these to me?" "Every man needs proper tools," Caleb said, slinging his Springfield rifle over his good shoulder. "Just promise me 2 things. First, you'll treat them with respect. Second, you'll practice until you can hit what you're aiming at." Jasper nodded solemnly, running his fingers along the repeater's lever mechanism. I swear. Thank you, Caleb. Don't thank me yet, Caleb said, grabbing 2 boxes of revolver and repeater rounds. You're about to learn how much work good shooting takes. Let's move. They left the hotel, stepping out into the fading sunlight. The town's energy had shifted slightly, the evening lull beginning to settle, though a few voices still called out and wagons clattered through the dusty road. Caleb had Jasper walk along the streets and collect discarded tin cans and empty bottles, plenty of both scattered around saloons, general stores, and old crates. Jasper carried a sack over his shoulder, clinking softly with every step. Once they'd gathered enough makeshift targets, Caleb led Jasper toward the stables. Morgan whinnied when he saw Caleb approach, ears perked and tail flicking. Mr. Levi was tending to another horse, a lean chestnut Mustang, but turned when he heard Caleb's footsteps. Well now, Levi said, wiping sweat from his brow. Didn't expect you back so soon. His eyebrows climbed when he saw the weapons. Teachin' the boy to shoot, Caleb. Every man should know how to defend himself, Caleb said, stroking Morgan's nose. We'll need that American paint I left with you. Thought I'd name her Stark. Levi chuckled. Stark, fittin' name for a horse that survived the porters. He led them to a stall where the chestnut mare stood alert, her coat gleaming. She's been eatin' her oats regular. Got some spirit, this one. Caleb handed over $2 for the upkeep, then led the American paint mare from her stall. He patted the white stripe on Stark's nose with practiced ease. Then he turned to Jasper and gestured to Morgan. You'll ride her, Caleb said. Jasper's eyes widened. Wait, you're lettin' me ride Morgan. Consider this part of your lesson. If you're gonna travel with me, you gotta learn how to ride proper. Morgan's gentle. Smart, too. Jasper gulped, adjusting the repeater sling on his back. I've only been on a horse twice in my life. You'll be on more by the end of today. Caleb then helped Jasper mount Morgan. The boy clung awkwardly to the saddle horn as the mare shifted beneath him. Relax, Caleb instructed, adjusting Jasper's grip on the reins. She can feel your tension. Sit deep, keep your heels down, and follow her movement. With that, Caleb mounted Stark with practiced ease and guided her toward the road. Jasper, after a few awkward tugs and corrections from Caleb, managed to guide Morgan. The horse responded patiently, as if she understood she was carrying a greenhorn. The ride southwest took them out of Valentine proper, past pastures and streams, through a narrow trail flanked by tall grass and scattered pine. The sun dipped lower, casting long rays of gold through the trees. Caleb led them to a forest clearing not far from the Dakota River, a place he'd often used for target practice since arriving in this world. The area was quiet, peaceful, and just remote enough not to attract attention. All right, Caleb said, dismounting and tying Stark to a nearby tree. Let's get to work. Jasper followed suit, fumbling with Morgan's reins but eventually securing her. Not bad, Caleb admitted as he saw Jasper followed suit. You're a natural rider. Jasper beamed, patting Morgan's neck. She's gentle. Not like I imagined. Most horses are, if you treat them right. Caleb took the sack of cans and bottles and set up a few along a fallen log, spacing them evenly. He turned and faced Jasper. Start with the revolver. Grip it like this. He demonstrated using his Schofield, firm but relaxed, and Jasper mirrored the motion using the cattleman. Now, Caleb continued, stepping behind him, stand with your feet like this. Right foot slightly back, knees a little bent. You want to be able to roll with the kick. Jasper adjusted. The revolver trembled slightly in his hands. First thing, breathe. Control your breath. Slow in. Hold. Slow out. You feel that? Jasper nodded. Now aim down that sight, and squeeze the trigger when your lung was empty. Don't pull. Squeeze. Jasper inhaled and let the breath out slowly. Then, bang. The shot cracked through the clearing, echoing among the trees. One of the cans wobbled but stayed upright. Not bad, Caleb said. Again, keep your aim steady. Jasper flinched each time the gun bucked in his hands. Stop anticipating the recoil, Caleb corrected, steadying Jasper's wrists. Let it surprise you. Smooth press straight back. They went on for nearly half an hour. Jasper missed more than he hit, but by the end of it, he clipped 2 bottles and knocked over 4 cans. His hands stopped shaking. His stance grew firmer. Let's move to the repeater, Caleb said. He showed Jasper how to load the rifle, how to cycle the lever, and how to shoulder it properly. The first few shots knocked him off balance, but with every instruction, he improved. Sweat ran down his face, and the sleeves of his shirt clung to his arms. Caleb watched with a mixture of pride and something deeper, an emotion he didn't quite have a name for. Jasper was still just a kid in many ways, but there was grit in him, fire, a desperate hunger to survive and learn. After the final lesson with the repeater, Caleb took up his own Springfield and demonstrated proper long-range aiming. Someday I'll show you how to handle one of these, he said. But not today. Jasper flopped onto the grass, breathing hard. I didn't think it'd take so much out of me. Caleb chuckled. That's 'cause you're using muscles you ain't used to. You'll get stronger. The sun was just touching the horizon now, casting the sky in hues of orange and violet. The shadows grew long and the forest took on a different tone, cooler, quieter. Jasper sat up, brushing dirt from his pants. Caleb, thanks. I mean it. For this. For everything. No problem. You're holding up better than I expected, Caleb admitted, slinging the Springfields on his shoulder. Jasper flexed his aching fingers. Pa always said nothing worth learning comes easy. He hesitated, then added, I wish he could see me now. Caleb studied the boy's face, the mix of pride and sorrow in his expression. He'd be proud, he said finally. Not many men your age can say they've faced down what you have. Enough for today, Caleb declared as twilight settled over the clearing. You'll feel this tomorrow. Jasper groaned, standing up and rolling his stiff shoulders. I already feel it now. But there's a grin on his face as he carefully cleaned and stored his new weapons. The ride back to Valentine was quiet, both were lost in thought. Caleb watched Jasper from the corner of his eye. The boy sat taller in the saddle now, his movements more confident. There was steel in him, buried under layers of trauma and loss. Arriving back at the stable, Mr. Levi took one look at Jasper's powder-stained hands and nodded approvingly. Boy's got the look of a shooter about him now. Give him a month, and I will have him outshoot half Sheriff Malloy's deputies, Caleb said, earning an embarrassed grin from Jasper. They parted ways after entering the hotel, Jasper yawning widely as he clutched his new firearms. Same time tomorrow? He asked hopefully. Wouldn't miss it, but let's see if your body can keep up or need rest, Caleb promised. Now get some rest. Tomorrow we work on moving targets, if you can even move. As Jasper disappeared into his room, Caleb lingered in the hallway, his shoulder throbbing dully. The pain was worth it, he decided. Name Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $701.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 53-52. Caleb take over the mission that changed life. Wouldn't miss it, but let's see if your body can keep up or need rest, Caleb promised. Now get some rest. Tomorrow we work on moving targets, if you can even move. As Jasper disappeared into his room, Caleb lingered in the hallway, his shoulder throbbing dully. The pain was worth it, he decided. Caleb returned to his room after bidding Jasper good night. The exhaustion of the day weighed on him, the lingering ache in his shoulder, the fatigue of teaching, and the residual adrenaline from the shootout with Drew Dallas gang. He uncorked the small vial of ether and let a single drop fall onto his tongue. The bitter, medicinal taste spread across his palate, followed by the familiar cooling numbness that dulled the pain. He stretched his shoulder experimentally, feeling the wound pull but no longer burn. Satisfied, he stripped off his dust-coated shirt, washed his face with the basin's tepid water, and collapsed onto the bed. Sleep took him almost instantly. The next morning, Caleb woke to pale sunlight filtering through the thin curtains. He blinked, disoriented for a moment, before registering that the pain he was feeling was much less compared to yesterday. His left shoulder, which was stiff and tender upon waking yesterday, felt a bit better compared to before. He flexed shoulder a bit, rotated his shoulder slowly, and marveled at how much easier the movement was. He contributed this to his physical regeneration skill. The skill wasn't advanced enough to heal him in just 2 days, but it had clearly accelerated his recovery. He then put on his vaquero outfit after taking it off last night. The bandage around his shoulder was much looser and with less blood seeping out, the wound beneath it begun to scab and healing. Then he left his room and he knocked on Jasper's door. The first 2 raps yielded no response. On the third, the door creaked open to reveal Jasper, bleary-eyed and disheveled, his hair a wild tangle. Dark circles underscored his eyes, and he leaned heavily against the doorframe as if standing upright required monumental effort. "Mornin', Caleb," Jasper mumbled, voice thick with sleep. Caleb smirked. "Morning, Jasper, you look like you got trampled by a herd of bison." Jasper groaned, rubbing his biceps. "Feels like it too. I can't even lift my arms past my shoulders." He attempted to demonstrate, wincing as his muscles protested. Caleb chuckled. "That's what happens when you use muscles you didn't know existed. Still up for moving targets today?" Jasper's face twisted in dismay. "I'd fall flat on my face before I could even lift a gun. Think I'll pass, at least till this afternoon. Maybe I got some energy then." "Smart choice. Rest up, just do your job today. We'll pick up where we left off in 2 days." Caleb clapped him lightly on the shoulder, earning another groan from Jasper, who nodded weakly and retreated into his room, the door clicking shut behind him. With Jasper sidelined, Caleb found himself with an unexpected free day. His thoughts drifted to Horseshoe Overlook. He'd been away from camp for nearly a week, long enough for Dutch to maybe grumble about his absence, long enough for Mary Beth to wonder if he'd forgotten his promise. The memory of her hopeful smile when he'd mentioned the fountain pen warmed him. He had found one according to his memory skill from playing the game at the cabin near Emerald Ranch. Back in his room, he rummaged through his satchel and heaved a sigh of relief that the fountain pen was still inside his satchel, nestled in its velvet-lined box. Strapping on his weapons, dual Schofields, the Lancaster repeater, and the pump-action shotgun, he headed downstairs. Outside, Valentine was stirring to life. Worth swept his store porch, stable hands led wagons of supplies toward the stables. Morgan and Stark stood hitched side by side, their coats gleaming in the sun. Caleb hesitated. Bringing Stark to camp would raise questions, like how he got it and he have to store it in camp, which could obstruct some of his activity in Valentine like teaching Jasper. So it's better to ride Morgan and leave Stark in Mr. Levi's care for now. He paid Levi an extra $1 for Stark's upkeep, then mounted Morgan. The mare flicked her ears, eager to run. Caleb nudged her into a trot, guiding her onto the road leading east out of town. The ride to Horseshoe Overlook was peaceful. The morning sun cast golden light over the heartlands, the grass swaying in a gentle breeze. Caleb passed a lone rancher herding cattle, tipped his hat, and rode on. By mid-morning, the familiar silhouette of the camp's wagons appeared on the horizon, smoke curling from the cook fire. As he approached, Pearson's voice boomed across the clearing, "Well, look what the cat dragged in." The camp's activity paused, heads turned, greetings were called. Karen waved from where she sat mending a shirt, Uncle lifted a bottle in salute from his cot. Dutch emerged from his tent, arms spread in theatrical welcome. "Caleb, my boy, we were starting to think you'd gone native in Valentine, since you have been gone for some time." Caleb dismounted, patting Morgan's neck. "Elle just had some business to settle." He then showed his pump-action shotgun and this Lancaster repeater. "Got to do some snooping around and managed to snag this two beauties in return." Dutch's eyebrows shot up as he looked at Caleb's new arsenal with a whistle. "I see that you've been busy, son. Those two worth some pretty good price and getting them for free is good. Had a lucky streak." Caleb's gaze swept the camp, searching for Mary Beth. He spotted her near the edge of the clearing, perched on a log with a book in her lap. Her eyes met his, and a shy smile curved her lips. Excusing himself from Dutch, Caleb strode toward her. She closed her book as he approached, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "You're back, Caleb," she said softly. "Of course I would be. Just got some business to do outside." He reached into his satchel and produced the fountain pen box. "And then I found this, keeping my promise to you." Mary Beth's breath caught. She took the box, and opened it, marveling at it as it nestled inside the velvet box, and tracing the fountain pen with her fingertips. "It's beautiful," she murmured. Then, impulsively, she stood and hugged him. "Thank you." Caleb stiffened momentarily, physical affection still felt foreign, but relaxed into the embrace. Her hair smelled like lavender and campfire smoke. "You're welcome," he said, voice low. When she pulled back, her cheeks were flushed. "I've been working on a new story. Maybe you'd like to hear it sometime." "I'd like that." A whistle cut through the air, Karen, grinning shamelessly from across the camp. Mary Beth rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress a laugh. Caleb also let out a small chuckle and then spent the next few hours catching up with the gang. He shared a drink with Charles, listened to Javier's new guitar piece, and endured Uncle's rambling tales. He doesn't see Arthur, but John had told him that he had gone out to do some debt collecting for her Strauss, and hearing this Caleb was surprised then head to her Strauss who was sitting on his chair near his tent, who was doing some calculation on his debt ledger book. Caleb approached her Strauss with an easy gait, the late morning sun warming his back. The sharp sound of quill scratching parchment, where Caleb greets him. The gaunt Austrian looked up from his ledger, adjusting his wire-frame glasses with one ink-stained finger. "Ah, Mr. Thorne. Back from Valentine, I see. What can I help you with?" His accent clipped the words sharply. Caleb leaned against the tent post and his hands resting casually on his gun belt, keeping his voice casual. "Herr Strauss, John mentioned you sent Arthur out collecting debts. That true?" Strauss closed his book with deliberate slowness. "It is. Mr. Morgan is efficient, when he bothers to do the work. Does this trouble you, Mr. Thorne?" His eyes narrowed slightly. "You disapprove of our loan business." "Dutch approves, it brings stable income for the family." Caleb paused a beat. He met Strauss's cold, calculating gaze, weighing the words he really wanted to say. The loan sharking racket reminded him of things he'd seen in his past life, families ruined, desperation turned to crime, lives crushed under insurmountable interest. But he wasn't in the 21st century anymore. This was 1899. Morality didn't carry the same currency out here. At least he had to pick when to choose between morality and survival. But Strauss, for all his ruthlessness, was fiercely loyal to Dutch. This wasn't the time for moral grandstanding. Caleb shook his head. "No opinion on the business itself. I just heard Arthur's not too fond of collecting, so I figured I'd offer to take it off his plate. Next time you've got a debt needs collecting, you can come to me." Strauss tilted his head, clearly intrigued. That is unexpected." His fingers drummed against the closed ledger as he considered it. "Mr. Morgan has voiced his dissatisfaction more than once, it's true," he said after a moment, voice as smooth and clipped as ever. And since you offering, I won't refuse. From now on, you will handle the collections. See that you do so thoroughly. Understand, this isn't pleasant work. And remember, leniency doesn't put food on our tables. Caleb gave a short nod, the tension in his shoulders easing. He was just in time. He knew what was coming, what might have come, had he not intervened. Thomas Downs was still just a name right now, not yet a death sentence hovering over Arthur's future. I know how to persuade folks, Caleb said. Better him than Arthur. Better anyone than Thomas Downs coughing blood onto Arthur's face when he goes to collect his debt. Very well. Strauss opened his ledger again. I'll mark you for collection starting tomorrow. There's a farmer near Flatneck Station. The sound of hooves interrupted them. Arthur had returned. He watched as Arthur dismounted with his usual quiet composure, his worn hat pulled low over his brow. He led his horse to the hitching post and gave it a final pat before walking toward the center of camp. Arthur made his way to the donation lockbox near Dutch's tent, taking out the money he had collected from his satchel and put it inside the box, just as Strauss called out to him. Mr. Morgan. Strauss called. Come, we have news. Arthur approached, wiping sweat from his brow. His eyes flicked between them, lingering on Caleb. Strauss. Caleb. You two look cozy. What's this about? Strauss gestured to Caleb. Mr. Thorne has generously offered to handle debt collections from now on, given your reluctance. Arthur's shoulders loosened visibly. He studied Caleb with new interest. That's so, you know what you're signing up for. Caleb met his gaze evenly. Collecting from folks who owe money. Besides, I could use the excuse to get around more, Arthur. A ghost of a smile touched Arthur's lips. Well, I won't stop you. Strauss's clients are a miserable bunch, sick, desperate, stupid. Mr. Morgan, Strauss chided, though without real heat. They sign the contracts willingly. Sure they do. Arthur spat into the dirt. Anyway, if Caleb wants the job, it's his funeral. He clapped Caleb on the shoulder. Appreciate it, though. Hate that damn work. As Arthur walked off toward the cook fire, Strauss lowered his voice. He's not wrong. Many debtors are unsavory. But business is business. Come see me tomorrow, I'll give you the first batch of ledgers. Caleb nodded, already mentally mapping the locations from the game. Downs Ranch would be the most dangerous as the debt owner had tuberculosis. He needed to handle that before Strauss sent Arthur there by mistake. Name Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $700.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 54-53. Caleb telling, plagiarizing, a story. Caleb nodded, already mentally mapping the locations from the game. Downs Ranch would be the most dangerous as the debt owner had tuberculosis. He needed to handle that before Strauss sent Arthur there by mistake. With that settled, Caleb wandered through camp. Swanson nursed a bottle near the fire, muttering scripture and nonsense in equal measure. Abigail was hanging laundry with a stern look, her eyes scanning the horizon, no doubt watching for Jack. Dutch entered back into his tent after he talked with him when he arrived, likely scheming up another grand plan. Hosea sat nearby, calmly carving something out of wood. Caleb was tempted to talk to Hosea, ask for advice, but decided against it. Not yet. For now, he made his way to Pearson, who was gutting a rabbit on the table beside the stew pot. Caleb, Pearson said, not looking up. You got any plans today? Could use a few more pelts, you know. I might have time soon, Mr. Pearson, Caleb replied. Gotta take care of a few things first. Pearson nodded. Just don't take too long. We're running low on everything, as usual. Caleb gave a short wave and moved on, where he then found Arthur sitting alone on a log, sketching in his journal. Mind if I join you? Caleb asked. Arthur glanced up, then scooted over. Of course, it's free country. Or so they tell me. Caleb sat, watching the firelight dance across the journal pages. Arthur had drawn a wolf, lean, fierce, its eyes hauntingly human. Good likeness, Caleb remarked. Arthur grunted, flipping the page. You really want Strauss's job, or you just being noble? Little of both, Caleb admitted. Figured you'd rather be hunting or scouting or robbing. Damn right. Arthur's pencil moved in quick strokes, outlining a tree now. But don't think you're doing me some big favor. Those people, they'll look at you with dead eyes. Like you're kicking them when they're down. Because you are. Caleb picked up a twig, rolling it between his fingers. Ever think maybe we shouldn't be kicking them? Arthur's hand stilled. He looked at Caleb sideways. You sound like Hosea. We're thieves, not monsters. He snorted. But money's money, Dutch says. Dutch says a lot of things, Caleb interjected softly, saying these words without realizing it. Don't mean they're all gospel and true. For a heartbeat, Arthur's expression darkened. Caleb quickly realized that he had said something that shouldn't be said right now. Because even though Arthur had begun to doubt Dutch due to Blackwater, his doubt wasn't so big that caused him to not trust Dutch anymore like in the later part of the game. Especially since he wouldn't contract tuberculosis, meaning Arthur will not change like how he would be in the game due to him facing his own mortality. Then, to Caleb's surprise, he chuckled. You got sand, I'll give you that, Caleb. I let that slide since you doesn't know Dutch like us. He closed his journal. Just don't let Strauss hear you talking like that. Or Dutch. Caleb let out a sigh of relief and wiped a sweat that he thought had rolled down in his face, and he nodded, also apologized for his words. He doesn't mean it like that. He was grateful to Dutch for accepting him in this family, and Arthur nodded his head in return. Then they sat in companionable silence until Mary Beth approached, holding 2 tin cups of coffee. Thought you gentlemen might need some drink to keep you focused for the rest of the day, she said, offering one to each. Arthur took his with a wink. Much obliged, Miss Gaskell. He stood, stretching. I'll leave you to your literary discussions. Caleb here's a real Shakespeare, apparently. Mary Beth giggled as Arthur ambled away. She sat where he'd been, her knee brushing Caleb's. I heard that you offered to replace Arthur in doing Mr. Strauss' debt collection job. I see that the news had travels around camp, Caleb mused, sipping the coffee. It was bitter, but a welcome one as it helped him completely awake. Karen heard you talking to Mr. Strauss. Mary Beth tucked her skirt neatly around her ankles. That's kind of you. Arthur always comes back sour after those trips. Caleb studied her profile, the delicate curve of her nose, the way her lashes caught the firelight. Not just kindness. I got my own reasons. She turned to him, curious. Like what? Some debts cost more than money. He thought of Arthur's fate, the coughing sickness, the slow decline. Figure if I can spare him that, I should. Mary Beth's fingers brushed his wrist. You're a good man, Caleb Thorne. The touch sent a jolt through him. He covered her hand with his own, calluses catching on her soft skin. Debatable, Miss Gaskell. But I'm trying. After that, the two shared a small moment of enjoying the atmosphere, the rustling leaves overhead, the muted voices of camp members going about their routines, and the soft crackle of the fire nearby. Mary Beth was enjoying the breeze and closed her eyes, letting the quiet settle over them like a warm quilt. Caleb, content in the moment, glanced at her, then looked out across the plains. A breeze stirred the long grass just beyond camp, swaying like waves in a golden sea. You ever read much, Caleb? She asked after a moment, her voice softer now, laced with curiosity. Caleb scratched the side of his jaw thinking about his past life, where he had read several famous novels and watched plenty movies. Back home, yeah, you could say that. Read plenty of books. Even daydream about making my own story, since I was bored. Mary Beth tilted her head and asked in surprise. Making up your own story? Yeah, daydreaming and stuff, Caleb replied, the corner of his mouth twitching because technically it's a lie, but if it could help him get closer to Mary Beth it's not a problem. Wanna hear it? Mary Beth leaned in slightly, her eyes lighting with intrigue. Of course. What story you daydream about? Caleb leaned forward, elbows on his knees. So there's this boy, see, skinny little thing with round glasses and a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead named Harry Potter. Lives under the stairs of his aunt and uncle's house, treated worse than a stray dog. Mary Beth's cup paused halfway to her lips. That's a dreadful way to start a story. Caleb grinned. Wait for it. On his 11th birthday, a giant of a man bursts through the door. Like Uncle. Mary Beth giggled, glancing toward where the older man snored against a wagon wheel. Bigger. Rougher. And this fellow, Hagrid, he tells the boy, Harry, you are a wizard. Mary Beth's gasp was worth every embellished detail. A wizard? Like doing some magics and such. Exactly. Caleb warmed to the tale, describing Hogwarts moving staircases, the sorting hat, and Quidditch matches played on broomsticks. Mary Beth's reactions were priceless, her hands fluttering to her mouth when Neville lost his toad, her indignant huff at Draco Malfoy's sneering. Of course he embellished some things like cars since it wasn't present yet, at least in 10 years from now automobiles will founded, but it was still a very foreign thing. You made this up yourself? She asked during a lull, eyes shining. Caleb rubbed his neck. Bits and pieces, I suppose. The lie sat uneasily, but what was he to say? Actually, a British woman will invent this in around 90 to 100 years from now. Caleb Thorne, she whispered with something between reverence and delight, you're wasted in a gang like this. You should be a writer. The way you spin words, it's like you conjure them. Mary Beth uncapped her new fountain pen with reverence and takes out her journal from her the dye of her dress without Caleb noticing. May I write some down? It's the most wonderful story I've ever heard. Before Caleb could respond, a high-pitched voice piped up, what's wonderful? Jack Marston stood 3 feet away, grass stains on his knees and curiosity burning in his young eyes. Mary Beth smiled. Hello Jack, Caleb was just telling me a story about wizards and magic schools. Jack's mouth formed a perfect O. Can I hear too? Please, Caleb. Caleb exchanged an amused glance with Mary Beth. Well now, can't leave a story half-told, can we? He scooched over, making room on the log. But you gotta start from the beginning, Jack. As Jack plopped down eagerly, Mary Beth opened her journal. The fountain pen's nib glided smoothly across the page as Caleb began again. Mr. and Mrs. Desley, who owned a home with the number 4, at Privet Drive, were proud to say they were perfectly normal. 2 hours later, Caleb's throat was dry from talking, but the enchanted expressions before him made it worthwhile. Jack hung on every word, bouncing when Harry caught the remembrall and gasping when they reached the 3-headed dog. Mary Beth's journal pages filled rapidly, her handwriting looping gracefully around sketches of owls and broomsticks. Abigail approached eventually, hands on hips. Jack Marston, I was looking for you everywhere, you were supposed to be eating lunch. Jack whined, but Ma, Caleb's telling about a boy who. I don't care if he's telling about ghosts or cowboys or anything else, Abigail said, though her sternness faltered at Jack's pout. She glanced at the journal. What's all this? Mary Beth held up a page. It's the most marvelous tale. Wizards and potions and magic ain't real, Abigail interrupted, but she leaned closer despite herself as Caleb described the Mirror of Erist. As he had another person to tell the story, Caleb's voice was much louder when he reached Harry's first Quidditch match, causing Pearson paused his stew stirring to listen. By the time Snape's broom caught fire during the match, a small crowd had gathered, Karen with her mending forgotten in her lap, Tilly pretending not to eavesdrop while doing some stitching, even Charles pausing his wood chopping. Then Harry catches the snitch in his mouth. Caleb concluded the chapter, miming the motion. Wins the game even though he's near falling off his broom. Jack hooped. That's better than any story I read, Caleb. Mary Beth put down her pen on her journal. You should write this properly, Caleb. It's extraordinary. Heat crept up Caleb's face. Just something to pass the time. Karen smirked. Pass the time, my foot. You got the whole camp acting like kids at story hour, Caleb. As the group dispersed, Mary Beth lingered. Will you tell more sometime? I want to get every detail right. She held up the journal, pages upon pages filled with notes and doodles of owls and something that should have been a golden snitch. Caleb's chest tightened at her enthusiasm. Sure, but only if you promise me something. Anything. Let me read what you've written sometime. See how it compares to how I imagined it. Mary Beth beamed. It's a deal. Her fingers brushed his as she handed him the pen to inspect, sending another jolt through him. The way she looked at him, like he'd hung the moon rather than regurgitated a stolen story, made his stomach flip. Jack's voice shattered the moment. Mr. Caleb, what happens next on the story? Abigail hauled him back by his collar. That's enough for today, young man. Let Caleb rest his voice. She nodded at Caleb, though I wouldn't mind hearing more myself later. As they walked away, Mary Beth whispered, You've made quite the impression. Caleb watched Jack animatedly retelling the Quidditch match to an amused Charles. Didn't mean to cause a stir. But you did. Mary Beth tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. In the best way possible. The setting sun painted her face gold, highlighting the freckles across her nose. Caleb wanted to freeze this moment, the warmth of the sun, the scent of her lavender soap, the way her skirts rustled as she shifted closer. Sometime soon then? She asked. Sometime soon, he agreed. That evening, Caleb sat by the scout fire, polishing his Schofields while the camp settled into nighttime routines. Arthur dropped onto the log beside him, tossing him a bottle of beer. Made quite the spectacle today, huh? Arthur remarked, taking a swig from his own bottle. Named Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $700.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 55-54. Debt collecting business. That evening, Caleb sat by the scout fire, polishing his Schofields while the camp settled into nighttime routines. Arthur dropped onto the log beside him, tossing him a bottle of beer. Made quite the spectacle today, huh? Arthur remarked, taking a swig from his own bottle. Caleb shrugged. Just telling a story I made up. Didn't expect it would become such spectacle. Uh-huh. Arthur wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Funny thing, Mary Beth usually writes her own stories. Never seen her scribbling down someone else's like that. The unspoken question hung between them. Caleb kept his tone light. Guess she liked this one. Arthur studied him for a long moment before grunting. Just don't break her heart, Caleb. She's been through enough since following us. The warning was clear. Caleb met Arthur's gaze squarely. Wouldn't dream of it, Arthur. After that Caleb goes to take a sleep on his bedroll beside Arthur's bed in Arthur's tent. The morning sunlight filtered through the canvas of Arthur's tent, soft and golden as it warmed Caleb's face. He blinked slowly, stirring from sleep, a faint ache pulsing through his shoulder where the bullet had pierced him days before. But it was faint, barely more than a dull throb. He stretched carefully, testing the limits of his movement, and let out a long breath. Damn, he thought, rubbing the side of his neck. My 2 skills are really something. He sat up, the blankets rustling softly beneath him, and glanced across the tent. Arthur's cot was empty. No doubt the older man was already up and about, probably tending to his horse or sipping coffee by the fire. Caleb then got up from his bedroom and stepped out into the cool morning air. Horses nickered softly near the hitching posts. Pearson barked something about salted meat as he stirred a massive pot over the fire. A few of the women were laughing near the wash tubs, scrubbing clothes with worn hands and practiced ease. Caleb made his way to the clean water barrel beside Pearson's wagon, splashing cold water on his face, the cold shock washing away the last remnants of sleep. The sting of it was refreshing. He toweled off with a rag, wiping the water off his face. He then glances toward the laundry lines, where he'd left his vaquero outfit folded and ready for washing, wide-brimmed hat, embroidered vest, and the dark pants he'd taken a liking to. In its place, he slipped into a simpler outfit he'd kept at camp, a clean white shirt, rolled sleeves, suspenders, brown work pants, and a soft leather vest. The gun belt was the final touch, and he holstered his 2 Schofields with care at their holsters. Refreshed, Caleb made his way past the campfire and toward the familiar figure of Herr Strauss. The man was sitting stiffly on his wooden chair, the ledger book open on his lap, thin-framed glasses perched on his nose. His fingers moved like a spider's legs across the paper, pausing occasionally to mark something down with his fountain pen. As Caleb approached, he cleared his throat lightly. "Morning, Herr Strauss." Herr Strauss looked up, blinking once before offering a clipped nod. "Ah, Mr. Thorne, punctual as promised. Good timing, I was just reviewing the ledger." He gestured at the open book with a bony finger. "There are a few debts needing immediate collection." Caleb, hearing that, nodded his head. "Got a list for me?" Strauss adjusted his glasses. "A farmer named Butch Carson near Flatneck Station. He owed $100. $200 after interest. Threatened to shoot me when I last visited to collect his debt." His mouth twisted. "Perhaps you'll have better luck." Caleb raised an eyebrow. "Charming." "The second, Mr. Vrobel. An immigrant I believe. Lives west of camp, across the Dakota River. His farm is called Painted Sky. Owes $50. With interest, now $125. He is a man of few words, but not hostile." Caleb nodded slowly, memories tugging at him from his past life. "That's the guy with the Hungarian half-bred," he thought. "It's a time horse, maybe I will take it from him, but I'll see how it goes." "The third and fourth," Strauss continued, "reside around Emerald Ranch. A woman named Lily Millets, who owes $45, $70 after interest, and a man named Chick Matthews, owes $35 now $60 with interest. The woman can be found within Emerald Ranch itself. The man lives northwest at Guthrie Farm. Neither paid on time." He reached into his coat and retrieved a folded piece of paper, handing it to Caleb. "Just in case you forget," Strauss said. Caleb took the paper, gave it a quick look over, and tucked it into his satchel. "Got it. Don't worry, I'll see what I can do." "Good. I trust you'll be persuasive." "Hey there, Caleb me lad. Already up in the morning, eh?" Sean's boisterous voice cut through the morning quiet. The Irishman bounded over and clapped Caleb's left shoulder. Caleb winced sharply, gritting his teeth as pain flared through his shoulder. He nearly doubled forward, managing to stifle a curse. "Ah, shite." Sean recoiled, hands raised. "Sorry. I didn't mean to. Are ya all right?" Strauss peered at Caleb with newfound interest. "You did not mention an injury, Mr. Thorne." "Bullet wound," Caleb ground out, waiting for the throbbing to subside. "Nothing serious, don't worry. Just healing slower than I'd like." Sean rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "Sorry 'bout that. Had no idea. Didn't expect you to jolt like a cat in a thunderstorm. You sure you're not bleeding again?" No, it's fine," Caleb replied. "Just don't go slapping me like I'm a tavern whore, yeah." Sean chuckled. "Fair enough, lad, fair enough." He then sobered slightly. "You headin' out? Need backup? Been ages since I shot someone who deserved it." Strauss cleared his throat pointedly. "This is a collection job, Mr. McGuire, not a robbery." "Even better. Debtors make the ugliest faces when they pay up." Sean mimed a scowling expression that had even Strauss suppressing a smile. Caleb considered the offer. Sean, who was somewhat reckless, could complicate things, but having backup wasn't a bad idea as he still had an injury. "All right, but you follow my lead, Mr. McGuire. No shooting unless I say." Sean mock saluted. "Aye aye, Captain." They rode out within the hour, Caleb on Morgan, Sean on his brown-maned American standardbred named Annie. The morning mist clung to the heartlands as they rode the road following the railway tracks toward Flatneck Station. "You never said how you got shot," Sean remarked, rolling a cigarette one-handed as he rode. Capturing a bounty on a man named Drew Dallas and had to face him and his gang, Caleb said tersely. Sean whistled. Heard about Drew Dallas and his boys, mean fellas. You took down him and the whole gang yourself. Had the element of surprise. Modest too. Sean lit his cigarette with an exaggerated flourish. No wonder Mary Beth is sweet on you. Caleb shot him a warning look. Watch what you said, Sean. What? Whole camp saw how she looked at you during your wizard story yesterday. Sean blew a smoke ring. Even Arthur noticed, and that man's about as observant as a post. Caleb nudged Morgan into a trot, leaving Sean chuckling behind him. The less said about Mary Beth, the better, especially where gossip-prone outlaws like Sean, well especially him, were concerned. After around 15 minutes, Flatneck Station came into view, the ramshackle station beside the railroad. Strauss's directions led them to a weather-beaten farmhouse half a mile east. A mule brayed in the untended field as they approached. Stay here, Caleb told Sean at the gate. I'll handle this. Sean leaned back in his saddle. Your show, boss. Caleb dismounted, hand resting near his Schofield as he knocked. The door flew open to reveal a hulking man in stained overalls, his beard flecked with tobacco. You Strauss's new boy. Butch Carson's voice dripped contempt. He hefted a double-barreled shotgun. Told him what happens to debt collectors round here. Caleb kept his posture relaxed. That thing's only got 2 shots, mister. I've got 12. He tilted his head toward Sean, who waved cheerfully with his repeater balanced across his lap. And my friend's got even more. Butch's grip tightened on the shotgun. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Now, Caleb continued calmly, you can pay the $200 you owe to Mr. Strauss, or we can settle this another way. Your choice. The standoff stretched for 5 heartbeats before Butch spat into the dirt. Goddamn leeches. He stomped inside, returning with a rusted tin box. He counted out grimy bills with shaking hands. Take it and get off my land. Caleb pocketed the money inside his satchel without recounting. Pleasure doing business with you. As they rode away, Sean burst out laughing. That was brilliant. Should have seen his face when you mentioned my gun. Caleb allowed himself a small smile. Next stop, Painted Sky Farm. Mr. Vrobel's farm was picturesque compared to Butch's, with whitewashed fences, and a tidy barn where the Hungarian half-bred should be stored inside. A man in his 30s with a weathered face and calloused hands emerged from the barn, wiping sweat from his brow with a stained handkerchief. His thick Polish accent tangled his words as he called out, You, Strauss men, duh. Come take last coins from Vrobel, yes. Sean squinted. The hell's he saying? Caleb dismounted, holding up the piece of paper in his hand that he took out from his satchel. Mr. Vrobel, we're here about your debt. The $125 you owe to Mr. Strauss. Vrobel's face darkened. Tack, always money. I sell horse, sell land, sell soul, still not enough. He spat into the dirt, his accent thickening with anger. Interest is jacked why thief in night. Sean scratched his head. Fella, I caught about 1 word in 3. Caleb stepped closer, speaking slowly. How much can you pay today? Maybe Pidgeyssit. Vrobel held up 5 fingers, then mimed counting bills. $65. From eggs, from milk, from crops. All I have. Sean whistled. That ain't even a quarter of what you owe, mister. Vrobel's hands balled into fists. Nie rozumiesz. You not understand. Strauss promised small loan, now numbers grow like weeds. I work, I pay, but always more. His broken English made the frustration harder to parse, but the desperation was clear. Caleb took the money, weighing it in his palm. This covers the vig, not the principal. He nodded toward the farmhouse. We'll take the rest in trade. Yeah. Vrobel moved to block the door, but Sean shoved past him, kicking open the unlocked cabin. The interior smelled of boiled cabbage and kerosene. Sean appended drawers while Caleb checked the mantel. A lacquered jewelry box sat beside a tarnished crucifix. Inside was a woman's pearl ring, 2 silver cuff links, and an antique pocket watch with Polish engraving. To Pamiątka po Jejku. Vrobel grabbed for the watch. My father's. Caleb snapped the watch shut and pocketed it. Tell Strauss it's collateral. He tossed the cuff links to Sean. That's another $20 worth at least. Vrobel's face flushed crimson. Zajij, thieves. You take memories, not debt. Ignoring him, Caleb strode toward the barn. The Hungarian half-bred, a muscular bay with gray and dots coat, pawed at its stall. Its coat gleamed even in the dusty light. Sean whistled. Now that settles the tab. He reached for the bridle. Vrobel lunged, swinging a rusted horseshoe. Sean ducked, but the iron clipped his shoulder. Goddamn. Caleb drew his Schofield in one fluid motion. The hammer's click froze Vrobel mid-swing. Cross, the man whispered, the horseshoe slipping from his fingers. On jest as Eistkim, Komizo style. Sean rubbed his shoulder, scowling. Should put a bullet in him for that. Caleb kept the gun leveled. Horse is enough. He tossed Sean the reins. Load him up. As they rode out with the Hungarian half-bred in tow, Caleb left $50 of his own money beside Vrobel unbeknownst to Sean. Vrobel had collapsed to his knees in the yard, shouting curses that needed no translation as they left. The pocket watch burned in Caleb's pocket like a live coal. Sean grinned, patting the stolen horse's neck. Hell of a payday. Strauss low us after this. Caleb didn't answer. Some debts, he knew, couldn't be measured in dollars. Name Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $650.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 56-55. Hunting with Jack. Vrobel had collapsed to his knees in the yard, shouting curses that needed no translation as they left. The pocket watch burned in Caleb's pocket like a live coal. Sean grinned, patting the stolen horse's neck. Hell of a payday. Strauss low us after this. Caleb didn't answer. Some debts, he knew, couldn't be measured in dollars. Emerald Ranch's debts proved simpler. Lily Millet, the lady who had a fight with her husband, paid her $70 without complaint once Caleb taught her husband a lesson with Sean's help, since he was still wounded. As for Chick Matthews, surrendered the $60 after Sean accidentally discharged his rifle at his horse, and Caleb put his Schofield on his temple before then he tells where he hides his money. The midday sun beat down on Horseshoe Overlook as Caleb and Sean rode back into camp, the stolen Dutch warm blood trotting obediently behind them on a lead rope. The horse's gray coat with white dots on the behind gleamed like polished mahogany in the sunlight, drawing appreciative glances from several gang members as they dismounted. Her Strauss first, Caleb said, tying Morgan to the hitching post. The Hungarian half-bred snorted, tossing its head as Sean secured it nearby. Strauss looked up from his ledger as they approached, his spectacles catching the light. Ah, success, I take it. Caleb nodded as he dropped the collected cash and valuables onto Strauss's table, the grimy bills from Butch Carson, Lily Millet's carefully folded notes, Chick Matthews' stained money pouch, and Vrobel's jewelry and money wrapped in a cloth. All present and accounted for. Except Vrobel. We took his horse for the rest of his balance. Strauss's thin fingers sorted through the items with practiced efficiency. He paused at the pocket watch, turning it over to examine the Polish engraving. This is adequate collateral. Setting it aside, he counted the money twice before nodding. You left the debtor alive, I presume. Sean grinned. More or less. Fella took a swing at me with a horseshoe, but Caleb here played peacemaker. Strauss adjusted his glasses. The horse, where is it? Hitched by Morgan, Caleb said. Figured Dutch might want first look before we do anything with it. Wise. Strauss took out some of the cash and divided it into 2 small stacks, sliding $25 to each of them. Your share. The remainder goes to camp funds. He closed the ledger with finality. I will speak to Dutch about the horse. Dismissed. Sean pocketed his cut with a flourish. Pleasure doin' business, her money bags. As they walked toward the lockbox near Dutch's tent, Sean nudged Caleb. Easy money, even with that bastard's horseshoe souvenir. He rubbed his shoulder dramatically. Caleb deposited the gang's portion into the strongbox, the metal lid clanging shut. Could have gone worse. Don't spend it all on whiskey. Sean theatrically put his hand to his chest. No promises, mate. With a laugh, he sauntered off toward the poker table where Javier and Uncle held court. Alone now, Caleb made his way back to Morgan. The mare whickered softly as he approached, nuzzling his chest. Missed me, girl. He pulled an apple and oat cake from his satchel, feeding them to her in slow pieces while brushing her coat with long, even strokes. You're real good with her. Caleb turned to see Jack peeking around a wagon, his wide eyes fixed on Morgan. What you doing there, Jack? Not helping your mother? Caleb asked. Jack shuffled his feet. She's helpin' Miss Grimshaw with the washin'. Can I pet your horse, Caleb, just for a minute? Caleb smiled. Come on, then. But slow, no sudden moves. Jack crept forward like a hunter stalking prey, his small hand outstretched. Morgan lowered her head obligingly, letting the boy stroke her muzzle. Her ears twitched contentedly. She's softer'n I thought, Jack whispered, awestruck. That's 'cause I brush her every day. Caleb hoisted Jack onto the saddle, keeping a steadying hand on his back. There. Now you're a real cowboy. Jack's grin could have powered a city. Can we go huntin' now, Uncle Caleb? Like you promised. Caleb took out and checked his pocket watch at 1:30 p.m. Plenty of daylight left. Tell you what. We'll go today, but just for rabbits or turkeys. And only if your mother says yes. Jack scrambled down from Morgan with surprising agility and Caleb's help. I'll ask right now. He tore across camp, nearly colliding with Charles who walked across the camp with a bag of chicken feed sack on his shoulder. Caleb chuckled, giving Morgan one last pat. His shoulder ached a bit, the morning's activities had taken their toll, but the thought of disappointing Jack was worse than any physical pain. By the time he'd refilled his canteen and made sure that his bowstring was okay, Jack came sprinting back, Abigail trailing behind with crossed arms. "I hear you're talking my boy into the wilderness, Mr. Thorne," she said, her tone sharper than a skinner's blade. Caleb met her gaze squarely. "Just to the area around the camp, maybe the valley below. Hunt some rabbits and maybe turkeys if we're lucky. Have him back by supper, I promise, Mrs. Roberts." Abigail studied him, the bow, the careful way he favored his left side, the earnestness in his voice. Then remembering she also had promised allowing Jack to go out hunting with Caleb previously, she relented. She sighed. "You get him hurt, I'll skin you myself." She adjusted Jack's hat. "And you listen to Uncle Caleb, you hear? No wanderin' off by yourself." Jack nodded so vigorously that his hat nearly flew off. "Yes, Mama." As Abigail walked away, Jack tugged Caleb's sleeve. "Can we start now, Uncle Caleb? I always wanted to ride Morgan." Caleb considered the eager face looking up at him. "Of course, Jack, we can start right away." They set out minutes later, Jack perched in front of Caleb in the saddle, babbling excitedly about all the animals they might see. The valley was a short ride northwest near Dakota River, far enough to feel like an adventure, close enough that Caleb felt it was safe for Jack. "First rule of hunting," Caleb said as they dismounted near a stand of birch trees. "Quiet as a church mouse. You scare, you don't eat, Jack mimed zipping his lips shut. Caleb strung his bow quietly. His shoulder protested for a bit, but the pain nullifier's skill dulled it to an almost throb he never felt. "See those clusters of bushes, Jack? Rabbits love them. Wheel." A rustle in the underbrush cut him off. Caleb raised a finger to his lips. Jack froze, eyes wide. Slowly, Caleb knocked an arrow. A plump jackrabbit hopped into view, its nose twitching. The bowstring creaked as he drew back. Thwip. The arrow found its mark right on the head. The rabbit barely had time to kick before it was over. Jack's gasp was equal parts horror and awe. "You got him." Caleb retrieved the rabbit, showing Jack how to field dress it properly. "Your pa teach you any of this yet?" Jack shook his head. "Uncle Hosea showed me some near camp, but pa's always busy." Something in the boy's tone made Caleb's chest tighten. "Well, today you're my apprentice. Next one's yours to shoot." They spent the next 2 hours tracking game. Jack missed 3 shots before finally bagging a turkey with Caleb's help, of course, his triumphant whoop scaring off every other animal within half a mile. Caleb couldn't bring himself to chastise him, the boy's joy was too infectious. As the sun dipped toward the trees, they packed their haul, 3 rabbits and Jack's turkey, into the side of Morgan's saddle. "You did good today," Caleb said, ruffling Jack's hair. "Next time, we'll work on your aim." Jack beamed. "Can we go again tomorrow?" "Not tomorrow, but soon." Caleb lifted him onto Morgan. "Let's get you home before your ma tans my hide." The ride back was slower, Jack leaning sleepily against Caleb as Morgan picked her way through the twilight. The campfire's glow welcomed them home, Abigail's silhouette stark against the flames as she paced near the hitching posts. "There you are." She scooped Jack off the horse before Caleb could dismount. "I was 5 minutes from sending out a search party for 2 of you." Jack yawned and pointed at his turkey that was stowed to the side of Morgan's saddle. "Look, Mama. I got supper." Abigail's fright immediately gone at the pride in her son's voice. She smoothed his hair back, her eyes meeting Caleb's over Jack's head. A silent understanding passed between them, gratitude from her, reassurance from him. Pearson descended on their game like a vulture when Caleb and Jack gave it to him, praising Jack's turkey with theatrical gusto that caused Jack to giggle. After that, Caleb watched Abigail disappear into her tent, Jack already chattering excitedly about their hunt. He turned towards Pearson's campfire, the aroma of wood smoke and simmering stew hanging heavy in the evening air. Beside the cauldron, the ever-present coffee pot gurgled invitingly. He poured himself a mug, the dark liquid steaming in the cool air, and leaned against a nearby wagon wheel, savoring the bitter warmth. The coffee was bitter on Caleb's tongue as he leaned against Pearson's wagon, watching the camp settle into evening routines. The hunting trip with Jack had gone better than expected, the boy's excitement and Abigail's gratitude made him feel like he had done the right thing, keeping that promise. "Evening, Caleb." John Marston's voice cut through his thoughts. The man approached with his characteristic stiff gait, his healed scar wound on his face, and he held his own coffee cup as if it might bite him. "John." Caleb raised his mug in greeting. "How's the wound?" John shrugged, touching the healed scat on his face. "Yeah, it's better. Still aches some, but I reckon I'll be fit enough to ride out again soon. Can't sit around camp forever, feelin' useless." He then poured some coffee into his mug and took a sip, grimaced, then tossed the dregs into the dirt. "Pearson still can't make decent coffee, I see." Caleb chuckled. "Tastes like boiled dirt, but it wakes you up." A beat of silence passed between them. John scuffed his boot against a rock, his eyes darting toward where Abigail was putting Jack to bed near their tent. "So, heard you took Jack out huntin' today." Caleb kept his tone neutral. "That's right," taking another sip of his coffee. "Promised him I would a while back." Got Abigail's permission as well before taking him out. He studied John's face. Is there a problem? What? No, no. John waved a hand, then rubbed his neck awkwardly. Just asking. It's just well, you must have heard around camp, that I ain't exactly been close to the boy, have you? I have mostly kept my distance. Hell, I ain't even sure. Then John's jaw worked silently for a moment before he blurted, You think he's mine, Caleb? Caleb's grip tightened slightly on his mug when he heard that. The question hung between them like gun smoke. Then he exhaled slowly. He'd known this was coming. John's doubts about Jack's paternity were no secret in camp, and as someone who had okayed the game, he remembers all the cutscenes concerning this from the game. But hearing it spoken aloud, with that raw uncertainty, and face-to-face experiencing it himself, was different. I've heard the talk, John, Caleb said quietly, as he saw John looking down on the ground. The information that goes around camp. I can understand why you might feel that way. After that Caleb let that sink in, before continuing, but I know he is. John's head snapped up. How? Look at his eyes. Same shape as Abigail's, but the color. Caleb pointed at John's own hazel irises. And that stubborn set to his jaw when he's frustrated? That's all you, Marston. John opened his mouth, closed it. His fingers twitched toward his holster, a nervous tick Caleb had noticed before. But Abigail was, you must have heard about it. When she and I met. Could have been anyone's. Caleb shook his head. You really think she'd lie? After all this time? He leaned in slightly. I've seen how she looks at you, even when you're being an ass. That ain't the look of a woman who'd trick you. The campfire popped nearby, sending up a shower of sparks. Somewhere in the darkness, a coyote tipped an owl hooting. John stared at the ground like it held the answers to all his problems. Everyone else just tells me to shut up and be a father, he muttered. Like it's that simple. Name Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $675.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 57. Sorry, I have a bit of family medical emergency. Sorry everyone, I can't update today, as there was a bit of a family medical emergency and I have to accompany them, so sorry about this, but don't worry, I will continue the update tomorrow with 2 chapters of the novel as usual. So sorry for the inconvenience I caused. 58. 56. Tension with Williamson. The campfire popped nearby, sending up a shower of sparks. Somewhere in the darkness, a coyote tipped an owl hooting. John stared at the ground like it held the answers to all his problems. Everyone else just tells me to shut up and be a father, he muttered. Like it's that simple. It ain't simple, Caleb agreed. But it's necessary. That boy needs you, John. He needs his father. That's something only you can give him. Not Uncle Caleb, not Uncle Hosea, but you. John stood in silence for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the flickering campfire. The usual gruffness in his demeanor seemed to soften, replaced by a vulnerability Caleb hadn't seen before. Finally, he nodded slowly. Maybe you're right. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. It ain't easy, you know. That doubt, it sticks with you. I can imagine, Caleb said sympathetically. But look at him, John. Look at the joy on his face when he talks about you, about someday riding alongside you. He wants his father, whether he fully understands it or not. John's gaze drifted towards the sound of Jack's laughter coming from the tent. A faint smile touched his lips. He is a good kid. The best, Caleb agreed. Give him a chance, John. Give yourself a chance to be the father he needs. John nodded again and then let out a bitter laugh. Hell of a thing, comin' from the newest member of the gang. Maybe that's why I can say it. Caleb shrugged. Fresh eyes and all. The older man gave him a firm clap on the back, a silent thanks, the kind of gesture that carried more weight than words ever could. Thanks for opening my eyes, John murmured, his voice low, but honest. Caleb nodded, a soft smile curving his lips. Go be with your family, John. And with that, John turned toward the tent where Abigail and Jack waited. Caleb watched him go, watched the way his shoulders relaxed just a bit as he disappeared behind the canvas flap. The murmur of Abigail's surprised greeting and Jack's excited chatter drifting through the night air. Caleb let the moment settle in his chest like a warm coal. It was something he'd always wanted to see much earlier, back when he'd played Red Dead Redemption 2, John mending his relationship with his son, becoming the father figure Jack needed before it was too late. For a man like John Marston, it would never be easy. But it was worth it. Godspeed, Marston, Caleb muttered and took a final sip of his lukewarm coffee, then wandered over to the wash basin, setting the metal mug down with a soft clink. He made his way toward the main campfire where the rest of the gang had gathered: Sean, Uncle, Charles, Javier, Pearson, and the drunk Bill. Laughter and smoke curled into the night air. "So I says to the feller, that ain't no sheep, that's my wife, haha." Uncle's raspy cackle cut through the night, followed by groans and half-hearted chuckles from the others. As Caleb drew near, Sean noticed him first and waved him over. Sean spotted Caleb first. "There's our resident gunslinger. Come on over, we was just talkin' 'bout you." Caleb raised an eyebrow and chuckled, as he eased down onto a log near the fire, stretching his legs. "Evenin'. All good, I hope." Javier's eyes flicked down to Caleb's left shoulder, where a bit of bandaging still peeked from beneath his shirt. "That wound healing all right?" Caleb blinked, surprised. "How'd you know about that?" Only Strauss and Sean knew. He turned to Sean, who sat cross-legged with a bottle of whiskey in hand and the widest grin on his face. "Oh, don't give me that look," Sean said, grinning like a devil. "What's wrong with a little storytellin'? That wound of yours is a goddamn badge of honor, Caleb. You took on Drew Dallas and his boys alone. Brought the bastard back alive, too." Caleb sighed and shook his head. "Sean the blabbermouth strikes again." "Oh come now," Sean said, slapping his knee. "You should be proud." The others leaned in, curious now. "Drew Dallas?" Uncle asked, scratching his beard. "Ain't that the up-and-coming bastard that's been terrorizing the roads around New Hanover?" "Thought he was already captured, haven't heard about him and his boys for a while," Javier added. Pearson leaned forward with interest, a half-carved chunk of salted pork forgotten on his lap. "Tell us what happened, Caleb. Don't leave out the good bits." Pearson leaned forward. "Is it true you sniped 5 of them from 200 yards? Before Caleb could respond, Bill Williamson slurred from his perch on an overturned crate, "Probably got lucky." The hulking man took another swig from his bourbon bottle, his face flushed with alcohol and something darker. "Ain't no way some greenhorn." "Shut your damn mouth, Bill," Sean cut in. Charles held up a calming hand. "Let the man tell his own story." His deep voice carried quiet authority that even drunk Bill couldn't ignore. Caleb sighed, gave a small nod, and glanced around the circle. "All right, I tell you the short version, then." The fire crackled as the men settled in to listen. "I heard Dallas and his gang were planning to rob several stagecoach from Strawberry to Innisbur near Cattail Pond. Figured I'd cut 'em off. Found a nice little cliff overlooking the path, good vantage point. I waited till they arrive, then took my Springfield and started picking 'em off, one by one." "How many were there?" Javier asked. 8 including Dallas himself," Caleb said. "Took out 5 from above before one of the bastards spotted me. Got a lucky shot off, that's how I took the hit in the shoulder." Sean whistled low. "And you still kept fightin'?" "Had to. Rolled down the hill, switched to my Lancaster, kept moving. 2 more down. Then I pulled my Schofield and shot Drew in the leg and his shooting arm. Tied him up, patched myself enough to ride, then dragged his sorry ass to the Valentine sheriff." "Now that's a damn story," Uncle said, raising a half-empty bottle. "You remind me of me when I was young and handsome and dangerous." A collective groan rose up around the fire. "In your dreams, old man," Javier laughed. Even Charles cracked a smile. "You did good, Caleb. Smart use of terrain." "Damn impressive," Pearson added. "Ain't many can pull something like that off and live to tell it." Caleb gave a modest shrug, but inside, the praise sat awkwardly in Caleb's chest. He'd only survived thanks to his past life knowledge of the game and a hefty dose of luck, but at the same time he felt the warmth of recognition. But not everyone shared the sentiment. Across the fire, Bill Williamson shifted on his crate, his eyes narrow and bloodshot. He took large sip from the bottle of cheap bourbon like it was a grudge, and suddenly he threw the bottle, shattered against the fire pit, spraying glass and bourbon across the dirt. "Enough of this shit." The big man lurched to his feet, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Caleb. "You ain't nothin' special. Just some orphan bastard Dutch took pity on." Silence fell over the group. Sean's hand drifted toward his revolver. Charles positioned himself subtly between Bill and Caleb. Pearson tried to defuse the tension. "Now Bill, let's not." "Shut it, Tubby." Bill's spittle flew as he jabbed a finger at Caleb. "First you cozy up to Mary Beth, then you helped us on a brawl, and suddenly he's Dutch's favorite, gets the trust, gets the praise. Like the rest of us never bled for this gang." His chest heaved. "I been with this gang 6 years. Where's my damn respect?" Caleb's brow furrowed. "I've never claimed." "You didn't have to." Bill snapped. "You walk around like you belong here. Like you earned it. You didn't fight with us down in New Austin. You didn't hold the line in Blackwater. You weren't there." Caleb remained seated, keeping his voice calm. "Ain't looking to take your place, Bill. Just doing my part." "Your part?" Bill's laugh was ugly. "Your part is staying the hell out of my way." Sean stood up, hands up. All right, calm down, Bill." "Shut up, Sean." Bill shouted, pointing a shaking finger at him. "You ain't helping. Always runnin' your mouth." Javier moved between them, arms out. "Let's not do this." Caleb stood slowly, meeting Bill's gaze. His voice was calm, measured. "I didn't come here to replace anyone, Bill. I don't want the attention. I want to pull my weight, earn my place. That's it. Bill stepped closer, eyes wild. You think you're better than me? No, Caleb said. But I think right now, you're drunk, and angry at things that ain't my fault. Silence. Then Bill scoffed, spit to the side, and turned away. To hell with this. With one last venomous look at Caleb, he staggered off into the dark, took a bottle of beer, and cursing under his breath while swinging the bottle with his hand. The fire crackled in the uneasy quiet that followed. Javier broke it with a dark chuckle. Well, that was dramatic. Sean let out a long breath. Bloody hell. Uncle shook his head. That one's gonna wake up with more than a hangover. Bill's always been a sore loser. Caleb exhaled slowly, gnawed his head, and sat back down, though the tension still lingered in the air. Charles leaned closer. Don't take it personal. Bill's always had a chip on his shoulder. You did good keeping your calm. Appreciate that, Caleb murmured. Hell of a story, mate, Sean said, clapping Caleb on the back. You'll have to tell Mary Beth next time. She loves them bounty tales. Caleb managed a small smile. Maybe. But inwardly, he sighed. Bill's jealousy wasn't new, he remembered it from the game. The insecurity. The rage. It was just more real now. And more dangerous. Still, the others had his back. That mattered. After the brief explosion of tension and violence, the gang found its rhythm again. Conversation trickled back like a slow-moving stream, cautious at first, then picking up with jokes, quiet laughter, and little stories shared in soft voices. Sean, never one to let things linger too long in silence, told a half-true tale about wrestling a gator near Lemoyne. Uncle claimed it was a pig and that Sean had screamed like a girl, prompting a round of laughter from everyone while Sean protested. Even Javier picked up his guitar and strummed a few calming chords, humming a tune that danced with the fading night. Bill, of course, was nowhere to be seen, and nobody asked after him. The unease he left behind clung to the shadows, but no one wanted to peel it back open. Eventually, one by one, the gang began peeling off, some to their tents, some to their own late-night musings. Caleb sat a little longer, warming his hands near the dying fire, still playing through the scenes of the day like a movie reel on repeat. Jack's wide grin when he hit the tin can in the woods. John's subtle pride afterward. Bill's drunken punch and the weight behind it. And the way everyone had stood beside him, with him. It made everything feel real in a way that hit deeper than he expected. The Van der Linde gang wasn't just some cast of characters anymore. They were broken people bound together by grit, loyalty, and the aching hope for something better. Family, in its rawest form. When he finally slipped into his bedroll beside Arthur's empty cot, the quiet of the night closed in around him. The stars shimmered high above, uncaring and cold. Sleep came slowly, but it came. The campfire's embers had long since cooled when Caleb finally drifted to sleep, the echoes of Bill's drunken outburst still lingering in his mind. His dreams were fragmented, images of Jack's excited face during their hunting trip, John's hesitant gratitude, Mary Beth's smile in the firelight, all underscored by the phantom sting of his healing wound. Name Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $675.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 59.57. Return to teach. The campfire's embers had long since cooled when Caleb finally drifted to sleep, the echoes of Bill's drunken outburst still lingering in his mind. His dreams were fragmented, images of Jack's excited face during their hunting trip, John's hesitant gratitude, Mary Beth's smile in the firelight, all underscored by the phantom sting of his healing wound. The first breath Caleb took the next morning was crisp with pine and ash, the kind that pried open his lungs and wiped the last clinging remnants of sleep from his head. The sun hadn't fully crested the trees yet, but the camp had begun to stir, pots clinking near Pearson's wagon, the rhythmic thump of someone chopping kindling, and a few low murmurs as voices began to rise. He blinked up at the sky and rubbed his shoulder instinctively. The pain had dulled to a faint ache, the skin knitting together faster than normal thanks to his physical regeneration skill, and the stiffness had lessened. He flexed it a little as he stood. 2 more days, he thought. Just 2 more and I'll be back to full strength. He then turned to look left and find Arthur's bed still neatly made, untouched since yesterday. It meant that he hadn't returned back from camp since yesterday. And now that he think about it, he also doesn't see Hosea on the camp as well yesterday, meaning there's a high chance that like in the game they head out together to hunt the legendary bear in Ambarino. He began his morning routine, doing a series of careful stretches, dropped to the ground doing a quick and controlled sit-ups, followed by a light jog around the perimeter of camp. He passed Kieran, who gave him a small nod, and Miss Grimshaw, who squinted and muttered something about morning energy. Sweat beaded on his brow by the time he returned and moved toward Pearson's water barrel. The icy splash of water across his face and hair was pure relief, and he let out a satisfied sigh as he scrubbed his hands and arms clean. He ran a damp palm down the front of his neck, tilting his head side to side to loosen the muscles. His reflection shimmered in the water's surface, messy hair, faint circles under the eyes, but alive, stronger, sharper. He would never see this version of him in his past life. It was then he noticed Karen approached with his freshly cleaned vaquero outfit. "Figured you'd want this back," Karen called, handing out the neatly folded pile. Caleb grinned as he took it. "Thanks, Karen. Good as new and looks good on you, too." She waved him off with a wink, "though how you keep this fancy get-up from getting dirted every time you come back is beyond me." Caleb laughed when he heard this. "Trade secret. Mostly involves doing some dirty work and not getting shot." Karen snorted. "Tell that to your shoulder." She lingered as he dressed. "Bill's an ass, you know. Always has been. Don't take last night personal." "I don't," Caleb lied, buttoning his shirt. "Just hope he sobers up and cools off." "He will. Or he won't." Karen shrugged. "Either way, ain't your problem unless you make it one." With that sage advice, she sauntered off toward the cook fire where Pearson was already banging pots together like a one-man marching band. Dressed, refreshed, and armed with his twin Schofields at his hips, Lancaster repeater across his back, and his pump-action shotgun slung on his right shoulder, Caleb made his way to the hitching post where Morgan waited. The mare nuzzled his pocket, searching for her morning apple. "Greedy girl," Caleb chuckled, producing an apple that he took from Pearson's wagon. "We're heading back to Valentine today. More lessons for Jasper." He patted her neck. "Assuming he's recovered from." The sound of approaching hoofbeats cut him off. He turned toward the entrance. Two riders approached, one tall and straight-backed, the other a little more casual, like he'd spent half his life in the saddle. It was Arthur on his brown-coated brand-new American standardbred, Hosea atop his sleek white-faced buckskin. As they drew closer, Caleb could hear the tail end of their conversatio. "Don't need another, we gotta be out there making money," speech from Dutch, Arthur was grumbling as they drew near. Hosea chuckled. "We tell him we were scoping a lead. Which is true. He doesn't need to know it was a big furry one." Their laughter carried down the trail, light and easy. They rode up to the hitching posts and dismounted smoothly. Arthur slapped his horse's neck, muttering something soft under his breath, while Hosea removed his hat and wiped the sweat from his brow. "Morning, Caleb," Hosea greeted, eyes twinkling behind his usual weariness. "Morning, Hosea, Arthur," Caleb returned evenly. Then, with a carefully neutral tone, "Sorry, couldn't help overhearing. You two were out hunting a big furry lead." Arthur arched a brow, then gave a small smirk. Hosea let out a small, good-natured laugh but gave Caleb a look beneath it. Hosea's laugh was warm, but his eyes were sharp as flint. "That we were. Though I'd appreciate it if that particular bit of word didn't make its way around camp. Let's just keep that one between us, all right?" Hosea said, his tone light but firm. Caleb mimed locking his lips, tossing away the key, and held up his hands in mock surrender. "Never heard a thing. My lips are sealed." "Good man." Hosea patted his shoulder as he passed, and the two older men made their way toward Dutch's tent, probably to deliver their half-true report. Caleb watched them go. He didn't expect that his thought this morning to be correct. The legendary bear. The same one Arthur could track and possibly kill. Or not, depending on the player's choices. But here, there was no restart. No save file. If things had gone wrong up there he frowned slightly, but shook it off. They were both back, safe and breathing. That was what mattered. He mounted Morgan and turned the horse toward the trail that led back to Valentine. The ride was smooth, and as the landscape rolled by, his mind shifted on what to train Jasper on today. When he reached Valentine, the town was its usual self, muddy, loud, and bustling with folk already deep into their day. Caleb dismounted and tied Morgan near the stables, giving her an apple from his satchel before heading toward the butcher's. Old Bob was barking at someone behind the stall. Caleb walked around to see Jasper hauling a side of beef, arms shaking under the weight but determined not to drop it. He managed to hook it onto the rail and wiped his brow, turning to grin when he saw Caleb. "Hey!" Jasper called, beaming. "You came back." "Of course I would," Caleb replied, stepping closer. "Looks like you've been workin' hard." Jasper puffed out his chest. "Old Bob says I'm gettin' faster. And he even let me chop today. With the real cleaver." Old Bob, grumbling as always, nodded from behind the counter. "He don't got the strength yet, but he's got the head for it. Picks things up quick." "Good to hear," Caleb said genuinely. Jasper nodded his head, eager, and Caleb let him get back to work under Old Bob's supervision for a while. He leaned against a post nearby, arms crossed, watching the boy carefully as he moved with a kind of rough-edged determination that reminded him of himself at that age, or at least the version of himself he imagined, had his past life included a butcher's cleaver and a sun-baked frontier town. When Jasper was finished hauling and Bob grumbled a dismissal, the boy wiped his hands on his apron, untied it, and jogged over. You ready for another round of training with your guns? Caleb asked with a small smirk. Jasper's eyes lit up at the mention of more training. Hell yeah, I'm ready. Jasper beamed, brushing sweat from his brow. Gimme a minute to grab my guns. I left them in my room in the hotel. Caleb gave a short nod. Alright, I'll wait outside. As Jasper sprinted off, he made his way to the hitching post in front of the hotel where Stark stood hitched, calm and composed like a statue with a heartbeat. The brown and white coat of the horse gleamed faintly under the morning sun, and when Caleb approached, the American paint mare lifted her head at his approach, her ears pricking forward in recognition as she let out a gentle, familiar snort and nudged her head toward her master. You're looking good, girl, Caleb murmured, reaching up to pat the side of the stallion's neck. Stark leaned into the touch, ears flicking back and forth as if listening for any sign of trouble. Caleb scratched beneath the jaw, and the horse huffed in appreciation. Moments later, Jasper came trotting out from the hotel, his cattleman revolver holstered on his right hip and the carbine repeater slung securely across his back. The strap was a little loose, and the holster sat too high, but Caleb said nothing for now. They'd work on that. Ready when you are, Jasper said, adjusting the repeater's strap. Looking sharp, Caleb said with an approving nod. Now go bring Morgan over here. You're riding her again today. Jasper perked up. Really? Again? You proved you could handle her yesterday, Caleb replied with a shrug. We'll see how well you keep doing. Today's about shooting at moving targets like birds, rabbits, maybe a deer if you're lucky. We'll sell what we get back to old Bob after. Alright. Jasper sprinted off, excitement barely contained. Caleb turned and mounted Stark smoothly, settling into the saddle like he was born to it. He watched as Jasper approached Morgan slowly, murmuring to her just like Caleb had shown him. The mare sniffed at the boy's hand, nickered once, then allowed him to take the reins and mount. She moved with ease under his command, and together they rode off through Valentine, making their way north toward the Cumberland forest. The ride was smooth and quiet, save for the soft thudding of hooves and the occasional squawk of birds overhead and Jasper's occasional questions about tracking or firearm maintenance. Caleb answered each one patiently, impressed by the boy's genuine interest. He also glanced to his right occasionally, watching Jasper's posture, his control over Morgan, and how he handled the rhythm of riding. It wasn't perfect, but it was good. The boy was learning fast. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the edge of Cumberland Forest, where the trees grew thicker and the underbrush rustled with hidden life. Caleb reined in Stark near a wide-branched maple and dismounted, tying the reins loosely around a low limb. Jasper followed suit, mimicking the motion with Morgan. Alright, Caleb said, unslinging his Lancaster. Moving targets are different from cans on a log. You've got to lead your shots, account for wind, and most importantly, he tapped his temple, think ahead. Animals don't stand still. Jasper nodded, drawing his cattleman revolver, checking its load, and clutching it tight. He looked nervous but determined. What are we hunting first? We'll start with birds, Caleb said, gesturing toward the treetops. Ravens, mostly. Black shapes against a pale sky. You see one, you call it out, take your time, breathe, then shoot. If you miss, don't rush to reload and shoot again. Just reset. Focus. For the next hour, they tracked through a small clearing surrounded by thickets, listening for the flapping of wings or the cawing of ravens. Caleb pointed out the ones that circled lazily overhead. Jasper took shot after shot, some close, most missing by a few feet, but he didn't get frustrated. He asked questions, adjusted his stance, and tried again. Eventually, a raven spiraled too low, and Jasper took a clean shot that sent it tumbling to the forest floor. Good. Caleb called. That's one. You're getting the hang of it. Name Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $675.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 60/58. Training on live target. Jasper took shot after shot, some close, most missing by a few feet, but he didn't get frustrated. He asked questions, adjusted his stance, and tried again. Eventually, a raven spiraled too low, and Jasper took a clean shot that sent it tumbling to the forest floor. Good. Caleb called. That's one. You're getting the hang of it. Jasper then manages to shoot 4 ravens with several miss, but at least it helped him in improving his eye coordination for farther moving target. Then they moved on, finding a rabbit trail near underfoot bush. Caleb showed Jasper how to track the tiny creatures by the disturbed brush and droppings. See that? Fresh sign. Rabbits will bolt when they hear us, so get ready. They crept forward, Jasper doing his best to step quietly despite his obvious excitement. A twig snapped underfoot, and just as Caleb predicted, 3 rabbits exploded from the undergrowth in different directions. Now! Caleb hissed. Jasper brought up his revolver, tracking the closest rabbit. His first shot kicked up dirt behind the fleeing animal. The second grazed its hindquarters, making it stumble but not stop. The third shot missed entirely as the rabbit disappeared into a burrow. Damn it! Jasper kicked at the ground. Don't get frustrated, Caleb advised. That was good tracking. You just need to lead more. He demonstrated with his Lancaster, waiting until another rabbit emerged before firing a single shot that dropped it cleanly. See how I aimed where it was going to be, not where it was. Jasper chewed his lip. Like throwing a ball ahead of someone running. Exactly. Caleb clapped him on the shoulder. Try again. After that they bagged 5 rabbits over the course of an hour, Jasper getting noticeably better at compensating for movement and leading his target. Alright, hotshot. Let's try something bigger. Caleb led into a location where deer tracks crisscrossed the soft earth. These re smarter than rabbits. They'll catch your scent if the wind's wrong, hear you if you're loud, and they're faster than you'd think. Jasper swallowed hard, his confidence gained after bagging raven and rabbits wavering. What if I just wound it? Then we track it and finish the job, Caleb said firmly. No animal deserves to suffer because of our mistakes. They stalked through the forest, Caleb teaching Jasper how to read the wind by tossing handfuls of dry grass, how to place each foot to minimize noise, and most importantly, patience. That's when they caught sight of a small group of deer grazing in a low meadow. Caleb crouched beside a fallen log with Jasper, whispering. You want the repeater for this, Caleb said, voice low. Aim for the head or heart. Don't shoot until they pause. You get 1 shot, if you miss, they'll scatter, and you'll have to track them all over again. Jasper took a deep breath, lining up his repeater carefully. His hands were steadier now than they had been earlier. One of the deer raised its head, broadside to them. Jasper exhaled and squeezed the trigger. The carbine's report echoed through the trees. The deer dropped instantly, blood blossoming on its head. A second shot wasn't needed, while the rest scattering into the brush. Caleb grinned. Hell of a shot, Jasper. Jasper stared for a moment, stunned. I got it. You got it, Caleb nodded. Let's haul it back before something else comes sniffin'. They field dressed the deer together, Caleb showing Jasper the most efficient techniques. By midday, they'd added 2 more deer, and as they packed the game onto Morgan and Stark's backs, Caleb made a show of inspecting their take. Not bad for half a day's work. You know what this means. Jasper wiped sweat from his brow. Dinner. Profit. Caleb grinned. All this is yours to sell. Should fetch a pretty penny at the butcher's. Jasper's eyes widened. For real? But you helped. And I don't need the money. Caleb tightened the last rope on Stark's load. Consider it payment for being such a quick study. The ride back to Valentine was slower with their heavy load, but Jasper's excited chatter made the time pass quickly. He recounted each shot in detail, analyzing what he'd done right and wrong with surprising insight for someone so new to hunting. Old Bob's eyebrows nearly disappeared into his hairline when they bring their haul for Old Bob to see. Hell's bells, boys. He said, pointing at the birds, rabbits, and looking at one of the deers. Clean kill, this one, and not a single mess on the hide. You teach him that. I showed him where to aim, Caleb said modestly. The rest was all Jasper. Bob grunted again, this time in approval. All of this worth some tens of dollars, no doubt. Skins, meat, even the feathers, someone will pay for all this. The butcher inspected each carcass with a critical eye. Clean kills. No meat spoiled. I'll give you $47.35 for the lot. Jasper looked ready to faint. That's more'n I make in several weeks. Old Bob counted out the money and handed over the money to Jasper, who blinked down at the handful of cash in his hand. All yours, Caleb said to Jasper, who was in trance. All of it was your bag except for 1 rabbit, which was the one I shit to teach you, so just like I said before, I don't need any payment, so keep those money safe. Jasper beamed. Thank you, Caleb. Don't thank me. You earned it. The boy ran off to buy himself something from the general store, a new shirt or maybe a decent trousers or new pair of boots. Caleb lingered near the hitching post, brushing down and patting both Morgan and Stark, to increase his relation with both of his horse. When Jasper returned, he held several folded shirts in one hand and a cloth-wrapped bundle under his arm. Bought several new shirt, he said. And I got you this. He handed Caleb a simple cloth-wrapped bundle. Caleb raised an eyebrow and unwrapped it to reveal some gun oils, 2 packs of cigarette, and a soft bristled brush. Jasper, you've done a lot, the boy said, not meeting his eyes. I just wanted to say thanks. Caleb smiled, touched more than he let show. You're welcome, Jasper. But I'm still making you run laps and doing the morning exercise tomorrow. Jasper laughed and nodded. Deal. The sun dipped low over the rooftops of Valentine, painting the wooden buildings in warm hues of orange and gold as the evening breeze carried the scent of smoke, stew, and horse sweat through the streets. Caleb and Jasper sat at a corner table in the saloon, the place lively but not quite rowdy yet, filled with miners, cowboys, and a few off-duty deputies nursing drinks. The barkeep brought over their meals, 2 steaming bowls of beef stew with thick cuts of potato and carrot, and a bottle of beer each, clinking down on the table with a practiced hand. "Man, this smells so good," Jasper said, already digging in like he hadn't eaten in days. "Hard work builds an appetite," Caleb replied, sipping his beer before scooping up a spoonful of stew. "And you earned it today." They ate in companionable silence for a while, letting the comfort of warm food and cold drink settle in. Around them, the saloon's piano man began playing a light-hearted tune, and laughter rolled from the far end of the bar. Caleb leaned back in his chair with a satisfied sigh, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. After they finished their meal, Caleb paid for both their dinners, $5 apiece, a fair price for good food and better beer. Jasper thanked him again before heading out, saying he'd stop by the hitching post to check on Morgan and Stark, then he will go back to his room at the hotel for the night to take a rest. Caleb, meanwhile, made his way toward the doctor's office to get his shoulder checked out. The wound from the gunfight near Cattail Pond had been stitched up a few days back. With the help of his skill it had healed up pretty fast, but the last thing he needed was an infection could happen, so he wanted to check it out. The doctor's office was tucked between the saloon and the sheriff's office, its black and white painted sign creaking in the wind. Caleb stepped inside to find Doc Calloway adjusting his spectacles and scribbling something in a ledger. The older man looked up and gave a nod. "Back for a follow-up, I reckon." "Yeah, want to make sure it's healin' right." "Alright, go to the back room, take your shirt off, and sit at the chair there." Doc pointed to the examination room they go to before. Caleb goes to the room, eased his coat and shirt off, mindful of his left shoulder, and sat down. Calloway washed his hands and then carefully unwrapped the bandage. His brow lifted the moment the wound was exposed. "Well, I'll be damned," Calloway muttered, probing the healing wound with surprisingly gentle fingers. "This should have taken weeks to close up, not days." He squinted at Caleb. "You ain't been putting some Indian poultice on this, have you?" Caleb shook his head. "Just kept it clean like you said." Calloway grunted, applying fresh gauze. "Whatever you're doing, keep at it. Wounds healing straight and clean. No swelling, no redness. Looks like your body's stitching itself together like it's in a hurry." "Huh," Caleb murmured, filing that information away. It looks like the effect of his physical regeneration skill, even if it was still level 0, was pretty good. He wondered what would happen if it reached max level. The doctor hummed, prodding gently at the skin around the stitches. "You'll likely be fully healed in another 2 days, give or take. Still, don't go liftin', wagons or gettin' in fistfights. Give the muscle time to firm up proper." "Got it. I'll take it easy." Doc Calloway then secured the bandage with practiced efficiency and stepped back. $2 for the checkup fee. Caleb handed over the cash without complaint and buttoned his shirt back up, the familiar tug of fabric against his skin reminding him to move cautiously. When he stepped outside into the golden haze of early evening, the town had taken on that strange blend of calm and energy that settled over places like Valentine, where anything could happen, but nothing seemed urgent just yet. That was when he saw them. Arthur Morgan rode into town on his familiar horse, brown coat dusty from the road, and hitched the reins to the post near the saloon. Following close behind him was a younger black man on a bay-colored horse, his posture alert but relaxed. Caleb recognized him immediately from his memories of the game. Lenny Summers. So this was the last gang member he hadn't met yet, aside from Micah Bell, who, if Caleb's memory and the timing were right, had just been arrested in Strawberry after drunkenly killing someone he called a friend. And now Arthur had brought Lenny to Valentine, most likely to take the edge off that event, under Dutch's orders. It was here, at this very moment in the story, that Lenny would get properly sloshed at the saloon in one of the funniest missions Caleb remembered. But Caleb had another thought nagging at the edge of his mind. Micah's in jail right now. Still a few weeks from Guarma. Hasn't ratted yet, but, what if I killed him now? What would change? Could I stop all that pain before it happens? He was still mulling that over when he strode over toward Arthur and Lenny. He gave a small smirk as he called out, loud enough for only the both of them to hear. "MT Tacitus Kilgore. I didn't expect to see you here in town." Arthur turned sharply, one hand drifting toward his holster before his eyes landed on Caleb. A surprised chuckle escaped him. Name Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $665.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 61.59. The Caleb version of Lenny. PT1. He was still mulling that over when he strode over toward Arthur and Lenny. He gave a small smirk as he called out, loud enough for only the both of them to hear. "MT Tacitus Kilgore. I didn't expect to see you here in town." Arthur turned sharply, one hand drifting toward his holster before his eyes landed on Caleb. A surprised chuckle escaped him. Arthur's head snapped up, hand twitching toward his revolver before recognition smoothed his features. "God damn it, boy. Don't go sneaking up on folk like that." He grinned, tipping his hat back. "What brings you to town?" Lenny, who had started to tense beside Arthur, looked at Caleb with suspicion, knitting his brow, and then leaned toward Arthur to whisper, "Who the hell is this guy, Arthur?" Arthur scratched his jaw. "Right, I forget you two never met. Lenny, this here's Caleb Thorne, newest member of the gang. Dutch invited him in a little while back, when you and Micah were off scouting. He had helped me and the gang when we come to Valentine for the first time and when we had a saloon brawl. Caleb, this here's Lenny Summers, our youngest rider in the gang." Lenny blinked, his suspicion giving way to curiosity. "Ah, that explains it. Dutch don't usually bring in new folks unless there's a damn good reason." Caleb offered his hand with a small grin. "Caleb Thorne, good to finally meet you." "Lenny Summers," he replied, shaking his hand firmly. "Arthur had told me about his first visit on Valentine. So you helped Arthur and the girls, huh?" "Had my hands full, yeah. That was a wild day." Arthur chuckled again. "Could say that twice. Caleb here's sharp with his gun and rifle, decent with a horse, and smart enough to not speak things we shouldn't speak. I trusts him." "High praise," Lenny said, eyebrows raised. "Only, 'cause I haven't caused any trouble yet," Caleb added. They shared a few more words before Arthur patted Lenny on the shoulder. "Come on, let's get that drink Dutch told you to have. You comin', Caleb?" Caleb considered it for a second. The opportunity to follow Arthur and Lenny into the saloon during that mission was almost too tempting to pass up. But his mind circled back to Micah. That bastard was in jail right now. What if this was the best chance he had to end things before they ever spiraled? His thoughts were focused. Strawberry ain't far. If I leave by morning, I can be there in a day. Maybe a day and a half if I take it easy on Morgan. If I time it right, I could kill Micah and disappear before anyone knows. But killing Micah could change everything or it could backfire in ways he couldn't predict. Still, it was tempting. Caleb was still lost in thought, weighing the consequences of a preemptive strike against Micah, when a hand waved suddenly in front of his face. "Hello, Earth to Caleb, you in there?" Arthur's voice cut in, laced with amusement. Caleb blinked and came back to the present. "Huh, sorry Arthur, what did you just say?" Arthur chuckled and shook his head, exchanging an amused glance with Lenny. "I asked if you were comin' with us for that drink Dutch told Lenny to have. You know, unwind a little. Ain't got anywhere to be, do ya?" The opportunity to witness and potentially participate this iconic mission from the game warred with Caleb's desire to deal with Micah. But changing the timeline was a delicate thing, and also he couldn't risk missing this chance to strengthen bonds with Lenny and Arthur. Caleb rubbed the back of his neck, acting like he was still a little embarrassed at zoning out. "Right, sorry. Got caught up in my own head there for a moment." He glanced between Arthur and Lenny. "I don't got anything better to do right now. And hell, someone's gotta keep an eye on you two in case things get out of hand." Arthur grinned and patted him on the back. "Now you're talking. Come on." Lenny held up a finger with mock solemnity. "I ain't gettin' drunk, though. Just one or two, and that's it." Caleb nearly choked on his own spit. The sheer irony of that statement, knowing how this night would unfold, made his shoulders shake with suppressed laughter. Famous last words, Lenny. As they stepped through the batwing doors, Caleb noticed it was more packed, tighter than a cattle car, than the last time he'd been here with Jasper in the afternoon when they had some lunch. Men crowded around tables, cards being slapped down, laughter and curses rising and falling like waves. The air thick with tobacco smoke and the sour tang of spilled beer. A piano player hammered out an off-key rendition of "Oh My Darling, Clementine," while a group of ranchers arm wrestled in the corner. Caleb followed Arthur's broad back as the older man carved a path to the bar, Lenny close behind. Arthur and Caleb gently nudged two patrons who were leaning against the bar to step aside. After a bit of grumbling, they moved off, clearing space for the three of them to lean in with Caleb to the left, Lenny in the middle, and Arthur on the right beside another rough-looking local sipping from a bottle of beer. Arthur tossed a few coins onto the bar, signaling for service. Lenny leaned toward Arthur, voice raised over the noise. "Just one or two, right, Arthur?" "Of course," Arthur said with his eyes on the bar and exaggerated innocence. "Just a drink. No big drama." Caleb almost snorted out loud and almost bit the inside of his cheek to keep from laughing. The script was playing out exactly as he remembered from the game. He knew what was coming, and despite everything he'd been through, he couldn't help but smile. This was too good to pass up. Shaking his head, he muttered under his breath, "Sure, no drama." "You." Mr. Douglas's eyes narrowed at Arthur as he approached the three of them. "I don't want no trouble." Arthur spread his hands. "And you'll get none from me. I was defending myself last time." Mr. Douglas looked skeptical. "Tommy, he'll be fine," Arthur interrupted, tossing a coin that Mr. Douglas caught reflexively. "Here, have one for yourself as well." Mr. Douglas was happy hearing that, pocketed the coin with a happy nod. Thank you. 3 beers coming up. Mr. Douglas takes 3 bottles of beers from below of his bar, and put it in the table for the 3 of them. Caleb picked up his bottle and clinked it gently against Lenny's and Arthur's. To no drama. Arthur laughed. You're never gonna let that go, huh? Nope. They all took a swig. After a hearty swig, the warm beer sloshing down and settling warm in his gut, Caleb leaned one elbow against the bar, letting the hum of the saloon settle over him. The 3 of them stood comfortably shoulder to shoulder, each with a bottle in hand. The moment almost felt peaceful, until Lenny broke it with his words. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and frowned, his earlier suspicion creeping back into his tone. Micah, he seems to know too many people, Lenny muttered, shaking his head. That's the problem. Arthur, who had just brought his bottle to his lips, paused, then lowered it with a grunt, his brow furrowing. What do you mean? Caleb saw the opportunity and seized it with the most innocent tone he could muster, feigning ignorance. Oh yeah, by the way, who is this Micah? He tilted his head, playing the part of a man who'd never heard the name before until Arthur just told him when he met with him and Lenny. Lenny opened his mouth to answer Arthur's question, but Arthur raised a hand and beat him to it, his voice laced with disdain. Micah Bell's the last member of the gang you ain't met yet. The bastard who got himself locked up after causing trouble while scouting, with Lenny here. He took another swig, his grip tightening slightly on the bottle. In my opinion, he's a worth nothing compared to the trouble he'd bring. Snake with a silver tongue, better off rotting in that cell. But Dutch wants him back, so. He trailed off with a shrug. Caleb gave a slow, thoughtful nod, eyes narrowed slightly as if trying to piece together this Micah figure for the first time. He kept up the act with ease. Well, if he's anything like what you just said, Arthur, then I already share your opinion. Sounds like someone who causes more problems than he's worth. He shot Lenny an apologetic glance. Sorry, Lenny, I didn't mean to cut you off before. Go on. Lenny waved him off. Nah, it's fine. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. Anyway, what I meant was, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff, but Micah. Just as Caleb remembered from the game, as Lenny finished his sentence, the man to Arthur's right, the rough-looking drunk who'd been sipping quietly from a beer, suddenly leaned closer and slurred in a mockingly loud voice, I seen a lot of crazy stuff. Arthur's jaw tensed. He slowly turned his head toward the man, eyes narrowing beneath the brim of his hat. Will you shut up? Before turning to face forward. The drunk blinked, then grinned as if pleased with himself. Will you shoo it up? He parried back in the same obnoxious, sing-song tone. Arthur's jaws tightened and he snorted. Be quiet, buddy. The drunkard threw his head back, burst out laughing, his voice grating and ugly. They're dullards. My lord, you men is dull. He cackled again, wiping his mouth with a grimy sleeve, then slapped the bar, nearly knocking over his beer bottle. Lenny sighed, leaned in, and nudged Arthur. Just leave this fool alone, Arthur. The man, now swaying slightly on his feet, grinned at Lenny. Leave this fool alone, Arthur. The man mimicked immediately like a parrot with a bad attitude, before adding with a dramatic flourish, people been leaving me alone for the last 10 years. Caleb knew where this could go. He remembered clearly that in the game, Arthur had the option to intimidate, beat up, or charm the man. Here, in the flesh and blood world, the risk of escalation was real, and Micah's name had already soured the air. Tension was raising fast and Caleb wasn't about to let things escalate unnecessarily. Before Arthur could react, Caleb stepped around Lenny, and angling himself between Arthur and the drunk, just enough to draw the man's attention without making it seem too aggressive. Listen, Caleb said coolly, voice low and even. Why don't you go find somewhere else to be, friend? We're just trying to have a quiet drink. The drunk's glazed eyes slid over to him, blinking as he registered the new face. And who the hell are you supposed to be? Caleb took a slow sip from his beer, then smiled with zero warmth. Name's Caleb Thorne. Nobody important. The name hit like a thrown brick for the man. The drunk's expression shifted subtly, his bleary bloodshot eyes narrowing as recognition stirred. Caleb Thorne. He repeated. Then it clicked. You the one who took down Drew Dallas. Caleb gave a slow shrug, saying nothing more, letting the silence answer for him. The drunk blanched a bit, his confidence slipping. He muttered something under his breath, turned his shoulder, and backed away nearly tripping over his own feet as he retreated into the crowd. Arthur watched him go, then turned to Caleb with an amused smirk. Well, that was easier than I expected. Guess your name's startin' to carry a bit of weight round here. Lenny chuckled. Yeah, that was smooth. Thought we was gonna have to peel that guy off the floor. Caleb returned back to his position, leaned forward against the bar again, putting his bottle of beer into the bar. Sometimes it's not about how loud you bark. It's about what folks think you'll do if they push the wrong button. Name Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse Mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle Eye, LVL1. Dead Eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain Nullifier, LVL1. Physical Regeneration, LVL0. Money, $665.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 62-60. The Caleb version of Lenny. PT2. Caleb returned back to his position, leaned forward against the bar again, putting his bottle of beer into the bar. Sometimes it's not about how loud you bark. It's about what folks think you'll do if they push the wrong button. Lenny chuckled. Either that or word gets around fast when you're the one who put Drew Dallas in the ground, even though I don't know who he was. Caleb shrugged, feigning modesty. Just saved the law some bullets. Arthur laughed and slapped his hand onto the bar. Either way, I ain't complainin'. Saved me the trouble of knockin' his teeth out. I'll drink to that. They returned to their drinks, the atmosphere lighter now. Lenny took another sip, then sighed. Still, Micah, Dutch ain't usually wrong about people, but, Arthur prodded. Lenny hesitated, then shook his head. Nothin'. Just, be careful when you go get him, Arthur. Arthur grunted. Oh, I plan to be. Caleb stayed quiet, swirling his beer. His earlier thoughts about riding to Strawberry resurfaced. If Arthur was already planning to break Micah out, that changed things. Killing Micah now would mean going against Dutch's orders outright, something that could get him cast out or worse. As Caleb was thinking, his mind juggling possibilities like poker chips in the hands of a desperate gambler, he heard Arthur speak up beside him, his voice tinged with warmth and mischief. Let's have one last drink, Arthur said, lifting his half-empty bottle of beer and looking between Lenny and Caleb with a half-grin. Lenny, already a little flushed and swaying just slightly, chuckled and raised his own bottle. Yeah, just one more, he agreed, his tone carrying the unspoken promise that it wouldn't be just one. The two clinked their bottles together, and Caleb sighed and chuckled at the same time, a tired but amused sound. To hell with it, he muttered with a smirk, lifting his bottle and clinking it gently against theirs. Last one. The three of them toasted in loose unison, the clink of glass the beginning of what Caleb already knew would be a chaotic night. Arthur downed his beer in one go, slamming the empty bottle onto the counter. Bartender. Another round. The rest of the evening unfolded exactly as what Caleb remembered from the game, equal parts funny, chaotic, and wildly unpredictable. Arthur and Lenny bought another round of beers, their enthusiasm contagious. Caleb nursed his first bottle still, not in any rush to match their pace. The night was still young, and he had no intention of drinking himself into a stupor, not when he knew exactly how this night ended. But watching it happen in real time, that was something else entirely. Another round followed, then another. Caleb just watched as Arthur and Lenny slowly descended into the stages of intoxicated merriment. Eventually, they made the switch, beer turned to whiskey. The two outlaw brothers, comrades in arms, now comrades in drink, moved from the bar to an empty table. Caleb followed, dragging a chair around and settling in beside them. Lenny sloshed whiskey into his glass, missing some of it. Arthur, you're a terrible influence. Arthur barked a laugh. Me, you're the one keepin' up. Caleb smirked, finally cracking open his second beer. Pretty sure you're both disasters. Here's to friends, Arthur mumbled, lifting his glass after pouring some whiskey on it. And no goddamn Micah tonight. To no Micah, Lenny agreed, slurring slightly. And no law dogs neither. Caleb gave a half smile, raising his bottle instead of a glass. I'll drink to that. They went on, Arthur and Lenny polishing off a full bottle of whiskey together, their words becoming looser, their laughter louder. Caleb was sipping his second bottle of beer slowly as he watched the show unfold with amused detachment. He was here, but not lost in it like them, an observer with a front row seat to a scene burned into his gamer memory. Eventually, the two stood up well, staggered up and grabbed another beer each. Caleb didn't follow this time. He leaned back in his chair, watching as Arthur and Lenny took their new drinks and flopped down on the bottom steps of the saloon staircase, lying on their backs like overturned turtles as they drank their beer. Arthur held his beer above his face, pouring it directly into his mouth and mostly onto his shirt. Lenny copied him, coughing when he inhaled half of it. Then the two of them lifted their bottles again, and emptied them in a single go, their faces twisted in grimaces as the alcohol burned down their throats. Arthur let out a loud, theatrical exhale. Now that's good, he declared, voice half hoarse. Burns like fire, Lenny croaked. Good fire. Caleb seeing this laugh and pinched the bridge of his nose at the same time. Christ. The two of them pulled themselves back to their feet and wandered over to where the piano man was playing a lively ragtime tune. The pianist, a wiry man with suspenders and a worn cap, glanced briefly at them but didn't miss a note. Arthur clapped the top of the piano in rhythm, laughing as he bobbed his head along with the tune. That's great, partner. Arthur said, giving the pianist a hearty slap on the shoulder. Keep it goin', you got the whole place jumpin'. The pianist nodded his head, thanking Arthur for his kind words. Caleb couldn't help but grin. This was exactly how it played out. The saloon bathed in amber light, the piano belting out a cheerful tune, Arthur's loud antics, Lenny's disappearing act. He put his elbows on the table in front of him, sipping his beer and watching. Sure enough, Lenny began to wander off, disappearing from Arthur's side like a ghost in the night. Caleb didn't move. He knew what came next, and damn if it wasn't still funny. Arthur was still looking at the pianist, and when turned back to look at Lenny, he realized that his partner in crime was no longer beside him. He turned slowly, confusion on his face. "Lenny!" Arthur called out, glancing left and right. "Lenny, where are you?" He pushed through the crowd, gently nudging aside a drunk patron. "You seen a black feller I was with? 'Bout this tall, loud, drunk?" "Nope," came the reply. Arthur moved on, staggered forward, bellowing, "Lenny! Lenny, where are you?" Caleb let out a low laugh, shaking his head. "And here we go." Arthur kept it up, wandering from table to table, shouting Lenny's name, peering into faces as if one of them might be wearing a Lenny disguise. Arthur's search grew increasingly absurd. He checked under tables, behind the bar, causing Mr. Douglas to shout at him, "Ain't hidin' back here, mister." And even peered into a potted plant like Lenny might have shrunk to the size of a squirrel. When he got no answers on the first floor, he stomped upstairs, still yelling, "Lenny, come on now, quit messin' around." Caleb finished his second beer and finally stood up. He didn't go looking, just leaned on the bar to get a better view of the second floor. The patrons up there gave Arthur confused and sometimes annoyed looks, but none of them stopped him. Then he saw Lenny, standing on the second floor's balcony, a glass in hand, looking down at the saloon with glazed eyes and a big grin. "Hey Arthur!" he called out, lifting the glass high like it was a trophy. "You know what? I don't know." Arthur joined him at the railing, half laughing, half exasperated. "There you are, you little drunk bastard," he beamed. Then the glass slipped from Lenny's head where he'd perched it, falling over the railing. Both men reached out like they could catch it, but it was too late. It crashed below, shattering, making a couple of patrons glance upward in alarm. Arthur and Lenny just laughed like kids breaking a window. They went right back to drinking, another bottle of beer each. Then another. Caleb leaned against a pillar now, just watching, his grin wide. This was his favorite part, his favorite damn scene. Arthur was suddenly bouncing up and down like a child who had too much sugar, arms flailing loosely as he hopped in place and his boots thudding against the floorboards as he hooped. Lenny, equally drunk, began pounding his chest with one of his fists, letting out a wordless cry like a gorilla in the jungle while coughing. The two of them danced in their own worlds, oblivious to everything else. Caleb burst out laughing. "Oh my God," he muttered. "It's exactly the same." To anyone else, it looked like madness. But to Caleb, it was a memory come to life. A surreal, immersive echo of a game that he used to play lovingly, scene that he could only hope to enjoy in game, but now he can enjoy it real life. As he thought so, Caleb saw Lenny slipping away from Arthur once again and heading downstairs to the bar, wobbling slightly as he held the railing for balance. Alright, time to intervene before they drink Valentine dry. Caleb waited for Lenny as he leaned on the bar counter, watching at Lenny, who made his way over, and intercepting him just as he reached the bar counter. Lenny leaned heavily on the bar, grinning like a fool, and waved at Mr. Douglas. "Bartender. Another glace that, the brown fire stuff." Before Mr. Douglas could respond, Caleb stepped in and placed a steadying hand on Lenny's shoulder. "Whoa there, Lenny," he said with a half smile, guiding the glass out of Lenny's reach. "I think you've had enough." Lenny pouted, his eyebrows knitting together in drunken offense. "Oh come on, Caleb, hick, just one more. Just, one lil more." His words slurred together like molasses. Caleb chuckled but shook his head. "No, Lenny, you've already had enough. I think Dutch wouldn't want us attracting more attention than we already did last time with that saloon brawl." Lenny, despite his inebriated state, seemed to register the mention of Dutch and the previous trouble. He sighed dramatically, a sound thick with whiskey fumes. All right, he conceded, leaning heavily on the bar. Just then, Arthur's voice boomed from upstairs, "Lenny, where you at?" Followed by the thunder of boots stomping across the second-floor landing. Unlike in the game, where Lenny was preoccupied with fending off two men, his path unblocked now, he drunkenly shouted back, "Down here, Arthur. I'm with Caleb at the bar." Caleb smirked. Good. No fight, no mess. But fate, it seemed, had a different kind of chaos in store. As Lenny turned, intending to wave at Arthur, he staggered and clumsily bumped into a burly man standing beside him. The man, who was carefully holding a full glass of amber whiskey, cursed as the liquid sloshed over his hand and onto his expensive-looking vest. "Silence. Watch it, you clumsy oaf." The man growled, glaring at Lenny. His equally large companion stepped closer, his eyes narrowed. Lenny, in his drunken haze, simply giggled. "Oops, sorry, mister." He slurred, his apology laced with far too much mirth. This only served to further infuriate the two men. "Sorry ain't gonna cut it, you little pest," the first man said, reaching out to grab Lenny's arm. His friend mirrored the action on Lenny's other side. They clearly intended to teach him a lesson. Lenny, surprisingly agile despite his intoxication, managed to slip out of their grasp with a surprised yelp. Caleb, seeing the situation escalate, quickly stepped between Lenny and the two angry patrons, raising his hands in a placating gesture. Caleb stepped between them, hands raised. "Gentlemen, I apologize for my friend, he didn't mean it. Just a drunk accident. No harm intended." The first man shoved Caleb back. "Ain't your business, stranger." It was then Arthur appeared at the foot of the stairs like an avenging drunk angel, his hat crooked, his glare lethal. "Leave the kid and the young man alone," Arthur snarled, pointing his finger at them. "You goddamn animals." He roared, his voice echoing through the saloon. Name Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $665.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 63-61. Different drunken ending. It was then Arthur appeared at the foot of the stairs like an avenging drunk angel, his hat crooked, his glare lethal. "Leave the kid and the young man alone," Arthur snarled, pointing his finger at them. "You goddamn animals." He roared, his voice echoing through the saloon. The first man turned his attention from Caleb to Arthur, his face contorted in disbelief and anger. "Who the hell do you think you're talking to?" He spat. Arthur continued his descent, his eyes locked on the two men. He stopped on the last few steps and said, his voice deceptively quiet, "Nobody. I'm talking to nobody." The man's face flushed crimson. "What did you say, mister?" he demanded, taking a menacing step forward. Arthur, never one to back down from a confrontation, yelled back, "What?" "I said, what did you say, mister?" The man repeated, his fists clenching. Arthur responded by pointing a finger at the man and saying with a dangerous edge to his voice, "Get lost, buddy." The second man, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up, his voice thick with menace. "Shut up, mister." The first man nodded in agreement. "Yeah, shut up, mister." Caleb braced himself. This was it. The prelude to a brawl that turned into a line dance, just like in the game. He tensed, ready to defend his Arthur and Lenny, in case it doesn't go out according to the scenario in the game. But then, something that he expected and not expected happened at the same time. Instead of throwing punches, the first man suddenly took a step back and began to sway slightly. A strange grin spread across his face. His friend mirrored his expression. Then, the first man started to lift his legs in a jerky, exaggerated fashion, mimicking some kind of bizarre dance step. His friend followed suit, his movements equally uncoordinated and comical. A ripple of confusion went through the nearby patrons. What in the world was going on? And then, it started. Others, caught up in the strange energy of the moment, began to join in. A drunken jig, a spontaneous eruption of bizarre movement, took over a section of the saloon floor. Legs kicked out, arms flailed, and laughter filled the air. Caleb stared in bewildered amusement. This wasn't a brawl. This was something else entirely. And then, he saw him. Mr. Douglas, the usually stoic and perpetually grumpy owner of the saloon, his face surprisingly animated, was also participating in the ridiculous dance just like in the game. He lifted his legs with surprising enthusiasm, a wide, almost manic grin plastered across his face. Caleb pinched the bridge of his nose, a disbelieving chuckle escaping his lips. "No freakin' way," he muttered. The line dancing scene, the one he thought he had inadvertently prevented, was happening anyway, unfolding in an even more surreal and unexpected manner. Arthur and Lenny, completely oblivious to the near fight they had instigated, were now enthusiastically joining the impromptu dance, their movements even more exaggerated and offbeat than the others. Lenny let out a whoop of pure, unadulterated drunken joy as he nearly tripped over his own feet. Arthur roared with laughter, his booming voice adding to the cacophony. Caleb simply leaned against the bar, shaking his head and a wide grin spreading across his face. This was better than he could have imagined. The sheer absurdity of the situation, the way a potential conflict had devolved into this chaotic, hilarious display, was truly something to behold, as the game scene doesn't show the transition but on the line dance. He watched as the drunken revelry continued, the line dance becoming increasingly intricate and nonsensical. People bumped into each other, stumbled, and erupted in fits of laughter. The piano player, seemingly unfazed by the sudden shift in the saloon's atmosphere, kept playing his lively ragtime tune, the music somehow perfectly soundtracking the bizarre spectacle. Caleb took a slow sip of his beer, the amber liquid tasting particularly good in this moment of unexpected levity. He had come here tonight with a plan, a mission to gather information and potentially eliminate a threat. But instead, he was witnessing a scene of pure, unadulterated chaos and drunken camaraderie. He glanced at Arthur and Lenny, who were now attempting some kind of synchronized kick, their efforts ending in a tangle of limbs and a burst of laughter. They were completely lost in the moment, their worries and the dangers of their outlaw life momentarily forgotten in the haze of alcohol and the absurdity of the dance. A strange sense of warmth spread through Caleb. Despite the inherent danger of their situation, there were moments like these, fleeting glimpses of joy and camaraderie, that bound them together. Moments that reminded them of their shared humanity, even in the midst of violence and desperation. He knew that the night was far from over. Arthur was still intent on breaking Micah Bell out of jail, a decision that could have serious consequences, and Caleb still had to decide what decision he would make. But for now, he allowed himself to simply enjoy the spectacle, the unexpected twist in the familiar narrative. The world of Red Dead Redemption 2, it seemed, still had the capacity to surprise him, even in the most familiar of scenes. The revelry died down slowly, like embers cooling after a blaze. One by one, the dancers staggered back to their seats or leaned against nearby furniture, catching their breath amid drunken chuckles and flushed cheeks. Even Arthur and Lenny, red-faced and winded from their chaotic footwork, began to show signs of winding down, though not entirely. Another round. Arthur bellowed, swaying slightly, but his enthusiasm undimmed. Lenny echoed his sentiment with a cheerful, if somewhat slurred, "Yeah, another one." "I wanted to drink a beer," Lenny continued breathlessly, raising a hand toward the bar like a sailor saluting a distant lighthouse. Arthur let out a hiccuping laugh, nearly tripping over a chair. "Whiskey for me," he slurred, making a half-hearted attempt to head back in the direction of the bartender. Caleb intercepted them with the practiced ease of a man who'd wrangled drunk friends before. "All right, you two," he said, wedging himself between them and the bar. "That's enough drinking for one night. Trust me." Arthur blinked at him, swaying slightly. "What are you talking about, Caleb? We're just getting started." Lenny, leaning heavily on Arthur, chimed in with a pleading whine. "Come on, Caleb, just one more, hiccup, for the road." "Exactly why it needs to end, Arthur and co can do, Lenny," Caleb said, half chuckling, half serious. "I've seen how that story ends, and it ain't pretty. Next thing you know, one of you's passed out in a pigpen and the other is missing his boots." Lenny frowned, then shrugged. "Well, that sounds about right." Arthur muttered something unintelligible and looked away, either embarrassed or too far gone to argue. Caleb turned to the bar and waved over Mr. Douglas, the still giddy saloon owner who was wiping down a glass, looking as if he'd just remembered what fun felt like after years of grumpiness. He then caught Mr. Douglas's eye and, with a polite nod, said, "Mr. Douglas, could you please put their tab under the name of Mr. Tacitus Kilgore?" He gestured towards Arthur with a wry smile. Mr. Douglas, after a moment of processing, simply nodded. "Tacitus Kilgore," he repeated, making a note on a piece of paper. "Right. Thank you, Mr." Caleb said, offering a small, genuine smile. He then turned back to his two increasingly disgruntled companions. "Come on, you two. Let's get you somewhere you can sleep it off." Guiding Arthur and Lenny out of the saloon proved to be a task in itself, less like escorting and more like corralling a pair of oversized toddlers. Lenny was mostly pliable, albeit prone to sudden bursts of drunken singing and declarations of undying friendship towards a nearby lamppost. Arthur, however, was a more significant challenge. His jovial mood had taken a stubborn turn, and he insisted that he was perfectly capable of having just one more little drink. Despite the flailing and staggering, the protest and clumsy resistance, Caleb managed to shepherd them across the street to the hotel. The clerk, a lanky young man with a bored expression, looked up from his ledger as they entered. "X1 room. One night. 2 people, Caleb said, reaching into his pocket and handing over $1. The clerk raised an eyebrow at the condition of the pair behind him, but said nothing. He simply handed over a key and gestured toward the stairs. "2nd floor. 3rd door on the left." Caleb nodded his thanks and began the exhausting task of hauling the pair up the narrow staircase. Getting Arthur and Lenny upstairs was an ordeal worthy of Greek myth. Lenny was bit easier, even with him kept giggling and the awkward way he leaned against Caleb's left side, his weight manageable enough not to aggravate Caleb's healing injury too much, but Arthur was a different story. His larger frame built like a brick wall and surprising bursts of drunken energy made him a wobbly, unpredictable load. Caleb had to use every ounce of strength he had to keep Arthur upright, muttering under his breath about needing 2 days of recovery after this. After several bumped elbows, nearly falling backward once, and Arthur loudly complaining about the stairs being too steep for civilized folk, they reached the room. By the time Caleb brought them inside, he was sweating and out of breath. He helped both of them to the bed. Lenny flopped like a sack of potatoes, snoring almost immediately, while Arthur mumbled something about Micah and a bucket of stew before drifting off with a dramatic sigh. Caleb found a scrap of paper from Arthur's satchel and quickly scrawled a note. "Brought you both here. 1 night stay, already paid. My room is down the hall, Caleb." He left it on the table and gave the room one last glance, ensuring they weren't about to choke on their own tongues or stumble back into the hallway. Satisfied, he gently closed the door behind him and trudged down the hallway to his own room. The second he entered, he kicked the door closed, collapsed onto the bed, and didn't even bother to take off his boots. His shoulders ached, his arms throbbed, and the dull throb in his left shoulder, aggravated from Lenny's weight, throbbed like a warning drum. But despite the pain, Caleb couldn't help the smile that spread across his lips. Worth it, he thought. Sleep claimed him in seconds. The next morning arrived rudely, courtesy of loud, persistent knocking. Bang, bang, bang. Caleb, you alive in there? Arthur's voice carried through the door. Caleb groaned and rubbed the sleep from his eyes, the dream he'd been having about winning a poker tournament in St. Denis and win $1,000 evaporating like mist. He sat up, boots still on, and shuffled over to the door, dragging himself upright, wincing at the protest from every muscle. When he opened it, Arthur's squinting, hungover face filled the doorway. Lenny stood beside him, rubbing his temples like he was trying to press the headache out through his skull. Ugh, good mornin', Caleb, Arthur groaned, his voice thick with the residue of beer and whiskey. Morning, Caleb. Lenny offered a weak, shaky smile. Two of you look like death's left boot, Caleb said with a smirk. Arthur chuckled dryly, holding his forehead. Feels like it too. Lenny groaned beside him. I think I swallowed a tumbleweed. Caleb chuckled, stepped aside, and motioned for the two of them to come in. They did, gingerly, each moving like their bones were made of glass. Thanks, Arthur muttered after sitting on the edge of the bed. For you know, last night, didn't expect to wake up in a bed, much less with boots still on and no black eye. Named Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $664.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 64-62. Decision made and making plans. Caleb chuckled, stepped aside, and motioned for the two of them to come in. They did, gingerly, each moving like their bones were made of glass. Thanks, Arthur muttered after sitting on the edge of the bed. For you know, last night, didn't expect to wake up in a bed, much less with boots still on and no black eye. Lenny grunted in agreement. You really pulled us out of the fire there, Caleb. Caleb grinned and shrugged. Just doing what I should do. We're family, right? Arthur gave him a long look, then nodded. Damn right. Oh, and before I forget, Caleb said, pointing a finger at Arthur, you owe the bar tab. Arthur blinked. Huh. I told Mr. Douglas to put it under the name Tacitus Kilgore. Arthur's groan was pure suffering. Oh, goddammit. Dutch is gonna skin me. Lenny patted his shoulder. Worth it. Caleb leaned against the window frame and grinned wider. Like Lenny said, it was worth it. And don't worry too much, if Dutch really does decide to kill you, me and Lenny will be the ones digging your grave. Proper too. We'll even put up a nice headstone maybe with a little drawing of a whiskey bottle. The morbid humor, delivered with Caleb's easygoing grin, that did it. Both Arthur and Lenny let out dry chuckles, just brief, ragged sounds, but it was enough to trigger the demons pounding inside their skulls. Their laughter twisted into groans, shoulders hunching in tandem, eyes squinting shut as the throbbing in their heads intensified. Arthur held his temple as his head throbbed. Jesus, don't make me laugh. Lenny, clutching his temples, muttered, feels like my brain's trying to punch its way out my skull. Caleb couldn't help but laugh then, a short, clean burst. It's bad, huh? The headache. Arthur gave him a murderous look through one cracked eye. Like somebody's using my skull as a drum. Lenny slouched further into the bed frame, muttering something that sounded like, kill me now. Yeah, I know the feeling, Caleb said, scratching his temple. Hold on. A flicker of memory danced in the back of his mind, past life memory, LVL max, coming in clutch. He remembered an old night back in his previous world, some bad vodka, a failed party, and him googling hangover remedies while cradling a toilet bowl. Several things had stuck and one of them was ginseng. You can peel it, slice it, and chew it. Said to help with hangovers due to its antioxidants and all that jazz. American ginseng. Alaskan too. He remembered there were variations growing around in the game. Actually, he said slowly, acting like the idea had just popped up. I heard somewhere, you can try chewing on some ginseng. Peel it and chew a little. Heard it helps with headaches and general misery. Arthur gave him a sidelong glance. Ginseng? Where'd you hear that? Caleb shrugged. Somewhere. Some traveler passing through Valentine said it worked wonders. Figured it can't hurt, right? Lenny groaned and forced himself upright. General store should have some. Or maybe the doctor's office. If it gets rid of this headache, I'll buy the whole damn plant. Arthur grumbled as he stood. If it doesn't work, I'm coming back and shootin' that traveler. Caleb waved them toward the door. Go on, get some. And get water while you're at it. I'll be here, enjoying the quiet. With some muttered curses and shuffling feet, the two hungover outlaws made their way out, heading toward the general store in search of salvation. Caleb watched them go, then rolled his shoulders and stretched. His back cracked with a satisfying pop. He'd slept fine. A little sore, sure, but better than those two. After a few minutes of breathing in the morning air filtering through the window, he went downstairs, tossed 25 cents on the hotel clerk's desk, and signed the register for a hot bath. The man nodded and motioned toward the back. The bath was hot, almost too hot at first, but it quickly sank into his bones like comfort incarnate. Caleb leaned back, let the heat wrap around his bruises and aches, and sighed. He soaked until his muscles unknotted. There was something sacred about a good bath in the Wild West. No gunfire, no cold wind, no dirty faces or muddy boots. Just steam, still water, and a few fleeting moments of peace. Afterward, wrapped back into his vaquero outfit that he had let get some wind and steam of the hot bath, boots freshly brushed, he then methodically cleaned his weapons. Each piece was disassembled, oiled, and reassembled with practiced ease. Then he ensures that his twin Schofields were truly cleaned and oiled. The Lancaster repeater glinted in the morning light, barrel pristine, lever smooth. His pump-action shotgun, sturdy and deadly, hung across his back, ready for whatever came his way. By the time he stepped out of the hotel, the sun was high in the sky. He stepped outside just as Arthur and Lenny came riding up on their horses, looking a little less like death warmed over. Lenny was chewing on a peeled ginseng root with a contemplative expression. "There he is," Lenny called out, raising a hand in greeting. "You missed the finest ginseng Valentine has to offer." Arthur scowled from his saddle. "Still tastes like dirt, but headache's fading a little." Caleb chuckled. "Told you. You boys heading back to camp?" Lenny nodded. "Yep. Figured we'd better check in back before Dutch sends a search party, since we never actually planned to sleep in town." Arthur looked Caleb up and down. "You look ready and dandy. Coming with us?" Caleb shook his head. "Nah, still got things to take care of in town. You boys go on ahead. I'll come back later when I'm finished here." Arthur gave a slow nod. "Suit yourself." "Safe ride," Caleb added as they turned their horses. But just as they started to guide their mounts away, Caleb stepped forward and approached them. "Hey, Arthur," he said, voice low, quiet enough that only the two of them could hear. "When you planning to go and save Micah?" Arthur froze. The morning breeze seemed to still for a moment. He didn't look at Caleb right away. Just stared ahead, jaw working, lips pursed. The silence stretched. "Maybe in 3 days," he said finally. "Why, you wanna come?" Caleb kept his expression neutral. "Figured you might need backup, but I got my own business first to handle. We'll see in 3 days." Arthur studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "All right, you sure?" Caleb gave a faint smile. "We'll see in 3 days. Like I said, got things to do." Arthur nodded once, then clicked his tongue to his horse. "All right, see you then." Lenny gave Caleb a lazy salute. "Thanks again for the ginseng idea, and the room, and saving our asses. Don't mention it." With that, the two rode off, leaving Caleb standing in the dusty Valentine Street. Caleb exhaled slowly, watching their figures shrink in the distance. 3 days. 3 days until Arthur would ride to Strawberry. 3 days until Micah Bell, the rat, the traitor, the man who would eventually destroy the gang, was pulled back into the gang like how the plot should be. Caleb's fingers twitched toward his revolver. A decision he hadn't made his mind up from yesterday, and he had decided what to do now. I could ride there now. Strawberry wasn't far. He could ask for direction, then track the direction with his map system, and be there by nightfall. 1 bullet. 1 less problem. But Dutch's orders was clear and absolute. Micah was to be broken out, not left to rot. Going against that would burn every bridge Caleb had built with the gang. And yet, the image of Arthur's grave, lonely and marked, thanks to Charles he could even be buried, in his memories of the game, flashed in his mind. 3 days. Time enough to prepare. With that in mind, Caleb returned to his room in the hotel. The door clicked shut behind him with a soft finality. He took off his hat, the familiar weight lifting from his head, and placed it on the night table beside the bed. The moment he sat down, the springs groaned beneath him, but he barely noticed. His mind was already turning, a swarm of thoughts forming patterns and fragments of plans. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and exhaled through his nose. Killing Micah Bell. Not just out of spite. Not just because of the betrayal. But because of what it meant, what it prevented. Arthur dying in the mountain. Dutch descending into madness. The gang splintering. Sadie turning into a lone ghost of vengeance. John barely making it out alive. Jack growing up with only fading stories. All of it spiraled from the moment Micah Bell rejoined the gang. He had a chance here. A real one. But if he got it wrong, if he botched this, he'd either be swinging from a noose in Strawberry or hunted across the state by every deputy wearing a badge. The most obvious idea was simple. Wait outside the window of the sheriff's office, that window, the one where Micah could be seen glaring out into the street. In the game, that's where Arthur triggered the mission. If Caleb could just get a clean shot through the window with a revolver. But the second he pulled that trigger, the entire damn town would be on him like hornets on a kicked nest. Even with a mask, even with distance, it was too loud, too fast, too risky. And getting away through the open area of Strawberry with the entire population had guns and will go out to investigate after gunfire? No, not without planning an exit route, maybe with his horse already beside him when he shoots and ride away, maybe even a second shooter as a distraction. No, even that was too unstable. He scratched his temple, frustration tugging at his jaw. A knife, maybe? Go the window silent it, lure Micah near the window bars, then jab the blade right through the gaps of the bar, maybe straight to the throat, or the eye socket. Brutal. Quiet. But then what? The other prisoners would shout. The sheriff would come running. Deputies too. Best case, he escapes wounded. Worst case, he gets caught, the gang learns of his betrayal, and he ends up shot between the eyes not by law, but by Dutch himself. It wasn't clean. He needed clean. And then it happened, just a flicker in his mind. That sensation, like a dream being remembered mid-thought. Past life memory, LVL Max, activated, drawing forward a dusty, buried scene from his old world. A YouTube video, he could even hear the narrator's voice, smug and too upbeat, a video he was watching due to his work at the firearms factory. How to make a makeshift suppressor using common household items, warning, for educational purposes only. His eyes widened. Suppressor. But this was 1899. Modern suppressors wouldn't exist for decades. But makeshift ones? His firearms knowledge, LVL2, immediately kicked in, building on the memory with practical application. He could make one. It wouldn't be perfect, it wouldn't turn his Schofield into a whisper, but it could reduce the sound enough to avoid instant panic. Especially if timed with thunder, or during a middle of the midnight when the streets were nearly dead. A suppressor was just an expansion chamber to slow and cool escaping gases. In theory, he could cobble one together with something like a sturdy metal tube or pipe, short enough to fit over a revolver barrel without affecting the front sight. Maybe a rubber padding, leather could do in a pinch. Cloth or wool for stuffing. Some sort of a cap or end plug with venting holes. Some screws, clamps, or straps to keep the thing in place. Name Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL Max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Money, $664.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 65-63. Creating the makeshift suppressor. A/N. I don't really know if what I do makes sense or not in terms of creating a makeshift suppressor and the steps, so I hope for everyone's understanding. Something like a sturdy metal tube or pipe, short enough to fit over a revolver barrel without affecting the front sight. Maybe a rubber padding, or leather could do in a pinch. Cloth or wool for stuffing. Some sort of a cap or end plugs with venting holes. Some screws, clamps, or straps to keep the thing in place. The biggest hurdle? Precision. A bad seal meant back pressure could blow the damn thing apart or worse, his hand. He stood abruptly, mind buzzing. 1.5 days to prototype, test fire, and adapt. 2 if he pushed it. Arthur wasn't always exact with his timing, he could delay, or go early, depending on how Dutch pressed him. Time wasn't on Caleb's side. He crossed the room, opened the drawer, and pulled out a folded scrap of paper and a pencil. He started sketching ideas, notes scribbled in shorthand. 1. A hollow tube like a brass or iron piping from the blacksmith. 2. Baffles, a stacked washers, or mesh. 3. A secure mount which was a threaded adapter to fit his Schofield. 4. Test with a live round outside town, distance fire. Once he had the plan drafted, he pocketed the paper and reached for his coat. He adjusted his gun belt around his waist, positioned his twin Schofields at their holster on his hips, and then grabbed his hat. This might actually work. But there was one final detail to consider. Even with the makeshift suppressor, even with the shot fired at close range from the side of the building, he had to see Micah. Predict his position. In the game, Micah looked out that window only once Arthur got close. Would the same happen here? Would Micah move to the window randomly? He didn't know. Which meant he needed to scout. Caleb made for the door, his boots thudding on the wood floor with purpose now. First stop, the blacksmith store, then the general store. Maybe even ask around the stable for spare scrap metal. After that, ride out west, find a secluded grove, and test fire his invention. He exhaled sharply and stood. No time to waste. Valentine's blacksmith was a burly big man named Fergus, his apron streaked with soot and his forearms scarred from sparks. He squinted at Caleb's request. Iron tubs. I got some offcuts. What you need it for? I want to do some experiment, mister, Caleb said smoothly, handing $1 for him to take. Creating some sort of new sight for a gun. Fergus snorted but took the money. He rummaged around his work area and produced a half-foot-long iron tube, its diameter just wider than a Catman barrel. "This'll do." "Perfect. 2 of those please, mister." Next stop, the general store. Caleb bought a box of assorted washers that he says to repair a wagon and a small roll of fine wire mesh to build a chicken coop patch. Mr. Worth didn't bat an eye and proceeded to take the items for Caleb and said it was $5 in total. Back in his room, Caleb laid out his haul on the bed. 2 iron tubing as the primary chamber, with one he stored just in case of failure in using it. Steel washers for its baffles. Wire mesh for additional sound damping. Spare leather strips from his saddlebag, for sealing. Some gun oil as a lubricant for threading. His hands moved with methodical precision. Using his knife, he carved grooves inside the tube to seat the washers. The mesh was cut into discs and packed between them. A painstaking hour later, he'd assembled a crude but functional baffle stack. The real test came next, fitting it to one of the Cattleman revolvers he had taken from Shea Porter. But it was functional enough for a test. And more importantly, expendable. Caleb unscrewed the revolver's front sight, exposing the barrel threads. With careful strokes of his knife, he notched the iron tube's interior to match. "Please don't explode." He smeared gun oil on the threads and twisted the suppressor into place. It seated snugly, the extra weight tipping the barrel forward slightly. With that, it was finished. He ran a hand over the finished suppressor. It wasn't pretty. The iron tube had minor dents, the seams where washers and mesh stacked were slightly uneven, and the leather straps he'd used for sealing the barrel to tube connection looked rough, but it was tight, secure, and, if the gods of crafting were kind, functional enough to test. The inside was packed with alternating layers of steel washers and discs of fine mesh, all held by tension and friction grooves he'd carved with his hunting knife. He gave it a final twist, locking the assembly in place. The suppressor hugged the barrel just shy of the front sight post, not obstructing aim. It looked mean, improvised, ugly, but something that might have been built in a frontier laboratory by some outlaw tinkerer with too much time and not enough sense. Caleb chuckled at that thought. As he adjusted the final leather strap around the muzzle, pulling it taut with a grunt, something shifted in his peripheral vision. Ding! A soft, ethereal chime echoed in his skull like a memory being pulled from the depths of a dream. His eyes snapped toward the middle of the room. Nothing was there. But inside his head, something bright flared against the black. His system interface blinked open, startling him even though he should have expected it by now. New skill acquired. Crafting, LVL1. Description: due to successfully creating a makeshift suppressor, you have grasped fundamental concepts of crafting and can create primary items easily, with the chances of the result being a perfect creation, 15%. The more you craft items, the higher the perfection chance for that specific item. Increments are small but permanent. This skill will evolve with the diversity and complexity of crafted items. Caleb blinked. Crafting? That was new. He thought skills needed repetition, trials, or guided learning to emerge. But here it was, full level 1, not 0, and all from one single yet functional innovation. He tapped on the skill again, this time inspecting the deeper interface. A simple line graph showed suppressor, improvised logged as the first crafted item under his repertoire. Below that, a faint progress bar hinted at incremental mastery. It was almost like the system remembered his inventions. It didn't reset after failure. Damn right, he murmured with a small, proud grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Looks like I'm the damn Benjamin Franklin of the West. As the grin stayed across Caleb's face, he knew this skill changed everything. Not just for today's mission, this skill could revolutionize his entire approach to survival in this world. The potential applications spun through his mind: concealed weapons, survival gear, and even better explosives. Satisfied, Caleb slipped the revolver with its attached suppressor into his satchel. He strapped his belt tighter around his waist, adjusting the weight of his twin Schofields, then grabbed his coat and hat. Time to test the future. Valentine's streets were still as busy even though the sun began to dip toward the west. The afternoon crowd had come out, mostly folks heading home from the fields, stable hands washing horses, or the exhausted ranchers entering into the saloon. Caleb nodded at a passing farmer and made his way to the hitching post in front of the hotel where Morgan waited. His mare let out a soft huff as Caleb approached. "All right, girl," he said, patting the steed's neck. "Got something new to try. Just you and me." He mounted and clicked his tongue, and Morgan trotted into motion, hooves echoing lightly on the packed dirt. Caleb turned westward, away from the farms and roads, cutting through the thickets behind the stable until the scent of manure and tobacco was long gone. They rode for nearly 30 minutes, weaving through the woods and shallow streams, until Caleb spotted a secluded grove surrounded by tall pines, just west of the Dakota River bend. Perfect. He needed to ensure that his experiment remained a secret for as long as possible. The advantage of possessing such advanced, for this time, technology was immense, both in terms of personal combat effectiveness and potential future opportunities. The thought of the monetary value of such an invention also flickered in his mind, but for now, his focus remained on its immediate application. He dismounted, tying Morgan loosely to a branch, and pulled the Cattleman from his satchel. The suppressor still sat firm on the muzzle. He could feel the weight of it in his hand, unbalanced slightly toward the barrel but not unwieldy. He checked the cylinder. Loaded. He picked a tree 10 paces away, took a breath, raised the gun, and, crack, a muffled pop spat from the revolver, barely louder than a heavy book dropping to the ground. The gun jolted, the recoil tamed by the weight of the suppressor. Smoke leaked slowly from the muzzle end, curling through the tiny holes he'd drilled into the cap. It worked. Not silent, no, not like one he played in games, but it reduced the noise enough that no one outside the grove would hear. He grinned, thumbed the hammer back, and fired again. Poof! The gun hiccuped. The suppressor stayed intact, but a thin seam of smoke burst from one of the gasket edges. Still manageable. Third shot. Crack. This time, something gave. A soft ping. And the end cap snapped off, spiraling into the grass like a bottle top. Caleb ducked instinctively, though no fragments followed. He stared at the barrel, half the mesh inside had torn, the baffle stack was crooked, and the inner walls were blackened with soot. It wasn't destroyed, but it was done. Still, he laughed. Hell, I'll take it. He sat down on a stump, the broken suppressor in one hand, the revolver in the other. For a first draft, that had gone far better than expected. He leaned his head back, looking up at the canopy above as the wind rustled the pine needles like whispers of approval. The broken suppressor sat in Caleb's hand like a metal urn through grit and improvisation. He turned it over a few more times before slipping it back into his satchel. There were lessons to be learned from its failure. Reinforce the cap. Better sealing on the mesh. More careful shaping of the washer grooves. He had enough left in him for another go, but first, he needed supplies. And daylight wouldn't last much longer. Come on, girl, he said softly to Morgan, untying her reins. The mare let out a gentle breath and stepped forward obediently. Caleb mounted and gave her a small kick, guiding her back toward Valentine. By the time the town came into view, the last sliver of sunlight had dipped below the hills, painting the sky in a moody palette of lavender and steel. Valentine's buildings glowed with warm lamplight, their flickering a soft contrast to the darkening horizon. He dismounted in front of the general store, tethering Morgan loosely again before stepping inside. The bell above the door gave a short ring. Hello again, Caleb, I'm about to close up, what do you want to buy? Mr. Worth behind the counter said with a smile when saw Caleb. Caleb returned the smile and ordered the same items he had bought before. Hearing that, Mr. Worth moved to grab the wire mesh and the small washers. Caleb nodded. That, and a bit more gun oil. Good stuff this time. Of course, Caleb, wait a moment, Mr. Worth replied, laying the items out on the counter and putting them with practiced ease. Caleb reached into his coat, pulling out a few bills. How much, Mr. Worth? $7.34 in total, Caleb. Caleb handed over the money. Stepping back out into the cooling evening, he slung the supplies over his shoulder and walked the short distance to the hotel. He gave a brief nod to the desk clerk, who nodded back in return with a smile. In his room, Caleb set the bag on the table and lit the lamp, its yellow glow illuminating the rough walls and his collection of tools. He rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He followed the same process as before, but this time, more carefully. He used his knife to recurve the grooves inside the iron tube, this time with shallower cuts that would hold better without risking a split. He reinforced the end cap with a leather washer soaked in oil, fitting it snug before sealing it shut with 2 extra wraps of twine and a thin leather strap. He packed the mesh discs with tighter compression, layering them between the steel washers and tamping them in. It was still crude, he wasn't building clockwork, but this second suppressor looked more refined. The seams were tighter. The metal bore fewer dents. The cap was secure. By the time he was done, nearly 2 hours had passed. He gave the new suppressor a slow twist onto the threaded muzzle of the second Cattleman revolver, watching as it seated smoothly and aligned straight. Perfect. He pulled open the chest at the foot of his bed, placed the revolver inside, suppressor attached, and shut it. 2 brass latches clicked into place, and he slipped the small iron key into his coat pocket. The weight of fatigue hit him all at once. His arms ached from the carving, and his back was stiff from leaning over the table. But more than that, his stomach growled. Name Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1, new. Money, $651.36. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 66-64. Mapping out strawberry. A/N. I just found out one of my earliest readers and supporters by the name DeathGun24 made his own novel based on Dragon Age, Inquisition. The name of the novel was DAI, Becoming the Inquisitor. Just wanted to give him a shout out and also support since I know he needs all the support in making a novel, based on my own experience, of course LOL. He pulled open the chest at the foot of his bed, placed the revolver inside, suppressor attached, and shut it. 2 brass latches clicked into place, and he slipped the small iron key into his coat pocket. The weight of fatigue hit him all at once. His arms ached from the carving, and his back was stiff from leaning over the table. But more than that, his stomach growled. He threw on his coat and hat and made his way down the stairs and onto the now lamplit street. Valentine's saloon glowed warmly in the distance. Inside, laughter and the soft murmur of piano filled the air, along with the scent of beer, wood smoke, and the day's last frying meat. Mr. Douglas glanced up as Caleb entered. "Caleb, lamb fry and a beer, I reckon." Caleb dropped a $5 bill and 25 cents onto the bar. "You reckon right, Mr. Douglas." The man poured him a mug and shouted back to the cook. Caleb took a seat at one of the corner tables and waited, stretching his legs beneath the worn wood and sighing through his nose. His thoughts drifted. Micah. The name curdled in his stomach like sour milk. That bastard was still alive. But not for much longer. The suppressor changed the game. 3 shots, quiet enough that in the dead of night, no one would know who fired them, or even from where. He could put 1 shot in the gut, 1 in the throat, and 1 between the eyes, but he needed to do it fast. The plate of lamb fry arrived, crispy, hot, spiced just right, and Caleb dug in without ceremony. Each bite was like warmth in his chest. The beer followed it down, cooling the heat with bitter satisfaction. He leaned back in his chair, chewing slowly as his mind mapped the next steps. Nighttime, that was key. Few eyes, few ears, no chance for alarm. The northern entrance of Strawberry, he remembered from the game. His past life memory skill buzzed softly in the back of his brain, a sensation like déjà vu cracking into full clarity. The gallows. The sheriff's office. Both just after the northern gate. Less population density there. Fewer people pass through from there. He'd have to scout the place first, of course. Unlock the map and plan his angles. He pulled open the map function in his system interface. Just as expected, his exploration ended at Wallace Station. Beyond that, the route blurred with the fog of war. But he remembered. From Wallace Station, ride south. A 3-way fork, turn right. Follow that path until another split, left and right. Take the left. Head south again. Small hills and mountains with forest to its left and right, with narrow roads. Eventually, the valley opened into Strawberry. He would ride there tomorrow. Unlock the entire area. Make note of every alley, every rooftop, every path in and out. Then return to Valentine. Buy new clothes. Something simple. Forgettable. A brown duster, maybe. Plain hat. Worn boots. Something that wouldn't scream Caleb Thorne. He'd wear them for only an hour, then discard them on the way out and change into new clothes after killing Micah. He took his final bite of lamb fry and washed it down with the last gulp of beer. His jaw tightened as the final pieces of the plan clicked into place. Tomorrow was for scouting. The day after, Judgment Day for Micah. He rose from the table, dropping a small tip beside his plate, and walked out into the cool night. The stars above Valentine sparkled coldly, as if watching his resolve take shape. The street was quiet now. Morgan waited near the post, but Caleb walked past her, heading back to his room. He needed rest. His body agreed as he climbed the stairs, each step heavier than the last. He stepped inside, locked the door, checked the chest once more, and lay back on the bed. His last thought before sleep claimed him was of Micah's grin vanishing under a sudden, quiet flash of fire and steel. Tomorrow, he will begin his ride to Strawberry. The next morning, Caleb woke up feeling refreshed. The soft light of dawn crept through the small gap in the curtains, spilling across his bed. He stretched, arching his back and letting out a quiet sigh as the usual stiffness he had grown accustomed to over the days was nowhere to be found. He rolled over and reached for the bandage that had been wrapped around his left shoulder. When he peeled it back, he was stunned to find that his wound had completely healed. Not a scar, not a mark, just smooth skin where the bullet had once lodged itself. His breath caught in his chest, and for a moment, he just stared at his left shoulder, dumbfounded. A smile crept onto his face. A small one, but enough to spark a sense of satisfaction deep inside him. Finally, fully healed. No more aching. No more reminders of that blasted shootout. He stood and stretched his arms, feeling the rush of energy flow back into his muscles. It was as though the wound had never been there at all. Caleb felt a surge of pride. He had come through it all, and now he was back to full strength. After a moment's pause, he pulled on his shirt, quickly followed by his boots, and moved over to his workout space. He had always been disciplined in keeping up his routine, and it had become an ingrained habit. With a few deep breaths to focus his mind, he began his morning workout. Some calisthenics, stretching his limbs and working the muscles on his left shoulder that had been neglected for weeks, then sit-ups, push-ups, and squats. His arms and chest were sore from the effort, but they grew stronger with every repetition. After completing his exercise routine, Caleb felt rejuvenated, as if a layer of fog had been lifted from his mind. His body had shed the last remnants of exhaustion. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon when he decided to take a jog around Valentine. He had always enjoyed running. It cleared his head, grounded him, and allowed him to think with a sense of clarity he couldn't find elsewhere. The cool morning air cut through his clothes, refreshing him as he made his way through the sleepy streets of Valentine. There weren't many people about yet, just the occasional rooster crowing or a few of the early risers tending to their chores. As he jogged along, his thoughts naturally drifted to the task ahead. Micah. The name still burned in his mind like an open wound, but now, with his shoulder fully healed and the plan set, Caleb felt an odd sense of anticipation. Today, he would ride to Strawberry to scout and expand his map, and tomorrow, he'd execute the plan to silence Micah once and for all. His pace quickened as he pushed himself, the steady rhythm of his footsteps matching his thoughts, almost like he was preparing for battle. After completing his jog, Caleb made his way back to the butcher stall where he had planned to meet Old Bob and Jasper. As usual, Old Bob was already up, working the meat, and Jasper was by his side, prepping the knives. The familiar smell of fresh cuts filled the air, mixing with the warm scent of the early morning. Jasper looked up as Caleb approached, a grin breaking out across his face. "Morning, Caleb," he greeted, wiping his hands on a rag. Old Bob just gave him a gruff nod. "Mornin', Caleb. Good to see you lookin' better, seeing as you done your running much longer," he added in his usual gruff voice. Caleb returned the greeting, nodding to both of them. "Morning, Old Bob, Jasper." "Jasper, I'm leaving town for a couple of hours today, so there won't be any training. If you want, you can train by yourself. Take Stark out for a ride, find a clearing, and work on your aim." He paused, giving the boy a moment to digest the information before adding, "You'll be fine, just don't go too far." Jasper nodded enthusiastically, his eyes bright with determination. "Got it, Caleb. I'll be careful." Caleb gave him an approving look. "Good, you'll find your pace. You've got potential." He turned to Old Bob then. "I'll be back later. Don't let him get too cocky while I'm gone." The butcher let out a small chuckle, giving Caleb a sharp glance. "I'll keep an eye on him," he grunted. "You know I won't let him get too far ahead of himself." With the exchange finished, Caleb bid them farewell, his mind already on the tasks ahead. He returned to the hotel, went up to his room, and gathered his equipment. His Lancaster repeater was slung across his back, and the pump-action shotgun rested at his side, then checked his 2 Schofields, adjusting them at their holster. The weight of the firearms felt familiar and comforting, his tools for the job. He also tucked a few extra rounds into his pockets and donned his hat, ensuring that everything was within easy reach. Once he was geared up, he headed downstairs and out the front door of the hotel, where Morgan, his trusty horse, was hitched to the post. The mare's ears perked up when she saw him, and Caleb gave her a gentle pat. "Ready for a ride, girl?" he asked softly, his voice steady. He mounted her, feeling the soft muscles beneath him as Morgan shifted her weight, ready to move. Caleb clicked his tongue, and they started toward the southern road out of Valentine. The journey began quietly. He followed the road south for a while, the early morning mist hanging in the air, before taking a right turn to head west. The road was narrow but well traveled, cutting through the dense wilderness. As he passed the familiar landmarks of the Dakota River and the towering Cumberland Falls, the sound of rushing water was almost deafening. Morgan navigated the rocky terrain with ease, her hooves clicking against the stone and dirt as they crossed through the river. When they finally reached Wallace Station, Caleb felt a renewed sense of purpose. He'd passed through this area many times in his past life when playing the game, but now, it felt different, almost like he was stepping into a memory that he could still touch. He followed the road south from Wallace Station, eventually coming upon the 3-way fork. As he had mapped out in his mind, he turned right and followed the path that led him deeper into the wilderness. Caleb's senses were on high alert as he passed through dense hills and narrow roads, the trees on both sides pressing in like silent sentinels. Eventually, after what felt like hours, he reached the outskirts of Strawberry. The small town stretched out in front of him, nestled in a valley, a picture of quiet solitude. He passed through the northern entrance, where the gallows stood to his right, a chilling reminder of justice and retribution. To the left was the sheriff's office, a 2-story building with an imposing presence. Caleb's eyes narrowed as he studied it. He knew the layout from his memory, but now, with the town in front of him, it felt different. He continued his ride, mapping the area in his mind. The hotel was easy to spot, right near the center of town. Across from it, the general store stood like a reliable landmark, and to the south, near the outskirts of town, was the post office. Caleb made sure to take mental notes of everything. He spent some time riding around Strawberry, taking in every detail. As the sun began to rise higher in the sky, Caleb felt confident that he had unlocked the key parts of the town. His mind already began to form a plan. It would be tomorrow night before he would strike, but for now, he needed to return to Valentine, gather his thoughts, and prepare. After taking one last look around, he turned Morgan back toward Valentine, retracing the path he had taken earlier. The quiet of the wilderness surrounded him as he made his way back, the weight of the plan settling in his chest. Tomorrow, he would finish this. Tomorrow, Micah would be no more. Name Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL 1. Blunt weapon, LVL 1. Sneaking, LVL 1. Horse mastery, LVL 2. Poker, LVL 1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL 1. Eagle eye, LVL 1. Dead eye, LVL 1. Bow, LVL 2. Pain nullifier, LVL 1. Physical regeneration, LVL 0. Crafting, LV 1. Money, $646.11. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 67-65. Final preparation. After taking one last look around, he turned Morgan back toward Valentine, retracing the path he had taken earlier. The quiet of the wilderness surrounded him as he made his way back, the weight of the plan settling in his chest. Tomorrow, he would finish this. Tomorrow, Micah would be no more. When he finally reached Valentine's, it was already afternoon, the sun dipping lazily westward as the town bustled in its usual, unhurried rhythm. Caleb dismounted Morgan at the familiar hitching post in front of the general store, patting the gelding's neck fondly before tying the reins loosely. Morgan snorted, shifting her weight but remaining calm. The long ride had worn them both out, but there was still work to be done. Pushing open the door, Caleb entered the general store to the familiar scent of wood polish, leather, and faintly lingering tobacco smoke. Mr. Worth, the graying yet spry shopkeeper, was stacking tins on a high shelf behind the counter. He turned at the sound of the bell above the door, a warm smile splitting his weathered face. "Hello there, Caleb." Mr. Worth called out, setting down a tin with a soft clatter. "What can I do for you today?" Caleb returned the greeting with a polite nod and an easy smile. "Hello, Mr. Worth. I'm looking to buy the cheapest boots, vest, coat, shirt, trousers, and hat you've got in stock." That made Mr. Worth blink in surprise. He cocked his head slightly, wiping his hands on his apron. "Cheapest, huh? That's a far cry from the fine things you usually pick out. I remember you springe in for that vaquero outfit some time back. Good quality stuff. Mind if I ask why the sudden change?" Caleb chuckled softly, an easy, practiced sound as he thought quickly on his feet. "Ain't for me," he said smoothly. "Helped out someone a little ways outside town. Poor fella's been havin' a rough time. Needs some clothes to get back on his feet." Mr. Worth's expression softened immediately, and he nodded, setting down the rest of the tins. "Well, ain't that somethin'? Good on you, son. Let me get you sorted proper." The old shopkeeper disappeared into the storeroom behind the counter, leaving Caleb to browse the shelves idly. He didn't have to wait long. Mr. Worth soon returned, his arms laden with various garments. He laid them out carefully: a rough linen coat, plain cotton shirt, sturdy but worn trousers, a scuffed but serviceable vest, simple work boots, and a floppy brown hat that had clearly seen better days but would still provide shade from the sun. "Picked out the best of the cheap stuff," Mr. Worth said with a grin. "Should hold together for a good while, even if they ain't fancy." Caleb nodded appreciatively. "I'm mighty grateful, Mr. Worth. How much for the lot?" The older man waved a dismissive hand. $12. "And don't you argue with me, Caleb. Think of it as me chip in for a good cause." Caleb's heart gave a twinge of guilt. Mr. Worth believed him so wholeheartedly. But, well, a discount was a discount. He offered a sheepish smile and pulled out a handful of bills, counting out $12 exactly. "Thank you, mister," Caleb said sincerely, handing over the money. "Don't mention it," Mr. Worth said, already tucking the bills into his cash register. "World could use a few more folks like you." Caleb gathered up the clothes into a neat bundle and left the store, giving Morgan another reassuring pat as he climbed the steps of the nearby hotel. He nodded politely at the working girls, who were dusting the windowsills outside, and made his way up to his rented room. Inside, he set the clothes down on the bed and carefully folded each item, making sure they were as compact and neat as possible. He intended to store them inside Stark's saddlebags, as people in Strawberry surely more or less notice him and Morgan, so by writing Stark, he hoped it would disguise himself even further as a newcomer in town. Tomorrow, Stark would carry him to Strawberry and to Micah's final reckoning. Caleb sat down heavily in the worn wooden chair by the window, resting his chin in his hand as he stared out over Valentine's muddy streets. The plan played over and over in his mind like a well-oiled machine. He'd memorized the layout of Strawberry. He knew the timings, the flow of townsfolk, the patterns of the lawmen. Micah Bell wouldn't know what hit him. He stayed seated there for a while, watching the townspeople go about their afternoon routines, a woman carrying a basket of apples, a pair of young boys chasing a mangy dog, and the clatter of a wagon hauling supplies toward the stables. Normal life. And he would disrupt it, but not here. In Strawberry, and only for one man. As the sun dipped lower, Caleb forced himself up. He spent the rest of the evening preparing meticulously. He packed Stark's saddlebags with the new clothes, carefully layering them so they wouldn't get damaged. He checked his weapons with methodical precision, his twin Schofield revolver, his Lancaster repeater, and his Cattle Lamb revolver with the suppressor, making sure each was cleaned, loaded, and ready. He even sharpened his knife, though he hoped he wouldn't have to use it. When night fell, Caleb ate a simple meal of stew and bread in the saloon, spending $4, nodding along to the quiet chatter but saying little himself. Afterward, he returned to his room, locking the door behind him. He sat at the edge of the bed, staring down at his hands. They were steady, and strong. He would need that steadiness tomorrow. He slept lightly, the dreams that came to him were swift and fevered, flashes of gunfire, Micah's sneering face, and the smell of blood in the air. Caleb woke before dawn, heart pounding, the room still cloaked in darkness. He swung his legs over the bed and sat there for a moment, letting his breathing steady itself. He steadied his breath as he could already feel the day's heat beginning to seep into the town of Valentine, the dry dirt roads, and the occasional gust of wind sweeping through the streets. He had woken early, a deep-seated determination coursing through him like wildfire. He needed to make sure his body was prepared for the day ahead. He left his hotel room, his boots making soft thuds on the wooden floors, and went outside into the cool morning air. He could see the faint outlines of town folk stirring, but for now, the streets were still quiet, with only the occasional creak of a wagon wheel or the distant sound of chickens crowing. Caleb made his way to a small patch of dirt by the outskirts of town. This was where he decided to do his morning calisthenics, with some fresh air unlike when he did it inside his room. For the next half hour, he pushed his body through an intense regimen, push-ups, sit-ups, and a series of stretches that helped him limber up. Each push-up was a deliberate effort, his muscles straining against his own body weight. As he moved through the exercises, he could feel the burn in his muscles, but he also noticed a small difference today. There was a slight ease to his movements, as if his body had grown stronger overnight. After completing his set, Caleb jogged around the perimeter of Valentine, the ground beneath his boots feeling firmer than usual. His breath came easier, and his heart rate stayed steady, even as he pushed himself harder, running faster, his feet thudding against the dirt road in a rhythmic pattern. By the time he finished his jog, a light sheen of sweat covered his body, and he paused, taking a moment to catch his breath. The muscles in his legs felt different, stronger, more powerful. He knew it had to be the result of his consistent exercise, but there was something more, something inside him had shifted. Suddenly, as if on cue, Caleb felt the familiar presence of the system interface flash in front of his mind's eye. His heart skipped a beat. System update. Strength, 6-7. Stamina, 6-7. Caleb's eyes widened as he read the changes. The implications of these upgrades were not lost on him. His combat power had just increased significantly. He could feel it in his hands as he clenched and unclenched them. His grip was stronger, and he felt less fatigued after his workout. This wasn't just a physical change, it was a game changer. He would be able to throw harder punches, lift heavier objects, and endure more physical strain. It was exactly what he needed for the day ahead. He let out a deep breath, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. This was exactly the kind of progress he needed. Caleb took a moment to enjoy the rush, but he knew it wouldn't last long. There was still work to be done. He continued with his morning routine, stretching out the soreness in his muscles before heading back to the hotel. Once inside, he paid 25 cents for a hot bath, feeling the warm water envelop his tired body. The steam helped to relax him, but his mind was already racing toward the task at hand, dealing with Micah. That's what he had come here for. After the bath, Caleb changed into his vaquero outfit. It fit him well, he'd gotten used to wearing the sturdy, functional clothes during his travels. The weathered leather and wool felt right against his skin as he slid his boots on and tightened his belt. He felt like himself again, ready for the challenge. He made his way down the stairs and out into the saloon, where the afternoon crowd was starting to gather. Caleb ordered a beer for 25 cents and sat at the bar, taking small sips as he ate some salted venison from his own supply. He chatted with a few patrons, Mr. Douglas among them, but kept his words few, his mind far away from the idle gossip of the saloon. Once his meal and drink were finished, Caleb made his way toward the sheriff's office. As he walked, a sudden idea struck him. A bounty. It could be a good excuse to leave Valentine. He figured it might provide some cover for his real mission, finding and killing Micah Bell. When he entered the sheriff's office, he saw Sheriff Malloy sitting at his desk, a cigarette hanging from his lips. The sheriff looked up as Caleb walked in, nodding his head in acknowledgement. Looking to hunt some more bounty, Caleb? Sheriff Malloy asked, eyeing him curiously. Caleb gave a small nod, glancing at the bulletin board in the corner of the room. Sure enough, there was a new wanted poster tacked to the wall. Caleb stepped closer, inspecting it closely. The poster read, Wanted, Paul Kork. Murderer. $45 reward, dead or alive. Caleb smirked. It was a good enough bounty to make it seem like he was leaving town for a legitimate reason. He could kill two birds with one stone. He could track down this Paul Kork, collect the bounty, after he heads into Strawberry, and kill Micah whose reckoning will come. Mr. Kork, he was last seen around Emerald Ranch. You better be careful, Caleb, he had killed more than 5 people with his knife. Sheriff Malloy said to Calba as he saw him look at the poster. Thanks for the tip, Sheriff, Caleb said, taking the poster off the board and tucking it into his jacket. Anytime, Sheriff Malloy replied, his voice gruff. With the bounty in hand, Caleb left the sheriff's office and returned to the hotel. He retrieved the bundle of clothes he had folded last night, carefully slipping them into Stark's saddlebags. He tightened the straps, checking everything twice to make sure nothing was missing. He would change into these clothes during his ride to Strawberry, allowing him to become a new stranger who comes into town when he arrives. He spent a few more minutes making sure his gear was ready. His revolvers were clean and loaded, his repeater was secured, and the cattleman with a suppressor was safe inside his satchel. Name Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 6/10, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 6/10, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Money, $629.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 68-66. Dead of the rat. He would change into these clothes during his ride to Strawberry, allowing him to become a new stranger who comes into town when he arrives. He spent a few more minutes making sure his gear was ready. His revolvers were clean and loaded, his repeater was secured, and the cattleman with a suppressor was safe inside his satchel. He slipped his knife into his belt and adjusted the bandolier across his chest. Every piece of gear was where it should be. Everything he might need was ready. "You ready for a ride, girl?" he murmured. Stark whickered softly, pawing at the dirt. They set out, leaving Valentine behind, heading west toward Strawberry. The ride was peaceful at first. The trails were familiar but mostly empty, just the occasional rider passing by or a wagon loaded with items creaking along the road. Caleb kept his head down, tipping his hat politely to anyone who looked his way but otherwise minding his own business. He passed through the winding trails that led toward Strawberry, his eyes shifting between the landscape and the map function in his system interface. The winding trails were familiar, carved into memory from earlier travels, but he wasn't about to take chances. Roads could change with weather, with construction, or simply with the fickle nature of the wild frontier. As he rode, the sun dipped low, the sky painted in golden orange and dusky rose, throwing long shadows through the trees and across the dirt paths. He passed through the Dakota River, Cumberland Falls, and Wallace Station just like before. It was just past 5:30 p.m. when he reached the outskirts of Strawberry's northern entrance. He could see the top of the gallows and the sheriff's office silhouetted against the amber sky. Not wanting to draw any attention or risk being recognized, Caleb guided Stark off the main road and into the woods that hugged the hill slopes just outside town. Here, among the underbrush and whispering pines, Caleb made camp. He unsaddled Stark carefully, brushing her coat with long strokes and offering a sliced apple treat, murmuring praise as he worked. "You did good today, girl. Real smooth," he said as he rubbed down her sides. Stark whickered contentedly, leaning into the brush with half-lidded eyes. Once she was secured and fed, Caleb turned to his own needs. He chewed slowly on salted venison, still flavorful, if a bit dry, and drank deeply from his water canteen. The fire he started was modest, its orange glow barely reaching beyond the small clearing. He sat close to it, staring into the flickering flames. Soon when it turned to night, sounds surrounded him, chirping insects, the soft rustling of leaves, and the distant murmur of the river near the town. It was peaceful. It gave him time to think. He stood up after finishing his meal and began to stretch, then stepped away from the firelight and threw a few practice jabs and short combinations. A few minutes passed, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead as he shadowboxed, throwing hooks and ducking imaginary counters. Still no level up, he muttered after a while, checking his skill list through the interface. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1, stubbornly refused to tick upward. Time passed slowly. He occasionally checked his pocket watch, watching the minutes crawl by. Caleb checked his pocket watch for the 10th time and it was 11:30 p.m. The world was swallowed in full darkness, the moon high and half-veiled behind drifting clouds. The sounds of town like talk, clatter, and music, had all faded into silence. It was time. He put out the fire, burying the coals under dirt and scattering leaves to cover the blackened spot. Then he returned to Stark and opened one of her saddlebags. His fingers moved with practiced precision, changing out of his dusty vaquero outfit piece by piece. He donned the rough linen coat, slipping it over a plain cotton shirt. He buttoned up the scuffed vest, pulled on worn trousers, and tied the laces on his simple work boots. The wide-brimmed brown hat topped it all off, floppy and forgettable. Now he looked the part of some drifter. Nobody would link this man to the well-armed, clean-cut rider who'd left Valentine earlier that day. With his bandana ready in his pocket and the suppressed cattleman revolver tucked carefully inside his satchel, Caleb mounted Stark once more. They rode into town under cover of night. The northern entrance was eerily quiet. The gallows loomed like a skeletal giant to his right, and the second-floor windows of the sheriff's office were light. Likely the sheriff and deputies took their nightly watch today. The road sloped down slightly, gravel crunching under Stark's hooves. To the right stood the hotel, its windows shuttered for the night. Beside it, the alley waited, tight and dark, with stacked logs along the side and the distinctive silhouette of the steam donkey partially illuminated by a nearby lantern. Caleb steered Stark into the alley and turned her to face outward, in case a fast getaway was needed. He dismounted silently, pulling the bandana up over the lower half of his face and adjusting it tightly behind his head. Reaching into his satchel, his hand wrapped around the grip of the suppressed cattleman revolver. He hadn't drawn it yet, but his fingers rested on it with silent anticipation. Then, crouching low and slow, he crept toward the barred window on the right side of the sheriff's office. The iron bars were cold to the touch. Caleb's eyes adjusted to the gloom. No one was at the window. No snarling voice. No slurs or complaints. He furrowed his brow, crouched beside the wall, and smeared a streak of mud across his forehead and around his eyes for extra camouflage. Then he rasped out in a gruff, almost gravelly whisper, "Micah, Micah Bell, you still breathin' in there?" There was a moment of silence. "Who's a skin?" The voice was unmistakable, raspy, arrogant, and laced with the promise of violence. Then the shadow moved, and a bruised, grime-covered face came into view. Micah Bell, gaunt and sneering, approached the bars. His eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Who the hell are you?" Caleb stepped slightly into the light, making sure the mud and shadows kept his features obscured. "Someone sent to get you out," he said, lying smoothly. "Ain't got time for questions." Micah's eyes gleamed like a rat finding a scrap. His grin twisted into something wide and wicked. "Well, ain't that just the best thing I've heard after staying here, and music to my ears?" He hissed, chuckling under his breath. "Let's not dawdle, friend. Hurry up and spring me loose from this shithole. I'm getting sick of the stench in here." Caleb returned the smile, but only internally. "With pleasure," he said softly. The suppressed revolver cleared the satchel in a flash, and two muffled pops cracked through the still air. Micah's expression didn't have time to change. The first bullet took him in the left cheek. The second tore through his forehead. He dropped like a sack of potatoes, collapsing backward without a sound. Blood pattered onto the windowsill. But the other prisoners saw it all and shouted in alarm. "What the hell? Sheriff! Sheriff! Someone just shot a person here." Shouts echoed through the cell block. And upstairs, the loud sound of footsteps could be heard. "Go! Go!" came the sharp bark of the sheriff above. Caleb didn't wait. He shoved the revolver back into his satchel, turned on his heel, and sprinted toward Stark. Already, boots were pounding across wooden floorboards above. He vaulted into the saddle and dug his heels in. "Yah!" Stark bolted into motion, hooves clapping on cobblestone as they sped away from the sheriff's office. Gunshots rang out behind him, deputies firing blindly from the front door, but none found their mark. Caleb didn't look back. He tore through the northern road, swerving past boulders and weaving between trees, the cool night air slicing against his face. Within minutes, Strawberry was behind him, and he was galloping into the forested slopes east of Wallace Station. By the time he reached the outer treeline, he slowed Stark to a trot. He patted her neck, steadying his breathing. "You did perfect, girl," he murmured, pulling her reins to lead her into a thicket where they'd be hidden from the road. He made a second camp in the same quiet fashion, no fire this time. Just the rustling of grass, the distant call of an owl, and the steady beat of his own heart finally slowing to normal. Micah Bell was dead. One more future threat was removed from the board. He didn't feel joy. He didn't feel regret. Just a cold satisfaction. He knew what Micah would have become. The betrayal, the deaths he would have caused, the friends he would have sold out. Caleb had stopped all that in one clean moment. One more path was carved into the strange second life he was building. As he was thinking so, suddenly Caleb saw his system interface flicker into existence in front of him. The blue-tinted frame filled with white letters that shifted and pulsed softly in the dark. World trajectory altered, Micah Bell eliminated. Due to the death of Micah Bell, the trajectory of the world has shifted dramatically. Attribute increased, luck 5-6. Skill level up, sneaking LVL1 LVL2. New skill acquired, persuasion, LVL2. Caleb blinked at the screen, then let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. A grim smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, one not born from joy, but from validation. He'd done it. He'd killed Micah Bell and the world noticed. The rarest attribute of all, luck, had finally climbed a notch. Caleb had tried nearly everything over the past weeks to find ways to increase it, challenges, poker bets, blind fire shots, dangerous hunts. But nothing had worked. And now, just like that, fate had answered in the form of blood. And persuasion? That was a skill he could put to immediate use. The system had called it a reward, likely linked to the way he'd lied so convincingly to Micah moments before killing him, or a skill he gained as Micah at the latter part of the game, persuade Dutch to believe him. "Damn right I earned it," he muttered under his breath, eyes narrowing with renewed purpose. He closed the system with a thought. The glowing interface faded, leaving only the soft rustle of wine through the trees and the distant hoot of an owl. After basking in that feeling for a moment longer, Caleb stood, brushing his hands off on his trousers. Time to clean up. He stripped off the plain clothes piece by piece, the linen coat, the worn vest, the loose boots, the forgettable hat, and wiped the mud off his face using the dirty cotton shirt. Once his face was clean, he retrieved his vaquero piece by piece, Caleb Thorne put it on himself. He looked like the man who'd left Valentine again, but nobody would believe that same man had crept through Strawberry and assassinated a man behind bars. That drifter had been someone else entirely. He gathered the dirty clothes and placed them in a shallow fire pit. With flint and steel, he lit the edge and stepped back as the flames slowly consumed the garments. The fire crackled softly, eating away the final traces of the disguise. Once only embers remained, he buried them under soil and leaves. Caleb mounted Stark once more and took the trail eastward, riding through the moonlit woods in steady silence. By the time he reached Cumberland Falls, the sky had begun to pale with the first hints of dawn. The waterfall roared nearby, a veil of mist trailing across the river's edge. Caleb crossed the Dakota River and guided Stark into a grove where the treeline thickened, offering him cover. There, in that quiet solitude, he made camp again, no fire this time. He pitched his tent low and set his bedroll inside, stripping down only to his shirt as he collapsed onto the worn canvas with a long exhale. Micah Bell was dead and no one knew. That thought comforted him as he finally drifted into sleep, his breathing steady and deep, the sound of the river in the distance like a lullaby. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 5/10 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL1 LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2, new. Money, $629.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 69-67. Capturing Paul Cork for disguised reason. He pitched his tent low and set his bedroll inside, stripping down only to his shirt as he collapsed onto the worn canvas with a long exhale. Micah Bell was dead and no one knew. That thought comforted him as he finally drifted into sleep, his breathing steady and deep, the sound of the river in the distance like a lullaby. Morning sun dappled through the trees, golden and warm. Caleb's eyes opened, and he immediately reached to his coat. From the inside pocket, he withdrew his pocket watch and flicked it open. 9 a.m. Late start, he murmured, sitting up and running a hand through his dark hair. He stood, stretched, and packed up camp with practiced efficiency, tent folded, bedroll tied, gear checked. He mounted Stark and clicked his tongue. Let's get movin', girl. We got another bastard to find. He pulled the last piece of salted meat from his satchel and chewed on it as they rode, washing it down with a sip from his canteen. He activated his map function and he used it to guide him toward Emerald Ranch. He will hunt down Paul Cork now, just like he had planned. The bounty served 2 purposes. First, the pay was good. Second and more importantly it would plant Caleb officially in the area, giving him an excuse for his presence should anyone from Strawberry come asking questions about the jailhouse incident in Valentine and also when Arthur reported to Dutch about Micah's demise in the jail. Smart cover stories were as vital as any weapon. He followed the Dakota River for a time, then veered southeast across the rocky paths of Caliban Seat. Twin Stack Pass came next, and from there the road smoothed, winding through wheat-colored fields and broken fences. Travelers passed by, people in wagons, a few hunters with their game tied on the back of their horses, and once a lone train rumbling in the distance. At last, Emerald Ranch came into view. The midday sun glinted off the tops of buildings and the iron rails of the train line that cut along the northern edge. The chickens pecked around the muddy yard as dogs barked and horses whinnied. Sound of cows and sheep also could be heard. Caleb dismounted and hitched Stark at the hitching post across the Seamus barn. Then he goes toward the section Bayade the barn, where Seamus the fence, smuggler, and quiet man of information, was standing behind his counter. The middle-aged man looked up from his ledger when he heard footsteps and his eyes flicked to Caleb, and a flicker of recognition crossed his face. "Mornin', mister," Seamus said, his voice gruff but not unfriendly. "You lookin' to buy that thing you asked me about before?" Caleb shook his head once, keeping his tone level. "Not today." Seamus arched a brow. "Changed your mind about the dynamite, eh?" Caleb stepped closer, lowering his voice just slightly. "Came for something else. I'm lookin' for a man by the name of Paul Cork. Got a bounty on his head out of Valentine for murder. Last seen in these parts. You heard anything?" Seamus leaned back, scratching at his chin thoughtfully. "Cork, huh? That scraggly son of a bitch with the twitchy eye." Caleb's lips thinned. "It could be him, but I don't know if he got a twitchy eyes." "Well, if he the same guy you're asking, I've seen him last week. Came round tryin' to sell some silverware, looked like hotel stuff. Told him to piss off. But he's been seen near the old Lanigan place, east of here. An abandoned farmhouse. Folks say it's haunted. Personally, I think he's just squattin' there." Caleb nodded once. "Appreciate it. Sure you don't want that dynamite though?" Seamus smirked faintly. Could come in handy, depending on what you're plannin'. Caleb returned the smirk with a glint of amusement in his eyes. Might be back for it later. He left the fencer and mounted up. Stark whinnied softly as he turned her toward the west, following the dirt road that trailed toward the railroad and beyond it, heading east of Emerald Ranch. Caleb followed the dusty path leading westward out of Emerald Ranch, his figure cutting a solitary silhouette against the rolling grasslands and gentle hills. Stark's hooves thudded steadily beneath him, rhythmic and sure. He guided her with subtle movements, reins held lightly, allowing the mare to pace herself as they passed fields gone to weed and skeletal remains of old fence posts. The road bent around a gentle slope, past a small grove of dry birch, and eventually the abandoned farm Seamus had mentioned came into view. It was a lonely structure, a weather-beaten wooden cabin slumped slightly to one side like a drunk too tired to stand straight. The roof sagged. One window was boarded up. The other still had the cracked remnants of a curtain fluttering like a forgotten ghost. Off to the side stretched the remnants of fields that once grew corn or barley, now choked with tall grass, thistle, and brambles. Caleb dismounted quietly and approached the fence. He tied Stark loosely to a post, whispering a soft "Stay, girl," before unbuttoning his coat to reveal both of his Schofield revolvers nestled snugly in their holsters. With practiced ease, he drew both weapons, testing the weight in his hands. He crouched low and began moving silently across the yard, each footstep deliberate, each breath slow and controlled. He activated his eagle eye skill. His vision shifted, a subtle change in perception more felt than seen. The world dulled, and in the midst of the color-drained view, white tracks shone bright on the muddy earth boot prints leading from the rear of the barn to the front porch. Caleb followed them cautiously, keeping both guns ready, his body crouched to avoid being seen from the windows. The tracks ended at the steps of the porch. He moved silently up the creaking wooden planks. That's when he heard it, the sound of glass breaking. It was quick and sharp, the unmistakable sound of a bottle hitting the floor. Caleb froze, leaning against the wall just beside the door. His ears strained. "Shit," came a gruff voice, followed by more shuffling and what sounded like someone scooping up broken pieces. A few more curses in a slurred, irritable voice. That voice belonged to someone with a short fuse. Likely drunk. Possibly dangerous. Caleb's eyes narrowed. He holstered both his Schofields, mind already working through a plan. Surprise was his best weapon now. He knocked firmly on the front door with the back of his hand, then called out in a friendly, lost traveler drawl. "Hello? Anyone inside? I need a little help. I think I took a wrong turn out at Emerald Ranch. Never been out this way before." There was silence. Then the sound of clattering inside. A chair scraping. Caleb's high perception picked up the subtle sound of metal against wood, like a knife being picked up or moved across a table. Then, after a few heartbeats, the door creaked open. A man stood behind it, middle-aged, rough-looking, greasy hair pulled back, and a twitch in his left eye. A short goatee, and the exact same narrowed brow and scarred cheek from the bounty poster hanging in the Valentine Sheriff's office. Paul Cork. Caleb offered him a lopsided, seemingly polite smile. Cork's own smile was strange, teeth yellowed, voice too sugary. "Well now, stranger, you do look lost. How about you come on in, pour yourself a drink. We can talk nice and proper about the direction you take wrong." Caleb's eyes flicked briefly. Cork's left hand was behind his back, tense. He had a knife there. But Caleb didn't flinch. Didn't betray a thing. He stepped forward, only slightly, as if considering the offer. Then, with a sudden snap of motion, Caleb clenched his right fist and drove it hard into Cork's jaw. Crack. The blow connected flush, sending Cork reeling backward, blood spraying from a split lip. The knife in his left hand dropped with a metallic clatter onto the wooden floor. Cork screamed, part pain, part outrage. What the hell? But Caleb was already inside. He kicked the door shut behind him and stepped over the threshold, delivering two savage kicks to Cork's gut. The man groaned, doubling over, clutching his stomach. "Paul Cork," Caleb growled, voice like gravel under boot, "you're under arrest for murder and bounty listed out of Valentine." Cork spat a gob of blood and curses. "You piece of shit bounty hunter. You don't know who you're messin' with." "I know exactly who I'm messin' with, a murderer," Caleb interrupted flatly. He knelt beside him, pulling his rope from his saddlebag and working efficiently. Cork fought, wriggled, shouted, but it was useless. In moments, Caleb had his arms lashed behind his back, wrists and elbows bound, ankles trussed. He pulled the man into a sitting position against the wall, then took a step back, breathing heavily. Cork glared up at him. "You think this is over? You just wait till the men I run with find you. They'll cut you up and feed you to the hogs. Then I'll make sure to shoot the hogs next," Caleb muttered, brushing dust from his coat. He took a quick look around the cabin. Empty bottles. A broken crate filled with what looked like silver spoons and forks, matching Seamus' earlier statement. There was no real furniture, just an overturned table, some crates, and a moldy mattress shoved against the wall. Caleb opened a drawer in the crate near the broken bottle and found a small satchel. Inside he gained $75 in cash, one silver pocket watch, and 2 gold teeth. He smiled at the loot and pocketed the cash and items. Nothing Cork would be using anymore. Then he went outside and whistled. Stark trotted up dutifully, ears forward. Caleb retrieved his saddlebag and began securing Cork onto the back of the horse, tied and gagged for good measure. The criminal spat more curses through the gag, writhing like a caught boar. "Keep Flop-Pin around like that, Mr. Cork," Caleb warned, "and I'll let Stark decide herself how fast we ride back. She ain't got much sympathy for killers." Hearing that Cork finally stopped struggling, Caleb gave the man a last glance over his shoulder. The outlaw was slumped slightly forward in the saddlebag restraints, muttering something unintelligible through the cloth gag stuffed in his mouth, but the fire had gone out of his eyes. The fight was over. Caleb mounted Stark with an ease born of long habit, settling into the saddle with Cork's trussed-up form securely strapped to the rear. He patted the mare's neck gently. "Good girl," he murmured. "One more ride. Then we get that oat sack I promised you." He took a deep breath and activated the map function. Look at the most efficient route back to Valentine. A pale icon hovered over the sheriff's office. Caleb locked the waypoint and nudged Stark into motion. They trotted back the way they came, the fading sunlight casting long shadows across the land. The wind picked up a little, rustling the tall grass and brushing Caleb's face with dust and the scent of wild sage. They retraced the trail eastward, past the now familiar skeletal birches and the curve of the old rail line that marked the path west of Emerald Ranch. By the time they reached Twin Stack Pass, the sun had dipped low behind the cliffs. Shadows grew long and the sky began to bleed into twilight purples and dusty oranges. Caleb passed under the twin columns of rock that gave the pass its name, eyeing the terrain with quiet focus. It was a place known for bandits and ambushes, but this time, no trouble stirred. Just the sound of hooves and the occasional groan from his captive. He followed the main road past Citadel Rock, the iron-streaked cliffs glowing faintly in the last light of day. The landscape gradually shifted, more fences, scattered ranches, and smoke trailing from distant chimneys. Civilization wasn't far now. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $704.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 70/68. Reinforcing for alibi. Just the sound of hooves and the occasional groan from his captive. He followed the main road past Citadel Rock, the iron-streaked cliffs glowing faintly in the last light of day. The landscape gradually shifted, with more fences, scattered ranches, and smoke trailing from distant chimneys. Civilization wasn't far now. Finally, as stars began to peek from the darkening sky, the familiar outlines of Valentine came into view. The warm lantern light from the train station flickered in welcome, and a distant whistle called from a passing train to the east. Caleb guided Stark over the road and into the town proper. The streets were quieter now, with only a few townsfolk lingering about, a drunk leaning against the saloon's post, a woman walking briskly with a basket of laundry, and a ranch hand lighting a lantern outside the barn. He passed by the train station, giving a short nod to a young porter who glanced up, wide-eyed at the bound man flopping awkwardly behind him. Then he continued through town, the iron shoes of Stark's hooves ringing against the muddy road of the main street. He drew up in front of the sheriff's office and hitched Stark to the hitching post outside, tightening the knot just in case. Cork let out a muffled, exhausted grunt as Caleb dismounted and untied him. He threw the outlaw over his shoulder with a practiced lift, ignoring the squirming weight. The door to the sheriff's office creaked open with a push of his boot, the familiar scent of tobacco and old coffee greeting him. Inside, Sheriff Malloy sat behind his desk, a cigar clamped between his teeth, going over a stack of reports. The older man looked up as Caleb stepped in, one bushy brow arching. Well, he said, standing up and setting the papers aside. "Caleb, looks like you are a great bounty hunter for sure, already capturing your 3rd bounty for us. That the murderer Paul Cork you got there?" Caleb nodded, dropping the outlaw unceremoniously into the iron-barred holding cell to the right. "Caught him squat-tin, in an old farmhouse west of Emerald Ranch. Tried to gut me with a knife." Sheriff Malloy let out a low whistle, stepping closer to the cell. Cork glared at them, blood crusted on his lip, the gag still stuffed in his mouth. "Looks like you gave him a proper introduction to justice," Sheriff Malloy muttered with a satisfied grunt. Caleb leaned against the wall, arms folded. "Tried to play nice at first. Offered him a chance to talk. He chose a knife instead." "Well, that's his mistake," Sheriff Malloy said, went back to his desk and opened the board, took out a stack of dollar bills, and put it on the desk. "That's your $45. Caleb took the dollar bills and checked them to count them before nodding. "Appreciated, Sheriff." Then suddenly Sheriff Malloy's gaze sharpened. "Heard 'bout Strawberry?" Caleb kept his expression neutral. Strawberry? What happened at Strawberry? Somebody shot a convict by the name of Micah Bell in his cell last night. Clean through the bars. Malloy spat. Goddamn coward's way, if you ask me. Caleb feigned surprise. What? That's definitely a big news. Maybe I haven't heard of it since I was in Emerald Ranch and the news reached Valentine first. Surely by now all over New Hanover heard about it. Yeah, all over New Hanover must have heard the news by now. Sheriff Malloy nodded. Strawberry Sheriff over there's fit to be tied, no witnesses, no tracks. That's why he sent a letter to us, in case there was someone suspicious in town, and captured them to help him in his investigation. Caleb still acted like he didn't know a thing, giving Sheriff Malloy a serious nod of agreement. I'll keep my eyes and ears open, Sheriff, he said with a low drawl. If I see or hear anything suspicious, you'll be the first to know. Sheriff Malloy gave a satisfied grunt, puffing on the end of his cigar. Good. If your report turns out valid, connected to this whole mess in Strawberry, I'll see to it you get paid for your trouble. That fair to you? Caleb gave another nod, tipping his hat slightly. Fair enough, Sheriff. With that, he turned and stepped back out into the cooling night air. The air had grown still, with only the hum of crickets and the soft clatter of a horse's hooves echoing down the main road. He approached Stark, the sturdy mare raising her head slightly and nickering at his return. You earned yourself a good rest, girl, he murmured, rubbing her neck fondly. He untied the reins and mounted her once more, guiding her gently across the road toward the Valentine stable. The wooden sign creaked faintly above the entrance, the lanterns casting a mellow amber glow over the barnyard. Inside, Mr. Levi was tending to a roan stallion, brushing its mane with practiced hands. The stablemaster looked up as Caleb approached, his weathered face cracking into a half-smile. Evenin', Caleb. Stark lookin' a little worn out there. Been out huntin' again. Caleb nodded, patting the mare's flank. She ran hard today, and helped bring in a bounty. Figured she earned some grumman and rest. Mr. Levi stepped over, giving Stark a quick once-over with his eyes. She's got good muscle on her. Strong back. I'll see to it she gets the works. Caleb reached into his coat, pulled out 8 crumpled dollars, and handed them over. That should cover her care for the night. Mr. Levi accepted the bills and put them inside his pocket. You don't worry about a thing. I'll keep a good eye on her. With a final rub on Stark's neck, Caleb whispered, Be good now, before turning away. The walk back through Valentine was quiet. A few lamps still burned in the windows, and the sound of distant laughter drifted faintly from the saloon. Caleb stepped up the creaking wooden steps of the hotel and entered the front lobby, where the same tired-eyed clerk sat behind the desk. Evenin', Mr. Thorne, the clerk said with a nod. I'd like to prolong my stay, Caleb said, reaching into his satchel this time. About 10 nights. That'll be $10. Caleb handed over the money without argument, and then turned toward the stairs. His legs felt heavy as he climbed them. When he entered his room, the familiar creak of the floorboards and a faint scent of wood polish greeted him. He pulled off his coat, unbuckled his gun belt, and carefully set down his Lancaster repeater and pump-action shotgun beside the wardrobe. Boots came off next, then his hat, which he set gently on the side table. With a groan, he fell into the bed, the straw mattress creaking under his weight. Sleep came quickly and dreamless. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, casting golden lines across the room. Caleb opened his eyes slowly, blinking at the brightness before swinging his legs over the side of the bed. He dressed in silence, coat, boots, and hat, then reached for his gun belt. He checked the load on his twin Schofields first, the chambers rotating with a clean click. Fully loaded. Satisfied, he slung the belt low on his hips and strapped it tight. Next, he lifted the Lancaster, giving it a brief once-over. The wood was still clean, the iron sight straight. He slung it over his shoulder, followed by the pump-action shotgun across his back. Both weapons sat snug against his coat. Ready. He left the room and made his way out of the hotel, the morning air brisk and refreshing. Morgan snorted as she saw him approaching, pawing the ground lightly. Time to ride, girl. He mounted up and nudged her forward, guiding her out of town and toward the trail leading southeast, back toward Horseshoe Overlook. The ride was peaceful, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Birds chirped overhead, and deer scattered at the sound of hooves. He turned left entering into the cluster of trees, ducked beneath hanging branches, and followed the winding path past the cluster of trees that marked the edge of camp. As he neared, familiar sounds drifted through the air, chatter, the clink of pots, and the low murmur of someone strumming a guitar. He saw the wooden sign marking the gang's encampment just ahead. Caleb dismounted and hitched Morgan to the post. Javier was leaning against a tree, repeater in hand. Lenny stood beside him, sipping from a tin cup with his repeater beside him. Morning, boys, Caleb greeted with a nod. Morning, Caleb, Javier replied, eyes scanning the woods beyond. You just get back? Yeah, been out on a job. Lookin' for Arthur. He's over by the fire. Just finished breakfast, I think. Caleb walked into the heart of the camp, where a few of the gang milled about. Tilly was helping Mary Beth with laundry. Uncle was already half dozing on the wheel of one of the wagons. Arthur sat by the stew pot near Pearson's station, wiping the last bits of meat from his tin plate with a hunk of bread. Caleb approached, offering a casual wave. Morning, Arthur. Arthur looked up and gave a small nod. Caleb, good to see you back. Likewise. Figured I'd check in. Arthur tilted his head slightly. You still up for that thing we talked about before? Breaking Micah out of jail in Strawberry. Caleb kept his face neutral and nodded. Yeah, that's part of why I came back. Figured I'd lend a hand if you're still set on doing it, and since I'm free. Arthur gave a low grunt and stood up, brushing crumbs from his pants. Good. Eat something. Pearson's stew is still warm. We'll ride out when you're done. Caleb stepped over to the stew pot and ladled a healthy portion into a tin bowl. The meat was tough, but filling, probably some stringy venison Pearson got the day before. He sat near the fire and ate quickly, knowing the real work lay ahead. By late morning, the two men mounted up, Arthur on his sturdy brown stallion, and Caleb back on Morgan. They rode out through the winding forest trail, sun peeking through the high trees as they kept a steady pace westward toward Strawberry. Caleb glanced sideways at Arthur. You sure this is worth the trouble, Arthur? That fella rubbed me the wrong way the moment you and Lenny told me about him. Arthur sighed, jaw clenched. Yeah, I ain't exactly fond of the bastard either, but Dutch wants him back. Says he is part of the family and would done the same for us, even though I doubted it. From the stories you told me, I agreed with you. I doubted he would done the same for us, Caleb echoed flatly. You ever wonder if maybe Dutch's judgment on Micah was wrong? Arthur didn't answer right away. I wonder a lot of things these days. The rest of the ride was spent mostly in silence, save for the occasional bird call or rustle of movement in the underbrush. As Strawberry came into view, tucked neatly between tall pines and sloping red rock hills, Caleb felt a slight tension return to his shoulders. He played his role well, though. There could be no cracks, no suspicions. Just another outlaw, loyal to the gang. Just another helping hand. They entered into the town through the southern entrance, where the rushing water of the river to their left somewhat masked the faint bustling of the town folk going on doing their daily activities. But Arthur and Caleb could feel the high tension simmering in the town, where they saw several deputies stand guard along the road. What's more, they feel the eyes of many people laid upon them. Arthur was confused as he felt even if strangers came into town, they wouldn't receive this kind of reception. Only Caleb knew why this happened, because he had killed Micah in his jail 2 days ago and caused Strawberry to be on high alert now looking for the suspect, not knowing who killed the captive. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 71.69. Informing Dutch about the news. Arthur was confused as he felt even if strangers came into town, they wouldn't receive this kind of reception. Only Caleb knew why this happened, because he had killed Micah in his jail 2 days ago and caused Strawberry to be on high alert now looking for the suspect, not knowing who killed the captive. As they rode through the dusty streets of Strawberry, the air felt thick with suspicion. Caleb could feel it like a second skin prickling against his neck, the slow tilt of heads, the narrowed eyes following their every step, the deputies stiffening at their posts as if their spines were iron rods. Arthur, riding just slightly behind, shifted uneasily in his saddle, his brows furrowed in quiet puzzlement. They passed the general store, the wide windows reflecting the morning light, and just ahead loomed the familiar facade of the hotel. Caleb casted a glance, noting a few figures watching them from the porch, old-timers with pipes clutched between teeth, a few travelers nursing mugs of coffee. But it was the building just beyond that drew their attention now, the sheriff's office. Caleb gently tugged on the reins, guiding Morgan toward the hitching post outside. Arthur mirrored the movement, dismounting with a grunt as he tied up his own horse. For a heartbeat, the only sound was the rush of the river, cutting faintly through the tension hanging in the air. Arthur opened his mouth as if to speak, but Caleb raised a hand, eyes flicking to the window where he could already see grim faces staring out at them. Let me do the talking, Arthur, Caleb murmured under his breath. Arthur gave a small nod, lips pressing into a tight line. When they stepped through the door, the atmosphere hit them like a wall. Inside, the Strawberry Sheriff, Sheriff Hanley, stood behind his desk, arms crossed over his chest like a man carved from old oak. 2 deputies flanked him, both armed, both tense, their gazes sharp as flint. Arthur, to his credit, caught himself before offering his usual easy-going greeting, but his discomfort was plain in the way his shoulders squared, his fingers twitching once toward his gun belt. Caleb, however, slipped into the role he'd rehearsed in his mind. He moved slightly in front of Arthur, shoulders relaxed, mouth curved in a polite, practiced smile. With the new gained skill of his persuasion, LVL2, he delivered his lines smoothly, voice pitched just right to sound disarming without groveling. "Hello there, Sheriff. Gentlemen." Caleb gave a courteous nod. "Name's Rycork Humphrey, this here's my partner Luis Correa. We're bounty hunters out of Blackwater, trailin' a dangerous gang, Colm O'Driscoll's boys. Heard you might have had some trouble in town, figured we'd offer our help." For a moment, there was only the faint creak of floorboards as Sheriff Hanley shifted his weight. Then came a sharp snort, thick with disdain. "We don't deal with bounty hunters here, son," Sheriff Hanley growled, eyes narrowed. "Especially not now, after the mess we've had." Arthur's brows lifted slightly, curiosity outweighing his tension. "What kind of mess, Sheriff? We only heard there was some incident. Didn't get the details." Sheriff Hanley's gaze flicked between the two men, his face carved with the kind of weariness only a man in his position could know. Finally, he spoke, voice low and grim. "Convict by the name of Micah Bell. Killed a man, we caught him, locked him up. Was set to hang." Hanley's jaw tightened. 2 days ago, somebody shot him clean through the jail window. Killed him on the spot. Shooters still out there. Town's on edge, and I ain't got patience for strangers nosin' around. Caleb let his eyes widen in well-feigned shock. Inside, he could feel the tight coil of satisfaction in his chest, but he masked it expertly. Meanwhile Arthur's shock was genuine, his jaw tightened, his breath hitching. "What? I didn't realize the incident was that serious, Sheriff. You sure you don't need some extra help tracking the shooter? We're good at what we do." Before Sheriff Hanley could open his mouth, one of the deputies cut in, voice sharp as a whip. "We don't need help from bounty hunters. Best you two turn right back, round before we decide you're causing more trouble than you're worth and we toss you in a cell." The other deputy, gray-haired and much calmer, restrained his partner. "Easy, Eli. They ain't done nothin'. Sheriff Hanley studied them, his gaze lingering on Arthur's calloused hands, gunfighter's hands, before flicking to Caleb's too casual stance. "You two bounty hunters just happened to ride into town days after a killing." Caleb spread his hands. "Pure coincidence, Sheriff. We're after Colm O'Driscoll's, we heard they've been robbing coaches near Rigg Station." The sheriff exhaled through his nose. "Fine. But you ask one more question, 'bout our incident, you will meet my cells." He jerked his thumb toward the door. "Now get lost." Arthur shifted his weight, mouth tightening as if ready to argue, but Caleb touched his arm lightly, shaking his head. Arthur huffed quietly, but he stayed silent. Caleb dipped his head politely. "Understood, Sheriff. Deputies, we'll be on our way." With a turn smooth as silk, Caleb guided Arthur back toward the door. Only when they were outside, the heavy door thunking shut behind them, did Arthur let out a breath and run a hand over his jaw. "Micah's dead, god damn it," Arthur murmured, almost to himself. "Damn fool Dutch ain't gonna take kindly to that." Caleb glanced around subtly, noting the watching eyes from porches and windows, the deputies still loitering along the road. His mind ticked fast behind a calm expression. He needed to keep Arthur focused, away from suspicion, away from asking the questions that might stir dangerous waters. "We need to leave town," Caleb said quietly. "Now." Arthur's brow furrowed. "You don't want to check around first? Maybe see if there's something useful to pick up?" Caleb shook his head. "I don't think today the right time to do that, Arthur. You saw their faces, they're looking for any excuse to lock us up. Let's head out, circle back later if we need to." Arthur hesitated, then nodded, giving one last glance toward the sheriff's office before swinging up into his saddle. Caleb followed smoothly, taking a slow breath as he felt the familiar weight of the reins in his hands. As they rode back through town, the tension seemed to follow them like a shadow, pressing in from all sides. Caleb kept his posture easy, eyes casually sweeping over the townsfolk, the deputies, the corners where trouble might lurk. Arthur, for his part, stayed quiet, the news of Micah's death clearly weighing on his mind. It wasn't until they reached the edge of town, the buildings falling away to open country, that Arthur finally spoke again. "Didn't peg you were such a smooth talker, Caleb," he remarked, giving Caleb a sidelong look. Caleb offered a faint grin. "Hey, I just tried my best, didn't know that it would work good." Arthur snorted playfully, then sighed. "Dutch ain't gonna like this. Micah's dead even though I felt good for a bit, would bring a huge blow to the morale of the gang even though not many people like him." Caleb's fingers tightened slightly on the reins. "No, he won't. And maybe the others will feel sad for a while. But maybe it's not such a bad thing, Arthur." Arthur turned his head sharply, eyes narrowing. "What's that supposed to mean, Caleb?" Caleb held his gaze steady, the faintest flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. "I'm just sayin', from the way you and Lenny had told me about what kind of men Micah was, sometimes in the long term, the gang's better off without the kinds of men like him." Arthur studied him for a long moment, then huffed a breath and looked away, shaking his head. "Hell, Caleb, you're a strange one." The ride back to camp was quiet, the land rolling out before them in a patchwork of green and gold. Birds scattered from the trees as they passed, and the sun hung low on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and violet. Caleb let his mind wander as they rode, the familiar rhythm of hoofbeats a soothing background to his thoughts. He had done what needed doing. Micah was gone, a rot cut out before it could spread deeper. But that was only the first step. There was still so much to be done, so many loose threads to weave together. And as the campfires of the Van der Linde gang came into sight when they reached Horseshoe Overlook, Caleb felt the familiar tightening in his chest, a reminder that the most dangerous game was still ahead. Dutch would have questions. So would Hosea. So would Arthur, if Caleb wasn't careful. As they rode into camp, the first murmurs rippled through the gang, curious glances, nods of greeting, a few raised eyebrows at their return as they accept to see Micah return with them. Dutch emerged from his tent, arms spread wide in welcome, but even from a distance, Caleb could see the sharp glint of curiosity in his eyes. Arthur, Caleb, good to see you boys back in one piece. Dutch's voice was warm, but his gaze was calculating. How is it? Have you boys finally got Micah free? Arthur and Caleb exchanged a brief glance, an entire silent conversation passing between them in that one moment. Arthur, grim-faced and tight-lipped, gave a short nod before turning back toward Dutch. His voice came out low, carrying the weight of unwelcome news. Dutch, we got bad news. His voice was gravel rough. We found out what happened in Strawberry. Micah's dead, killed in jail. Some stranger shot him through the iron-barred window 2 days ago. Sheriff and his men are turning the whole town upside down trying to find the shooter. For a moment, Dutch stood there frozen. His face twisted as if trying to process the words, eyes narrowing, jaw clenching. Then his fists curled at his sides, then, God damn it. Dutch's roar sent birds scattering from nearby trees. He kicked a can, sending it against a wagon wheel. The outburst echoed across the camp like a gunshot. A flock of crows scattered from a nearby tree, cawing into the darkening sky. Heads turned all over camp, John, Bill, Javier, Abigail, Lenny, even little Jack playing near the wagons. Everyone froze, watching Dutch. How the hell could this happen? Dutch roared, pacing 2 steps, then back, his boots grinding into the dirt. Caleb stepped forward calmly, voice measured, his persuasion skill kicking in almost instinctively. We don't know, Dutch. We got there, heard the news from the sheriff. Place was tense, law sniffing around for anyone to throw in a cell. Figured the two of us, strangers in town, weren't gonna be welcomed hanging around. Dutch let out a string of curses under his breath, clenching and unclenching his fists. His face was a storm of anger, frustration, and if Caleb looked closely enough just the faintest flicker of uncertainty. That was something Caleb made note of, storing it away in the back of his mind. The camp had fully gathered now, the murmurs rising into a soft chorus. Hosea emerged from the SDE, calm as always, a bottle in hand. His lined face was thoughtful as he walked up to the group. What's going on, Dutch? Arthur? Caleb? Hosea asked, voice gentle but firm, cutting through the rising tension like a knife through soft bread. Caleb wisely fell silent, shifting just slightly to let Arthur or Dutch answer first. Arthur, looking weary, opened his mouth, but Dutch beat him to it. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 72.70. Bit of tension. What's going on, Dutch? Arthur? Caleb? Hosea asked, voice gentle but firm, cutting through the rising tension like a knife through soft bread. Caleb wisely fell silent, shifting just slightly to let Arthur or Dutch answer first. Arthur, looking weary, opened his mouth, but Dutch beat him to it. Arthur and Caleb went to break Micah out. Turns out, no need. Some damn stranger got there first. Shot Micah dead through the jail window. Now the whole damn town's crawling with law looking for whoever did it. There was a pause. And then Hosea chuckled. It was quiet at first, but unmistakable, a dry, almost relieved laugh. The sound caught Dutch flat-footed, his head snapping toward Hosea. Jesus, Hosea, Dutch barked, how can you laugh at that? He was one of us. He was family. Hosea's eyes twinkled just faintly. Yes, Dutch. He was part of the gang. But let's not pretend he wasn't a walking disaster. You know it. I know it. Hell, half the camp knows it. You know damn well he nearly got Lenny jailed too with his stupidity. Micah was a powder keg looking for a match. And if we're lucky, that stranger just saved us from burning the whole camp to the ground. Dutch's face turned an angry shade of red. His mouth opened, no doubt ready to unleash a storm of protest, but Arthur cut in fast. Enough, Arthur said firmly, stepping between them. Not here. Not in front of everyone. His gaze swept across the camp, meeting the eyes of Lenny, Javier, Sean, Mary Beth, Tilly, and the rest, all watching with rapt attention. We'll talk about this in private. Dutch exhaled hard, his shoulders heaving once, twice, and for a breathless moment, Dutch's eyes flashed with something dangerous, and then it vanished behind a mask of calm. He straightened his vest with sharp tugs. You're right, Arthur. The words were smooth as oil over broken glass. We'll discuss this privately. Before he then turned on his heel with a harsh huff and stomped toward his tent. The crowd slowly began to disperse, the murmurs fading as people drifted away, though Caleb caught snippets here and there, Bill grumbling under his breath, Mary Beth whispering to Tilly, John lighting a cigarette and shaking his head. Hosea exhaled through his nose, watching Dutch go. Well, that went about as well as expected. Arthur scrubbed a hand over his face. Christ, Hosea, you couldn't have waited 5 minutes. Waited for what? The eulogy. Hosea shook his head. That boy was trouble, Arthur. You know it. I know it. Hell, even little Jack probably knew it. Arthur let out a long sigh, dragging a hand through his hair. Hosea clapped Arthur on the shoulder, offered Caleb a brief, knowing glance, and then followed after Dutch, no doubt to discuss this even further in private. Susan Grimshaw approached, her arms crossed. So it's true, Micah's really gone. Arthur nodded. 2 bullets. Professional job. Susan's lips thinned. Good. One less troublemaker mouth to feed. She walked off before anyone could respond. As the sun dipped below the hills, casting long shadows across Horseshoe Overlook, the gang slipped back into their routines, cooking over the fires, tending to the horses, mending clothes, sharpening knives. But the air was different now, tense, edgy. Caleb walked over to the hitching post, giving his horse, Morgan, a gentle pat on the neck. You did well today, girl, he murmured, feeding her a sugar cube from his pocket. Arthur joined him a moment later, leaning on the rail. You were right, you know, Arthur muttered, voice low. About Micah. The gang might be better off without him now that it thinks of it. Caleb looked at him, surprised. Didn't expect you to say that. Arthur gave a weary half-smile. I mulled it over, and what happened at Blackwater was around 60% because of him, so maybe what Hosea said helped me make up my mind. They shared a quiet moment, the kind only men who've seen too much can appreciate. Inside Dutch's tent, the heavy canvas walls muffled the noise of the camp outside, the clatter of pots at the fire, murmured conversations, and the occasional hoarse snort. The lantern hanging from the tent pole cast a soft glow, flickering slightly with the faint breeze slipping in under the edges. Dutch sat hunched on the edge of his cot, elbows on his knees, hands clasped tightly together as if in prayer. His usually sharp blue eyes were distant, shadows under them making him look far older than his years. Across from him, Hosea sat calmly in the battered wooden chair they'd hauled from the last camp, legs crossed, fingers steepled in his lap. For a long while, neither spoke. The tension between them softened, stretched thin like cooling wax, as both men let the storm of their earlier clash settle. Finally, Dutch cleared his throat, his voice low, rough. I'm sorry, old friend, he murmured, his words slow and deliberate, as if tasting each one before it left his mouth. For snapping at you like that back there. I shouldn't have, he exhaled sharply, shaking his head. It's just losing Micah, it stirred up a lot. Reminded me of Blackwater, of the Calendar boys, of Jenny. His voice cracked faintly on the last name. Hosea's brows softened, and he uncrossed his arms. Dutch continued, we've been bleeding people, old friend. And now, another one, right when we're still licking our wounds. He ran a hand back through his dark hair, disheveled now. It's a heavy toll. Hosea nodded slowly, then sighed, his chest rising and falling in a weary rhythm. It's okay, Dutch, he said quietly. I understand your outburst. We've all been carrying this weight. He paused, his eyes narrowing faintly. But you know as well as I do, Micah wasn't exactly good for this gang. From the day he rode in with us, he stirred up trouble. And the others, they didn't trust him. Not Lenny, not Charles, not John, not even Arthur. Especially Arthur, you know his opinion about Micah. Dutch's jaw tightened, his teeth clenching for a beat. He inhaled through his nose, steadying himself. Hosea's words were careful and measured, but beneath them, Dutch could hear the real meaning, the unspoken judgment. That Dutch's instincts had been wrong about Micah. Dutch almost snapped again. He almost spat back that Hosea didn't understand, that no one did, that Micah had been more than what they saw, but something in the old man's calm gaze stopped him. Dutch swallowed the words, forcing them down like bitter medicine. I understand, Dutch said softly, a touch strained. I know no one liked him. I know his mouth ran too fast, his fists flew too quick. But I saw a man trying, Hosea. Beneath all that bluster, beneath the filth and fury, there was a good heart somewhere in there. Maybe he just didn't know how to show it. Hosea's lips twitched faintly at the corners, not quite a smile, not quite agreement. More the soft tolerance of a man who'd known Dutch for decades, who had seen the bright flame of idealism burn in him even when it scorched the ground beneath their feet. That flame had drawn them all together once. And now it burned dangerously close to consuming them. Hosea pushed up from the chair with a quiet grunt, smoothing his vest. I suppose that's why we follow you, Dutch. You still see the good when the rest of us have stopped looking. Dutch stood as well, resting a hand on Hosea's shoulder. "And I suppose that's why you've always been at my side, old friend. You see the cracks before they turn into breaks." For a moment, their eyes met, the years between them, the countless miles, the gunfights, the heists, the betrayals, all hanging in the silence. Dutch gave Hosea's shoulder a gentle squeeze. "We should bring Micah home," he said quietly. "Give him a proper burial. Not one of those butchered civilized affairs. Something real. Something ours." Hosea gave a resigned nod. "All right, Dutch. We'll do it your way." He knew better than to argue now. Some things you couldn't pry loose, not even from Dutch. As they stepped out of the tent, the last traces of sunlight had disappeared, leaving only the firelight and lantern glow around camp. People cast glances their way, watching but pretending not to, curiosity burning in every face. Arthur stood by the fire, Caleb beside him, both falling quiet as Dutch and Hosea approached. "We'll ride at first light," Dutch announced, his voice firm again, the mask of command sliding neatly back into place. "Arthur, Caleb, I want you two with me. Javier, Charles, you'll come too. We'll ride quiet, no banners, no noise. We bring Micah back and we put him on the ground. Proper." Arthur's jaw tightened slightly, but he gave a small nod. Caleb stood beside Arthur with leisure, and simply said, "Understood, Dutch." The gang settled again, but the tension didn't truly leave. They all knew that this wasn't the end of anything. If anything, it was just another stone added to the pile they were already carrying uphill. Morning came cold and pale. The small group rode out just as the sun cracked the horizon. Dutch led, his coat flaring behind him, Hosea at his side. Arthur rode quietly, his hat pulled low, and Caleb followed, eyes sharp, every sense alert. Behind them, Charles and Javier brought up the rear. Caleb kept his expression neutral, but his grip on the reins was tighter than usual. He didn't want to be here. Not for Micah. The man had been nothing but trouble, reckless, cruel, and a liability to the gang. But Dutch had made his decision, and no one, not even Hosea, could sway him now. As they rode, Caleb turned the situation over in his mind. If they were going to do this, they needed to do it smart. "Dutch," Caleb spoke up, keeping his voice steady. "Arthur and I were in Strawberry just yesterday. If we ride in again today, especially after what happened, it's gonna draw eyes. Might be better if we stay outside, keep watch. That way, if things go south, we can cover your retreat." Dutch glanced at him, his sharp eyes assessing. After a moment, he nodded. "Smart thinking, son. You're right, no need to push our luck." Hosea, riding beside Dutch, gave Caleb a knowing look. "Practical. I like it." Arthur, who had been silent for most of the ride, exhaled through his nose. "Makes sense. Less chance of the law recognizing us twice in 2 days." Dutch clapped Caleb on the shoulder. "See, this is why I keep you around. You think ahead." Caleb forced a small smile, though the praise sat uneasily with him. He wasn't doing this for Micah. He was doing it for the gang, for Arthur, for Hosea, even for Dutch, despite the man's stubbornness. When they reached the outskirts of Strawberry, the town was already stirring. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the distant murmur of voices carried on the wind. The law would still be on high alert after Micah's murder, and the last thing they needed was another shootout. Dutch turned to the group, his voice low. "Javier, Charles, you're with me and Hosea. We'll slip in quiet, grab Micah's body, and get out. No fuss." Javier gave a curt nod, his hand resting near his revolver. Charles, silent, simply adjusted his bow, his sharp eyes scanning the town ahead. Arthur and Caleb dismounted near the tree line, pulling their bandanas up over their faces. Caleb checked his revolver, then his repeater, ensuring both were loaded and ready. "Keep sharp," Arthur muttered, crouching behind a thick oak. "If this goes bad, we'll need to move fast." Caleb nodded, settling into position. His heart pounded, but his hands were steady. He'd been in enough tight spots by now to know how to handle the rush of adrenaline. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 73-71. Trouble from taking the corpse. Arthur and Caleb dismounted near the tree line, pulling their bandanas up over their faces. Caleb checked his revolver, then his repeater, ensuring both were loaded and ready. "Keep sharp," Arthur muttered, crouching behind a thick oak. "If this goes bad, we'll need to move fast." Caleb nodded, settling into position. His heart pounded, but his hands were steady. He'd been in enough tight spots by now to know how to handle the rush of adrenaline. Dutch, Hosea, Javier, and Charles ride their horse like they were tourists through the road of Strawberry, passing through the gallows and sheriff's office, circling around Strawberry first to truly look like tourists. They could see that the town was still tense, deputies patrolling with rifles in hand, their eyes scanning every stranger with suspicion. Hosea led the way, his expression that of a harmless old man. He got down from his horse and struck up a conversation with townsfolk, trying to dig some sort of information from him while Dutch and the others rode toward the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office was still cordoned off, a deputy standing guard outside. Micah's body had been moved to the undertaker's, but the law wasn't taking any chances. Javier and Charles flanked the building, watching for any sign of trouble. Dutch, ever the showman, adjusted his coat and strode toward the deputy with an air of authority. "Excuse me, son," Dutch said smoothly. "I'm looking for an associate of mine. Heard there was some trouble here yesterday." The deputy eyed him warily. "Who are you, mister?" Dutch chuckled. No, just a concerned citizen. My associate was in custody when he passed, and I was hoping to arrange for his proper burial." The deputy hesitated. "You mean Micah Bell?" Dutch's expression darkened just slightly. "That's the one." The deputy sighed. "Ain't no one claimed him yet. The body's at the undertaker's. But you'll need to speak with the sheriff first." Dutch smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "Of course." Meanwhile, Caleb shifted his weight, the leaves rustling softly beneath his boots. He scanned the treeline opposite them, his eagle-eye skill allowing him to pick out the slightest movements, the unnatural stillness of a hidden observer. Nothing, yet. Arthur, leaning against a thick oak, was equally watchful, his gaze sweeping across the open road and the buildings in the distance. "Think they'll run into trouble?" Caleb finally murmured, breaking the silence. Arthur shrugged, his eyes never leaving the road. "Hard to say. With Dutch talkin', always a chance." The image of Micah's lifeless body, falling backward onto the ground of the prison, flashed through Caleb's mind. A violent end to a violent man. He felt no remorse, only a pragmatic understanding of the complications it had now created for them. Another long stretch of silence. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting dappled shadows through the leaves. Caleb checked his pocket watch. Almost an hour had passed since Dutch and the others had entered Strawberry. The longer they were inside, the greater the risk. Suddenly, a faint but distinct sound reached their ears, the unmistakable crack of a gunshot, followed by another, and then a rapid succession of fire. "Damn it," Arthur hissed, pushing himself off the tree. "Something's gone wrong." Caleb's heart pounded in his chest. He gripped his Lancaster repeater tighter, his senses on full alert. "Ready." "Born ready," Arthur replied, his carbine repeater already drawn. They moved swiftly and silently through the trees, positioning themselves at the edge of the treeline, overlooking the northern road into Strawberry. They could now hear shouting from within the town, the frantic barking of dogs, and the continued exchange of gunfire, though it sounded further in. Then, they saw them. Dutch, Hosea, Javier, and Charles burst out of Strawberry on their horses, riding hard, their faces grim. On the back of Charles's horse was a body, which Caleb and Arthur it was Micah's body which at least they managed to retrieve. They were being pursued by several mounted lawmen, their shouts echoing in the morning air. "Cover them!" Arthur yelled, dropping to one knee and leveling his repeater. Caleb did the same, sighting down the barrel of his Lancaster. He picked out the lead rider, a burly man with a shotgun, and squeezed the trigger. The repeater bucked against his shoulder, and the lawman grunted, clutching his chest before tumbling from his horse. Arthur fired in quick succession, his shots finding their mark. One of the pursuing horses reared in pain, throwing its rider. The remaining lawmen hesitated for a crucial moment, giving Dutch and his group a precious few seconds to gain distance. "Fall back!" Dutch roared, glancing over his shoulder. "Get to the rendezvous point." Caleb and Arthur continued to lay down covering fire as they retreated deeper into the trees, keeping pace with their fleeing companions. The lawmen, though initially aggressive, were now more cautious, and wary of the unseen shooters in the woods. They whistled for their horses, then them mounting swiftly. "Rendezvous is the old cabin west of here," Arthur told to Caleb as they spurred their horses through the dense undergrowth. The ride was a chaotic blur of trees and branches, the sounds of pursuit fading behind them. They eventually reached the dilapidated old cabin, a crumbling stone structure partially hidden by overgrown vegetation. Dutch, Hosea, Javier, and Charles were already there, their horses heaving. "You two are here good. I didn't expect the law in Strawberry to be so many for such a small town," Hosea said grimly, as he helped Charles ensure Micah's body which was wrapped in a cloth tied tightly. "Damn fools must have had more guards than we expected," Dutch growled, his face a mask of fury. "Did you two see how many?" "At least 5 or 6 came after you," Arthur replied, reloading his rifle. "Probably more still in town." "Thanks to you two, we got out of there," Javier said, nodding his head in gratitude towards Caleb and Arthur. "We need to move," Hosea said urgently, his voice strained as he finished ensuring Micah's body was covered and Charles put the body back on the horse. "They'll be tracking us." "Agreed," Dutch said, his eyes hardening. "We head back to camp, best if we split up. Hosea, Javier, you two follow me, we will head south to Riggs Station and cross the Dakota River. Arthur, Caleb, Charles, you three returned back to camp through Cumberland Falls. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement of Dutch's order. Without further words, the 6 of them split into the 2 groups as assigned. Caleb spurred Morgan into motion, riding at the forefront with Charles beside him and Arthur bringing up the rear. The cool morning air rushed past their faces as they galloped northeast, following the rough road toward Wallace Station. The rhythmic drumming of hooves on dirt filled the air, punctuated now and then by the call of a hawk circling high above. They passed the outskirts of Wallace Station without slowing, the small cluster of buildings and telegraph lines a blur in their periphery. The station hands and people there barely gave them a glance. Riders on the road were hardly an uncommon sight. Beyond Wallace Station, they veered toward Cumberland Falls, aiming to cross the Dakota River at the shallows. The tension was palpable, though none of them spoke at first. Finally, from the back of the group, Arthur raised his voice just enough to carry over the thundering hooves. "Charles, what the hell happened back there? Why'd it all go to hell and turn into a goddamn shootout?" Charles glanced sideways at Caleb before glancing back over his shoulder toward Arthur. "I don't know for sure," he called back. "Javier and I were covering Dutch outside of the sheriff's office. Dutch was talking to a deputy outside, then went in. We waited, kept an eye on the street and then we heard the shots." Arthur frowned. "Shots? Inside the office?" Charles nodded grimly. "Yeah. When we busted in, Dutch had already shot the sheriff and that same deputy he was just talking with. Hosea came running up by then. Dutch grabbed us, and said we were talking Micah's body and gettin' the hell out. We didn't have time to argue." Caleb tightened his grip on the reins, his brows furrowing beneath his bandana. He hadn't expected that, not from Dutch, not yet. He'd always imagined that without Micah's poisonous influence, Dutch might have stayed sharp, careful, and controlled. But here he was, already tipping over the edge, already losing patience, already making violent, reckless calls for the sake of ego or loyalty, he didn't know. Arthur muttered under his breath, "I can't believe Dutch would go that far. Not without that bastard Micah whispering in his ear like in the ferry at Blackwater." Charles shrugged slightly in the saddle. "You can ask Javier when we get back. But I saw it myself. Dutch shoot both men and from the looks of it didn't hesitate. As the guns of the sheriff and deputy were still holstered. Up front, Caleb spoke up, his voice level but laced with unease. "Charles is right. We can sort this all out back at camp, but right now, I'd rather we get there fast. The sooner we're back, the sooner we're rid of the stink of Micah's rot tin corpse." His nose wrinkled slightly under his bandana. Even wrapped and tied, the smell of decay had begun to seep into the air, riding the breeze toward them. Arthur gave a grunted acknowledgement. "Fair enough." And so, the rest of the ride stretched out in silence, the only sounds the soft jingle of tack, the occasional snort from the horses, and the muffled splash when they crossed the shallow bend of the Dakota River at Cumberland Falls. The spray of the falls misted them lightly as they passed, but none of them spoke, each man caught in his own thoughts. For Caleb, the quiet ride was anything but peaceful. His mind turned over what Charles had said, what he'd witnessed, and what it all meant. Could it be that Dutch's descent into paranoia, vanity, and violence had less to do with Micah than he'd believed? Was Dutch's own pride and craving for control the true rot at the gang's core, simply waiting for the right moment to surface? He recalled Micah's fawning, his constant praises and affirmations, the way he'd fed Dutch's ego like a master stoking a fire. Now that Micah was gone, perhaps Dutch wasn't unraveling because of grief or loyalty, but because there was no one left feeding that fire. Losing the one person who fed his worst instincts, was that making him worse, not better? Caleb's stomach twisted. If Dutch was already slipping, then the gang was in more danger than he'd thought. Arthur, riding quietly behind, seemed equally troubled. Caleb could almost feel the tension rolling off him in waves. Arthur had always believed, wanted to believe, that Dutch was fundamentally good, just misled. But maybe, Caleb thought grimly, Dutch was already walking that dark road without no one noticing as the outlaw life catching up on him, and Micah had only been the excuse. They reached Horseshoe Overlook by late afternoon, the sun dipping low and casting golden light across the camp. The familiar sight of the wagons, tents, and campfires brought a small measure of relief, but it was short-lived. The moment they dismounted, several gang members rushed over. Abigail, Tilly, and Mary Beth stared wide-eyed at the cloth-covered body tied to Charles's horse. Uncle scratched his head, muttering under his breath, and even Pearson emerged from his chuckwagon, apron smeared with grease, peering curiously. "What the hell happened?" Bill barked, pushing through the gathering crowd. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 74, 72. Confirming. The moment they dismounted, several gang members rushed over. Abigail, Tilly, and Mary Beth stared wide-eyed at the cloth-covered body tied to Charles's horse. Uncle scratched his head, muttering under his breath, and even Pearson emerged from his chuck wagon, apron smeared with grease, peering curiously. What the hell happened? Bill barked, pushing through the gathering crowd. Where's Dutch? John asked. Arthur raised his voice sharply. Enough. Dutch will be back soon with the others. We'll explain everything then. Charles carefully handed the reins to Caleb and began untying Micah's corpse. Caleb held Morgan steady, nose wrinkling at the worsening stench. The gang watched in tense silence as Charles and Arthur hauled the body down and dragged it toward the edge of camp, well away from the tents and wagons. I'll help dig the grave, Caleb volunteered, earning a brief, grateful nod from Charles. They set to work at the tree line, their shovels biting into the earth as the sun slipped lower. The sweat on Caleb's brow wasn't just from the labor, it was from the gnawing uncertainty curling in his gut. By the time Dutch, Hosea, and Javier rode into camp, the grave was ready. The gang assembled, faces shadowed by firelight and worry. Dutch dismounted with his usual flourish, sweeping his coat back to address the group with that old, familiar charisma. The moment Dutch lifted his arms, the flickering campfire casting long shadows across his face, the gang fell into an uneasy hush. Caleb shifted his weight, folding his arms across his chest as Arthur stood silent beside him, face grim and tight with suspicion. The grave yawned open at the edge of camp, Micah's body laid inside with rough respect, his presence gone but his stench lingering in the cool evening air. Dutch's voice rolled over them, warm and practiced. My fellow brothers, sisters, he swept his eyes across them, Abigail clutching Jack a little tighter with John beside them, Mary Beth and Karen rubbing Tilly's arm, Sean and Lenny holding a repeater in his hand. Uncle swaying slightly with a bottle in hand, Susan put out her cigarette, Swanson face place and swaying, Strauss was silent, and Pearson watching from near the chuck wagon, arms crossed over his stained apron. Bill scowled down at the dirt, but his head lifted as Dutch's tone deepened, as if the words alone could bind him again. Today, we've suffered a great loss, Dutch continued, his voice honeyed with just enough sorrow to sound genuine. Micah was a complicated man. A faint scoff rippled through the camp, but Dutch kept talking. But he was one of us. He fought for us, bled for us, took risks when many wouldn't. And now, we lay him to rest. Arthur let out a breath through his nose, jaw ticking. Caleb felt the knot in his stomach tighten, not from grief, but from the bitter taste of a truth that Dutch wouldn't admit, and every word rang hollow to him. We mustn't let this loss shake our belief. Do not let Micah's death shake your faith in me, in us. Dutch pressed on, stepping forward, his arms stretched wide like a preacher on Sunday. Now, more than ever, I need your faith, your trust. I have a plan for us, all of us, and soon, this situation will turn much better. We'll come out of this stronger. Together. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then, slowly, a few claps, Javier, Bill, then Pearson, then Mary Beth, Karen, and Tilly, hesitant but swayed. Abigail gave a tight, reluctant smile. Susan nodded firmly. Even Uncle managed a half-hearted cheer. Caleb watched it all with cold detachment. He'd seen it before when playing the game, how Dutch wrapped them up in his words, polished and smooth as river stones, until they forgot the cracks beneath, and how slowly it wouldn't matter anymore as the crack was too big to ignore. Arthur's shoulders were stiff, his mouth pressed thin. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and Caleb knew that Arthur's doubt was no longer a flicker, it was a fire starting to burn. When the grave was filled and the last clumps of earth patted down, the gang drifted away in twos and threes. The night settled over camp with the smell of wood smoke, sweat, and the sharp bite of suspicion. But Arthur lingered. Javier, Arthur called out softly. Javier, halfway to his tent, paused, puzzled. Yeah, Arthur. Caleb and Charles didn't move, exchanging a quick glance but staying back. Arthur's voice was quiet, but edged with something sharp. Mind stayin' a minute. Got something I need to ask. Javier tilted his head, eyebrows knitting. Sure. What's on your mind? He walked back, arms swinging casually, but his eyes flicked between the three of them. Arthur crossed his arms, weighing his words. Back in town when you and Charles went into the sheriff's office. Is it true from the way it looks, Dutch was the one who shot first? At the sheriff. And the deputy. And that their gun was holstered? The question hung in the air like a blade. Javier blinked, glancing at Charles, who stood silent, arms folded. Yeah, Javier admitted, scratching his jaw. From how it looks, Dutch shot first. Arthur's jaw tightened. Caleb saw his fingers flex, then curl into fists at his side. But, Javier added quickly, I think there's more to it. You know Dutch, he wouldn't just draw like that. No, I think they goaded him, mocked Micah's death. You know how Dutch gets when someone disrespects him, disrespects the gang. Arthur exhaled slowly, the weight of the words pressing down on him. Caleb could see it, the conflict tearing through him, with the seed of doubt that had been planted now took firm root, its tendrils reaching into the very core of his loyalty to Dutch. He wrestled internally as the loyalty, trust, and faith built over years warring against the creeping realization that Dutch wasn't the man he once believed in. Caleb stayed silent, watching. To him, Javier's words were the desperate reach of a man trying to patch the cracks in his world. He recognized the familiar pattern of denial, the desperate attempt to reconcile the Dutch he admired with the increasingly erratic and violent actions he had witnessed, something Caleb had seen in the game. Charles remained stone-faced, but Caleb caught the subtle shift in his eyes, the quiet calculation behind them. Charles was thinking. And unlike Javier, Charles had the will to face the truth when it came, and confront the uncomfortable realities in his face. After a heavy and long pause, Arthur finally nodded. All right. Thanks, Javier. I understand and you may be right. Don't share this with anyone else. I talked to Hosea about this. Javier gave a half smile, half frown, then clapped Arthur lightly on the shoulder. Sure thing, hermano. You know where to find me. He drifted away into the night, whistling softly under his breath. As soon as he was out of earshot, Arthur let out a low sigh and rubbed his face. Charles spoke first, voice low. You don't believe him. Arthur shook his head, a tired chuckle escaping his throat. I don't know what I believe anymore. He looked at Caleb, eyes sharp. But you seem to have a pretty good read on all this. What do you think? Caleb met his gaze steadily. I think Javier's lying to himself. And you know it too. Arthur let the words hang between them. The fire crackled in the distance, voices rising and falling around camp as the others tried to forget the weight of the day. Charles stepped forward, folding his arms. Dutch is acting strange, Arthur. Since Blackwater, I think we've all seen it. But we need to be smart about this. Hosea first. Then we figure out what we do next. Arthur let out a rough laugh. Ain't that the truth? He scrubbed a hand through his hair. All right. Get some rest, both of you. Tomorrow we talk to Hosea. As the three of them drifted apart, Caleb's mind buzzed with 1,000 thoughts. He slipped back to his tent, Morgan already settled near the edge of camp, tied and content. Caleb's fingers itched to check his revolver, his rifle, his supplies. The night felt heavy, like the calm before a storm. Lying on his bedroll, staring up at the stars through the thin canvas, Caleb reflected on all he'd seen, on Dutch's speeches, Arthur's crumbling faith, and the path that lay ahead. He knew how it played out in the game, the betrayal, the heartbreak, the collapse of everything they'd built. But this time, it was different on how it plays out. And from now, how things play out could be very different to what he knew in the game. The fire crackled low outside, and the camp slowly fell into restless sleep. Caleb closed his eyes, fingers brushing the grip of his revolver, and let the darkness take him. The morning came fast, the pale light of dawn slipping through the thin canvas of Caleb's tent. The air was sharp with the chill of early morning, heavy with the mingled scents of dew, wood smoke, and horses. Caleb stirred as a rough hand shook his shoulder. Come on, up, Arthur's voice rumbled low above him. Caleb blinked his eyes open, the blurry world sharpening into focus. Arthur stood over him, already dressed, his hat tilted low, a familiar grim line set into his mouth. With a grunt, Caleb sat up, stretching his arms over his head and rolling his shoulders until they popped. His muscles ached faintly from the tension of the night before, but the restless edge in his mind was sharper. Today was not going to be a quiet day. Arthur waited without impatience, watching as Caleb stood, stretched his back with a crack, and tugged on his boots. Together, without exchanging much more than a nod, they made their way across the waking camp. The sun was only beginning to crest the hills, casting golden light across the grass, making the dew shimmer like scattered diamonds. The camp was coming alive slowly, Pearson banging around the chuck wagon, Uncle snoring still under his hat, Abigail fussing with Jack near the fire, and Susan already wrangling Swanson into some form of decency. They saw Charles near her Strauss tent, stripped to his undershirt, methodically chopping logs for the campfire. Each strike of the axe was precise, clean, and efficient. A small stack of split wood sat to one side, neat and orderly, just like Charles. Arthur raised a hand. Mornin', Charles. Charles paused mid-swing, looking up with a small, quiet smile. Arthur, Caleb, mornin', Dot. He set the axe down, wiped his hands on his trousers, and stepped toward them. Time to talk to Hosea, Arthur murmured. Charles gave a short nod. I'm ready. The three of them made their way across the camp, boots crunching over frost-hardened grass, toward the edge of the cliff where Hosea liked to sit in the mornings. Hosea was there, as expected, perched on a fallen log, a tin cup of coffee cradled in his hands, his sharp eyes watching the sun rise over the valley below. The faint lines of age around his eyes and mouth were softened by the quiet peace of the morning, but when he heard their approaching footsteps, he turned slightly, a small, knowing smile tugging at his lips. Well, good morning to you boys, Hosea greeted, voice warm with the gravelly smoothness of someone who'd smoked for years but never quite let it slow him down. Though judging by those long faces, I'm guessing this ain't just a friendly hello. Arthur, Charles, and Caleb exchanged glances. Arthur took a breath, stepped forward, and scratched at his jaw. No, Hosea. There's something you ought to hear. Hosea raised an eyebrow, his cup halfway to his lips. Oh, and what might that be? Arthur exhaled through his nose, crossing his arms. It's about yesterday. The shootout in Strawberry. At that, Hosea's hand paused. Then he took a slow sip before responding with his gaze sharpened, locking onto Arthur. Go on. Arthur laid it out, voice steady but edged with quiet frustration. When we split up at the old cabin, you went one way with Dutch, Javier, and Charles, me and Caleb went back toward camp. On the ride back, Charles told me something. Said from the looks of it Dutch shot first. Sheriff and deputy didn't even draw. And when I checked with Javier last night, he confirmed it, more or less. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 75-73. Continue telling the plagiarized story. Arthur laid it out, voice steady but edged with quiet frustration. When we split up at the old cabin, you went one way with Dutch, Javier, and Charles, me and Caleb went back toward camp. On the ride back, Charles told me something. Said from the looks of it Dutch shot first. Sheriff and deputy didn't even draw. And when I checked with Javier last night, he confirmed it, more or less. A long, heavy silence fell. Hosea stared at Arthur, his expression frozen somewhere between surprise and dread. He slowly lowered the cup, resting it on a rock beside him. Charles, Hosea said quietly, turning his head. Is that true? Charles gave a firm, quiet nod. It's true, Hosea. I saw it myself. Dutch was the only one who had his gun drawn. The sheriff and deputy gun wasn't drawn. Hosea leaned back slightly, eyes narrowing as he exhaled long and slow. For a moment, the only sound was the wind rustling through the trees, the distant murmur of the camp, and the soft clink of Hosea's ring tapping against his cup. I didn't know, Hosea murmured at last, voice low, almost to himself. I was on the street, talking to folks, picking up news and gathering information about Micah's dead. When the shooting started, I ride to join Dutch and the boys, caught up halfway through as they were leaving the sheriff's office. On the ride back, Dutch and Javier didn't say a word about how it started. He ran a hand over his face, a flicker of weariness seeping into his posture. Damn it, Dutch. Arthur's jaw clenched. Javier tried to say they must have goaded him. That Dutch wouldn't just shoot like that. Hosea's lips thinned. And you don't believe that? It wasn't a question. Arthur shook his head. No, I don't. Arthur's face filled with frown, stepped closer. You think he's losing his grip, Hosea? You been with him longer than any of us, hell even before I was taken in by you two. Hosea gave a hollow chuckle, shaking his head. I don't know, Arthur. I've seen and hear Dutch talk himself out of more bad spots than I can count. But this feels different. Caleb watched Hosea carefully. He could see the weight settling on the older man's shoulders, the flicker of doubt stirring behind his eyes. Hosea was the glue that kept this gang from falling apart outright, but even glue cracked under enough strain. We need a plan, Hosea, Charles said quietly, arms folded across his chest. We can't ignore this. Not anymore. Not after Blackwater and now this. Hosea looked up sharply, his mouth tightening. No, we can't. He rose slowly to his feet, brushing dust from his coat. Arthur, Caleb, Charles, you three keep this to yourselves for now. Last thing we need is panic running through camp. Let me think on this. See how Dutch moves next. Arthur gave a short nod, though the tight line of his jaw didn't ease. Caleb caught the quick glance he flicked toward him, a silent agreement passing between them. All right, Hosea, Arthur murmured. But you know this can't stay quiet forever. The others will try to find out what happened sooner or later. I know, Hosea said softly, eyes on the horizon. Believe me, Arthur, I know. The three men drifted away after that, leaving Hosea to his thoughts. As they walked back toward camp, Caleb felt the restless knot in his stomach twist tighter. He'd seen this unraveling before in the game, Dutch's charm twisting into paranoia, Arthur's loyalty bending until it snapped, Hosea trying desperately to hold it all together until his death at St. Denis. But this wasn't the game. This was real. Back near the horses, Caleb paused, running a hand over Morgan's mane, feeling the warmth of the animal under his fingers. Arthur leaned against the hitching post, watching him thoughtfully. You all right, Caleb? Arthur asked, voice low. Caleb lifted his eyes, a faint smirk tugging at his mouth. I'm not the one I'm worried about. Arthur gave a rough laugh. Fair point. Charles approached, rolling his shoulders. I'm riding out later, he said. Doing some hunting. I saw a herd of bisons near the plains yesterday. We could get anything from them. I can show you too how to hunt one. It also help clear our heads. Wanna come? Arthur nodded, pushing off the post. Good idea. Caleb, you in? Caleb hearing that gave a sharp nod, as it remembered him of Charles' companion activity from when he plays the game. Yeah, count me in. Hearing that, Charles gave a satisfied nod, his arms folding across his broad chest as a faint smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. Good. Let me prepare several things. Meet me here at noon, we'll mount up and ride together toward the plains at Twin Stack Pass, west of camp. Caleb and Arthur both gave small nods, the weight of their conversation with Hosea still pressing on their shoulders, though the promise of a good hunt offered some welcome distraction. Caleb felt a faint tug in his chest, the tension of the morning, the anxiety curling in his gut over Dutch's unraveling decisions, all threatened to overwhelm him if he stayed too long in his own head. Charles turned, walking away with measured, purposeful steps, his silhouette soon swallowed by the gentle bustle of the camp. Arthur with that, his stomach evidently deciding breakfast took precedence over brooding. Arthur clapped Caleb on the shoulder. Don't be late. He strode off toward Pearson's stew pot near Pearson's wagon, drawn by the promise of hot stew and coffee. Caleb remained where he was, his fingers brushing gently over Morgan's mane, feeling the solid warmth of the horse beneath his palm, the quiet huff of her breath as she nudged his shoulder. It was in this moment of stillness that a soft, familiar voice called out behind him, Caleb. Turning, Caleb's gaze landed on Mary Beth. She approached with a notebook cradled in one hand and the delicate fountain pen Caleb had found for her clenched in the other. Her cheeks were faintly pink, a small smile tugging at her lips as she came closer. The sunlight filtering through the trees caught in her hair, turning the golden strands into something almost ethereal. The faint pink in her cheeks made his pulse skip. For a moment, Caleb found himself staring. His chest tightened unexpectedly. Good morning, Mary Beth, he greeted, his voice softening without conscious thought. Anything I can do for you? Mary Beth's fingers tightened slightly around her notebook. She shifted her weight from foot to foot, the shyness in her posture endearing rather than awkward. Well, since you're free right now, I was wondering. She bit her lower lip briefly, eyes glimmering with quiet excitement. Could we maybe continue the story? About Harry Potter? You left off at the Quidditch match, when Harry caught the snitch with his mouth. Caleb's heart gave a small, almost embarrassing flip. The anticipation shining in her eyes, the way she leaned forward just slightly, notebook clutched like a lifeline, it stirred something inside him. Something warm. Something dangerous. Something real. A grin tugged at his mouth despite himself. Yeah, of course. We can pick up right where we left off. He tilted his head slightly. You planning to continue write it all down? Help me tell it to Jack and the others. Mary Beth nodded quickly, the movement sending a loose strand of hair slipping across her cheek. I thought it'd be nice. You tell it so well, Caleb. Caleb felt heat creep up his own neck, coughing lightly into his fist. Well, lucky for me, I've got a good memory. Together, they walked toward one of the logs near the scout campfire, tucked at the back of the wagons where the ladies' tents formed a kind of protective semicircle. The smell of food cooking, the soft laughter of Tilly and Karen in the distance, the low murmur of Abigail scolding Jack over something or other, all of it wove together into the familiar tapestry of camp life. They settled on the log, close but not quite touching. Caleb began to narrate, his voice slipping into an easy rhythm as he described the next part of Harry's journey, Harry's triumph at the Quidditch match, Hermione's cleverness with the Devil's Snare, Ron's chess mastery, and the mystery of the Sorcerer's Stone. Mary Beth wrote with swift, sure strokes, occasionally glancing up with wide, delighted eyes. Time melted away. Caleb didn't know how long they'd been sitting there, but at some point, Mary Beth's knee brushed against his, and neither of them pulled away. She was leaning in now, caught up in the excitement of the story, her pen scratching furiously against the page. And then, Caleb murmured, lowering his voice slightly for effect, Harry, Ron, and Hermione realized the only way forward is to go through the trapdoor. Mary Beth gave a quiet gasp, her hand darting to flip a page in her notebook. In her enthusiasm, she tipped too far forward, the log shifting slightly beneath her. She let out a soft, startled sound as her balance faltered. Without thinking, Caleb reached out, his hand closing gently around her wrist to steady her. The world seemed to narrow for a heartbeat. Mary Beth froze, her breath catching. Her fingers relaxed slightly under his touch, her wide eyes lifting to meet his. There was a faint flush creeping up her throat now, a tremor of something unspoken hovering in the air between them. Caleb's own heart was pounding, his fingers tightening just slightly before he forced himself to let go, retreating as if burned. Sorry, Mary Beth whispered, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Caleb gave a small, sheepish smile, rubbing at the back of his neck. No, it's all right. Didn't want you tumbling into the fire. For a moment, neither of them spoke, the soft sounds of camp life filling the space between them like a delicate thread. And then, Caleb, you ready? Charles's voice cut cleanly through the stillness, snapping the moment in half like a twig underfoot. Caleb turned, exhaling as he spotted Charles striding toward him, rifle slung over his shoulder. Behind him, Arthur waited by the horses, Morgan stamping a hoof against the dirt. Yeah, Caleb called back, pushing up from the log. His gaze flicked once more to Mary Beth, who offered him a shy, lingering smile. Caleb shoot Mary Beth an apologetic glance. I'll see you later, Mary Beth. She nodded, closing her notebook carefully against her chest. Be careful. We'll continue sometime soon. Count on it, Caleb promised. Caleb turned, forcing his feet to carry him toward the horses, feeling a strange lightness and tightness battling inside his chest. As he approached, Charles gave him a knowing glance but didn't comment. Arthur just smirked faintly as he mounted up, giving Morgan's reins a tug. Got yourself an admirer, huh, Caleb? Arthur drawled, eyebrow quirked. Oh, shut up, Arthur, Caleb muttered, though the corner of his mouth twitched despite himself. Together, the three men rode west, the sun climbing higher in the sky, the trees thinning out as the landscape opened into the wide, rolling plains of Twin Stack Pass. The wind picked up, tugging at coats and hats, carrying the faint scent of grass and earth and distant water as they reached there. Charles led Caleb and Arthur off the main road to the left, guiding their horses onto a narrow game trail that snaked through the edge of the trees. The morning sun hung just past its zenith now, casting long shafts of golden light through the canopy. The crisp air smelled of pine and distant water, and the faint creak of saddles and soft clop of hooves were the only sounds as they ascended a gradual hill. When they reached the top, the trees gave way to a breathtaking expanse of open plains. Twin Stack Pass stretched out before them, a vast sweep of grassland dotted with low shrubs, its namesake stone spires jutting out of the earth like the jagged fingers of some ancient giant. And there, grazing calmly in the distance, was a small herd of bison. Charles pulled his horse to a halt, raising a hand. Look over there, he murmured, his voice carrying just enough over the wind. He gestured with a nod of his head. You see them all? Incredible creatures, aren't they? Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 76-74. The companion quest of Charles. And there, grazing calmly in the distance, was a small herd of bison. Charles pulled his horse to a halt, raising a hand. Look over there, he murmured, his voice carrying just enough over the wind. He gestured with a nod of his head. You see them all? Incredible creatures, aren't they? Caleb felt his breath hitch slightly at the sight. The bison were massive, dark, hulking shapes moving slowly through the grass, their coats shaggy and thick, heads low as they grazed. There was something timeless in their presence, something that reached down into the bone. Charles turned slightly in his saddle, his dark eyes flicking between Caleb and Arthur. We should only kill one of them. I'll keep them ringed in and see if the two of you can bring one down. Keep it clean, okay? Arthur gave a small nod, his usual smirk replaced with a flicker of quiet respect. Okay. Caleb felt the familiar weight of his Springfield rifle across his back, and his fingers twitched with a mix of anticipation and steady focus. He drew in a slow breath, exhaling through his nose. Okay, he echoed, his voice low. Without another word, the three men nudged their horses forward, riding down the slope toward the herd. As they approached, Charles peeled off to the right, his horse cutting a wide arc through the grass to corral the bison, guiding their movement without spooking them into a stampede. Caleb and Arthur eased to the left, moving in tandem. Caleb's pulse quickened as they drew closer, the heavy smell of the animals reaching them on the wind. His eyes darted across the herd, picking out a large bull slightly on the fringe, its thick horns curving like a crown above its massive head. That one, Arthur murmured, pointing with his chin. Caleb nodded, sliding smoothly from his saddle. He dropped into a crouch, steadying his rifle against his shoulder, the polished wood cool beneath his cheek. His breath slowed as he lined up the shot, sighting just behind the bull's broad forehead. One squeeze of the trigger. The shot cracked through the air. The bison jolted, bellowing in surprise. Caleb stayed steady, racking the bolt, firing again, and again. 3 sharp reports rang out, and the bull shuddered before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a plume of dust as its legs gave out. Arthur gave a low whistle, easing his horse closer. Well, you don't waste time, do you? Caleb exhaled slowly, rising to his feet as Charles rode up from the far side, his horse tossing its head. A faint smile curved at the edge of Charles's mouth. Well done, Charles said simply, glancing down at the massive animal sprawled in the grass. All right, skin and butcher it. Take the horns too, Caleb. It all can be used. Caleb nodded, already moving to sling his rifle across his back as he pulled his knife free from its sheath. The bison's massive body radiated warmth, and for a moment, Caleb just knelt beside it, laying a hand against the coarse hide. There was a pang in his chest, a small flicker of sorrow, but also gratitude. He murmured something under his breath, a quiet thanks, before setting to work. The knife bit into the thick hide, peeling it back with practiced care. Arthur joined in, helping to turn the carcass while Charles dismounted, pulling out a small hatchet to help sever bone and joint. The horns were sawed free carefully, wrapped in a cloth for Caleb to carry. By the time they were done, sweat clung to Caleb's brow, and the metallic tang of blood lingered on his fingers despite his best efforts to wipe them clean. Charles stretched, rolling his shoulders with a faint grunt. "That should feed the camp for a while," he said with quiet satisfaction. "Good work, both of you." Arthur let out a short laugh, clapping Caleb lightly on the back. "Not bad for a morning, huh?" Caleb gave a small smile, though his mind was half elsewhere, the weight of Dutch's unraveling, the uncertainty threading through camp, the way Mary Beth's smile had lingered in his mind longer than he cared to admit. But here, in this moment, there was a kind of simplicity he could hold on to. The work, the hunt, the quiet camaraderie, it steadied something inside him. They loaded the meat and hide onto their horses, dividing the weight evenly before mounting up again. Charles pulled gently on his reins, slowing his horse as they reached a gentle rise in the landscape. He turned in his saddle, glancing back at Caleb and Arthur with a subtle nod. "Okay, let's go over here," he said, his voice calm but edged with a note of purpose. Caleb felt a flicker of familiarity curl in his chest, a memory from the game rising unbidden to the front of his mind. He knew exactly where this conversation was headed. He shifted slightly in his saddle, adjusting his grip on the reins, watching as Arthur rode up alongside Charles. "Where are we going?" Arthur asked, his voice curious but light, the wind tugging at the brim of his hat. Charles glanced ahead, his dark eyes narrowing slightly as he tilted his head toward the horizon. "I thought I saw some scavenger birds in that direction," he said, his tone tightening just a touch. "Just wanted to see what attracted them." Without waiting for a reply, Charles gave his horse a gentle nudge and rode ahead at a steady trot. Caleb and Arthur exchanged a brief glance before following, their horses' hooves thudding softly against the grass and dirt as they moved across the wide, open plain. The land stretched out around them, an endless sea of gold and green, the grass whispering in the wind. As they crested a gentle rise, the sharp cawing of birds reached their ears, dark shapes wheeling in the sky, circling lower over something half hidden in the tall grass. When they drew closer, Caleb felt his stomach tighten. The scavenger birds, ravens and vultures, flapped and shrieked over the carcasses of 3 bison, their bloated bodies half decayed, flies buzzing thick in the air. Their hides torn open, rotting in the sun, the stench hit them next, a sour, rotting tang that made Caleb instinctively draw his scarf up over his nose. Charles reined in, his posture stiffening. His voice came low, a grim undercurrent running through it. "No, look, bison. Shot and left for dead, it looks like." Arthur pulled up beside Charles, his brows furrowed, a frown creasing his face. "Why would someone do that?" Caleb brought Morgan to a halt on the left side of Charles, his own breath catching slightly as his eyes swept over the scene. It was worse than he remembered from the game. The bison were grotesque in death, their great hulking forms slumped in the grass, eyes glazed and skin pulling tight over ribs. Flies clouded in black clouds over open wounds, and a pang of pity twisted in Caleb's chest. Charles turned his head, scanning the ground. "I don't know," he murmured. His gaze sharpened as he pointed. "But I see horse tracks heading in this direction. I say we follow them." Caleb gave a small nod, his voice quiet but resolute. "All right, Charles. Lead the way." Without another word, Charles guided his horse forward, following the faint tracks through the grass. Caleb and Arthur fell in behind him, the 3 of them riding in measured silence as the plains gave way to a narrow dirt road flanked by 2 massive stone hills on either side. The rocks loomed high, casting long shadows over the trail, and Caleb felt the landscape press in around them, the stillness deepening. As they rode, Arthur broke the quiet, his voice thoughtful. "Could it be an animal that killed those 3 bison?" Charles shook his head slightly, eyes on the trail ahead. "No," he said firmly. "They'd just been shot. I just don't know why anyone would leave them to rot like that." Caleb rode in silence, his mind flickering between the familiar and the unfamiliar, the game he'd once known and the flesh and blood reality around him now. The weight of the rifle across his back, the heat of Morgan's body beneath him, the scent of dust and grass and decay, it was all vivid in a way the screen had never captured. Charles's sharp intake of breath snapped Caleb back to the present. The man pointed abruptly to a small hill off to the right, his voice edged with surprise and a hint of restrained anger. "Look, another dead bison, on the hill to the right. Come on." Without hesitation, the 3 of them angled their horses and rode up the incline, the grass flattening beneath hooves as they crested the hill. There, sprawled just beyond the rise, lay another bison, its body fresh, blood still dark and tacky around the entry wounds. "Shot and left for dead again," Charles murmured, dismounting swiftly. His jaw tightened, and Caleb saw the flicker of frustration in his eyes. Arthur had dismounted as well, his sharp gaze sweeping the area. His boot kicked lightly at the dirt, eyes narrowing as he crouched beside a small circle of blackened stones. "There's a camp over here," he called. "I'm going to take a look." Caleb slid off Morgan, his boots landing softly in the grass. I'll join you, Arthur, he said, already striding toward the old campfire. The camp was barely more than ashes now, the embers long gone cold. Caleb crouched beside Arthur, his fingers brushing lightly over the ground, the remnants of a meal, the faint imprint of boots, a few spent cartridges half buried in the dirt. Whoever it was, Arthur muttered, they weren't here long. Logs haven't got cold yet. He glanced up at Caleb, his blue eyes thoughtful. Maybe half's a day since they left. Caleb listened to Arthur's assessment, absorbing the details. He didn't possess the same honed skills of observation, the ingrained knowledge of the land that Arthur and Charles seemed to carry within them. He felt a pang of longing, a desire to learn these arts, to read the subtle language of the wilderness as fluently as they did. Perhaps, by paying close attention, by watching and listening, some of their expertise would rub off on him. Tracking, he mused, would be an invaluable skill. Arthur and Caleb rose and walked back towards their horses, joining Charles near where he stood, his gaze still fixed on the dead bison. Camp's not too old, Arthur reported, swinging himself back into his saddle. Maybe half a day since they left. Charles nodded, his expression grim. This bison's been dead about the same amount of time. He looked from Arthur to Caleb, his dark eyes narrowed in thought. They could still be in the area. Let's get up higher, see if we spot anything. With a shared understanding, the three men urged their horses further up the hill. This way, Charles directed, guiding his mount towards the crest. We should have a good view from up here. Reaching the summit, they reined in their horses, their gazes sweeping across the vast expanse of the landscape. The wind whipped gently at their hats, carrying the distant scent of pine and damp earth. See anything? Charles asked, his voice low, scanning the horizon. Caleb's gaze immediately drifted north. The memory from his past life, the countless hours spent navigating this virtual world, flickered in his mind. He recalled Charles's observation, the telltale sign of smoke on the northern horizon. And sure enough, there it was, a thin column of gray smoke rising lazily into the clear blue sky. Arthur, Charles, Caleb said, pointing. Look there to the north. There's smoke. There could be another camp. Arthur's head snapped in the direction Caleb indicated, his eyes narrowing as he followed the line of Caleb's outstretched arm. You're right, he murmured, a hint of urgency entering his voice. Let's go check it out. Without hesitation, the three men wheeled their horses around and spurred them into a trot, heading north across the rolling terrain towards the distant plume of smoke. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 77.75. Letting the man go. Arthur's head snapped in the direction Caleb indicated, his eyes narrowing as he followed the line of Caleb's outstretched arm. You're right, he murmured, a hint of urgency entering his voice. Let's go check it out. Without hesitation, the three men wheeled their horses around and spurred them into a trot, heading north across the rolling terrain toward the distant plume of smoke. As they rode across the plains, the warm afternoon sun beat down on their backs, glinting off their saddles and tack. The air was dry and filled with the faint scent of grass and dust, mingled now with the acrid, unmistakable scent of smoke drifting from the north. Caleb, his sharp eyes locked on the distant plume, felt his heart quicken, not just from the impending confrontation, but from the rush of life in this brutal world that had become his new home. Charles, who was riding slightly ahead on his sturdy horse, turned his head slightly and called back over the rhythmic thudding of hooves, his voice raised so they could hear, bastards just killing for fun. Arthur, gripping his reins with a practiced ease, gave a grunt and called back, you think we can talk, Charles? Charles shot a look over his shoulder, a flicker of frustration in his eyes. I didn't kill for fun, he said firmly. I kill when I need to. Caleb, riding on Arthur's right, nodded and added in his own voice, calm but edged with steel, yeah. I also don't kill for fun. I kill people who deserve it, and also to survive. And until now, I've never killed innocent people. Arthur snorted softly, his lips pulling into a wry, knowing smile as he turned his head briefly toward Caleb. Yeah, sure, Caleb. I also kill to survive and those who deserve it. But we can't know for sure if they deserve it or not sometimes. But we kill anyway. Caleb just smiled faintly, a warmth spreading through his chest, not from Arthur's words, but from the quiet satisfaction of knowing his own truth. In his old world, before this strange and impossible transmigration into the world of Red Dead Redemption 2, he'd never even been in a real fight, let alone taken a life. Here, though here was different. And every man he'd put in the dirt so far had been a bandit, a killer, an outlaw whose crimes he knew, both from the game and from the word of locals. It didn't make it easy, but it made it bearable. They rode in companionable silence after that, the mood heavy, as the three figures moved across the rolling plain, weaving between low rocky hills and stretches of tall grass. The smoke was closer now, dark and thick, and the scent of burnt hide mixed with the metallic stench of death hit their nostrils. Suddenly, Charles raised himself slightly in his saddle, eyes narrowing. He pointed ahead, urgency cracking his voice. "Look, more dead bison, it has to be them. Come on." Without waiting, Charles spurred his horse forward, leaving Arthur and Caleb scrambling to match his pace. "Wait up!" Arthur shouted, his voice half annoyed, half laughing, as he and Caleb urged their horses to gallop, hooves pounding over hard-packed earth. They raced across the ground, the wind whipping at their clothes and hair, past two more carcasses, massive bison lying crumpled and lifeless, their dark eyes wide and empty, flies already buzzing thick in the air. Caleb grimaced as they passed, the pit of his stomach tightening at the waist. Bison were majestic creatures, and their slaughter like this felt like a senseless wound on the land. Turning slightly right, they ascended a small hill. Rocks jutted from the earth on their right, casting sharp shadows in the fading afternoon sun. As they reached the top, the scene below came into view, a crude camp, a small fire crackling at its center, with two men seated nearby, their rifles resting lazily across their knees. Charles was the first to swing down from his saddle, his boots hitting the ground with a soft thud. Without hesitation, he strode forward, tension radiating from his tall frame. Arthur followed next, then Caleb, his fingers twitching near his holster, the weight of his revolver a familiar reassurance at his side. As they approached, Charles's voice cut through the still air, sharp and demanding. "Did you fools the one shoot those bison?" One of the men, sitting on the left with a scraggly beard and narrow eyes, looked up with an annoyed sneer. "What's your problem?" Charles's voice rose slightly, his frustration evident. "I said, did you fools the one shoot those bison?" The man on the right stood abruptly, knocking over a tin cup near the fire. His face was hard and sunburnt, and his eyes glinted with the cold arrogance of a man used to taking what he wanted. "Calm down, you black or red bastard, whatever the fuck you are," he said, his lip curling. His companion, emboldened, rose as well. Charles took a step closer, his voice now hard and edged with barely contained fury. "Did you shoot them?" The man on the right smirked. "Yes, we did. We shoot them like we'll shoot you and your friends too if you don't get the hell out of here." The other man snickered, his hand drifting a little too close to his rifle. "What's it to you, huh? What's your business if we shot those bison?" For a heartbeat, the world held still, the crackling of the fire, the buzz of flies, the quiet creak of leather as Arthur shifted on his feet. Then, with a speed and finality that shocked even the two hardened outlaws, Charles drew his sawed-off shotgun and fired. The blast echoed across the plain like a thunderclap. The man on the right's head erupted in a spray of red, his body crumpling to the ground in a lifeless heap, blood and what's inside of the man's head pooling into the dry dirt. "Is that business of mine?" Charles roared, his voice reverberating with righteous anger. Arthur jerked slightly, his brows shooting up in surprise, while the remaining outlaw stumbled backward, his hands raised in a desperate, trembling plea. "Good God, you're crazy. Look, I got a family. So please, don't shoot me." Caleb wasn't surprised, not really. He'd seen Charles angry in the game before, but seeing it here, in flesh and blood, was something entirely different. There was a ferocity to Charles in person, a storm that could break loose in an instant, and Caleb felt a shiver pass down his spine. Arthur raised a hand slightly, his voice measured. "Charles, that's enough. Stand back, let me get some answers for you." Caleb stepped forward, his eyes cold as winter ice, stopping Arthur from approaching the man. "Wait, Arthur. Let me be the one to do it, I haven't done much to help anyway." Hearing that, Arthur slowly nodded his head and took a step back, his hand falling away from his holster. His eyes lingered on Caleb for a moment, gauging the younger man with an unreadable look before he gave a slight nod, as if silently giving his blessing. "All right, Caleb," Arthur murmured, "he's yours." Caleb stepped forward deliberately, boots crunching over the dry dirt. His face was calm, the kind of calm that came from a quiet, simmering determination rather than indifference. The trembling man's eyes widened as Caleb crouched in front of him, close enough that their breaths mixed in the warm air. With a slow, deliberate motion, Caleb drew his knife, a simple, sturdy hunting blade, and, without a word, pressed the cold steel against the man's crotch. "If you still want to have your manhood," Caleb said softly, his voice even and almost conversational, "you better answer me, mister. Why are you killing the bison and leaving them to rot?" The man's face twisted with panic, his mouth working soundlessly for a moment before he managed to choke out, I don't know what you're talking about." Caleb let out a low chuckle, shaking his head slightly, his eyes never leaving the man's. "Wrong answer." The knife moved, not to the throat, not to the chest. Instead, Caleb dragged it slowly, deliberately along the outlaw's thigh, just deep enough to break the skin and unleash a thin rivulet of blood. The man screamed, a high, panicked sound, jerking against the ground as if he could writhe away from the blade. Arthur winced slightly, crossing his arms as he stood back, watching. Charles, standing stiffly to Arthur's left, showed no such restraint. His eyes were hard, his jaw clenched, fists curled at his sides. Caleb stopped the knife, pressing it lightly against the man's leg. His voice remained calm, but there was an edge now, sharp as the blade itself. "Come on, mister. You better tell us truthfully. Because if you don't," he gave the knife a slight nudge, just enough to make the man flinch. "This blade's going somewhere a lot worse next." The man squeezed his eyes shut, his body trembling, a whimper escaping his throat. For a moment, it seemed like he might hold out. But then Caleb leaned just a little closer, and the pressure of the knife on the already bleeding thigh deepened. Another scream tore from the outlaw's throat. All right. He gasped, his words tumbling over one another in a desperate rush. It wasn't about the meat or the hides. It was to make it look like the Indians did it. That's all. Please, I swear. Charles let out a sharp, harsh sound, half growl, half curse, and took a step forward, his boots kicking up dust. "Kill the bastard, Caleb," he barked, his voice raw with fury. "Kill him." The man's eyes flew wide open, his face pale and streaked with sweat. "No, please, don't kill me," he wailed, his voice cracking, terror rising like a wave. "I got a family. Please, I'm begging you." Caleb remained crouched, breathing steadily. His fingers tightened around the handle of the knife, and for a long moment, he said nothing. The image of the man's family flashed through Caleb's mind unbidden, a woman, maybe a couple of children, waiting somewhere, not knowing what their husband and father really did when he was away. Caleb's lips pressed into a thin line. He wanted to kill this man, God, he wanted to, for the bison, for the land, for Charles and all the people who would pay for this senseless act. But another part of him, a part shaped by memories from his old world, held him back. With a low exhale, Caleb rose to his feet, slipping the knife back into its sheath. "Get out of here," he said flatly. The man blinked up at him, confusion flickering through his terror. What? "I said, get out of here," Caleb repeated, his voice hardening. "Run. Don't look back. Please, don't shoot me, mister." The man stammered, scrambling backward on his hands and knees. I got a family." Arthur, watching from a few steps away, lifted a hand and gestured sharply toward the horizon. "Go on, get," he said, his voice rough but not unkind. "Before I change my mind." The man didn't need to be told again. He scrambled to his feet, nearly tripping over himself as he bolted, his footsteps kicking up a trail of dust as he vanished into the distance. Charles let out a disgusted huff, turning sharply toward Caleb and Arthur, his eyes flashing with frustration. "Why the hell did you let him go?" he demanded, voice rising. "You heard what he said. He was just killing for fun, which killed many families of my people. And you let him run." Caleb met Charles's eyes evenly, his shoulders squared. "I wanted to kill him," Caleb admitted, his voice low and calm. "God knows I wanted to. But I kept thinking about the family he said he had. About the people who'd be left behind if I gutted him here and now." Sometimes he drew in a breath, exhaling slowly. "Sometimes revenge isn't the answer, Charles." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 78-76. Bill broke another moment. Caleb met Charles's eyes evenly, his shoulders squared. "I wanted to kill him," Caleb admitted, his voice low and calm. "God knows I wanted to. But I kept thinking about the family he said he had. About the people who'd be left behind if I gutted him here and now." Sometimes he drew in a breath, exhaling slowly. "Sometimes revenge isn't the answer, Charles." Arthur, who'd been watching quietly, gave a small nod, a wry half-smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Maybe since we let him live," Arthur said, "he'll go back and tell his friends what happens to poachers when they mess with the wrong people. Might save us some trouble down the line." Charles let out a sharp breath through his nose, shaking his head as if trying to dislodge his anger. "I've seen enough of this," he muttered. "I'm heading back to camp." Arthur clapped a hand lightly on Charles's shoulder. "All right, you go on ahead. I'm gonna stick around, see if there's anything worth looting here. Might as well not let everything go to waste." Caleb glanced at Arthur, then at the scattered bison carcasses, the stench of rot thick in the air. He shook his head. "I'll go with Charles. Don't want the meat I'm carrying to go bad." Arthur gave a casual wave as he crouched by the campfire, already rummaging through a half-empty saddlebag. "See you two back at camp." Charles was already mounted by the time Caleb reached the horses. The older man didn't speak as Caleb swung into the saddle, his expression unreadable beneath. They rode in silence for a while, the only sounds the creak of leather and the steady rhythm of hooves against dirt. Finally, Charles spoke, his voice quieter now, the anger banked to embers. "You really think letting him live was the right call?" Caleb considered his answer carefully. "I don't know," he admitted. "But killing him wouldn't have brought those bison back. And if he's got kids, they don't deserve to lose their father over this." Charles was silent for a long moment. Then, grudgingly, "Maybe." They reached camp just as the stars began to prick the sky, the fires crackling to life and voices murmuring in the cool night air. Pearson was the first to spot them, his booming voice cutting through the evening air. "Well, look what the cat dragged in. And with enough meat to feed an army." The gang gathered as they dismounted, unloading the bison meat and hides. Hosea approached, his sharp eyes missing nothing. "Successful hunt, I see." Caleb grunted. "Yeah, and we ran into some trouble." Hosea's brows rose. "What kind of trouble?" Charles's voice was low. "Poachers. Killing bison just to leave them rotting." A shadow passed over Hosea's face. "I see." Mary Beth appeared at Caleb's side, her voice soft. "You're covered in dirt. And, is that blood?" Caleb looked down at his hands, the stains dark against his skin. "Yeah, it's been a long day." She hesitated, then reached out, her fingers brushing his arm. "Come on, let's get you cleaned up." Caleb let her lead him away, the warmth of her touch cutting through the lingering chill of the hunt. Mary Beth guided Caleb toward the washing basin near Pearson's wagon, the steel basin brimming with clean water that had just been drawn from the nearby creek. The evening chill was settling in, and the flickering glow of the campfires painted long shadows across the clearing. Caleb sat on a crate beside the basin, watching quietly as Mary Beth dipped a cloth into the cool water, wringing it out with delicate hands before kneeling beside him. Neither of them spoke at first. The only sounds were the crackling fire, the murmur of distant voices, and the rhythmic swish of the cloth as Mary Beth worked. Her brow was furrowed, her lips slightly pursed in a rare look of concentration as she gently wiped the blood from Caleb's hands and arms. Her touch was soft but sure, moving with a practiced grace that betrayed how often she tended to the hurts and scrapes of the gang. Caleb found himself watching her face, the delicate line of her jaw, the way her brow smoothed when she paused to glance up at him, the light freckles across her nose that the lamplight made glow faintly, and the firelight caught the red in her hair. Something stirred in his chest, unexpected and unfamiliar, and before he quite realized what he was doing, the words slipped out. "Mary Beth, you're very beautiful." The effect was instant. Mary Beth froze, cloth hovering mid-air, her wide, startled green eyes locking onto his. For a heartbeat, there was only stunned silence between them, the soft murmur of camp life fading into the background. Then, color flooded into her cheeks, a brilliant beet red that made her duck her head, a shy laugh escaping her lips. "Oh, see Caleb," she breathed, voice barely above a whisper, Thank you, that's very kind of you." Caleb's own face flushed with heat as the weight of his impulsive words hit him. "Damn it," he thought, inwardly berating himself. "Why'd you have to say that now, you idiot?" Outwardly, he could only manage a sheepish, lopsided smile, scratching the back of his neck in a rare display of awkwardness. But the fragile moment between them shattered like glass under a boot as a loud, slurred voice tore through the quiet. Well, ain't this just sweet?" The slurred shout shattered the moment. Bill Williamson stumbled out of the shadows, the bottle in his hand sloshing dangerously. His hat was askew, his shirt half untucked, and his face flushed a ruddy red from too much whiskey. His boots crunched over the dirt as he swaggered closer, the smell of liquor heavy in the air around him. Caleb tensed, rising slowly to his feet. Mary Beth straightened, her expression shifting from surprise to wariness, her hands knotting the cloth in her fingers. "Look at you," Bill sneered, spitting into the dirt near Caleb's boots. "Didn't I tell you, city boy? Told you not to get too cozy here. And what do I find? You makin' eyes at Mary Beth like you've been here 10 years. His eyes glittered with mean amusement. "Guess you need a lesson." Mary Beth's hands clenched around the wet cloth. "Bill Williamson," she said, her voice sharp as a whip, "you drunken fool." Caleb stood, placing himself slightly between Mary Beth and Bill, as he exhaled calmly and his shoulders squared. "Mr. Williamson," he said, keeping his tone even, "you're drunk. Don't do something you'll regret. Go to your bedroll. Get some sleep." Bill threw his head back in a barking laugh, loud enough to turn a few heads near the main fire. "You think you scare me, boy? You think you can talk down to me? You ain't nothin' but a stray Dutch picked up, same as 100 others. Don't go thinkin' you're special." The tension in the camp thickened, voices lowering as more eyes turned toward the brewing confrontation. Javier had appeared near the wagons, watching warily, while Charles lingered just beyond the firelight, arms crossed. Caleb's voice was measured, his gaze steady. "Bill, I don't want trouble. Walk away." But Bill, predictably, didn't. The argument flared, Bill blustering and spitting curses, Caleb answering coolly, his words sharp and precise. The more Caleb spoke, the more Bill fumbled, his drunken mind failing to keep pace. The gang was fully watching now, with Javier joined by. Lenny leaned against the wagon, Hosea sat forward on a crate, and Uncle sipped from his cup with one eye narrowed. Even Dutch emerged from his tent, his sharp gaze flicking between the two. At one point, Caleb's patience snapped. And you? The man who can't go a day without drinking himself stupid. The one everyone tolerates but no one respects. Hearing that, red-faced and humiliated, Bill finally snarled, "I've had enough of your damn mouth." And lunged forward, swinging a wild punch. Caleb was ready. He sidestepped neatly, the punch sailing harmlessly past, and drove his fist into Bill's stomach with a solid thud. The drunk doubled over, gasping, but fury burned away his pain. With a wordless roar, Bill swung again. "Mary Beth, get clear." Caleb snapped, eyes never leaving his opponent. Mary Beth hesitated only a second before scurrying backward, retreating toward the fire where Pearson and Susan Grimshaw were already rising to intervene. The second punch came fast, but Caleb slipped aside once more, his instincts sharp. But before the fight could escalate further, a chorus of voices rang out. "Enough." Dutch's voice cut like a whip crack. "Break it up." Javier and Charles moved swiftly, grabbing Bill's arms. Lenny darted in, seizing Caleb by the shoulder, though his grip was more to steady than restrain. Uncle and Pearson rushed over, and even Hosea rose to his feet, his boots tapping sharply against the ground. "Bill, you damn fool, what the hell's gotten into you?" Dutch barked, stepping between them. Bill tried to shake free, spitting curses, but Charles's grip was iron. "I warned him, Dutch. I told him, let me go, I'll kill him. And now you're making an ass of yourself in front of the whole camp," Hosea snapped sharply. "You're drunk, Bill. Go sleep it off before you do something really stupid." Meanwhile, Lenny, who holds Caleb, releases him and says, "Easy, man," Lenny said. "Ain't worth it." Dutch's hand landed on Caleb's shoulder, firm but not unkind. "Caleb, son, easy now. No need to fan the flames, just walk away. Bill's not in his right mind." Caleb exhaled, his fists unclenching. "I wasn't looking for a fight, Dutch. He came at me. He was the one who started it." I know. He'll regret it when he sobers up," Dutch offered a tight-lipped smile, though his eyes flicked briefly toward Bill with cool disapproval. "But we're family. We don't brawl like animals." Caleb wanted to argue, wanted to point out that Bill had been the one acting like an animal. But Mary Beth's hand brushed his arm, her eyes pleading. "Let it go." With a slow exhale, Caleb nodded. "Fine." Dutch clapped him on the shoulder, relief flashing across his face. "Good man." With much effort, the group dragged Bill away, grumbling and thrashing, until they shoved him toward his bedroll near the edge of camp. Only when the drunk finally collapsed did Dutch turn back to Caleb, his expression softening. "You all right, son?" Dutch asked quietly. Caleb nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine." "Good man." Dutch clapped his shoulder. "We're a family here, son. We keep the peace when we can. I trust you understand." "I do," Caleb murmured. As the crowd slowly dispersed, Mary Beth, who was standing beside Caleb, had her voice barely above a whisper. "You sure you're all right, Caleb?" Caleb offered her a small, weary smile. "I'm all right." Her lips curved in a faint smile of her own, her eyes lingering on his face for a heartbeat longer than necessary. "Thank you for keeping your head." "Could say the same to you," Caleb said softly. Then he hesitated, before adding, "About what I said earlier." She smiled, small but genuine. "I liked it." Their eyes met, something unspoken passing between them before a sudden shout from the fire drew Mary Beth's attention away. "I should go help with the food," she murmured, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. "Good night, Caleb." "Good night, Mary Beth." As she slipped away, Caleb let out a long breath, rolling his shoulders to release the tension coiled tight in his muscles. That night, as Caleb settled on his bedroll, he felt the weight of the day settle into his bones, the long ride, the bitter encounter with the poachers, the adrenaline of the fight. But as his eyes drifted across the camp, pausing where Mary Beth knelt beside the cooking pot, laughter on her lips, a warmth flickered in his chest that even Bill's drunken fury couldn't smother. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 79/77. Pouring forth oil with Caleb. That night, as Caleb settled on his bedroll, he felt the weight of the day settle into his bones, the long ride, the bitter encounter with the poachers, the adrenaline of the fight. But as his eyes drifted across the camp, pausing where Mary Beth knelt beside the cooking pot, laughter on her lips, a warmth flickered in his chest that even Bill's drunken fury couldn't smother. As he pulled over his thoughts, Caleb saw Arthur return to camp, his silhouette framed against the dim glow of the campfires. The crickets chirred in the night, the murmur of the gang's chatter weaving into the sounds of the wilderness. Arthur moved with the weariness of a man who had seen too much in a day, his boots stirring up little puffs of dust as he approached. On the way to his bed, which was to the side of Caleb's bedroll, Arthur was stopped by Dutch near the main campfire. Dutch's voice was low but firm, his hands gesturing with an unmistakable authority. Caleb couldn't hear the words, but he didn't need to. He saw Arthur's brow furrow, his face shift from confusion to something sharper, seriousness. Dutch's gaze flicked toward Caleb's direction briefly, then toward Bill, who was snoring like a bear beside the whiskey bottles he drained dry. Caleb tensed slightly but forced himself to remain casual, watching the exchange without staring too hard. Dutch finally clapped Arthur on the shoulder, murmured something, and walked off toward his tent, leaving Arthur to continue toward his bedroll. Caleb waited until Arthur sat down, exhaling as he took off his hat. "You're back, Arthur," Caleb greeted, his voice soft but carrying in the quiet night. "What did you gain from the poacher's camp?" Arthur looked down, his tired face breaking into a faint smirk. "Not much, kid. A couple of dollars and some change. Got myself a bottle o' bourbon, though, so I'd call it a half-win. Oh, and a letter." Caleb chuckled, nodding. "Better than nothing." Before he could say more, Arthur leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Dutch just now told me you and Bill came to blows." Caleb sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Bill was drunk, and started flapping his gums. Told him to sleep it off, but he wouldn't let it go. One word led to another. Well, you probably know the rest from Dutch about what went on." Arthur nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, Bill's a fool, a drunken fool, but he's got his uses. He's insecure, Caleb. Wants to prove himself all the time. The best thing you can do with men like him is let most of it slide. But if he pushes again, hell, teach him another lesson like today. Don't take none of his nonsense." Caleb smiled faintly, warmth creeping into his chest despite the exhaustion. "Thanks, Arthur. Appreciate the words." "Get some sleep," Arthur murmured, settling back onto his bed. Caleb did the same, listening to the quiet hum of the camp until it lulled him into darkness. The next morning came on fast, roused by the bustle of camp life, the clang of pots, the crackle of the fire, the low rumble of conversation. Caleb rose, shaking off the stiffness in his limbs. He rolled his shoulders, stretched out his arms, and went through his morning exercise with practiced precision. Push-ups, sit-ups, calisthenics, and stretches to keep his body limber. Finally, he jogged around the wooded perimeter of camp, feet thudding softly on the earth as the sun crept over the horizon, casting long, golden fingers across the trees. When he returned, a light sheen of sweat on his brow, Caleb caught sight of John Marston leaning casually against a tree, a large piece of paper unfolded in his hands. Arthur stood nearby, crossing over to John as the two began talking in hushed tones. Caleb paused mid-step, his sharp perception picking up just enough. He knew this scene. Uncle had gotten word to John, who picked it up from Mary Beth while they were all in Valentine during their first visit there, the news of the train carrying rich people that would pass through Scarlet Meadows in the night. It was a fat score for the gang since it passed through Quiet Plains, but it will also become the one that alerted Leviticus Cornwall of their presence around Valentine or in New Hanover at large, so Caleb knew it was going to be a dangerous game. But he also knew this was the moment, the prelude to the gang's plan to rob that same train, and Caleb wanted to change some of the outcomes and how they do it. He approached casually, not wanting to intrude but determined to make his intentions known. "Morning, John." "Arthur." The two men glanced his way. John grinned faintly, tipping his head in greeting. "Morning, Caleb. You're up early." "Not early, just disciplined," Caleb quipped lightly, eyes flicking to the map in John's hands. "Looks like the two of you got something cooking." Arthur gave John a look, then shrugged. "Not we, but John here wanted to rob a train that passed through Scarlet Meadows. I ain't even sure of doing it, since stopping a train is a pain in the ass." Caleb nodded his head as he crossed his arms loosely. "Stopping anything is a pain in the ass, Arthur. Also, if the two of you agree, I would like to help with this plan since you would need more than 2 men to rob a train. I got a good head and a good shot myself." Arthur and John looked at each other, their eyes silently weighing Caleb's words, and after a heartbeat, they both gave small, almost imperceptible nods, a mirror of motion that spoke of hard-earned understanding between two outlaws. "Of course, Caleb, you can join in," John said with a grin, folding the map and tucking it under his arm. "Much better having you along than, say, Bill or Sean, no offense to either of them. Hell, we might actually pull it off clean." He shot Arthur a sly glance. "Now maybe you can help me convince this bull of a man to stop dragging his boots and get with the program." Arthur groaned, a deep, grumbling sound from his chest, and rubbed his forehead like a man fending off a hangover. "Like I said, John, stoppin' a train's a pain in the ass. If we don't time it right, the law'll be on us faster than a dog on a steak bone. And we ain't in a position to stir up a hornet's nest, not now." Caleb, feigning ignorance even though his mind flashed back to the countless hours he'd spent playing out this exact mission, furrowed his brow and nodded in agreement. Arthur's right. If that train's passin' through quiet country like Scarlet Meadows and we don't manage to atop it, we'll be bringing the law right down on us. We need to lie low, not light a bonfire that says, "Hey boys, we're right here." John, to his credit, listened carefully, his mouth pulling into a tight line before the edges lifted in a wry grin. "But what if," he began, eyes glinting, "we could force the train to stop?" Arthur gave a sharp bark of laughter, shaking his head. "Well, of course," he drawled sarcastically. "Why didn't I think of that?" Ignoring Arthur's ribbing, John pressed on. "We get ourselves a wagon, full of something flammable, oil, kerosene, I don't care what. Put it right on the tracks. The driver sees it, he either stops or dies. There ain't a trainman in the world who wants to be cooked alive." Arthur's brows lifted, surprise flickering over his rugged features. He gave a slow, appreciative nod, rubbing his chin. "Well, I'll be damned. That's actually kinda brilliant. I agree with Caleb here, John, you're a damn genius." John puffed up slightly, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Thank you, Caleb." Arthur chuckled and gave John a playful punch on the chest. "That's a real idea. I think it's the first time you never had one of them." John shoved him back. "Shut up." Caleb watched their banter with amusement, as Arthur leaned in mockingly to trade John. "You might be the first bastard ever to have half his brain eaten by a wolf and end up more intelligent." John rolled his eyes, spreading his arms. "So, we doin' this or what?" Arthur gave a final grunt of concession and nodded. "Yeah, we're gonna need some ammunition, plenty o' guns, look real frightening, and some dynamite to open up the train." John slapped his hands together. "All right then. I'll get the supplies, I gotta head into town anyhow for Abigail. Don't even ask." He shot Caleb and Arthur a half-amused, half-exasperated look. "You two, go find us an oil wagon." Arthur smirked, tilting his head. "Yeah, I know just the place. They're always headin' into that refinery." Before leaving, John turned to look at Arthur and Caleb. "Leave it at the abandoned shack on the border, just north of a place called Dewberry Creek. Got it?" Arthur waved him off. Yeah, we got it. Go on, play house with Abigail." John snorted and strode off, the map tucked under his arm, whistling to himself as he disappeared between the trees. Caleb let out a quiet laugh, watching the interplay, feeling the warmth of camaraderie fill his chest. This was why he'd always been drawn to the Van der Linde gang, their messy, flawed, infuriating humanity. He turned to Arthur. "So, the refinery." Arthur tipped his hat back and gave Caleb a grin. "Yup, you ready for a little bit o' mischief, partner?" "Always," Caleb replied, his eyes gleaming. The ride to the Heartland oil fields was long but uneventful, the sun rising higher and beating down on their backs as they crossed rolling hills and open plains. Arthur led the way, his figure steady in the saddle, while Caleb kept pace, eyes sharp for any sign of trouble. As they approached the refinery, the rhythmic clang of hammers and hiss of steam filled the air. Wagons rumbled to and fro, laden with barrels of oil, and workers moved like ants across the dusty yard. Arthur pulled his horse into a grove of trees just beyond sight, motioning for Caleb to do the same. "All right," Arthur murmured, eyes scanning the operation. "We need one o' those wagons. Best not stir up too much noise if we can help it. You any good at sneakin' around, Caleb?" Caleb grinned faintly, rolling his shoulders. "I've been known to be quiet when I need to." "Good." Arthur's eyes sparkled with a touch of mischief. "We ain't lookin' for a shootout if we can help it. Let's keep this clean." They slipped from their horses, crouching low as they moved toward the edge of the refinery. Caleb felt the familiar thrill of adrenaline in his veins, the edge between risk and reward, the sharp hum of purpose. Together, they darted between stacks of barrels and crates, weaving through the shadows. Caleb's heightened perception and combined with his eagle eye, allowed him to track the movements of the workers with uncanny precision, noting the gaps in their patrols, the moments when eyes were turned away. Arthur gave him a brief nod of appreciation as they reached the wagon. "All right, you get up there, I'll keep watch," Arthur murmured. Caleb climbed swiftly onto the driver's bench, taking up the reins as Arthur slipped into the shadows. With a quiet flick, Caleb urged the horses forward, heart thudding as the wagon rolled out onto the main path. A shout rang out behind them, a worker had spotted the movement, but Arthur emerged from the side, waving his hat and whooping like a madman. "Woo, go, Caleb, go." The horses surged forward, hooves pounding, wheels rattling over the dirt road as Caleb drove them hard, Arthur leaping onto his own horse and falling in beside the wagon. Bullets cracked through the air behind them, but Caleb kept his head down, focusing on the road, the thunder of hooves filling his ears. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain Nullifier, LVL1. Physical Regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 80-78. Hunting with Jack and Arthur. Woo, go, Caleb, go. The horses surged forward, hooves pounding, wheels rattling over the dirt road as Caleb drove them hard, Arthur leaping onto his own horse and falling in beside the wagon. Bullets cracked through the air behind them, but Caleb kept his head down, focusing on the road, the thunder of hooves filling his ears. They didn't stop until they were miles away, pulling up near the designated abandoned shack to the north of Dewberry Creek. Caleb hopped down, breathless but grinning, as Arthur swung off his horse and clapped him on the back, while Morgan, Caleb's horse, followed behind Arthur's horse and stopped there. "Damn fine work, Caleb," Arthur said, shaking his head in amusement. "Damn fine work." Caleb caught his breath, feeling a surge of satisfaction. "Thanks, Arthur. Whoa, that was one hell of a run." Arthur leaned against his saddle, glancing at the wagon. "We'll leave it here for John. He'll be along soon enough to put the supplies here." In the meantime he stretched his arms overhead, back cracking audibly. "I say we head back to camp, get ourselves some rest before the big job." Caleb agreed. The two of them got on their horse, and together they began the slow ride back to camp. The two of them reached back at camp in the afternoon, the golden sunlight slanting westward through the trees, casting long, sleepy shadows over the clearing. The sounds of camp life drifted through the air. Bill and Lenny stood guard at the entrance of the camp, Mary Beth giggled with Karen near the wash basin, Uncle snored against a tree, Miss Grimshaw was drinking a cup of coffee, and Charles sharpened his tomahawk by the fire. Arthur and Caleb rode in at a relaxed trot, their horses trailing dust as they reached the hitching post. Caleb patted Morgan's neck, whispering a soft, "Good girl," before looping the reins over the post and giving his horse a brief rub between the ears. Morgan snorted and dipped her head in response, already nosing toward the trough. Arthur did the same with his own mount and stretched his arms above his head, joints popping as he gave a satisfied grunt. "All right," he said, casting a glance toward the center of camp, "let's see what Pearson's got brewing." The two ambled over to the campfire where Pearson's pot hung above a low flame. The aroma of stew wafted through the air, meaty, earthy, but oddly flat. Caleb wrinkled his nose as they approached, though his stomach still growled in anticipation. Lunch was lunch, and they'd earned it. Each of them took a full bowl of stew and a tin cup filled with warm coffee. With their meals in hand, they found a spot at the round wooden table near the pot. Caleb plopped down on a wooden crate, its edges worn smooth from years of use, while Arthur settled onto a low stool, legs splayed, his hat pushed back on his head. They dug into the stew with wooden spoons. The taste hit them immediately. Caleb paused, spoon halfway to his mouth, and furrowed his brow. "What the hell is that?" he mumbled under his breath, chewing slowly. It was edible, barely, but bland and gamey with a weird aftertaste that made his tongue curl. Arthur grimaced, looking like he just swallowed a mouthful of mud. "Sweet Mary, that's worse than all of the stew he had cooked." He forced down another spoonful with a shake of his head. "Damn near crime against nature, this stew." The two men exchanged a glance, mutual pain shared without words, and then, without speaking, downed their coffee in long gulps to wash the taste away. The warmth of the brew wasn't enough to erase it completely, but at least it gave their tongues a break. Sighing, they stood and walked over to Pearson, who stood behind his usual table of knives, tin pots, and hanging slabs of questionable meat. The rotund camp cook was polishing a pan, humming some sea shanty tune to himself, when he spotted them approaching. "Ah, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Thorne," Pearson called out, puffing his chest and straightening his stained apron. "How can I help you today, gentlemen?" Caleb and Arthur looked at each other. There was a brief, silent standoff, an entire conversation played out in shared eye contact, head tilts, and smirks. Finally, Arthur took the lead, stepping forward with his hands on his hips. "Pearson," he said, voice rising with exasperation, "that stew we just ate is the worst you've ever cooked. What shit did you put in it?" Caleb couldn't help himself. He burst out laughing, quickly smothering it behind a cough as Pearson's face turned red with offense. "Well, I never." Pearson huffed, puffing out his chest like a sailor about to shout mutiny. "That's a very rude thing to say, Mr. Morgan." Arthur shrugged. "Ain't sayin' it wasn't true." Pearson jabbed a thick finger toward the campfire. "The only reason that stew doesn't taste like your mama's Sunday roast is because I haven't had a damn moment to properly prepare it. I've been running myself ragged, forcing people to bring in meat, half of it's bad, and still expected to cook up miracles with squirrel guts and bones. As for the bison meat, they weren't perfect for a stew and much better to be made steak, so I had store it for special occasion and sell much of the meat after receiving Dutch's permission, send in Lenny to Valentine to sell it." He pointed his ladle accusingly at them. "If you gentlemen want the finest stew this side of the country, you can go out and hunt me some decent venison or rabbit. Let me handle the cooking once you bring back something worth cooking." Arthur groaned, rubbing the back of his neck. "Huntin's hard work, Pearson. Much rather rob a man with a full pantry than chase critters through the woods." Caleb leaned against the table, arms crossed casually. I'll go, he said. Ain't got much else to do today anyway. Pearson lit up, clearly pleased by the response. See, that's the spirit. Mr. Thorne, always dependable and someone with sense. Then he pointed at Arthur, unlike some folks who've been here longer but still act like layabouts. Arthur rolled his eyes. You gonna keep flapping your gums, or you want us gone already? Pearson sniffed indignantly. Just don't bring back any skunks this time. Caleb gave Arthur a teasing nudge. Come on, partner. Let's bag us some deer. A little hunting won't kill you. Arthur grumbled the whole walk back to the horses, but Caleb could tell he wasn't truly upset. More like grumpy in the way a man gets when he knows he's going to end up doing something anyway. As they were preparing their horses, Caleb checked the chamber and loading lever on his Lancaster repeater. He wiped down the stock with a cloth, making sure the barrel was clean and oiled. Across from him, Arthur leaned against Morgan while rummaging through his saddlebag, pulling out a small pouch of arrows. Here, Arthur said, tossing the bundle to Caleb. You still got that bow Charles gave you? Wouldn't leave camp without it, Caleb replied, catching the arrows and tucking them into his satchel. Got it strung and ready. Just as Caleb was tightening the cinch on Morgan's saddle, a high-pitched voice rang out. Uncle Caleb, Uncle Arthur, wait for me. The two men turned toward the sound. Little Jack Marston was barreling toward them at full sprint, his small legs pumping, a determined look on his face. Just a few yards behind him came Abigail, shouting after him, clearly exasperated, her hands on her hips as she called out, Jack Marston, you stop running this instant. Caleb stood up from his crouch and smiled. He brushed the dust off his hands and crouched down again as Jack reached them, the boy panting but grinning wide. Hey there, Jack, Caleb said, ruffling the boy's hair affectionately. What's wrong? You want me and Arthur to save you from your mother? He shook his head in mock solemnity. Afraid we can't do that, Jack. Arthur chuckled, arms folded. That's true, Jack. Your ma's scarier than a grizzly with a toothache when she's riled up, and we ain't brave enough to cross that front. Abigail finally caught up, out of breath but glaring at both men. You too, she said, hands on her hips, stop making me out like some monster in front of my boy. Arthur raised his hands in mock surrender. Caleb laughed, but both men sobered a bit when Abigail fixed them with her signature piercing stare. Even Arthur, who'd faced down Pinkertons and bounty hunters, knew better than to poke the bear too long. Jack tugged at Caleb's shirt. I didn't come here to ask for help. I want to go huntin' with you too. Caleb blinked. You do, huh? Arthur arched a brow. Where'd you hear about us going out hunting? Jack shrugged. Heard it when I was playing near Uncle Pearson's wagon. Heard you talkin' about huntin', deer and rabbits. I wanna come too. Arthur looked at Caleb. Well, he's not wrong. Caleb nodded slightly. He's got ears sharper than a fox. Arthur leaned forward. I dunno, Jack. Huntin' ain't a game. Could be dangerous. You'd have to ask your ma first. I will listen to both of you. Jack said quickly, turning to his mother. Please, Ma. I went hunting before with Uncle Caleb. You said that was fine. Please let me go again, but this time with both of them. Abigail hesitated, glancing at Caleb and Arthur. Caleb nodded, his expression calm and sincere. Arthur gave her a crooked, almost boyish smile. Yeah, sure, he added. We'll keep an eye on him. Won't go far from camp. Just lookin' to stretch our legs and put Pearson in his place with some proper meat. Abigail sighed. All right, fine. But only if you promise to listen to them, Jack. Not a word of backtalk. You do what they say, and you do it right away. Got it? Yes, Ma. I promise. Good. With her approval, Caleb lifted Jack up and settled him in front of the saddle on Morgan. Abigail helped adjust his coat, smoothing out the collar and making sure he was secure. Stay close to him, she told Caleb. Always, he assured her. The trio rode out from camp at a steady pace, the afternoon sun climbing high over the trees. The leaves rustled with a gentle wind as the forest canopy shifted around them. Caleb took the lead, Morgan's hooves thudding softly against the packed dirt trail. Arthur rode slightly behind on Boadicea, whistling a lazy tune, watching the tree lean with an expert's eye. Jack couldn't contain his excitement. I'm gonna catch a rabbit, maybe even two, like before when we go out hunting. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Caleb chuckled. Rabbits are quick and hard to hit, we are lucky last time they were standing still. Just keep your eyes open. They reached a glade just beyond a shallow creek, a familiar hunting ground they'd used before. Caleb dismounted, helping Jack down gently. Arthur tied up his horse to a nearby tree and began scanning the ground. Tracks here, he murmured. Rabbit or possum maybe. Real fresh. Caleb nodded and slung his bow from his back. I'll take the north patch. You go south. Jack can come with me. We'll circle around and meet at the rock ridge. Arthur nodded and moved off. Jack walked beside Caleb, mimicking his every move, crouching when he crouched, stepping light when he stepped light. Caleb found himself smiling more often than he expected. How do you know where the animals are hiding, Uncle Caleb? Caleb tapped 2 fingers to his temple. You look for signs. Tracks, broken twigs, fresh scat. Sometimes even the smell gives it away. They walked quietly through a stretch of brush when Caleb spotted movement. He held a hand out to stop Jack. "There," he whispered, pointing to a pair of deer grazing in a clearing ahead. He slowly nocked an arrow, drew back, and took a breath. The bowstring creaked faintly before he let the arrow fly. It struck true, hitting the deer just behind the shoulder. The animal bolted, stumbled, and collapsed a few feet away. "Whoa, that was amazing," Jack whispered loudly. "Stay here," Caleb said. He approached carefully, making sure the deer was dead before waving Jack over. The boy touched the hide reverently. "Is it always like this?" he asked. Caleb shook his head. "No, sometimes they get away. Sometimes they bleed out and it ain't pretty, but this was clean." Name: Caleb Thorne. Age: 23. Body attributes: Strength: 7/10. Agility: 6/10. Perception: 8/10. Stamina: 7/10. Charm: 5/10. Luck: 6/10. Skills: Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 81.79. Bonding and doing camp activities. He approached carefully, making sure the deer was dead before waving Jack over. The boy touched the hide reverently. "Is it always like this?" he asked. Caleb shook his head. "No, sometimes they get away. Sometimes they bleed out and it ain't pretty, but this was clean." Jack nodded solemnly, a little more grown up at that moment. They met Arthur at the ridge a short while later. He had a rabbit hanging from his belt and a grin on his face. "Didn't let me have all the fun, I see." Caleb gestured to the deer. "One clean kill. Should feed the camp right." Arthur nodded. "Let's haul it back before Pearson gets another idea to cook shoe leather stew." They tied the deer over Morgan's saddle, and Arthur let Jack ride on his horse this time, the boy grinning from ear to ear. When they returned to camp, Pearson came waddling out with a dish towel over one shoulder. "Back already?" Arthur tossed the rabbit toward him. "You said bring you something worth cooking. Here's a starter." Caleb patted the deer. "And the main course?" Pearson's eyes lit up. "Well, now, this'll do nicely. Thank you, gentlemen, and Master Jack, of course." Jack beamed. Abigail came over, kneeling beside her son. "Did you behave?" "I did. I watched Uncle Caleb shoot a deer. It was amazing." Caleb chuckled. "He did well. Quiet, observant. Didn't once get in the way, just like he had hunted with him before." "Well, you earned yourself a treat, then," she said, guiding Jack back toward the campfire. Arthur patted Caleb on the shoulder. "Nice shot. Guess Pearson will have no excuse now." Caleb smiled, then pulled out a coin from his satchel and flipped it in the air. "Let's just hope he remembers what salt is." That night, the stew was better, full, rich, hearty, the meat tender and flavorful. Even Arthur had to admit it. As they ate by the fire, Mary Beth slipped onto the log beside Caleb, her shoulder brushing his. "Heard you saved us from another night of Pearson's mystery stew," she murmured, smiling. Caleb shrugged, though his chest warmed at her nearness. "Just doing my part." Mary Beth smiled warmly at Caleb as they finished their stew. "Well, thank you for saving us from Pearson's mysterious concoction," she said, her voice light with amusement. Caleb grinned, scooping another spoonful from his bowl, before nudging her shoulder playfully. "My pleasure. Figured I owed everyone something better than shoe leather soup or other mysterious stew he prepared." They ate together on the log near the fire, shoulders occasionally brushing, the evening cool but pleasant. Caleb, usually more reserved, found himself telling light-hearted jokes, little observations about Pearson's cooking, the way Arthur always scowled when reading, even a quick impression of Dutch's flowery speeches that made Mary Beth giggle, hiding her mouth behind her hand. "That was awful," she said between laughs, her eyes shining in the firelight. "That's the point," Caleb replied with a grin. "If I ever talk like that, shoot me." "I'll hold you to that," she teased, bumping her shoulder against his. Arthur, arms crossed over his chest, grunted in agreement. "I actually think so. But for a while, I figured they'd keep flirting with each other until the world ended. Still, since you said so, Hosea, I reckon it'll happen now." He smirked. "Less something gets in the way." He let out a soft laugh, sipping from his cup. Dutch, however, remained silent. His eyes, usually filled with fire and philosophy, now looked a bit dim. His jaw tightened just slightly, the expression subtle but clear enough for a man like Hosea to notice. The leader's gaze was fixed on Caleb and Mary Beth, his face oddly ashen under the flickering firelight. "Dutch?" Hosea asked after a pause. "You gotta take on the young lovers." Arthur nudged Dutch lightly. "Or you just plannin' on starin' holes into the poor boy all night?" The question pulled Dutch from his silent contemplation. He blinked, then turned back toward his friends with the familiar charismatic smile stretching across his face. "Oh, of course," he said warmly, voice returning to that smooth, almost musical tone. "It's a fine thing, seeing young folks find peace in this kind of life. Young love is a beautiful thing. Makes you believe in something better, doesn't it?" Then his tone shifted, darker, though still wrapped in that smooth charm. "But Caleb best be careful. If he ever breaks that sweet girl's heart." Dutch let the threat hang in the air, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "Well, let's just say he'll have the entire camp to answer to." The warning came with a theatrical flourish, but the edge in his voice lingered just a second too long. Hosea chuckled, catching the undertone, but brushing it off. "Hell," Arthur added, "Pearson alone would skin him and serve him for dinner." The three men shared a laugh, as the fire crackled from the campfire. Meanwhile, Caleb and Mary Beth finished their meal, scraping the last of the stew from their bowls. The flavor lingered, tender venison, perfectly seasoned for once, warm and filling. They both stood, walking to the camp's washing basin together. Caleb rinsed his bowl, and Mary Beth did the same beside him. She glanced up at him once more, eyes lingering. "I'm glad you're here, Caleb," she said softly. He paused, a rare vulnerability flashing across his face. "Me too." A moment of silence passed, comfortable and unhurried. Then Mary Beth smiled, gave a little wave, and returned to her tent. Caleb stood there a moment longer, bowl in hand, before turning away and making his way across camp. Arthur met him halfway, separating from Dutch and Hosea, and the two of them fell into an easy stride together. "You two looked very cozy," Arthur said, just loud enough to be heard over the gentle murmur of camp. Caleb shot him a sidelong glance. "You jealous, Mr. Morgan?" Arthur smirked. "Maybe, don't tell Mary Beth." They shared a chuckle before their expressions turned more serious. "Ready to fill John in?" Arthur asked, adjusting his hat. Caleb nodded. "Let's go." They found John near his tent, cleaning his revolver with meticulous care. He looked up as they approached, raising an eyebrow. "You two look like you got something to say." Arthur smirked. "Got the oil wagon stashed at that abandoned shack like you said. Now we just need to know, when's that train comin' through?" "Then I owe you both for working so hard," John said. "Saved my stomach." John wiped his hands on a rag, then pulled out a folded piece of paper from his satchel. "A train schedule. Tomorrow night. Around midnight. Lines private, but lightly guarded. Perfect for a hit." Caleb crossed his arms. "We're thinking of bringing in one more, just to be safe." Arthur rubbed his chin. "Could ask Charles. Man's steady in a fight. He's quiet, strong, and he doesn't miss." John nodded. "I like it. Four's better than three for this kind of job." Caleb agreed. "All right. I'll talk with Charles in the morning, let him know." "Good," John said. "Let's make sure this one goes smoothly." Later that night, Caleb lay in his bedroll beneath the stars, the soft murmur of crickets in the grass and the occasional crackle of the dying fire his lullaby. But sleep didn't come easily. He stared up, hands behind his head, thinking about Mary Beth's smile, and it made him smile. He had joined this gang because he wanted to change Arthur's life and, if possible, the gang as well, guided by a system interface and memories of his past life. But more and more, it wasn't survival that drove him. It was people. The bonds. The fragile connections that made this harsh life feel worth it. He closed his eyes, forcing the thoughts away, choosing instead to dream of laughter, of stolen glances by firelight, and a future he hoped he could earn. The next morning, Caleb woke to the golden hush of dawn stretching its fingers across the camp. The birds were already singing, and the air was cool but promising warmth later in the day. Normally, he'd start his morning with stretches and light exercise, but today he felt a pull toward something else. Maybe it was the peaceful night before, or Mary Beth's smile lingering in his mind, or maybe it was just the desire to help, to give back more than bullets and plans. Instead of his usual regimen, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work. The first task was chopping logs for the campfire. The small stack near the fire pit had dwindled after several chilly nights. Caleb retrieved the hatchet from the tool wagon and carried an armful of small, dry logs over to the chopping block. The rhythm was grounding, lift, strike, split. The smell of wood and morning dew filled his lungs. After finishing a healthy pile, he moved on to the chicken feed. A couple of the burlap sacks had been left on a wagon near the girls' tent, and Pearson had grumbled the evening before about them needing to be moved. Caleb hefted the sacks, one under each arm, and carried them over to Pearson's chuck wagon, setting them down near the crates of seasoning and dry goods. Next came the hay bales for the horses. He hauled them across the camp, placing them in small stacks near the hitching posts and water troughs. The horses whinnied appreciatively as he laid the bundles down, swatting their tails lazily. Lastly, he returned to the supply wagon Pearson used for storing larger provisions. Caleb took the heavy canvas sacks, flour, beans, salt, and carried them one by one to their proper place near Pearson's cooking station. The sun had climbed higher by then, and sweat slicked his brow, dampening the collar of his shirt. Once finished, Caleb stood and pulled a cloth from the clothesline strung between two trees. He wiped the sweat from his face, breathing deeply, feeling good in a way that didn't come from training or fighting. Just honest labor. Purposeful. Real. Then, from the corner of his eye, movement. A soft hand extended from his side, holding a tin cup filled to the brim with clear water. He turned, startled for just a heartbeat. Mary Beth. Her hair was pulled back, and her dress still held the creases of sleep, but her face glowed with the warmth of morning sun and something gentler, appreciation. "Thank you," she said, her voice light as the breeze, "for working so hard this morning." Caleb blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Then he smiled, reaching for the cup. Their fingers brushed for the briefest second. "Thanks," he said, raising the cup and drinking in one long gulp. The water was cool and clean, and it soothed the heat in his chest and throat. He handed the cup back. "Just doin' my part." Mary Beth accepted the empty cup, watching him with those ever-observant eyes of hers. "How's the drawing going?" Caleb asked, letting his hands rest on his hips. "For the Harry Potter story. Figured you'd have a few sketches by now since I haven't had a chance to finish telling it." Mary Beth lit up at the mention. "I did. I've been working on some of the scenes you described. That flying game, the one with the broomsticks and the golden ball. Quidditch." She chuckled, a little embarrassed. "I had to make up a few things, of course, but it's been fun. Though I'm running out of ideas without more of the story. You'll have to keep going soon or I'll just be making things up." Caleb laughed. "Can't have that. Wouldn't want you turning Hogwarts into a cowboy saloon." "I might," she teased, then glanced toward her tent. "Anyway, I should get this cup back before Pearson starts barking. Don't work too hard." Caleb nodded, watching her leave, a warm feeling blooming in his chest. It took effort to pull himself away, but duty called. He had a job to do, and it started with Charles. He headed through the camp, boots soft in the morning dirt, until he found Charles at the edge of the clearing, calmly repairing a broken arrow with quiet focus. Caleb approached and crouched beside him. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 8280. Robbery start and stopping the train. Caleb nodded, watching her leave, a warm feeling blooming in his chest. It took effort to pull himself away, but duty called. He had a job to do, and it started with Charles. He headed through the camp, boots soft in the morning dirt, until he found Charles at the edge of the clearing, calmly repairing a broken arrow with quiet focus. Caleb approached and crouched beside him. "Morning, Charles," Caleb said. Charles looked up, his dark eyes steady. "Morning, Caleb. You're up early." Caleb nodded. "Figured I'd get some things done around camp before heading out. Actually, I came to talk to you about a job." Charles paused, indicating that he was listening. "There's a train coming through the quiet Scarlet Meadows this night," Caleb continued. "It's a private line and lightly guarded. John's been planning it. Me, him, and Arthur are in, but we figured 4 men are better than 3. You interested in joining us?" Charles finished tying the arrowhead back into place and put it inside his arrow sleeve at his lower back before replying. "When and where?" "We meet at the old shack north of Dewberry Creek at the south border. Tonight. We'll go over the plan again, make sure everyone knows their role." Charles gave a slow nod. "All right, I'll be there." Caleb clapped his shoulder. "Appreciate it." The day rolled on quietly after that, filled with the mundane routines of camp life. Javier strummed his guitar near the fire. Abigail scolded Jack for wandering too close to the horses. Bill and Uncle argued about who left the last whiskey bottle empty. But Caleb remained on the periphery, conserving his energy, occasionally cleaning his weapons, checking his satchel, and counting rounds. Evening came quickly. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows as the camp dimmed to orange and gold. Caleb gathered his gear, his repeater, shotgun, revolvers, bow, and his rifle. He changed into the clothes that he borrowed from John through Abigail, checked his gun belt, slung his satchel over his shoulder, and adjusted his hat. Arthur joined him near the edge of the camp. "Ready?" Caleb nodded. "Let's ride." John was already waiting at the shack when they arrived. The crumbling structure was nestled against a small rocky rise north of Dewberry Creek, hidden from the main road. Charles leaned against the wall of the abandoned shack, arms crossed. "Nice of y'all to join us for our great heist tonight," John greeted. Caleb smiled at John's teasing remark, leaning casually against one of the old shack's support beams. Charles, standing stoically with his arms crossed, gave no verbal response, just the usual calm, unreadable expression on his face. It was Arthur who broke the silence with a snort and a dry, sarcastic tone. "Of course, Great Mr. Marston, Arthur said, sweeping his hand with a mock flourish. We come here to grace your foolish presence and maybe line our pockets while we're at it. Caleb chuckled at that, his mood lightened by Arthur's sarcasm. John raised an eyebrow at Arthur and replied in mock offense, "Hey, that's not nice." "Wasn't trying to be nice," Arthur muttered. John let it go and turned serious, his voice steady and low. "You boys ready for this?" The three of them, Caleb, Arthur, and Charles, nodded in unison. The air shifted. There was something about that shared nod among men who were about to face danger that bound them tighter than any words could. Arthur spoke again, more serious now. "Everything ready?" John grinned and walked over to a worn wooden crate stashed beneath the half-collapsed window. "Yeah, got everything prepped." He flipped open the lid and revealed stacks of ammo boxes, cloth-wrapped bundles, and a few extra gun belts. "Guns, ammo, and this." He reached into the crate and pulled out 4 small brown sacks. Without another word, he tossed them, one each, to Arthur, Caleb, and Charles, keeping one for himself. Caleb caught it with a surprised grunt and turned it over in his hand. The texture was rough, burlap, with small slits cut for eyes and a slightly larger one for the mouth. Caleb was turning it over in his hands. A sackcloth mask. His eyebrows shot up in surprise. This hadn't happened in the game. In the original timeline, the gang had grown sloppier, more reckless, masks were an afterthought, if they were used at all, and the gang only used bandana masks. He'd already prepared his own mask in his satchel, just in case, but he hadn't expected John to take the initiative. Arthur raised an eyebrow and held his up like it offended him. "What the hell is this?" "As you see yourself, Arthur," John said with a grin, "it's a mask. Sackcloth. Used to hide our faces. Is this some kind of joke?" Arthur asked, though there was a hint of approval under the surface. John shook his head, growing a little more serious. "Got this idea since you and Caleb keep saying that one misstep could bring the law down on us. You're not wrong. Posters of all of us, well, except Caleb, are all over Blackwater and likely spread to the Lemoyne Sheriff's offices too." Caleb nodded, slipping his mask halfway over his face to test the fit. "That's a good idea, John. Hiding our faces and avoiding extra heat from the law is a smart move. We screw this up, we can at least delay anyone connecting it back to the gang and searching Garouoy, New Hanover and Lemoyne, buying us time to move the camp." He pulled the mask back off and tucked it into his belt for later. "I'd also suggest we alter our voices, make them deeper, raspier, maybe even higher. Anything to make it harder for witnesses to identify us and to throw off anyone who might recognize us." Arthur scoffed, but there was a gleam in his eye. "Well damn, Marston. I'm almost impressed. You actually thought something through for once. I suggest you had your brain eaten by a wolf hole, and you will truly be a genius." John chuckled. "Even a blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while." Charles gave a quiet nod. "Good ideas. Both of them. Less chance of being tracked." A short silence followed, the kind of silence that meant the planning phase was over and reality was beginning to settle in. Arthur was the one who broke the silence by saying, "All right then. Gentlemen, let's make some money." As he spoke, he climbed onto the oil wagon's driver's seat, settling in with the reins in hand. Caleb moved without hesitation, climbing up beside him and taking the shotgun seat, resting his repeater across his lap. While John and Charles positioned themselves on either side of the wagon, gripping the wooden slats for balance, where each hanging off the frame with practiced ease, like shadows preparing to move. Arthur gave the reins a flick. The horses grunted and began trotting forward, pulling the creaky oil wagon out of the clearing. The wheels clattered lightly over rocks and old tree roots before catching the smoother dirt of the main road. The scent of oil wafted faintly in the air, thick and greasy. As the wagon turned left onto the main trail, heading southwest, Charles spoke up from the right side. "Are all of the horses untethered?" John, still scanning the brush like a hawk, replied casually, "I think so." "Good," Charles nodded. "They should follow us from behind." The makeshift escape mounts, left untied in the brush earlier, would trail them discreetly. Caleb looked over his shoulder and caught sight of his black gelding, Morgan, trotting at a calm distance behind them, ears perked and alert. Arthur glanced over his shoulder toward John. "So, you found us a good spot to put our wagon, Wolf Man." "Yeah," John said with a confident smirk. "Follow the road southwest, there's a spot remote, but should give them enough time to spot the oil wagon." Arthur nodded. "They see this thing blocking the tracks, they'll stop soon enough." "And," John added, "apparently their guards are really few. I mean, really few. They're picking up a new set at the state line. Till then, we should be facing only a handful of guns to deal with." Caleb, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, voice steady. "So we're putting the oil wagon on the tracks to stop them, and then what? What's each of us doing when the train stops?" Arthur took charge as he laid it out. "Charles, you handle the engineer. Get that train stopped and keep it that way. John, you secure the passenger cart fast. Grab any charitable donations and make sure everyone behaves. Caleb, you're with me. We'll secure the cargo holds from any friendly guards who need some greetings." Caleb gave a slow nod. "Sounds good." Each of them offered small affirmations in response, no wasted words, just the quiet understanding of men preparing to walk the line between violence and necessity. The ride continued in silence, the sky slowly fading to the deep bruises of twilight. Cicadas chirped, and an owl hooted somewhere far off. Caleb's eyes stayed sharp, constantly scanning the trees and brush. He adjusted his mask on his belt again, rehearsing the steps mentally: get on the train, clear the guards, take the goods, no unnecessary bloodshed. They reached the site not long after, where the terrain dipped slightly and the tracks bent gently through a shallow gully flanked by thick woods and rocks. It was a good ambush point. Caleb felt a slight twist of adrenaline stir in his gut. "Here's good," John called out. "Stop the wagon over the tracks. And remember, there are innocent folks. We handle this right, nobody needs to die here." Arthur slowed the wagon, guiding it with precision until the wheels rolled up and over the iron rails and halted dead center across the tracks. He pulled the rein, and the horses exhaled in unison, their breath ghosting in the cooling evening air. The four of them dismounted quickly. Arthur turned to them, voice brisk but calm. "Masks on." Caleb pulled the burlap sack over his head, the rough cloth scratching lightly against his cheek. The eye slits gave him a narrow, warped view, but good enough to see and shoot. His breathing sounded louder inside the mask, more real somehow. Arthur, John, and Charles also pulled through the rough cloth over their face, the slits for eyes giving them an eerie, anonymous appearance. Charles and Arthur moved quickly to unhitch the horses, slapping their rumps to send them trotting away. "Mr. Marston, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Thorne," Arthur called, his voice muffled by the mask. "Get over there. When she slows, board her. I'm gonna make sure she stops." Without another word, the three of them peeled off, moving with fluid coordination. Caleb ducked behind a thick sycamore tree near the edge of the tracks. John crouched behind a large boulder, and Charles took cover behind a copse of bushes just off the rail. Arthur turned back, climbing atop the oil wagon with a practiced motion. He took position at the center, carbine repeater in hand, silhouetted against the last vestiges of daylight. The wind had picked up. A faint whistle broke the stillness. Then they heard it. The distant churning of steel wheels grinding against track. The approaching roar of a train cutting through the silence of the wilderness. Caleb exhaled slowly and reached for his repeater. The headlamp of the train cut through the dimming blue haze, growing larger. The horn gave a blast. Then another. The engineer must have seen the wagon. But Arthur didn't budge. The train grew closer, too close, until the hiss of brakes screamed against the rails. Steam burst from the undercarriage, and the train groaned as it slowed violently, coming to a hard stop just a dozen feet from the oil wagon. Arthur leapt down from the wagon and hit the dirt, as he saw the train engineer get down from the train as well. Name: Caleb Thorne. Age: 23. Body attributes: strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills: handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61. Bank, $40. 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 83/81. Train job goes well. But Arthur didn't budge. The train grew closer, too close, until the hiss of brakes screamed against the rails. Steam burst from the undercarriage, and the train groaned as it slowed violently, coming to a hard stop just a dozen feet from the oil wagon. Arthur leapt down from the wagon and hit the dirt, as he saw the train engineer get down from the train as well. The train engineer's face was aghast and full of surprise. With a high voice, he looked at Arthur. "Hey, what's going on here? What's going on?" Due to the light of the train engineer doesn't realize that Arthur was wearing a sackcloth mask. Meanwhile, he also doesn't realize that Charles was creeping toward him from his behind, and when he hears the footsteps, it was too late, as when he turns around and sees Charles with a sackcloth mask, he lets out a scream. Charles knocks him out cold with the handle of his revolver. "Nothing good," said Charles after hitting the train engineer and couched down to loot him. Arthur walked past Charles with this carbine repeater while saying, "I need to go up toward the train. Finish up here and join us there as soon as possible." Charles nodded at Arthur's order, his voice dropping into a much deeper and gruff tone. "Go on, get up there." Arthur didn't look back. With his carbine repeater held close, he walked toward the passenger car, boots thudding against the hard-packed dirt beside the train tracks. The hiss of steam still lingered in the air, curling up like ghostly fingers under the moonlight. As Arthur neared the passenger car, he saw Caleb already standing beside the metal steps, tall and calm, silhouetted in the light bleeding from the train windows. Caleb's sackcloth mask flapped slightly in the breeze, and the glint of his Lancaster repeater caught Arthur's eye. Then the passenger car door creaked open, and a uniformed train guard stepped out, holding a repeater in his hands. His voice was sharp with confusion. Hey, but Caleb was faster. He stepped forward like a ghost and spun the guard around, slamming the butt of his repeater into the side of the man's head. The guard collapsed instantly, his weapon clattering to the ground beside him. Caleb grunted. His high-pitched voice, made deeper by the mask but still with a hint of youthful sharpness, disguising his natural tone, called to Arthur, "Captain, I think some change needs to be made. You help John gain some charitable donations, and I'll go ahead and greet the friendly guards on the cargo cars." Arthur chuckled, just a little, and made his voice higher and much more raspy. "Alright, you take care now. Don't take too long." With that, Arthur climbed the steps and disappeared into the front of the passenger car. Caleb turned and headed further down the train, boots thumping lightly across the connecting gangway. 2 luxurious passenger cars followed, their windows dimly glowing, curtains drawn tight to keep out the dark. Then came one plainer car with hard benches and poor men inside. Caleb ignored them. The cargo was what he came for. He reached the first cargo car and paused. He knew the layout already, thanks to his past life memory. There were 4 guards, 3 inside, and 1 up top. He grinned behind the mask. Same as the game, he thought. Caleb climbed up to the roof of the car. Sure enough, the guard was prone with a repeater, scanning the area beyond the train as it had stopped, unaware of Caleb's presence until it was far too late. Caleb crept forward and then stomped hard, boot to skull. The man crumpled without a sound. He quickly dropped down between the 2 cargo cars. Crouching low, he turned and slipped to the front door of the second cargo car. Inside, 2 guards were talking, one sipping from a flask. Caleb's eyes narrowed. He adjusted his grip on his repeater. Soft steps, hard hits. He pushed the door open, crept inside, and smashed the first one's face with the butt of his gun. The second man shouted and raised his weapon, but Caleb pulled the wounded guard in front of him as a human shield. "Drop it," Caleb warned, voice level but tight. "Now." The second guard hesitated, eyes wide, before slowly lowering his repeater. Caleb shoved the wounded guard aside and lunged forward, cracking the other guard across the jaw. The man collapsed like a sack of potatoes. All clear. 3 down, 1 to go. The 4th guard who stood at the front section of the first cargo car was smarter than the other 3. His repeater half raised, eyes darting. He'd heard something. Caleb didn't give him time to investigate. He burst through the door, using one of the unconscious guards as a human shield. The third man spun, his repeater coming up. "Drop it if you want your friend to live," Caleb snarled, his voice a disguised growl. The guard hesitated. Caleb shoved the limp body forward, forcing the man to stumble back. In that split second of confusion, Caleb lunged. His fist connected with the guard's jaw, snapping his head back. A second punch to the solar plexus doubled him over. A final elbow to the back of the neck dropped him like a sack of flour. Caleb exhaled, rolling his shoulders. All 4 guards neutralized. Meanwhile, as all of that happened, at the same time, inside the first luxurious passenger car, Arthur stepped in from the front door just as John entered from the rear. John's revolver barked once, a loud warning shot to silence any screams before they started. "Everybody stay calm and nobody'll get shot." John yelled, his voice clear but not overly gruff, enough to command but not enough to panic, and disguise his voice as well. A tall man in a gray bowler hat stood quickly at the front of the car, shouting, "This is..." Arthur didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, grabbed the man by the shoulder, and spun him around. The butt of his carbine repeater cracked into the man's face, and he dropped with a groan, unconscious. John didn't flinch. He reached into his saddlebag and pulled out a large burlap sack, waving it in front of the passengers. "Come on, give me everything you got. Money, valuables." The passengers, wealthy businessmen, overdressed ladies, and one terrified priest, began fumbling into their pockets, opening purses and satchels. Arthur and John moved steadily through the car. When someone hesitated, a plump banker with a monocle, a young lady hiding a necklace, Arthur stepped in. He leaned in close, voice low and dangerous, but different from his natural voice. "Don't make me ask again." Then he grabbed the man by the collar, spun him around, and cracked the stock of his carbine repeater across his temple. The man dropped like a stone. That always worked. Every time. John barely glanced at the unconscious figure, already moving down the aisle with a burlap sack held open. "Come on, folks. Money, valuables. Don't make this harder than it needs to be." By the time they reached the rear of the car, the sack was beginning to fill up. John tossed it over his shoulder with a satisfied nod. "That's one done." They pushed through to the second car. This time, Arthur raised his voice with a deeper bass and gruff tone. "Alright, same thing. Empty your pockets." A portly gentleman in a striped suit clenched his fists. "I won't be robbed by the likes of..." Arthur didn't let him finish. He grabbed the man's wrist, twisted it just enough to make him yelp, and shoved him back into his seat, then slapped the man across the face with the side of his carbine. "What was that?" The man's defiance crumbled. He fished out a wad of bills from his coat, tossing them into the sack with a glare. John laughed. "Man's got a strong teachin' hand, huh?" They moved quickly through the rest of the car, gathering more cash, watches, rings, and earrings. No one resisted after that. By the time Caleb finished securing the cargo holds, Arthur and John had cleared the passenger cars. Charles rejoined them near the rear of the train, dragging a tied-up engineer behind him. "Train's ours," Charles grunted. Arthur nodded, pulling his mask down just enough to spit. "Good. Let's get what we came for and ride out." The next 10 minutes were a blur of activity. Crates were pried open, safes cracked, and valuables stuffed into saddlebags. Gold watches, cash bundles, jewelry, and anything of worth were taken. Arthur let out a surprised voice as he pulled a stack of bonds from a wealthy-looking passenger's briefcase. "Now this is a damn payday." John smirked. "Told you this'd be worth it." Caleb, meanwhile, found something unexpected in the cargo hold, a locked strongbox. A few well-placed shots from his revolver shattered the lock, revealing stacks of crisp banknotes and 3 shiny gold things that caused his breath to catch. 3 gold bars. Well, he muttered, pocketing 2 of the hold bars to his satchel for himself, before showing the gold bar to the others, putting it inside John's sack that was filled with money and valuables. With the loot secured, they moved quickly. Arthur gave a signal to Charles, who moved to uncouple the last 2 cars from the rest of the train. "Make it look like a mechanical error," Arthur said. As the coupling came loose and the brakes were set, the team gathered at the tree line. Their horses were ready. The loot was secured. "The job is done." Arthur looked at Caleb. "You did good, Caleb." Caleb shrugged. "Thanks, Arthur. I played this part before." Arthur blinked. "Say what?" "Nothing," Caleb replied quickly, hiding the smirk under his mask. John hooted. "That went smoother than I thought." Charles grunted. "Let's not jinx it." The gang spurred their steeds into a gallop, vanishing into the night just as the first shouts of "looks like lawmen" rose from the train behind them. The return to Horseshoe Overlook was triumphant. Dutch clapped Arthur on the back, his grin wide. "Now this is how you do a damn train job. Good work, all of you." Hosea chuckled as he looked at the take and deduced the total worth, before smiling. "Enough here to keep us comfortable for quite a while, after storing some of it and splitting some for the 4 of you." Caleb smiled as he saw Dutch and Hosea studying the pile of loot with the kind of gleam in their eyes usually reserved for poker wins and a bottle of fine whiskey. Arthur stood nearby, hands on his hips, recounting the events of the job to the 2 older men with the satisfaction of a man who just walked away from a prize fight with all his teeth intact. "It went smoother than a greased hog down a muddy slope," Arthur said, his voice rough but pleased. "We rode out just in time, and heard shouts behind us, probably lawmen." Caleb took down 4 guards without firing a single shot. Just 1 shot the whole time, and that was John letting off a warning inside the passenger car to keep all quiet. Dutch gave a low whistle, eyebrows raising beneath his black hat. "Only 1 shot fired on a train job? That's damn near miraculous." Hosea chuckled, leaning on his cane. "And it wasn't even a kill shot. That's discipline. And smarts. That's how we keep the Pinkertons and whoever teaching us off our tail. And the masks. Whose idea was that?" John walked up at that moment, swinging the half-full burlap sack they'd stuffed with bills, watches, and jewelry. "My idea. Figured it'd keep our faces hidden. But Caleb here," he gestured toward the younger man, "he suggested we change our voices too. Rough it up, drop it low, and sound like someone else. Just in case any of those rich bastards try to get clever and hire someone to match our voices with rumors or bounties." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $731.61 and 2 gold bars. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 84-82. Conversation with Hosea. John walked up at that moment, swinging the half-full burlap sack they'd stuffed with bills, watches, and jewelry. "My idea. Figured it'd keep our faces hidden. But Caleb here," he gestured toward the younger man, "he suggested we change our voices too. Rough it up, drop it low, sound like someone else. Just in case any of those rich bastards try to get clever and hire someone to match our voices with rumors or bounties." Dutch gave a short, surprised laugh and clapped Caleb on the shoulder. "Son, you got brains on you, I'll give you that. I've been running jobs for 20 years, and it never even crossed my mind. Smart, real smart." Hosea chuckled. "Neither mine. That's the clever kind of thinking that keeps us ahead of the law." Caleb gave a modest shrug, hiding the slight swell of pride behind a neutral expression. "Just thought it might help keep attention off us. This job was loud in terms of what we took, a train full of rich passengers and valuable cargo. Someone's gonna come looking. Better not give them more to go on than they already have." Exactly, Hosea agreed. You boys left no prints, no names, and no faces. No bodies either. Just one warning shot, and a lot of empty pockets. Bunch of you are just like ghosts. Dutch grinned widely, teeth gleaming in the firelight. Ghosts who walk away with more money than this camp seen in a damn season. Arthur gave Caleb a sidelong glance, his smirk pulling higher on one side. You're truly a great addition, Caleb. Fit right in with the way we do things. Dutch doesn't lose his touch in choosing people. John snorted. Hell, you might be too good for us. Caleb let out a short chuckle. Don't say that, or Dutch might start getting ideas. Dutch raised a finger with mock solemnity. No ideas, just recognition. Caleb here's got a mind for the long game. That's what I like to see. With the praise still hanging in the air, the gang settled into the natural rhythm that followed a successful heist, counting loot, sharing drinks, and letting the tension melt away like snow in spring. As the others busied themselves with inventory and celebration, Caleb stepped slightly away from the firelight, taking a seat on a log and letting the cool night breeze brush his face. His fingers brushed against the satchel at his side, feeling the weight of the 2 gold bars tucked safely inside. He hadn't lied about sharing with the gang, he'd made sure one of the bars went into the communal hall, but he'd kept 2 for himself. Insurance. Better to have something stashed away, he thought, just in case the whole world comes down onto the gang like it always does, and having my own secret stash of funds for my own activity. His thoughts were interrupted as Charles walked up, quiet as ever. He stood for a moment, looking toward the fire before speaking. You handled yourself well today, he said simply. Quiet. Efficient. Unlike the others in the gang, for example, Bill. Thanks, Charles, Caleb replied as he chuckled. You too. Charles nodded once. Most people don't do as smooth as what you did in situations like that. And it's just like you knew what to expect. Caleb shrugged. I've been through it before. Charles gave him a long look, thoughtful, but didn't press. He simply nodded again and moved on, melting into the darkness like a shadow. The night carried on, filled with the low hum of celebration. Javier strummed a lazy tune on his guitar. Uncle sat on the log. Pearson heaved a sigh of relief as he finished with the day's work. Bill was already half drunk, swaying next to Sean, who was loudly retelling the events of the robbery, despite not having been there. I kicked in the door, Sean said, holding up an imaginary rifle, and said, give us your gold or we'll turn your heads into soup. That's not even close to what happened, John muttered, laughing. Let him talk, Arthur said, shaking his head. He's just wishing he got to join. Dutch eventually called everyone's attention back to the fire. Alright, listen up. Hosea's got the numbers. Hosea stood, holding a ledger, glasses glinting in the firelight. After expenses, stockpiling, and cutting a fair share for the 4 men who pulled this off, we're sitting on just shy of $1,800, not including bonds and gold. That's without fencing the rest of the valuables. A collective cheer erupted from the gang. And Caleb, Hosea continued, you came out of this job with no casualties, creative thinking, and a quiet approach that saved us a mess of heat. I say you've earned your share and maybe a bit more. Dutch raised his hands. Seconded. Caleb, we'll keep the split even for now, but you've proven yourself. Keep this up, and you'll have as much say in this outfit as anyone. Caleb dipped his head, accepting the praise with a quiet grace. He didn't need the attention, but it felt good to be recognized for more than just brute force or fast hands. As the night wore on, Caleb eventually slipped away from the fire and walked up the edge of the cliff that helped look at what was below Horseshoe Overlook. He sat down near a patch of brush, looking up at the moon. As he sat there looking at the moon, its pale light shimmering like silver across the tops of the trees and the rippling bend of the Dakota River far below, Caleb Thorne felt the strange and familiar ache of 2 lives pressing at his chest. He wasn't the same man who had played Red Dead Redemption 2 from the safety of a couch, and he certainly wasn't the man these outlaws believed him to be. Caleb had died, literally, and had somehow awakened in this world, 23 and fit, with nothing but a vague user interface in his mind and the memories of a video game that felt more real now than it ever had on screen. And now here he was, wrapped in the same air as Arthur Morgan, Dutch van der Linde, Hosea Matthews, and the Van der Linde gang, legends and ghosts of a doomed story he once adored. Footsteps crunched softly behind him. Reflexively, his right hand moved toward the revolver at his hip, but the moment he turned, he relaxed. It was Hosea, looking at him with that warm, familiar smile the old man always wore when he wasn't scheming. The grizzled conman held a small stack of dollar bills in his right hand, fingers loose around them like they weren't even real money. Why are you alone out here, Caleb? Hosea asked, his tone gentle and edged with concern. Not in the mood to celebrate the cleanest train robbery ever done, or bringing in the biggest cash for the gang after our disaster in Blackwater. Caleb chuckled and patted the log beside him. It's not that I'm not in the mood to celebrate, Hosea. I just wanted to enjoy some quiet, white, and fresh time alone. The people we robbed today, they weren't Pinkertons or rival gangs or criminals. They were just folks. Innocent folks. I need to adjust myself, that's all. Hosea sat down beside him, giving a slight grunt as his knees bent. He patted Caleb's shoulder once with a knowing hand. I understand, son. It's hard on yourself when you know the people you rob are innocent. But this is the life you chose. And at least you didn't kill any of them. No grieving children, no widowed wives, no revenge-seeking husbands. That counts for something. Caleb nodded, keeping his expression neutral, though inside, he felt a quiet satisfaction. Persuasion, LVL2, might have been doing its part here, but it wasn't just skill, it was experience. A well-crafted lie told with a measure of truth. Hosea was no easy man to lie to, as he was an experienced con man. The truth was, he just needed space, time to think. The gang's energy, while infectious, could be overwhelming. Outwardly, he sighed. Of course, Hosea, Caleb said, meeting the older man's eyes. It's just that I need to adjust, that's all. He hesitated, then ventured carefully, but have you ever thought about leaving this life behind? Starting new somewhere else? Hosea's face stilled. For a long moment, the fire behind them cracked and popped while the camp celebrated. Finally, he let out a slow breath. I do, he said quietly. In fact, before all the mess at Blackwater, I did leave this life for a while. I leave this life behind with the love of my life, Bessie. She understood me, Caleb. She knew me. But I just couldn't stay gone, I came back. His voice faltered briefly. Bessie understood. She supported me even though it meant putting this damn life before her. And sometimes, I wonder, what if I stayed gone? What if we'd found a cabin in the Grizzlies or a patch of land near St. Denis and just lived, spending the rest of my days with her, just the two of us? Caleb turned to look at Hosea, heart-tugging. He knew about Bessie, of course, the woman who'd tamed the legendary swindler's heart, how she died before the game truly began. He knew what Hosea lost, what Arthur mourned for him, but he had to pretend he didn't. You'll live a wonderful life with her, Caleb said softly. I'm sure of it. And I'm sorry. Hosea looked over, startled. Sorry? What for, son? Caleb met his gaze, eyes somber and voice low. The hurt, longing, and sadness in your eyes, it says it all. I know where she is now. Hosea chuckled bitterly, the sound carrying the weight of years and regrets. He looked up at the sky. She's in a much better place now, and I know she'd have liked you, just like she liked Arthur. If she were still here, she'd be sittin' right beside us, telling me to stop talkin' and just watch the moon. He stood up with a groan and placed the money gently in Caleb's lap. Here's your share. $300. Don't spend it all in one place. And thank you for listening to an old man ramble. Caleb smiled, taking the money and tucking it into his satchel. Thank you, Hosea. Don't worry. I'll save it for now. And no problem. Thank you for the company as well. With a wave, Hosea walked back toward the firelight, joining the others in the chorus of songs, laughter, and drunken hollering. Caleb looked back at the moon, his fingers still wrapped around the warmth of the bills. He made a mental note. Tomorrow, I'll head to Valentine. Store the 2 gold bars and $300 in the safety deposit. Gold in the box, cash in the savings account. Better to keep it safe there, rather than bringing it everywhere with me. The camp was quieter than usual. Most were still asleep, nursing hangovers or curled in bedrolls with snores echoing through the trees. The sky was clear, streaked pink with the promise of a new day. Caleb rose early, packed his satchel with the 2 gold bars and his cash, and quietly saddled Morgan, his dependable horse. The horse gave a quiet nicker as he mounted. Charles, who was on guard duty, gave him a wave from his post near the supply cart. Heading to Valentine. Yeah, Caleb said. Need to do some things around and also about for some lead. Charles nodded. Ride safe. With a final nod, Caleb urged Morgan forward and disappeared into the morning mist. He rode for tens of minutes before he reached the familiar town. Horses clomped through mud-caked roads, and the scent of manure, tobacco, and smoke filled the air. He tied Morgan to the hitching post outside the bank and stepped inside. The interior was cool and clean, the walls lined with polished oak paneling. Behind the barred counter stood a middle-aged man in a vest, an eye monocle, and rolled sleeves. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $1,031.61 and 2 gold bars. Bank, $40, 2 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 85, 83. Thoughts for the future. Horses clomped through mud-caked roads, and the scent of manure, tobacco, and smoke filled the air. He tied Morgan to the hitching post outside the bank and stepped inside. The interior was cool and clean, the walls lined with polished oak paneling. Behind the barred counter stood a middle-aged man in a vest, an eye monocle, and rolled sleeves. Morning, mister, the banker said. Need help with a deposit or a withdrawal? Deposit to my savings accounts, and I also want to deposit some valuables in my safety deposit box, Caleb replied, drawing the $300 bills from his satchel and carefully placing it on the counter. The banker whistled. Well, now someone's been doing good business. Caleb offered a polite smile. Just good investments. The clerk nodded and deposited $300 into Caleb's savings account, adding to the $40 already there, and then led Caleb to the vault. Inside, Caleb unlocked his safety deposit box and added the 2 gold bars from last night's haul. He'd already stashed the other gold bars and golden nuggets he had here. As he relocked the box, the clerk cleared his throat. Interesting times, ain't they? Heard there was a train robbery at Scarlet Meadows last night. Caleb kept his expression neutral. That's so. Folks say it was professional. They stopped the train with an oil wagon. No deaths, just a lot of missing valuables. The clerk chuckled. Almost admire the efficiency. Sadly, it poses a threat to us banks. Caleb tipped his hat. World's full of surprises. After that, Caleb walked back outside, took in the sights of the town, the general store, the saloon, the stable, the gunsmith, and debated heading into the general store for some supplies or not. It was at this time that he heard his name being called. Caleb. The familiar voice turned his head, and he looked to his left. Sure enough, walking toward him from the direction of the general store, was Jasper Granger. The boy, no, the young man now, wore a wide-brimmed hat that had seen better days and a light, dust-speckled jacket with sleeves rolled up. His holster hung neatly at his side, his cattleman revolver resting within it. His step had more spring than before, more confidence too, and Caleb felt a genuine smile tug at his lips as he raised a hand in greeting. Morning, Jasper, Caleb said. Jasper returned the smile. When did you get back into town? Just this morning, Caleb replied, adjusting the strap of his satchel. Had a few things to drop off at the bank. Jasper glanced at the building behind Caleb with a knowing grin. Bank must like you real good. Anyway, I was hoping to run into you. Oh. Caleb arched a brow, hands resting casually on his belt. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know, I've been trainin'. Took my repeater out into the woods, been doing some proper hunting. Got enough meat and pelts to earn myself a little money. Bought some more ammo with it too. Didn't even need to ask old Bob for extra coin. Jasper's eyes shone with pride. And workin' at the butcher stall? It's goin' real smooth now. I'm faster at slicin' and cleanin'. Old Bob even said I could manage the stall on my own sometimes. Caleb chuckled warmly. Sounds like you're becomin' a self-sufficient man. I reckon I am, Jasper said, standing a little straighter. And it's all thanks to you, Caleb. You helped me when no one else would. Took me in after I got out of that damned basement in Rhodes. Gave me a roof, money, and even advice. I owe you more than I could ever repay. Caleb's smile softened. He patted Jasper on the shoulder with genuine pride. Ain't no need to go gettin' sentimental on me now, he said with a small laugh. I just did what my pa and ma would have wanted. Help a soul in need, especially one with the guts to keep goin' after all that. Jasper looked down a moment, grateful and bashful in equal measure. But now that you're on your own 2 feet, Caleb added, you ought to start thinkin' ahead. Hunting and butchering's a damn fine start, but the world's full of surprises. If you want to stay alive and stay ahead, you gotta broaden your outlook on this world. Jasper tilted his head. How you mean? I mean, Caleb said, stepping to the side so they could walk together, don't just stick to one thing. Ask around town. Lend a hand at the general store, sweep floors at the saloon, muck stalls at the stable, assist the doc or the gunsmith. You'll pick up bits and pieces, different skills, different knowledge. Might not seem like much at first, but when the world kicks you, having more tools in your kit gives you a better chance to kick it with the strap of his satchel. Jasper blinked. That's a lot. I'd be busy all the time. That's life, Jasper. Busy means you're alive. Caleb said with a grin. But the more you learn, the more you're worth. Not just to others but to yourself. Jasper fell quiet for a few paces, thoughtful. You know, I think you're right. I never thought of it that way. All those jobs, they're pieces of the bigger part of my life, huh? Exactly. Of course, Caleb also had another reason, a selfish one. Jasper had potential. He was loyal, sharp, and had the fire of youth tempered by trauma and survival. Caleb saw in him not just a grateful kid but a future ally. And if he was going to build his own circle, his own gang, of sorts, though not outlaws, he needed men like Jasper. People who'd stand with him when the Van der Linde gang eventually collapsed, as Caleb knew it inevitably would, one way or another, as the wild what time had come to an end slowly. It wasn't just about protection or loyalty. It was about survival. Building something lasting in a world where most things crumbled. So, Jasper asked after a beat, where you headin' now? Caleb glanced at the general store across the street. Was thinkin' of stockin' up. Need ammo, maybe some canned goods, dry rations. You wanna tag along? Sure thing, Jasper said eagerly. The two crossed the street and stepped inside the general store. The bell above the door chimed gently as they entered. The scent of spices, leather, and faint molasses greeted them. Behind the counter stood Mr. Worth, reading a ledger. "Ah, Caleb, good day to you," McAllister greeted. "And you too, Jasper. Heard you've been bringin' in some fine deer and rabbit cuts for old Bob." Jasper beamed at the compliment while Caleb nodded. "Just need some supplies today. 10 cans of assorted food, rifle cartridges, revolver ammo, and some coffee." "Right away," Mr. Worth said, bustling into the back. As the storekeeper prepared the order, Caleb turned to Jasper. "How's your shooting, really?" "I'm better than I was," Jasper admitted. "Still not fast like you. But I don't flinch anymore, and I'm gettin' used to lining up my shots. Shot a fox square in the head at 30 yards. "Good," Caleb said. "Next time we go huntin', I'll show you how to snipe with a scope. I wanted to attach one on my rifle soon." Jasper's eyes lit up. Once the supplies were packed, Caleb paid the total, $10.25. He tucked the tins and cartridges into his satchel and thanked Mr. Worth. Jasper held the door open for him as they stepped back into the mid-morning sun. Caleb paused outside. His eyes scanned the horizon, past the bustle of wagons, gossiping women, and loitering men. Jasper asked at this time, "You're not thinkin' of leavin' town again, are you?" "Not yet, I will stay in town couple of days or probably more," Caleb said with a smirk. As they walked toward the hitching post in front of the bank to check on Morgan, Caleb's mind spun with plans. His bank stash was growing, his skills were sharpening, and now he had the beginnings of something more, someone to rely on who wasn't part of Dutch's gang. One day, the gang would fall apart. Dutch was losing control slowly, and the cracks were showing. When that time came, Caleb didn't want to be caught holding nothing but a satchel and a revolver. He wanted options. And Jasper? He was the first brick in that foundation. After stepping out into the midday sun with his supplies in tow, Caleb and Jasper lingered for a moment by the hitching post, exchanging a few more words. Morgan, Caleb's horse, huffed lightly, her head swaying lazily as the two men chatted. Jasper's face was beaming still, the pride of self-sufficiency new and intoxicating. It reminded Caleb of the first time he had earned money back in his old life, delivering pizza in high school. Funny how the feeling was universal across worlds. "Well, I should get back to the stall," Jasper said, slapping his palm lightly against his thigh. "Old Bob'll think I've run off from town or something." Caleb smirked. "Don't want the old man chewing your ear off." Jasper chuckled. "Nah, but I will start a skin around. Mr. Worth's a decent fella. I'll see if he needs someone sweepin' or storin' goods. If he doesn't, I'll try the saloon." Caleb gave him a nod of approval. "That's the spirit. Keep buildin' that." Jasper tipped his hat, then turned and jogged lightly down the road, calling out greetings to a couple of passers-by as he went. Caleb watched him for a moment longer, an odd warmth in his chest. A sense of pride, sure, but also investment. Jasper wasn't just another kid anymore, he was the first stone in something that could last. Something beyond gangs and gun smoke. With that thought, Caleb turned and strode across the dusty road, stepping up the stairs to the Valentine Hotel. The clerk looked up from his register. "Room's still yours, Mr. Thorne?" the clerk asked, already knowing the answer. "Yeah, extended for 15 more days, Caleb replied, pulling out a folded wad of bills and peeling off $15. The man nodded and stamped the ledger. "Done. Second floor, same room." Caleb gave a dry chuckle and trudged upstairs. The room greeted him like an old friend. Clean linens, a soft mattress, and a window that let in just enough light without blinding him. Compared to sleeping on the hard-packed earth with just a bedroll under the stars or worse, in the gang's ever-moving camps, this was luxury. He set his satchel down, locked the door, and took off his boots. It didn't take long for the plush bed to lull him into a nap. The weight of the morning's thoughts, the comfortable room, and the slight ache in his muscles all combined into the perfect recipe for a short, deep rest. A little while later, Caleb blinked his eyes open. The sun had barely shifted its position, but his body felt notably lighter, more relaxed. He stretched, hearing the pop of his shoulders and neck before sitting up with a low grunt. He rummaged through his satchel and pulled out 2 canned food he had not from the store, a meat and vegetable ones. With a quick flick of his knife, he opened it and used the same blade to eat. It wasn't the fanciest meal, but it was hearty, and warm enough after letting it rest on the windowsill where sunlight poured in. As he ate, his mind turned back to earlier thoughts. A side business. A real one. He had funds, $721.31 on him, $320 in the bank, and more importantly, for gold bars, a stash of jewelry, and gold nuggets. He had Jasper, a loyal and capable ally. With all that, he could realistically seed something stable, something lasting. Outlaw work was bloody, chaotic, and rarely ended well. Dutch's dreams were admirable but flawed, and Caleb knew that the gang's story would end eventually, even if Micah was out of the picture, as the Wild West time also came to an end slowly. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $716.36. Bank, $320. 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 86, 84. Thinking of business ideas. With all that, he could realistically seed something stable, something lasting. Outlaw work was bloody, chaotic, and rarely ended well. Dutch's dreams were admirable but flawed, and Caleb knew that the gang's story would end eventually, even if Micah was out of the picture, as the Wild West time also came to an end slowly. Something real. And in this world, this wild, untamed echo of the Old West, knowledge was power, even more than bullets, and was done very right. Soap crossed his mind first. The current kind, lye soap, was harsh, corrosive, and reeked like overcooked bacon fat. He remembered how often people in town itched at their skin, and how expensive proper bathing could be in St. Denis. A gentler formula, even just with added fat ratios and herbs, could be a luxury item for townsfolk and travelers alike. But soap required chemical knowledge, lye production, proper balance of oils, maybe lavender or lemon balm for scent. It could be dangerous if not done right. Insect repellent was next. Every damn time he passed through swampy areas or dense woods, he remembered the sheer annoyance of the mosquitoes. If he could recall even the basics, citronella, crushed peppermint, and lemongrass oil, that might work. The challenge? Where to get the materials, how to extract oils. He might need a proper distiller. Maybe he could find a local herbalist or better yet, learn it himself and gain the skill in the process. Then came a tastier idea, a candy. Not just sugar lumps or chocolate candy, but something akin to peppermint chews or breath mints. A proper treat that freshened the breath. Even the rich in St. Denis would kill for something like that. And then the next idea that came into his mind was pastries. Caleb remembered baking in his past life with his grandma before she passed away. Cookies, pound cake, sweet bread. Back then, it was to spend time with his grandma and also to kill time. Here, that knowledge was a goddamn gold mine. If he could make something simple, like sweet rolls or jam-filled bread, he could start selling them discreetly, maybe through the hotel kitchen or general store. His thoughts spiraled. Toothbrushes. Basic ones could be carved, with wooden handles, or with horsehair. Pair that with a basic toothpaste made of crushed charcoal, mint, and baking soda, if he could find some, and he had a product no one else in town was offering. Hell, Caleb muttered aloud, taking another bite of his food, I could open the first general hygiene shop in Valentine's if I had the right people and tools. But therein lay the problem. Materials. Steady supply. Time. Labor. Knowledge. He knew of these things. But he wasn't a chemist or apothecary. He'd need help. Maybe an old tinkerer, a woman skilled in herbs, someone literate and smart enough to grasp these half-modern ideas. And Valentine was ideal. Far enough from big players like Angelo Bronte in St. Denis or the Gray and Braithwaite feud in Rhodes. Enough travelers, drifters, and ranchers to form a base clientele. Plus, the sheriff at least kept a modest order, and corruption wasn't nearly as widespread as in larger towns, especially since O'Driscoll's hidden business in her had been destroyed by him. Caleb leaned back, staring at the ceiling. Maybe he should start with something small. Candy, pastries, toothbrushes. Easier to control, test, and sell. He could bake a batch, and offer samples at the general store, maybe even through Jasper at the butcher stall. And from there expand. The dream began to take shape. A little network. A small operation. Nothing flashy, nothing illegal. Not yet. Just the slow and quiet build-up of something new in a dying age. And with Jasper already showing promise, maybe it was time to find more people. Not outlaws. Just good folk. Capable. Reliable. Desperate, even desperation, made people loyal if you treated them right. From there, Caleb began to think about the people he could possibly recruit. People he could trust and also doesn't follow him blindly with idealism, someone who could say what's on their mind, and if he does something wrong, warn him and not just let it go. He didn't want another Van der Linde situation, where the idealism of the members turned to ego for the leader, and ego bled into betrayal. But a crew or a team that had folks who could help him lay the foundations of something real, something lasting, that he could get behind. And the first one that came to mind was Mickey, the old veteran. A man haunted by the Civil War, missing an arm, living rough in the streets of Valentine. But Caleb remembered him. Remembered his kindness, how he shared what his story, and the touching moments he had with Arthur when he played the game. Most people in this world looked at Mickey and saw a broken man, but Caleb saw potential. Loyalty. Grit. Given the right tools and care, Mickey could be a rock in the labor force. He might not be able to fight or hunt like the younger men, but he had lived through hell. That counted for something. It meant something. Then there were the Wapiti tribes. Rain falls. Eagle flies. Their tribe had been forced to move, survive, resist, and adapt in a land that was no longer theirs. Charles could help there. With his heritage, his honor, and his empathy, he could bridge that gap. Caleb wouldn't exploit them, never that, but an alliance of some sort. Trade, mutual support. If anyone could make that happen with grace, it was Charles. The comedic duo came next to his mind next, Samson Black and Wendell White. Runaway convicts, yes, but under that constant bickering and slapstick troublemaking, Caleb always sensed something more, brotherhood and loyalty. They just needed a firm hand, someone who believed in them. Caleb thought back to their wild prison breaks and their strange code of ethics. Sure, they were impulsive, but also brave, and they could keep things light when life got too heavy. And then Josiah Trelawney. Now there was a man of charm and smoke. A showman, a talker, a schemer. But not evil. Caleb had always liked Josiah in the game. He had a family that he had to leave behind sometimes to look for money. He cared in his own way for his friends. For all the illusions he spun, Trelawney had integrity underneath it all. If Caleb could offer him a better life, a chance to use those silver-tongued skills in a legitimate business, one with low risk and steady profits, he was sure the man would take it. Hell, he could even manage the storefront one day. Let him smooth-talk investors or oversee logistics while Caleb focused on the bigger picture. These were the people he knew from the game. People with potential. Good hearts. But there would be others, people who didn't appear in the game, those the original story never focused on. Locals. Drifters. Hidden talents. The world might be built on code and history, but Caleb had already changed things just by existing. That ripple was widening. He'd keep an open mind, stay watchful. For now, though, he needed to focus. First things first was to ironclad Jasper's loyalty to him. The boy had shown promise. Sharp, adaptable, eager. But loyalty wasn't just about favors, it was about connection, shared vision, and trust. Caleb would make sure Jasper was looked after, maybe teach him more survival skills, and give him more responsibilities. Trust him. That bond would be important later. As he finished the last bite of beans and cornbread, he stood and cleaned up the empty tin, tucking it neatly into his satchel to toss later. He exhaled sharply, brushing off his pants and checking the 2 Schofield revolvers at his hip. Time to stop thinking for now. Time to act. He left the hotel room, descending the creaky staircase to the first floor. The innkeeper gave him a small nod, which Caleb returned before stepping out into the fresh Valentine air. The wind carried a faint scent of manure and tobacco, with a touch of wildflower that lingered from the hills beyond. Valentine was lively tonight. The saloon was buzzing with drunken laughter, the clink of glasses, and the ragtime melody of a battered upright piano. Lanterns glowed warmly from the windows, and horses stamped their hooves outside, tied to the hitching posts. Caleb adjusted his hat and stepped through the swinging doors. Inside, the saloon was its usual storm of sweat, whiskey, and wood polish. Locals sat in clusters, arguing over cattle prices, railroad expansions, and politics. At the far side, near the back window, was the poker table. 3 men sat around it, one in a black suit with a string tie, another with his sleeves rolled up and dirt under his nails, and the third a bearded fellow nursing a cigar and a flask. Caleb approached with an easy smile. Mind if I join? Buy-in's $5, the dealer said, nodding toward the stack of coins in front of him. You lookin' to play serious or just pass time, Caleb? Caleb reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a $5 bill, and laid it down. I'm here to play. And maybe learn a thing or two, just like before when I played last time. The men chuckled, shifting in their seats to make room. Caleb took the empty chair and settled in, letting his fingers run over the worn felt of the table. The cards were slightly bent, the chips scuffed, real, not pristine. Perfect. The first few hands were cautious. Caleb folded early, watched the others, paid attention to their tells, the way the man in the suit adjusted his cuff when bluffing, how the bearded one scratched his chin when he had a good hand. His memory worked fast. Patterns formed. After half an hour, Caleb began to play more aggressively. He won a small pot with a pair of 7s. Lost the next with a busted straight. Won another by bluffing with absolutely nothing but a confident look and a sip of watered-down whiskey. The bearded man cursed under his breath, and the others laughed. Got a bit of luck on ya, stranger, the dirt-stained man said, pushing his hat back. Name's Elijah. Caleb, he replied, tipping his head. Looks like Lady Luck favors me today, sorry about that. Not just luck, you've got a good read, the suited man said with a raised brow. Most folks around here just play to drink. Guess I like to play for the long game. The hours passed. Caleb lost some hands, one more. His poker skill clicked upward in front of him. The interface, barely visible unless he focused, flashed briefly as he sensed a subtle shift in his understanding of the game. Poker skill upgraded to level 2. He could read people better now. Know when to fold, when to press. It wasn't just cards, it was people. Tension, confidence, bluff, memory. By the end of the night, he'd earned a net profit of $35.57. Not bad for an evening's work, and better than anything he would have learned drinking himself blind. He cashed out, nodding politely to the dealer and the other players, who looked at him with a mixture of respect and mild irritation. Outside, the air was colder. Stars glittered overhead, and the moon hung low and fat, casting a silver sheen over the rooftops. Caleb walked slowly back toward the hotel, his satchel heavier with coins and his mind sharper from practice. He paused at the edge of the road, looking out at the quiet town. This place, he thought, could be the beginning of something. Not just survival but stability as well. The ideas he'd had earlier, soap, candy, pastries, toothbrushes, they weren't just flashes of inspiration. They were viable. The poker game had reminded him of a simple truth, which is that you don't win by throwing everything at once. You won by knowing when to act, when to fold, when to build the pot, and then when to strike in and gain the pot you built. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL1, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $746.93. Bank, $320. 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 87/85. Upgrading weapons. The ideas he'd had earlier, soap, candy, pastries, toothbrushes, they weren't just flashes of inspiration. They were viable. The poker game had reminded him of a simple truth, which is that you don't win by throwing everything at once. You won by knowing when to act, when to fold, when to build the pot, and then when to strike in and gain the pot you built. Maybe he'd start with pastries first. It was much easier and more familiar for him. Try baking a small batch of sweet rolls, for example. Then test the reaction. Maybe Jasper could also help him find out what folks liked. If it sold, he could fund the next venture, candies, or even toothbrushes and toothpaste. Bit by bit. By the time he reached his room again, the dream felt less like fantasy and more like a plan. He smiled, closing the door behind him, and slipped the lock shut. Caleb then lay down on the mattress, its springs creaking softly beneath him. The walls of the hotel room were still, the only sound was the occasional muffled hoofbeat from the street below or the call of a drunk stumbling past. But his mind didn't race. For once, it didn't whirl with second-guessing or fears. It just laid out the next steps, like a map forming in the dark behind his eyelids. Soap, candy, toothbrushes, those could come later. Pastries first. Small, manageable, familiar. He let out a long, slow breath, as he closed his eyes, and let sleep take him. The next day, the sunlight filtered in past the window, golden and warm on Caleb's face. He blinked a few times, groaned softly, then sat up with a quiet grunt, rubbing the back of his neck. The scent of dust and pine drifted through the slightly cracked window. Another day in Valentine's. Caleb swung his legs off the bed, the wooden floor cold underfoot, and began his daily routine. Stretching first, arms overhead, a slow twist of his torso, joints cracking in protest. Then came calisthenics, jumping jacks, squats, and lunges. His muscles burned, but it was the good kind of burn, the reminder that he was alive and in control. Push-ups followed, knuckles pressing against the wood as he exhaled through each rep. 1, 2, 3. He counted out 80 before moving to sit-ups, legs hooked under the foot of the bed. 80 crunches later, he sat panting, shirt damp with sweat, heart thudding like a steady war drum. The exercise didn't just hone his body, it kept his mind sharp, grounded. Then he combed his fingers through his hair and strapped his gun belt and holsters in place. His Schofield sat snug on his hips, his iron twins, as he called them. He grabbed his hat, stepped into his boots, and made his way out. The town was already stirring. Blacksmith's hammer clanged from across the main road, and the scent of food from the saloon drifted into the morning air. Caleb broke into a light jog, taking to the dirt roads for his morning run. He passed the stables, waving briefly at Mr. Levi, who was tending to a skittish mare. He kept a steady pace, lungs drawing in the cool spring air, his boots kicking up dust behind him. As he looped around the sheriff's office, he caught voices drifting out of an open window. "I'm tellin' ya, they used an oil wagon. Just placed it right there in the middle of the track like they owned the damn rails. They didn't kill anyone. No one. Beat the hell out of the guards, knocking them unconscious, some passengers as well, to teach them a lesson. But no killings. That's the thing. Worked fast, clean, efficient. Damn shame no one got a good look at them. Not even the engineer. Said they wore sackcloth masks with slits so narrow you couldn't even guess their eye color. Moved like shadows. Like a ghost gang. The law and Rhodes's got their hands tied, huh? Hell, there ain't nothing to tie to. No trace. No boot prints. No shells. Even the wagon was just left behind there, and the law surely wouldn't go investigate Cornwall refinery. It would be like telling Leviticus Cornwall one of his workers was involved in the robbery. Caleb jogged past, keeping his face neutral, expression unreadable. The conversation behind him continued, mixing into the clamor of morning bustle. But he'd heard enough. Satisfaction pulsed behind his calm mask. No names. No identities. No clues. No bodies. We did good, he thought. Real good. They were just like ghosts, at least for now, since he got a nagging feeling that the Pinkertons would head there to investigate, and find out slowly who was involved in the robbery. After returning to the hotel, Caleb dropped 25 cents at the counter and requested a hot bath. The water was ready in 10 minutes, steaming and scented faintly with lye and pine oil. He scrubbed off the morning sweat and the lingering dust from his run, soaking until the ache in his shoulders dulled into a mellow hum. By the time he dressed and rearmed himself, he felt refreshed and focused. He retrieved his rifles and shotgun from his room. The Springfield slung over one shoulder, the Lancaster over the other. The pump-action shotgun was strapped across his back horizontally, and his Schofields still nestled in their holsters like loyal hounds. It was time to tend to his tools. The bell above the door jingled as Caleb stepped inside. The familiar scent of gun oil, metal, and powder welcomed him like an old friend. "Morning, Caleb," Mr. Dalton said, glancing up from behind the counter where he was polishing the barrel of a rolling block rifle. "You're armed to the teeth this morning." "Need some upgrades for these beauties," Caleb replied with a half-smile. "Improved rifling on all of them, iron sights for the Schofields, extended barrel for the shotgun, and scopes, short range for the Lancaster, medium for the Springfield." Mr. Dalton raised his eyebrow and whistled. "That's a pricey list. You got the money for all of that, I take it." "Actually, I got something else in mind," Caleb said. He stepped forward and laid the guns across the counter. "What if I did it myself? I know my way around metal and machinery. Let me do the work, under your supervision, of course, and I'll pay half price on each part one use." Mr. Dalton was surprised when he heard that. "You know gunsmithing, Caleb?" "Just the basics really, something that my pa taught," Caleb said with a grin, lying without blinking his eyes. "But I learn quick. Figured it'd save you labor, and I get to improve my skill." Mr. Dalton rubbed his chin, then shrugged. "Hell, why not? Long as you don't blow my shop up." The hours passed quietly, the occasional whir of a grindstone, the metallic clink of a chisel, and the hiss of steam from boiling water used to temper the metal. Caleb rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He started with the Schofields, fitting them each with precision iron sights, aligning them so they'd give him better draw and fire accuracy in closer engagements, and then improving their rifling. He also took extra care not to scratch the polished frames, cleaning and oiling each joint before reassembly. Next came the pump-action shotgun. He extended the barrel slightly, giving it a tighter spread and more punch at range, improving its rifling, and added a simple iron sight. The work required focus and dexterity, but Caleb felt himself settling into it naturally. Then the Lancaster repeater. He carefully placed the short-range scope beside the standard sight, making it an ideal weapon that could be used for medium and close encounters. The scope was fixed tightly, calibrated to shift with the recoil. Finally, the Springfield. He also does the same as in his Lancaster, where the medium-range scope was placed beside the default sight, making the rifle better suited to be used for sharpshooting. Then he carefully rifled the barrel, using Dalton's custom lathe and bore polish kit. By the time he was finished, his hands were black with oil and soot, but his guns looked and felt transformed, becoming much deadlier than they were previously. To the side, Mr. Dalton inspected the guns and then nodded approvingly. "Not bad work, Caleb. For a greenhorn." Caleb wiped his hands on a rag. "How much do I owe you?" "For the parts? $68 in total. Normally, it'd be $167 with labor." Caleb handed over the cash without complaint after taking it out from his satchel. The experience he gained for his crafting skill and the upgrades for his guns were worth every penny he spent. "Oh, also," Mr. Dalton added after receiving the money from Caleb, "if you're ever thinking of smithying on the side, I could use a hand sometimes. Just say the word." "Appreciate it, Mr. Dalton," Caleb said. "Might take you up on that." After that, he stepped out into the warm afternoon sun of Valentine. Caleb Thorne walked at a steady pace back toward the hotel, his boots striking the packed dirt of Valentine's Main Street with quiet resolve. The warm afternoon sun glinted off his newly tuned firearms, his Springfield, Lancaster, and pumped action now gleamed under the sun like polished tools of justice. But more than the hardware, his mind was shifting, simmering with thoughts of what to do next. He had upgraded his tools, fine-tuned his body with a run, cleaned himself in a bath, and now, his stomach was grumbling with the desire for a proper meal. He cut left toward the saloon. The air inside was warm and thick with the aroma of alcohol, tobacco, and sizzling meat. A fiddler plucked at a cheerful tune in the corner, while a pair of drunks loudly debated who'd win in a fistfight, a man named Jeremiah Shaw or a grizzly bear. Caleb approached the bar and nodded at the barkeep. "Fried lamb chop and a bottle of beer," he said, placing a $5 bill and a quarter on the counter. Mr. Douglas took the money without a word. A few minutes later, Caleb was seated at a table near the window, steam rising from the plate before him. The beer was cold, the lamb crisp and seasoned, and the fat rendered beautifully. As he ate, he savored each bite in silence, letting his mind wander. Then he heard it. "Found another one this morning," said a gravelly voice 2 tables over. Just like the others. The body was torn up really badly. Said he was missing his parts. You know. Jesus Christ, muttered another. Where'd they find this one? Out by Caliban's seat. Same way, they found that boy last spring. No tracks. No prints. Just a mangled corpse and that strange note pinned to a tree nearby. A note again? What did it say? Same as always. Look upon my works and despair. Caleb froze with his fork halfway to his mouth. The voices faded beneath a sharp ping in his skull, his past life memory skill activated, flooding his consciousness with vivid recollections from his previous life. Mr. Edmund Lowry Jr., a name etched into his memory with bile. A name synonymous with horror. The serial killer who had haunted the territory for years, preying on the lonely, the forgotten, the unloved. He had left no pattern but plenty of clues, scraps of maps hidden in grotesque locations, each leading to his lair, Lucky's cabin, south of Valentine. In the game, Caleb had solved the mystery, tracked the killer, found his hideout, and was ambushed by the maniac, only to hand him over to Sheriff Malloy after knocking him out and receive a mere $20 for the ordeal, which included saving Sheriff Malloy's life. He'd been furious then. In a world of outlaws and scum, Edmund had felt like something worse. Something inhuman. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Money, $673.43. Bank, $320. 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 88-86. Capturing Mr. Edmund Lowry Jr. In the game, Caleb had solved the mystery, tracked the killer, found his hideout, and was ambushed by the maniac, only to hand him over to Sheriff Malloy after knocking him out and receive a mere $20 for the ordeal, which included saving Sheriff Malloy's life. He'd been furious then. In a world of outlaws and scum, Edmund had felt like something worse. Something inhuman. Now, it was no longer a game, it was reality. Caleb wiped his mouth with a napkin and pushed the plate away, his appetite extinguished by the thought of the horror awaiting him. Would it be the same? Would the sight of Edmund's victims in the basement make him sick? He'd killed before. Yes. But always with reason, always with justice on his side, or survival. Edmund didn't kill out of necessity. He enjoyed it. The worst kind of evil, deliberate, practiced, precise, and for his own twisted satisfaction. The patrons behind him continued whispering, oblivious to Caleb's racing thoughts. He swallowed the last of his beer in one long swig, grabbed his hat, and stood up. He had made up his mind on what to do. He was going to Lucky's cabin. Not for the bounty, not for any coin. He wanted to end this evil now, before another body turned up in a ditch. He didn't need to solve the puzzle of Edmund's map fragments that were placed with his victims, not when he remembered the combination to the basement door. 6-34-32. He left the saloon and crossed the street in long strides, the weight of his upgraded arsenal comforting on his back and hips. Morgan, his loyal horse, neighed softly as Caleb approached the hitching post. "Easy, girl," Caleb muttered, untying the reins and stroking the horse's neck. "We've got something foul to deal with, hope you're ready like I am." As he climbed into the saddle, a thought stuck with him like a thorn, that is, Mr. Edmund Lowry Jr. ambushed Arthur in the game. That means he'll try the same here for whoever manages to love his puzzle, which was his way of bringing more victims to him. He'd have to be ready for that. The ride out took around 15 minutes from Valentine's. The winding trail toward the rundown cabin dipped through wooded groves and continued to head deeper as sunlight dappled through the pines. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, deceptively peaceful, while the trees were tall and quiet like sentinels guarding an ancient evil. Caleb dismounted just beyond a bend, tying Morgan to a low-hanging branch. He checked his weapons, ensuring all were loaded, both Schofields holstered, pump action on his back, Lancaster slung tight, and Springfield ready on the side. His newly installed iron sights and scopes were pristine. He took the lantern he had from Morgan, drew a deep breath, and let it out slowly. The rundown cabin appeared just ahead, weathered wood, only left with 2 sides of walls. There's a stone chimney or what's left of it, clusters of wood planks scattered across the floor of the cabin, and the 2 big basement doors made of sturdy wood right in front of him. It looked innocent and like any other rundown cabin that could be found anywhere. But he knew better. He approached the basement door, boots soft on damp ground. A bit of fishy stench hit Caleb long before he reached the basement door. Caleb knelt before it, fingers brushing away the dust and grime, revealing the old combination dial and inputting the combination lock. 6-34-32. The lock clicked open. He exhaled sharply and slowly lifted the heavy basement door, opening it wide. A cold gust of damp air rose from below, bringing with it the faint fishy scent of rotten chemicals. He drew one of his Schofield revolvers and held his lantern in his other hand, keeping it ready as he descended the narrow wooden steps into darkness. The moment his boots hit the basement floor, he was struck by the fishy stench, and when he turned right, just like in the game, he saw several skulls on the upper and middle of a steel shelf. Shaking his head at seeing these skulls, he saw the lump of meat to the ground left of the shelf, and he wanted to throw up but held it, walked, and turned left. There he saw a wooden table with candles on it to light up the room, a pack of premium cigarettes, a piece of white paper that was a letter, a Kentucky bourbon, and there's a knife as well. Above the table was a wooden frame filled with tools such as a saw, axe, scissors, knife, and many other tools that were used by Mr. Edmund on his victims. And above the tools frame, there was a severed hand and a piece of human flesh being nailed onto a map of New Hanover. Seeing the hand, Caleb threw up a bit to the ground before managing to get hold of himself. As he approached the table, to his left, he saw a small wood crate with a steel pot on top of it, a bucket filled with meat left of the crate, and a bedroll to the right of the crate with a small candle beside it, not providing enough light for the room. Caleb ignored the bedroll and the quiet candlelight flickering beside it. The rest of the room held no comfort, no warmth, only the grotesque, silent remnants of death. He knew what lay ahead, remembered it from the game, but memory alone couldn't dull the dread rising in his chest like bile. He stepped forward. The narrow space behind the wooden divider felt like entering another world, a crueler one. Even in the dim glow of his lantern, Caleb could make out the two bodies hanging from meat hooks bolted into the overhead beam. One was missing its lower half entirely, nothing beneath the ragged tier of a torso. The other was worse. Headless. Its chest and stomach sliced open, entrails dangling like wet ropes of meat, swaying slightly as if stirred by a draft. A wet slap echoed in the small chamber as something slipped from the body to the ground. Caleb stumbled back a step, nearly slipping on the damp floor. His eyes widened in horror. A dozen heads, skulls, and rotting visages, some with faces twisted in eternal pain, were scattered across a butcher's table, a chair, and a rack lined like trophies. He couldn't tell how many were men or women. Some skulls had hair, others were clean white bone. But all of them stared in the same accusing silence. His breath hitched. The lantern shook in his hand. Then came the heave. Caleb dropped to one knee and vomited, hard, everything he had in him splattering the cold floor with sick. He gasped for air between retches, his entire body quivering not from fear, but from the sheer wrongness of this place. And then a loud ping. His system interface flashed softly in his mind. Skill gained, mental fortitude, LVL max. Description: you've faced one of the most gruesome scenes that this time could offer, and experienced mental trauma and sickness. Gain resistance against fear, horror, and mental manipulation. Improves focus in critical moments. He blinked. The message faded. His stomach was still twisted in knots, but he could breathe again. A skill from this. He muttered, voice hoarse. He leaned against the wall, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. If there are other skills that maybe I could gain from such a scene as this, God please help me. He stood slowly, heart still pounding in his ears. The faint candlelight barely illuminated the room's full horror, but Caleb didn't need to see more. He'd seen enough. He stood slowly, heart still pounding in his ears. The faint candlelight barely illuminated the room's full horror, but Caleb didn't need to see more. He'd seen enough. Then, without warning, a hand gripped his left shoulder. Strong fingers dug in. Not like a warning, but like a hold meant to twist him around violently. Caleb's eyes widened. He knew that grip. He knew what was coming. Arthur had been ambushed like this in the game. And now it was happening to him. Edmund Lowry Jr. was trying to knock him out. But Caleb didn't let himself be spun. He planted his feet. As Edmund tried to yank him, Caleb ducked the expected blow, a big right swing with the butt of a knife. The weapon whistled past his head. Caught off guard, Edmund staggered forward. That was all Caleb needed. With a growl, Caleb spun on his heel and drove a punch into Edmund's gut. The air left the killer's lungs in a rush. Then came the uppercut, a brutal, rising strike that snapped Edmund's head back. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the blood-slicked floor with a heavy thud, unconscious. Breathing hard, Caleb stared down at the man who'd left behind so much horror. He'd done it. He caught him. Alive. Not today, you sick bastard, Caleb whispered, still panting. Caleb wasted no time. He rummaged around the basement and quickly found several coils of rope, no doubt used on victims. He used them now for justice. He bound Edmund's wrists behind his back, then tied another rope around his biceps and elbows. His ankles were bound next, and finally, Caleb looped a thicker rope around his torso and cinched it tightly. The man was going nowhere. Once secure, Caleb leaned back on his heels and finally let himself breathe. He had done it. He stopped him. Still, his eyes drifted back to the hanging bodies. His jaw tightened. He couldn't save them. But maybe he could speak for them now. With Edmund subdued, Caleb began searching for valuables or evidence that might offer more insight into this nightmare. He avoided the bourbon on the table. He didn't trust it. It could be drugged, like whatever Edmund used on his previous victims. He also ignored the cigarettes. He did, however, find money, about $100 in bills and coins, hidden behind the shelf with the skulls. Caleb wasn't sure if it was Edmund's earnings or remnants of what he stole from his victims. Either way, he took it. It was either going to rot here or help fund his survival. Just when he thought he was done, his eyes caught something unusual. Below the wooden table, the one with the candle and letter, was a lockbox. One he didn't remember from the game. Curious, cautious, and a little nervous, Caleb knelt down and pried it out. It was heavy, iron-bound, with a faded design etched into its lid. He wedged his knife between the lock and gave it a few sharp twists. Clack. It opened. Inside lay a revolver. Not just any revolver, this one was bigger, heavier and longer than his Schofield's. The silver color down from its barrel, but its beauty was marred by what looks like permanent blood stains, smudged into the grooves and dried like dark varnish. It looked like something used often. Too often. He held it up, testing its weight. It felt good in his hand. He didn't know what kind of evil had been committed with it, but he was sure of one thing, it was his now. "I'll cleanse you with purpose," he murmured, sliding it into a holster. One bastard down. More to go. He walked back to the bound figure of Edmund Lowry Jr., slung the unconscious man over his shoulder with a grunt, and made his way out of the basement. The moment he lifted the doors open to daylight again, fresh air hit his face, sweet and cold. The stench of rot seemed to cling to his clothes, but he didn't care. He'd faced it, and he'd won. He tied Edmund to the back of Morgan, securing him over the saddle like a heavy sack of grain. "Let's ride," Caleb whispered. Morgan whinnied, as if sensing the weight of the man tied to her back was something she didn't approve of. Caleb climbed into the saddle and set off down the trail. Back through the quiet trees. Back to civilization. Back to Valentine. The 15-minute ride felt longer this time. Every bend in the path brought with it a wave of relief, and a question. Would Sheriff Malloy believe him? Would this be enough? Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. New. Money, $773.43. Bank, $320. 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 89.87. Reward, Navy revolver, and being talked about. Morgan whinnied, as if sensing the weight of the man tied to her back was something she didn't approve of. Caleb climbed into the saddle and set off down the trail. Back through the quiet trees. Back to civilization. Back to Valentine. The 15-minute ride felt longer this time. Every bend in the path brought with it a wave of relief, and a question. Would Sheriff Malloy believe him? Would this be enough? The sun was sinking low when Valentine's roofs came into view. He reached the sheriff's office and pulled up the reins. Several townsfolk paused as he dismounted and untied the bundled figure from Morgan's back. "What do you think happened?" Someone whispered. "Good Lord, what happens to the man, full of blood?" muttered another, backing away. Caleb hauled Edmund's limp body to the office door and banged on it hard. The door creaked open. Sheriff Malloy, gray-haired, and tired-looking, holding a cigar in his hand, peered out. The moment he saw what Caleb carried, his face turned grim. "The hell?" "The name's Edmund Lowry Jr., Caleb said, entering into the sheriff's office and dumping the killer at Sheriff Malloy's feet. "You're a serial butcher around the 3 states. Sheriff Malloy's face went pale. "You're sure?" "Basement's full of proof. Lucky's cabin, the broke-down cabin. South of here, on the road to the falls. Bring a strong stomach." The sheriff stared, then swallowed hard. "Holy hell. We've been huntin' this bastard for years." Caleb nodded his head slowly and said, "Well, Sheriff, you and the deputies better brace yourself for what you'll see down there. This sick son of a bitch ain't right in the head and, well, you'll believe me when you see it for yourself." Sheriff Malloy's lips tightened as he let out a low breath through his cigar. His face, already pale, turned further at Caleb's tone. The weight in the younger man's voice was heavy, too heavy to be exaggerated. "That gruesome, huh, son?" the sheriff asked, eyes narrowing. Caleb nodded again. "It's hell in a hole. Worse than what I imagined, even in my darkest thoughts." Then, as if summoned by their voices, Edmund Lowry Jr. stirred. The limp, bloodied form twisted faintly on the jail floor. A twitch at first, then a soft groan like wind dragging through dead grass. His head lolled, and his eyes fluttered open. Edmund's cracked lips curled. Name's Edmund Lowry Jr. and you two you'd best remember it. I'm a name that'll echo." Sheriff Malloy's lip curled in disgust. "We sure shall, my friend. My, you're a real frightenin' feller, I tell you." Edmund gave a breathy laugh, raspy and raw, like a broken accordion. "Oh, I'll behave, sir. Behave just as expected." It was a moment of quiet horror, the kind that slithered beneath the skin like a chill. Even the cigar seemed to die in Sheriff Malloy's hand. But then the sheriff turned back to Caleb with a different edge in his voice, firm, decisive. "Cut his arm and hand loose, son. I'll put him in the cell." Caleb blinked. "You sure, Sheriff? He's unstable. We don't know what he'll do if we cut those ropes. A man like him, he doesn't fear death, nor pain. Might try something wild." The sheriff froze. His jaw tightened, his eyes locked with Caleb's. A few seconds passed in thought before he nodded, slower this time. "You're right. You're damn right. No telling what he's capable of." So they left the bindings as they were, tight and firm. With some effort, the two men hauled Edmund's squirming body into the jail cell, the killer muttering the entire way. More nonsense about friends beneath the dirt, about voices that hummed lullabies in the walls. The cell door clanked shut, iron and final. Caleb and the sheriff stood in silence as Edmund laughed to himself, curled up on the bed like a coiled serpent still tied tight. "Well, you better behave," Sheriff Malloy muttered, one hand on the bars. "Don't you worry, I'll get you a lawyer, if there's any fool out there willing to defend you. Don't you worry about that." Oh, how thoughtful," Edmund replied, and then giggled again like a child watching ants burn under glass. Sheriff Malloy shook his head and turned away. He walked back toward his desk, opened a drawer, and took out a small stack of dollar bills wrapped in a twine band. He counted off the bills, then slapped them together and handed them to Caleb. "Here's your reward, $200. You done this town a great justice, son." Caleb arched a brow and looked at the money. "Such a generous reward, Sheriff. Thank you kindly." Malloy barked a low laugh. "Generous? You just did what a dozen lawmen couldn't, son. That's something to be proud of. Now go get some rest. You've earned it." With a respectful nod, Caleb tucked the money away in his satchel and made his way to the door. As he stepped outside, the cool evening air met him like a balm. The sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, with the first shadows of night curling at the edge of town. It was beautiful, the kind of scene that might have made him stop, if not for the smell of blood and sweat still clinging to his nose. He reached into his coat and drew the revolver he'd taken from Edmund's lockbox, the one stashed beneath the wooden table in the cabin. He looked across the street. The gunsmith's shop stood tall and inviting. Warm yellow light spilled through the windows, silhouetting racks of rifles and tools. Caleb crossed the road and stepped inside. The familiar chime rang overhead. Mr. Dalton looked up from his workbench, brow furrowed in surprise. "Well, I'll be back again, Caleb. Thought you were headed out of town this morning. Was wondering if you'd run off to New Hanover or got yourself eaten by wolves." Caleb gave a crooked smile. "Had a change of plans. Found myself doing a bit of bounty hunting. Ran into someone special." Mr. Dalton chuckled, rubbing grease from his hands with a cloth. "That's so. What brings you in this late, then?" "I need your eye," Caleb said, walking up to the counter. He set the revolver down carefully. "Found this tucked away. Wanted to ask, what kind of revolver is this?" Mr. Dalton leaned forward, pulling a magnifier from his pocket. He examined the weapon in silence for a while, rotating it in his calloused hands, eyes squinting behind the lens. After a minute, he nodded to himself. "Well, now this here's a Navy revolver. Real fine piece, .36 caliber. Cap and ball. Was a favorite among officers during the war. That grip's ivory, probably aftermarket. Got some weight to it, too. Whoever had this once, he cared for it." Caleb exhaled slowly. "Guess I'll hold on to it then." "Me." Dalton looked up. "You clean it. Just wipe the stains of blood off." Mr. Dalton narrowed his eyes, but didn't ask further. "Well, she's functional. Just make sure you use the proper rounds if you're modding the cylinder. These old types are picky. You keepin' it?" "For now," Caleb said, tucking the revolver away. He thanked Mr. Dalton and left the shop. The wind was picking up now, sending dust swirling down the main street. The sun had nearly disappeared, leaving only a golden sliver on the horizon. Lights flickered to life in windows, the town of Valentine settling into its night rhythm. Caleb turned toward the hotel. His muscles ached from the ride, the fight, and the dragging of Edmund's weight. But more than that, it was his mind that reeled, the sick things he'd seen in that basement, the smell, the blood. He passed by the saloon, where laughter and piano music drifted from behind swinging doors. Tempting, but not tonight. He needed rest, not whiskey. At the hotel, he greeted the clerk with a nod and made his way to the second floor. Jasper's room was quiet. Caleb paused by the door. He raised a hand to knock, then lowered it. The kid didn't need waking, not tonight. Inside his own room, Caleb lit a lamp and sat on the edge of the bed. The revolver was still in his lap. He studied it under the light, thinking of the way Edmund's eyes had gleamed when he spoke to the corpses like friends. Men like that didn't get made overnight. Something had poisoned Edmund long ago. A wound left to rot. Caleb's hands trembled slightly as he unbuckled his gun belt and set it aside. He stretched out on the bed and stared at the ceiling for a while. Thoughts swirled like dust in lamplight. Edmund was behind bars now, but there were others out there. Always more trouble, more monsters. But for tonight, Valentine was a little safer. And that was enough. The next day, Caleb woke to a soft knocking at the door. For a moment, he lay still, his limbs sore and his mind fogged by dreams he couldn't quite recall. His back ached from the ride and the fight, and somewhere deep in his bones was a weariness no bed could fix. The knock came again, gentler this time, more hesitant. He sat up, stretching his arms overhead and cracking his neck. Morning light bled through the thin curtains, bathing the room in a sleepy gold. He rose, shook out the stiffness from his legs, and then walked to the door. When he opened it, Jasper stood there, wide-eyed, hair tousled, and cheeks flushed like he'd sprinted across town. "Morning," Caleb muttered, rubbing at his jaw. Jasper blinked. "Is it true?" he asked, his voice quiet at first, but with a nervous urgency behind it. "Is it true that you're the one who caught that psycho? The one who's been kidnapping and cutting people up?" Caleb met his eyes, then gave a single, solemn nod. Jasper exhaled, almost in disbelief. He leaned against the doorframe, his hands clenched into fists. "Whole town's talkin'. You brought him to the sheriff yesterday, right?" "Well, last night, the sheriff and his deputies rode out to a cabin south of town. When they came back, they looked like they'd seen hell itself. Pale as ghosts, carrying all sorts of awful things, tools, knives, jars filled with, well, nobody wants to know what was in 'em." Caleb exhaled slowly. He hadn't expected Sheriff Malloy to move so fast. But then again, a killer like Edmund? No lawman would let that sit. Jasper's face twisted. "God, you saw it, the bodies." "Yeah, I do, I saw everything. I hope you never saw such a thing," Caleb said, his voice was solemn. Jasper entered slowly, eyes scanning the room, then settling on the revolver lying on the nightstand beside Caleb's bed. The boy sat on the edge of a wooden chair, resting his arms on his knees. Jasper leaned in. "How'd you even find him? That bastard's been hidin' for years." Caleb hesitated. He couldn't exactly say, "Oh, I remembered from a video game." "So he did what any good outlaw would," he embellished. "Sit. I'll tell you what I can." Jasper entered slowly, eyes scanning the room, then settling on the revolver lying on the nightstand beside Caleb's bed. The boy sat on the edge of a wooden chair, resting his arms on his knees. "Found clues," he said, sitting down on his bed. "3 separate maps, hidden near bodies. Gruesome stuff. Led me right to that cabin." Jasper's face paled slightly, but his curiosity won out. "And then what?" Caleb sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his temples. "Then I went into the basement and unlocked the door with the code I found from the maps. That basement was worse than anything I've ever seen, Jasper. Blood on the walls, body parts stacked like firewood, bodies hanging from hooks, jars full of things. Edmund was waiting for me, tried to ambush me with a knife. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $973.43. Bank, $320. 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 9088. Called back to camp by her Strauss. Caleb sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his temples. "Then I went into the basement and unlocked the door with the code I found from the maps. That basement was worse than anything I've ever seen, Jasper. Blood on the walls, body parts stacked like firewood, bodies hanging from hooks, jars full of things. Edmund was waiting for me, tried to ambush me with a knife. Folks went missing from here, from Annesburg, St. Denis even, and no one knew where they'd gone. Turns out they were all taken by the same lunatic." Jasper's eyes widened. "Jesus Christ. Knocked him out cold, tied him up, and dragged him back here." Caleb shrugged, as if it were nothing. "Sheriff gave me $200 for bringing the lunatic in alive." Jasper whistled. $200. That's more than most make in several months. Caleb smirked. "Guess many people were real eager to see him caught." A beat passed. Then Caleb stood. "Come on. I need breakfast after skipping dinner last night." "You?" Jasper blinked, then smiled faintly. "Yeah, I'll eat. I could eat a whole pig after that story." Caleb chuckled dryly. "Let's not eat anything with bones for a while. I don't want to remember what I saw yesterday ever again." The two made their way down to the saloon, where Mr. Douglas served them their order, a premium beef steak and a bottle of beer costing $8.25 for each of them, and then they went to take a seat at the table near the piano. Jasper devoured his food, still occasionally glancing at Caleb as if not quite believing the man he shared a table with was a man who had dragged a butcher to justice just hours before. "You ever think about bounty hunting full-time?" Jasper asked between bites. Caleb shook his head. "Maybe for now, but not for too long. Too unpredictable and dangerous. Besides, I've got other plans." "Like what?" "Like starting a business." Caleb leaned in slightly. "Pastries, maybe. Something folks in town would pay good money for." Jasper blinked at Caleb, chewing the last of his steak with a look of faint disbelief. "You, baking?" he finally said, brows raised. Caleb chuckled and speared another piece of meat with his fork. "Stranger things have happened. I used to help my ma back when I was younger. She had her own special recipes. Folks around her said she could bake the devil himself into a pie if she wanted." Jasper's eyebrows shot up, and he snorted at Caleb's baking revelation. But to his credit, he didn't question it and wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Didn't take you for the baking type," he admitted as he stabbed a piece of imat. "No offense, but you seem more, well, the type to put holes in folks and shoot their kneecaps than need dough." "None taken," Caleb said with a dry smirk, chewing slowly. "I'm not saying I'm gonna be full-time wearing an apron, just an idea. Open up a place that sells real good pastries, and some hot coffee. If it catches on, I'll hire folks to bake while I manage things, make sure the quality's up to my standards." Jasper nodded thoughtfully, his brows furrowed. "Well, I can't say no to that. I'd help if you need it, lifting sacks of flour, cleaning, running errands, whatever it takes." Caleb paused, studying Jasper's earnest face. He gave a slow nod, his voice low and sincere. "Thanks, Jasper. I appreciate that." Inside, he was more than just pleased, he was satisfied. Jasper had come far from the scared, thin boy he'd pulled from that basement. The initiative he was showing now, offering help without being asked, proved something important. His loyalty had reached a firm threshold. Caleb didn't know exactly what the future held, but Jasper was proving himself useful and dependable, and that mattered more than gold. After finishing their breakfast, the two parted ways. Jasper wiped his mouth one last time and stood. "I gotta get moving. Old Bob's expecting me at the stall this morning, then I've got a shift with Mr. Worth at the general store in the afternoon. And tonight, well, I'm on a probation shift at the saloon." Caleb blinked. "The saloon?" Jasper grinned sheepishly. "Figured I might as well do something in the night, expanding my skills and also gaining more experience, like you said. So I talked to Mr. Douglas after hours. He said he'd give me a try." Caleb chuckled, surprised and mildly impressed. "Damn, Jasper. You're busier than I am." "Just trying to do right by myself," Jasper replied with a shrug, then smiled. "And maybe earn enough to buy a pair of boots that don't talk back every time I walk." Caleb laughed, nodding in approval. "Keep it up. That kind of drive will take you far." Jasper tipped his hat and turned toward the market street. Caleb lingered outside the saloon for a few moments, letting the morning sun warm his shoulders. He was about to head back up to his hotel room when he heard someone familiar call his name. "Caleb Thorne." He turned. Lenny Summers stood across the street, waving him over with a casual smile. Caleb's face lit up with a knowing grin. He walked over and clasped Lenny's hand. "Mr. Callahan," he said in a mock-formal tone, eyes twinkling. "Fancy seein' you in town. What brings you here?" Lenny leaned in slightly, dropping his voice. "Our German friend sent me. He knows you've been layin' low around here thanks to our Indian friend back at camp. Says you promised to help with his lending work. He's got a special client he wants dealt with." Caleb's smile faded, replaced by a calm nod. "Right, I remember. Just let me grab my gear from the hotel. I'll head back to camp right after." Lenny nodded. "Good. I've got some errands in town, so I'll meet you back there later." "See you soon," Caleb said. He watched Lenny walk away, then turned and headed upstairs to his room. Once inside, Caleb closed the door and made for the big chest just at the feet of his bed. The old wood creaked as he pulled it open. He reached for the Navy revolver he'd taken off Edmund, the deranged butcher he'd captured the night before. He turned the weapon over in his hands. The revolver was old but well kept, heavy in the grip, longer barrel. A quick inspection using his firearms knowledge skill confirmed it was in good condition, no rust, no misfires, and more firepower. He nodded, satisfied. "You'll do, deadlier than the Schofields," Caleb muttered, spinning the cylinder, and holstered the Navy, placing one of his Schofields into the chest as backup. Next, he slung his Lancaster repeater over one shoulder and his pump-action shotgun over the other. The upgrades he'd made at the gunsmith, the improved rifling, the new scope, and shotgun longer barrels, made both weapons feel like extensions of himself. Before stepping out, he threw on his coat and tied the gun belt snug around his waist. Then he gathered a few extra shells, slipping them into his satchel. Downstairs, the morning bustle of the street had thickened. He stepped outside, squinting against the sunlight. Morgan neighed softly from the hitching post, ears twitching. "Morning, girl," he muttered, patting her flank. He tightened her saddle straps, checked the bags, then mounted up. With a tug of the reins, they trotted off down the muddy main street, hooves clopping rhythmically against the boards. The ride back to Horseshoe Overlook was familiar, trees rustling, the occasional deer darting off into the brush, distant cries of birds echoing across the hills. Caleb kept his eyes sharp, his thoughts sharper. Caleb kept a steady pace, his mind turning over the events he had gotten into from yesterday and today, the capture of Edmund, Jasper's eagerness to help with the bakery, and now Strauss's summons. The camp came into view as Morgan passed through the grove of trees. Tents and wagons dotted the clearing, smoke curling from the central fire. Javier's guitar drifted on the breeze, mingling with the occasional burst of laughter. As he dismounted and hitched Morgan, a few heads turned to greet him. Uncle raised his hand lazily from his chair. Well, if it ain't the long-lost son of Fortune. You been out makin' money or makin' trouble? Bit of both, Caleb answered with a smirk, tying Morgan to the post. He made his way toward the wagons and spotted Strauss near his tent, surrounded by his ledgers and notes, looking up as Caleb approached. Ah, Mr. Thorne, Leopold said with his usual clipped accent. I trust you are well rested and ready to help me in collecting debts. Herr Strauss. More or less, Caleb said. Heard you needed help with a particular client of yours. Yes, I do. In fact, I have visited him personally for him to pay his debt, but he is very slick about not repaying his debt. If you're still interested. Caleb, hearing that, knew who Strauss meant and nodded. Just tell me who he was and point me in the direction where he was. Strauss handed over the price of paper with the man's name. His name is Thomas Downs, a farmer and also a preacher whom I met in Valentine, Strauss said, tapping the name of Thomas Downs. He's more slippery than he seems, and I think a bit sick, since he was coughing non-stop. I'm done being polite with him, so don't take any nonsense with him and beat him if he doesn't pay. Hearing the name Thomas Downs from Strauss's mouth didn't surprise Caleb in the slightest, though he masked it behind a well-practiced poker face. He had expected this, hell, he'd been waiting for it. Thomas Downs was the third part of the money-lending chain, and if fate hadn't twisted and tossed Caleb into this world, it would have been Arthur Morgan riding out to the ranch with a heavy hand and heavier conscience. And it was that encounter, Arthur began to cough and cough and cough until he was coughing blood, that ultimately signed his death warrant. But not this time. This time, Arthur would live. Because Caleb was taking this job, and he intended to play it differently. Still, he had to act the part. Caleb blinked in mock surprise, tilted his head, and let his brow furrow just enough to sell it. Thomas Downs? He asked with mild disbelief. The man who collects money for charity back in town? I've seen him in front of the church, talkin' about the Lord's work and feed in the poor. Never figured him for the debt kind. Strauss nodded, straightening his posture. Yes, that Thomas Downs, he said, a bit of disdain in his clipped tone. You see how he pretends to be a man of the people, yet lives off borrowed funds and never returns them. I visited him, and he was all coughs and excuses. Disgusting. Caleb pretended to digest that information slowly, then asked, how much does he owe? $80, Strauss said. With interest, that comes to $115. Caleb raised his brows. That was a decent sum of money for most folks in the region. Not impossible, but certainly weighty. He rubbed the back of his neck and exhaled. Well, no wonder he's in trouble. That kind of coin ain't easy to cough up if you're giving it away to every empty hand in town. If he didn't act like a saint while swimming in debt, Strauss scoffed, his family would not be living in such wretched conditions. Caleb nodded thoughtfully as he heard what Strauss said. It was true enough. He then glanced over at the rest of the camp, gauging if anyone was paying attention, before turning back to look at Strauss. You got an idea where I might find the man to collect his debt? Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $965.18. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 91.89. Telling Thomas Downs as it is. Caleb nodded thoughtfully as he heard what Strauss said. It was true enough. He then glanced over at the rest of the camp, gauging if anyone was paying attention, before turning back to look at Strauss. You got an idea where I might find the man to collect his debt? Strauss was already flipping through his notes. Yes. Down southwest of Valentine. On the road toward Cumberland Falls. His ranch is just off the main trail. You can't miss it, the most pitiful ranch in the territory. Caleb gave a casual nod, though he didn't need the directions. His map function had already saved the place from a prior scouting ride. He'd even passed the small ranch once on his way to check a hunting site near the falls. The place was easy to miss if you weren't looking for it, a weather-beaten house, barely holding together, fields mostly fallow, the fence half rotted. "Alright," Caleb said, tipping his hat. "I'll go have a word with the man." "Good luck, Mr. Thorne," Strauss said coolly, already returning to his ledgers. Caleb turned without another word and walked back toward Morgan. His mind churned like river water after a storm. He knew what was waiting for him. The real danger wasn't a gun or a knife, it was microscopic, airborne, and slow to kill. But kill it would. He reached Morgan and untied her reins. "We got a delicate one ahead of us," he murmured, patting her neck. "No bullets. No physical altercation. No blood. But one wrong breath, and we're looking at a slow death." He mounted up and turned her south. With a gentle kick, they left Horseshoe Overlook behind, heading back down the ridge trail toward Valentine. The sky above was clear, the morning sun rising higher, burning off the mist that still clung to the tree line. Birds chirped overhead, and Caleb's ears caught the far-off rustle of deer bounding through the brush. Despite the beauty around him, his thoughts were steel-sharp and locked on the task. He remembered clearly, in the game, Arthur's interaction with Downs had been brief but brutal, an act of annoyance more than cruelty. But it was that moment that changed the trajectory of Arthur's life. If only it wouldn't lead to his death and there was a cure for tuberculosis at this point of time, Caleb would let it happen, as this illness was the one who molded Arthur into the real him. As he was faced with his own mortality, which began to change his perception and outlook on life, making him the good man he truly was. As Morgan's hooves pounded rhythmically over packed dirt and shallow mud, Caleb reached into his saddlebag and pulled out his bandana. He tied it snug across his mouth and nose, pulling his hat lower over his brow. "Step 1, he muttered. "Don't breathe the same air." He had no plan to beat Thomas. The man was already dying, coughing up his life a little more each day. His retribution was already in motion. What good would a punch do, except speed up the inevitable and not let the man suffer first? By the time Caleb reached the outskirts of the Downs ranch, the sun was directly overhead, and he slowed Morgan to a trot, keeping his eyes forward. The ranch came into view as a dilapidated farmhouse with peeling paint, a barn missing half its roof, and a few scrawny chickens pecking at the dirt. A gaunt man in threadbare clothes knelt in a patch of wilted vegetables around gathered fence post, working a hoe into the soil, his body racked by violent coughs. The one and only Thomas Downs. Caleb dismounted a good 20 paces away, keeping his distance. Then he spoke, keeping his voice calm. "Mr. Downs." Hearing his name being called, the man froze. The Downs slowly looked up, his sunken eyes widening at the sight of an armed stranger. "Can I help you, mister?" Thomas rasped, wiping his mouth with a stained handkerchief. Caleb took a few steps closer but maintained at least 10 feet of distance. "You probably know why I'm here. You owe money to Mr. Leopold Strauss. $115. Thomas's face grimaced and went pale. I was afraid of that." Caleb, hearing that, said evenly. "He says you've had plenty of time to pay." Thomas's face went even paler and coughed again, harder this time. When he recovered, his voice was weaker. "I don't have it. My family's got nothing. I gave too much away. I thought I was doing God's work, helping people. But now with the sickness, and the farm failing," his voice trailed off into another coughing fit. Caleb didn't speak right away. He took in the man's pale skin, the sweat on his brow, the tremble in his hands. Thomas was a dying man, and he knew it. "I ain't gonna beat you," Caleb said finally, his voice firm. "It'd just kill you faster." Thomas blinked, confused. "But aren't you supposed to?" Caleb shook his head. "You'll pay in your own way, Mr. Downs. And I got no intention of taking your life for a sum of $115. Keep your charity. Keep your ragged breath. But know this, your choices put your family in this hole. And if you care about them at all, you'll find a way to settle your debts before it gets worse for them when you suddenly leave this world." Thomas swallowed, clearly too stunned to reply. Caleb turned, walking back toward Morgan. Just before he mounted, he called back over his shoulder. "I'll tell Mr. Strauss you ain't got it. For now. But someone else might come next and they won't be as kind." Thomas, hearing that, woke up and called after him. "Who are you, mister?" Caleb didn't look back. "Nobody important." The ride back to camp was quiet. Caleb didn't push Morgan too hard, letting her set a gentle pace. As he entered through the tree groves and spotted the smoke of camp, he exhaled deeply and removed the bandana, stuffing it into his satchel. He dismounted, hitched Morhan, and approached Strauss, who looked up from his ledger expectantly. "Well, you got the money, Mr. Throne?" the man asked. Caleb shrugged and shook his head. "He's got nothing. Sick as a dog and twice as poor, didn't have any valuables to take. Said he's still tryin'. I didn't beat him. Thought you'd rather a man eventually pay you than die with nothing and we just lose our money." Strauss frowned, but only for a moment. "Fine. I suppose your approach might yield results later. But we can't afford too much sympathy, Mr. Thorne." "I ain't in the business of mercy, rest easy, Herr Strauss," Caleb replied. "Just ain't in the business of wasting our time and money on corpses either." Strauss mulled it over and then gave a reluctant nod, because what Caleb said was true, dead men didn't pay debts. "All right, keep me updated if anything changes." Caleb nodded his head and promised Strauss, "I'll keep you up to date. I'll swing by the Downs ranch again soon. Maybe the man will find a way, or maybe his widow will. Strauss didn't seem particularly moved by the morbid implication, but he gave a short nod before returning to scribbling in his ledger. Caleb turned and walked away, leaving the smell of Strauss's stale cologne and pipe smoke behind. His stomach gave a low grumble, reminding him he hadn't eaten since the morning coffee and steak. Before riding out, as he made his way through the camp, he caught the familiar scent of Pearson's cooking wafting in the warm afternoon air. The thick, greasy aroma of stew drifted across the clearing, mixing with the scent of pine and dust. Pearson's wagon was cluttered as always, piles of tin plates, sacks of potatoes, hanging game, and a wide iron cauldron bubbling over a modest fire. Caleb grabbed a dented tin bowl from the ground beside the cauldron and gave it a shake to dust out a few pine needles and a bug. He then took the wooden ladle from the hook above the cauldron and gave the thick stew a stir before scooping out several hearty spoonfuls into his bowl. Chunks of salted beef, a few soggy carrots, and some mystery greens floated on the surface of the greasy broth. Replacing the ladle, he raised the bowl to his lips and blew gently, letting the steam drift off as he stood near the edge of the wagon, eating quietly. A spoonful passed his lips. It was good and cooked well, but filling. He took another mouthful when his eyes caught movement to his left. Kieran was crouched near the wash basin by the laundry line, scrubbing at dishes with a sour expression, his sleeves rolled up and a streak of soap on his cheek. The former O'Driscoll was doing his best to prove his worth, though most of the gang barely acknowledged him unless it was to mock or threaten. Caleb smirked as he called out in a teasing tone, "Well, if it ain't Mr. Duffy himself, our resident former O'Driscoll." Kieran froze mid-scrub. He turned slowly, looking back at Caleb with narrowed eyes. "I've told you a dozen times, mister, I ain't no O'Driscoll. Not anymore. I'm with the Van der Linde gang now, same as you." Caleb chuckled and shook his head as he took another spoonful of stew. "Yeah, I'm not sure Dutch would stamp that on your name just yet. But I gotta admit, you've been pulling your weight. Cleaning up, tending the horses, taking orders without whining. Looks like maybe having you around ain't the worst thing after all." Kieran blinked, caught off guard. He straightened up and opened his mouth, probably to deliver another angry rebuttal, but stopped short. Caleb's words weren't mocking. They weren't warm exactly, but they carried something unexpected, which is fairness. Except for Mary Beth's occasional kindness, no one in camp had spoken to him without a sneer, a threat, or a joke at his expense. Even his life-saving favor on Arthur and his information about Colm's hideout hadn't earned him much goodwill. That's the kindest word anyone here said to me since I got here," Kieran muttered. "Thanks, mister." Caleb shrugged, swallowing another bite of stew. "Just telling it how I see it, Mr. Duffy. And you can stop calling me mister." "But Caleb's fine. We're in the same gang now. Least we can do is be civil until there's a reason not to be." A quiet moment passed. The words carried an unspoken edge, a warning that civility had its limits. But to Kieran, it was more than he'd gotten from anyone else. He nodded again, more firmly this time. "All right then, Caleb. You can call me Kieran." Before Caleb could say more, he saw Arthur passing by. The older man walked with a bit more heaviness than usual, heading toward his tent wagon. Something in his posture caught Caleb's eye, shoulders low, boots dragging slightly in the dirt. Caleb tilted his head, curious, and finished the last spoonful of his stew before setting the bowl down in the wash basin Kieran had just rinsed out. "I'll catch you later, Kieran," he said, already turning toward Arthur. Kieran gave a simple wave, returning to his chores as Caleb walked after the gang's gruff enforcer. He stopped in his tracks a few feet from Arthur's tent when he saw him pick up a letter from the small table just outside. Arthur's fingers trembled slightly as he unfolded the page, his eyes scanning over the inked words. Then Caleb saw it, the shift in Arthur's expression. It was subtle at first, but then it was like a flood hit Arthur's face. It shows a flash of sorrow, a furrow of pain, a clench of the jaw that screamed of old regrets. There was love in his eyes, buried deep beneath anger and confusion. Caleb didn't need to ask who the letter was from. It was from Ms. Mary Linton. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $965.18. Bank, $320. 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 92.90. Wake-up call. Then Caleb saw it, the shift in Arthur's expression. It was subtle at first, but then it was like a flood hit Arthur's face. It shows a flash of sorrow, a furrow of pain, a clench of the jaw that screamed of old regrets. There was love in his eyes, buried deep beneath anger and confusion. Caleb didn't need to ask who the letter was from. It was from Ms. Mary Linton. Arthur stood motionless, staring at the letter as if it had come from a ghost. Caleb stepped forward quietly, not wanting to startle him. "Arthur," he said gently. Arthur turned his head slightly, not looking at him yet. "What do you want, Caleb?" Caleb glanced at the letter but said nothing about it, like he didn't know the content of the letter. Instead, he spoke calmly. "Just saw you heading over here and then stood still. Wanted to check in. You all right?" Arthur gave a low grunt. "No, not really." "Some bad news, I take it?" Caleb asked, both of his hands on his gun belt. Arthur's gaze now flicked to him, more sharp and guarded. "Nothing that concerns you, Caleb. Is it someone from your past then? A woman named Mary?" That got a reaction. Arthur's eyes narrowed. "The hell do you know about Mary?" Caleb put his hand up in a calming gesture, palm open, voice as steady and easygoing as he could manage. "Relax, Arthur," he said with a calm tone. "I was just guessing. Looks like I guessed right." Arthur's eyes remained fixed on him, intense and unwavering, but something shifted in his jaw. He didn't speak right away. Instead, he folded the letter in his rough, calloused hands that had pulled triggers, swung fists, and held on to people he loved only to lose them. With deliberate care, he slid the letter into his satchel, never taking his eyes off Caleb. Then he took a single step forward. "Guessin', huh?" Arthur muttered. "So how'd you know it was from her, and guessed it at first try?" Caleb's heart kicked up a beat. He hadn't expected that to be Arthur's next move. There was still some edge in Arthur's voice, not a full threat, but not far from it either, more than just curiosity. Suspicion, maybe. A kind of reflex honed from years of betrayal and pain. Caleb's mind spun like a roulette wheel. Arthur was sharp, but so was he, and with an above-average luck stat and a finely tuned perception stat, he relied on instinct more than most. And right now, that instinct kicked into high gear as he utilized his persuasion skill as well. He lowered his hands slowly, kept his stance neutral but respectful, and spoke, tone measured. "Honestly," Caleb said, "I've heard bits and pieces around camp. The girls talk sometimes. Pearson, too, he runs his mouth when he's had enough to drink. Talked about some girl you were real fond of, named Mary. Didn't say much else. And as for the letter," he shrugged, "I put 2 and 2 together when I saw the look on your face. Hurt, anger, affection, all mixed up. Figured it had to be someone from your past." Arthur blinked. His shoulders sagged a little, and then he looked away, down at the dirt beneath their boots. A long, slow breath escaped him, and it wasn't laced with tension this time, just tiredness. Memories. What Caleb said made sense to Arthur. Camp gossip was inevitable, and he was also someone who wasn't exactly subtle with his emotions. "Damn," Arthur muttered, rubbing his face with one hand. "Didn't think it showed. Thought I kept it all in." Caleb gave a small chuckle and wiped at the sweat on his brow, not realizing until that moment that it had broken through his skin, and also let out a slow breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The pressure in his chest slowly began to ease. That was too damn close. A wake-up call, for sure. Caleb realized that he had been writing high since helping out in Valentine, diffusing tension with the law, helping the girls settle in, and proving his worth. Folks in the gang warmed to him fast. Even Dutch was the first one who give him approving nods and invite him to the gang, even though Caleb knew he also had interior motives. But deep down, he knew he was still the new guy. And this was a mistake. Speaking too quickly about something that wasn't his business. The others didn't know about his past life memory, LVL max, his knowledge of their lives from another time. He'd gotten too comfortable, too fast. It took seeing Arthur, the usually calm and brotherly Arthur, wear the mask of an outlaw for him to realize it. It had been a stark reminder, these weren't just characters from a story. They were real outlaws, with real tempers. If Arthur hadn't calmed, if Caleb hadn't thought quick. He gave a slow exhale and glanced back at Arthur, who now seemed to be mulling over everything. Caleb decided to gently break the silence. "You want to talk about it?" he asked. "I'm a good listener. And I'm not like the others, I don't have a stake in any of this. I'm impartial." Arthur looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded, slowly. "Yeah, sure. Let's go somewhere quieter." He gestured toward the back of the camp, toward the cliffside behind the main campfire. It was a quiet stretch where few wandered unless they wanted space to think. Caleb followed in silence, boots crunching lightly on the dirt and pine needles, the sounds of camp life fading behind them. They reached the edge of the cliff, where the land fell away into rolling hills and misty forests in the far-off distance. The sun had begun its slow descent, painting the sky with brushstrokes of gold and blood orange. Arthur stopped, lifted his head slightly toward the heavens, and breathed in deeply. Caleb stood a short distance away, hands resting lightly on his belt, waiting. At first, he thought they'd just stay like this, bathed in the quiet. But then Arthur spoke, his voice low, gravelly, tinged with bitterness, sorrow, and something else too. "Longing, maybe. She wrote to me. Out of the blue," Arthur began. "Said she saw some of the girls in town. Heard about someone that sounded like me. Asked if I could come see her." He paused, eyes scanning the horizon. "Said she's been livin' in Valentine. At Chadwick Farm, just north of town. Said she's been there for a few months now. Not saying her reason why she was here, saying that it was a long and uninteresting one." Caleb raised an eyebrow to act like he was surprised but said nothing, letting Arthur talk. And all I could think was why now? Arthur continued. Why the hell now? After everything she said. She was the one who told me to stay away and that we shouldn't speak again. Chose to marry some fool with money, some respectable life that was chosen by her family. Said I'd never be the kind of man who could provide her the security she wanted. That it was over. His voice dipped low with a tremble of anger. Part of me's furious, Arthur admitted. She doesn't get to waltz back in like she ain't the one who left. But the other part, he trailed off, scowling. The other part's weak. Wants to see her. And I hate that. Arthur exhaled, short and sharp. As for Caleb, he nodded slowly, eyes thoughtful. You feel like she's trying to pick up where things left off, he said quietly. And you don't know if you want that or if you can even trust it. Arthur chuckled, bitterly. I don't know what I feel. I'm mad, yeah, but I want to see her again. Even if it's just once. Even if I gotta get my heart broken again. Caleb gave a small smile. Love's like that. Don't matter how much it burns you, sometimes you can't help reaching for the fire again. Arthur shot him a sidelong glance. You sound like you speak from experience. Maybe, Caleb smirked. Or maybe I just read too many books. Arthur snorted, but some of the tension left his frame. So what would you do, genius? Ignore her. Ride into Valentine like some damn knight in Chernine armor. Neither, Arthur, Caleb said. You go because you want to. Not for her, for you. Either you see her and close that door for good, or you find out there's something still there. But you don't let fear or pride or any emotions make the choice for you. Let your mind decide it himself. Arthur was silent for a long time. Then, grudgingly said, ain't bad advice, Caleb. I'm full of am, Caleb said dryly. Arthur chuckled, but his expression sobered quickly. Problem is, Dutch has got plans. We're supposed to be looking for leads while he found a way out for us, and he had been tense since Micah's death. If I ride into Valentine for personal business and not scouting leads even though it concerns Mary, then don't tell him, Caleb said simply. Tell him you're scouting leads. I'll back you up. Arthur raised an eyebrow. You'd lie to Dutch for me. I'd lie to the devil for a friend, Caleb said. And yeah, Arthur, I consider you one. Arthur stared at him, then shook his head with a faint smile. Hell, maybe you are too smart for your own good, Caleb. They stood there together in silence for a while, watching as the sun dipped lower and the sky burned brighter with color. As they began walking back toward camp, Arthur looked at him and said, You got a good head on your shoulders. Just be careful what you say sometimes. This gang's got a long memory, and not all of us are as patient as me. Caleb nodded seriously. I hear you. Lesson learned. The next morning, Caleb was cleaning his navy revolver with a gun oil when Arthur approached him. Changed my mind, Arthur said without preamble. I'm riding to see Mary, but I ain't going alone. Caleb looked up. Oh, then with whom you're going with? You're coming with me, Arthur said. Consider it payback for the advice. Plus, if things go sideways while I'm in Valentine, I'd rather have someone watching my back, and who better than the local hero, Mr. Caleb Thorne. Caleb's eyebrows shot up at Arthur's request. Holstering his freshly cleaned navy revolver, he stood and brushed dirt from his pants. Arthur, I ain't sure I should be there for that. This is between you and Mary. There's other ways you can pay me back. Hell, buy me a drink next time we're in town. Arthur's shoulders stiffened for a moment, then relaxed as he exhaled. You're right. My apologies, Caleb. Didn't mean to drag you into my mess. He rubbed his neck, frustration flickering across his face. He turned to go, the conversation seemingly over, but then stopped and looked back. But look, my offer still stands, just not the same way. I don't want you at the farm. But Valentine? That's another story. You said it yourself, people like you there. Me. Folks still give me the stink eye since that saloon brawl. If something happens while I'm there, if someone recognizes me, or some drunkard wants a rematch, I'd rather have you nearby. Just back up. Nothing more. Caleb nodded slowly, the logic settling into place. That's more reasonable. Arthur gave a small, grateful nod. So, we got a deal. Caleb smirked and offered a hand. Deal. Just don't make me bail you out if she throws a lamp at your head. Arthur chuckled as he shook his hand. No promises. They had just finished strapping their gear onto their saddlebags when a familiar voice rang out from the main tent. Arthur, Caleb, where the hell you two off to? Dutch. Caleb turned slightly, brushing some dust off his coat, letting Arthur take the lead. Arthur turned toward the voice and answered without hesitation. Valentine. Heard rumors about a bank wagon passing through, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Figured we'd go scouting, see if there's truth to it. Dutch stepped out of his tent, cigar smoldering between his fingers, eyes narrowed but not suspicious yet. A bank wagon, huh? He mused, chewing the edge of his cigar. Well, that could be promising. Stay sharp. Don't cause a mess unless there's gold at the end of it. Arthur gave a nod. Dutch waved them off, returning to his maps and mumblings, and the two men mounted up their horse, heading toward Valentine. As they entered into Valentine, a few townsfolk milling near the general store spotted Caleb and tipped their hats. Mornin', Mr. Thorne. One called. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $965.18. Bank, $320. 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 93-91. Caleb mulling over his own thought. Arthur gave a nod. Dutch waved them off, returning to his maps and mumblings, and the two men mounted up their horse, heading toward Valentine. As they entered into Valentine's, a few townsfolk milling near the general store spotted Caleb and tipped their hats. "Mornin', Mr. Thorne." One called. Caleb returned the greeting with a nod. Arthur muttered under his breath, "Looks like you are more than a local hero, Caleb." "I just done some bounty hunting and capture criminals, that all," Caleb said, smiling wryly. "Didn't expect that it would be this way, but who am I to protest? At least I got some discounts here and there." Arthur snorted but said nothing as they reached the front of the saloon. He adjusted his hat, casting a glance northward toward north where Chadwick Farm was located. "All right, I'll be headin' to Chadwick Farm. I'll be back by noon at the latest. If I ain't, I'll come lookin'," Caleb finished, dismounting and tying Morgan to the hitching post in front of the saloon. "Good luck, Arthur." Arthur nodded his head, his jaw set. "Don't need luck, just patience." Then he was gone, heading north, hooves kicking up dust as he turned left after passing through the sheriff's office. Caleb watched him go for a moment, then turned and stepped into the saloon. Inside, the saloon was alive with the usual activity: drunken laughter, poker games, boots stomping on wood, and the piano clinking out a half-hearted tune in the corner. Caleb made his way to the counter, nodded at Mr. Douglas, and ordered a bottle of beer, paying 25 cents in the process. He wasn't here to get drunk, just to stay sharp. He sipped his drink slowly. His mind was focused on Arthur, imagining how that reunion with Mary might be going a bit differently, unlike in the game. He hoped that Arthur still helped Mary, since it was also a bit of redemption for himself and an important arc for Arthur, learning to truly let go and be at peace with himself from losing what he could possibly have with Mary. There's a much better girl that fits Arthur, like Mrs. Sadie Adler, for example. Their dynamic at the game truly felt like a sibling, but at the same time like an old married couple as well. But that's just his shipping self talking. He wasn't that blind as well to Mary's love for Arthur. She truly loves Arthur and wants to be with him, but the condition is that Arthur let go of the outlaw's life and change. Because Mary had asked Arthur to run away together with her, but Arthur can't, as he can't leave the gang behind, and also he sees the writing of his life on the wall due to his tuberculosis when he receives that goodbye letter. So he actually was in a dilemma as well: should Arthur be with Mary or Sadie? Because both women were perfect for Arthur in their own ways, but the one who truly loved Arthur at the end was Mary, and as for Sadie, well, he didn't think she had some romantic feelings for Arthur. Even if she did have one, she doesn't show it due to not wanting to betray her dead husband, or she just doesn't want to feel the pain of losing her loved one again. Thinking about all of this was truly giving him a headache. Caleb leaned forward onto the counter a little more, letting the weight of his thoughts settle in the pit of his stomach like a lead bullet. He'd been wrestling with it all morning as he rode to Valentine, how to change Arthur Morgan's path. The game had made it so clear that his redemption only began when he realized he was dying. That grim, looming knowledge carved a path in his soul, forcing him to take a hard look at the man he'd become. But in this world, Arthur didn't have tuberculosis due to Clabe changing the direction. He wasn't coughing blood into his palm. He still had strength in his limbs and vigor in his ride. This meant that a moment of clarity hadn't come yet, and might never come unless something else forced it. And without it, Arthur might never shift from the loyal enforcer of the Van der Linde gang to the compassionate man who helped John, Abigail, and Jack escape, who tried to make things right before the end came for him. Caleb let out a slow breath and took a swing of his beer. The bitter drink went down smooth and cold, washing his dry throat and dulling the edge of his pounding head. All this thinking, about Arthur, about Mary, about Sadie, it was like trying to untangle a thorn bush with bare hands. No easy path. No clear answers. Both women represented paths Arthur couldn't or wouldn't take. The saloon's noise faded into a dull roar as he chewed on the idea. Without the specter of tuberculosis looming, what would crack Arthur's stubbornness? The man needed a reckoning, something to force him to see the gang's decay and his own worth beyond it. If Arthur was ever going to find peace, someone had to help him see it wasn't too late. Caleb sighed. Maybe Caleb could be that someone. Maybe he could be the one to nudge Arthur toward the good man inside him, and make Arthur win the wrestle he had for the first time with a giant that was inside of him. Time then passed, and Caleb stood there, lost in thought, letting the beer slowly take the edge off. He didn't notice how long he'd been mulling it all over until a firm hand clapped him on the left shoulder, and jolted him back to reality. "Caleb," a familiar voice said. He blinked and turned around. It was Arthur. The man should have still been out at Chadwick Farm, maybe riding back from Mary's place or cooling off somewhere on the trail. But here he was, dusty from the road, his face unreadable. Caleb hadn't expected him back so soon. Arthur gave him a strange look, the kind he usually reserved for when someone was acting out of character. "You all right?" he asked. "I called your name a couple of times. Thought maybe you passed out with your eyes open." Caleb blinked and straightened. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about some stuff," he replied, brushing the moment off. He started to say more, but before he could continue, Mr. Douglas from behind the bar piped up. "Mr. Kilgore, what'll it be today?" Arthur glanced toward him and lifted 2 fingers. "2 bottles of beer. Both for you?" Douglas asked with a chuckle. Arthur didn't answer, just tossed 2 quarters onto the counter. Douglas nodded and slid 2 cold bottles over, then made his way down the counter toward other patrons who needed his attention. Arthur took a long pull from one of the bottles before finally leaning against the counter beside Caleb. "So," Caleb said, picking up his own drink, "how was your encounter with Mary? Did she tell you why she wanted to see you?" Arthur was quiet for a moment, staring at the counter. Then he took another long drink, the glass clinking slightly as he set it down. "Yeah, she did," he finally said. "We talked a bit about the past. Turns out the man she married died. Cause of pneumonia," she said. Caleb blinked. "Damn, that's rough business." Arthur nodded slowly, his gaze distant. Humorless chuckle escaped him. "You know what's funny? First thing that came to my mind was, so she's a widow now, and now she's looking for me. I asked her that too. She denied it, of course, she did. But I saw it. That look in her eyes." He turned to Caleb, and for the first time, there was a flicker of something different in Arthur's eyes, not just weariness, but awareness. "She looked at me the same way she did all those years ago. Like nothing changed." Caleb raised his brows. He was genuinely surprised. The Arthur in the game hadn't caught that. He was too caught up in guilt, in loyalty, in the weight of his choices. But this Arthur, he was sharper, more observant. Maybe Caleb's influence had already begun to shift something inside him. Arthur took another few chugs from his second bottle. "Well, then we talked about some other things in our past, before she told me that she needs my help. To save her brother, Jamie, as he ran off to join this religious cult called the Colonians, and she was afraid that he would kill himself. Saying that Jamie only listens to me to see reason." Caleb nodded his head, already well aware of everything Arthur just told him, but he needed to keep up the act, and play it casual. "The Colonians, huh?" he said, feigning curiosity. "They're crazy bastards, if you ask me. Real dangerous. I hate to say it, but I think Mary's right, Jamie's in real trouble with those folks. If you don't find him soon, he might just get himself killed." Arthur gave a somber nod, his expression hard to read but his jaw clenched tight. He took another swig of beer, finishing off the second bottle in a few measured gulps. Caleb didn't miss the way the man's shoulders tensed at the implication of Jamie being in danger. Whatever Arthur said about not caring, about moving on from Mary, that protective instinct still burned in him like a smoldering coal. "So," Caleb said, setting down his now nearly empty bottle, "did you promise Mary you'd help her find Jamie?" Arthur let out a quiet sigh, not quite a groan, but close. "Yeah," he said, after a beat. "I promised her. Said I'd find him and talk some sense into his thick skull. She told me some rancher up near Carmody Dell saw Jamie wandering around the Cumberland forest. Said he looked out of place, muttering to himself and wearing white like some damn preacher." Caleb tilted his head thoughtfully. "Carmody Dell, huh? That's north of the oil refinery, right? Were we to steal that oil wagon?" Arthur glanced sideways at him, a little surprised. "Yeah, that's the one. You know the area?" He nodded. "Heard of it. Haven't had the chance to scout it out proper. Been meaning to, though. Kinda kicking myself for not riding around sooner. Could have had know the exact location for you if I had done that by now." Inwardly, Caleb cursed himself. He should have made more time to expand his visibility over the terrain. His map function was helpful, but it didn't auto-fill the world. He had to physically explore each inch. Arthur grunted in agreement. "I passed through it with Hosea a while back. We were hunting this giant grizzly bear Hosea saw and decided to bring me along." A faint smirk tugged at his lips. "Old man nearly pissed himself when it charged us." Caleb chuckled at that, a spark of genuine amusement lighting his face, remembering the banter from the game. Arthur cracked a half-smile at the memory as well with a tinge of fondness. Then his face sobered. "Anyway, if we're gonna find Jamie, we need to go now. Mary said they were supposed to catch a train this afternoon. If we miss him..." Caleb drained the rest of his beer and slapped the bottle back down on the bar. "All right then," he said, rising to his feet. "Let's get to work." Arthur stood beside him. Without another word, the two made their way out of the saloon. The sun had risen higher in the sky, throwing golden light through the narrow streets of Valentine. The morning bustle had thickened with wagon wheels creaking across the dirt, townsfolk moved in and out of shops, and the clang of a blacksmith's hammer rang from the stables. They mounted their horses after ensuring the starts of their saddle, and they trotted north out of town, following the road that headed north. The terrain changed gradually as they moved away from civilization, trees grew thicker, and the air a touch cooler. They entered through the dense woodland of Cumberland Forest was a green ocean of pine and oak trees. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $964.93. Bank, $320. 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 94.92. Stopping Jamie from running away. They mounted their horses after ensuring the starts of their saddle, and they trotted north out of town, following the road that headed north. The terrain changed gradually as they moved away from civilization, trees grew thicker, and the air a touch cooler. They entered through the dense woodland of Cumberland Forest was a green ocean of pine and oak trees. As they rode, they flagged down passing riders and wagons, asking about the Colonians, white-robed cultists who wandered like lost sheep preaching nonsense about turtles and salvation. Most people just shook their heads and rode on, but eventually, an older woman in a buckboard said she saw a small group of them heading east toward the mountains. "I saw 5 of them," she said. "Strange fellas. Didn't look right. One of them might have been a young boy, who looked nervous. Kept glancing around like he was being hunted." Arthur's eyes narrowed. "Sounds like Jamie all right." They thanked the woman and pressed on. The trail led them up toward Carmody Dell, a small, scattered homestead nestled among tall trees and rocky hills. The air was crisp, birds called overhead, and the muffled crunch of hooves on pine needles gave the ride an oddly reverent feel. They asked another rider at Carmody Dell, a hunter with a mangy dog trotting behind his horse, if he'd seen any more white-robed figures. The man scratched his beard. "Yes, I am this mornin'. Headed up that trail there, toward the ridgeline up on the mountain. Said they were goin' to commune with the great turtle, whatever the hell that means. Told 'em to keep their turtle nonsense to themselves and keep off my traps." Arthur looked to Caleb, then back to the trail. "Well," he muttered, "looks like we're on the right track." As they rode their horses, Caleb glanced sideways at his companion. Arthur was quiet, focused, and jaws set like iron. But there was something else too, a flicker of unease, maybe even guilt. Caleb recognized it. Arthur still cared. He might grumble and scowl, but deep down, he hadn't let go of Mary or her little brother. That's what Caleb was counting on. As Caleb thought so, they reached the top of the mountain a few minutes later. Both he and Arthur rode closer toward the camp area of the Colonians. The wind at this elevation whispered through the trees, and the sounds of distant birds echoed off the cliffs. There, gathered in a rough semicircle on the cliff's edge, were 5 Colonians dressed in flowing white robes, with a big tent, a small tent, a clothesline, and a wagon filled with things behind the group of Colonians. The 2 men dismounted quietly, boots crunching against soil and dry twigs. That was when Caleb heard it, the low snort of horses to their left. He turned his head, eyes narrowing with sharp perception. 4 horses were tied to a makeshift hitching post next to a moss-covered rock. One of them, a dark brown horse, stomped a hoof, clearly agitated. The others, 2 light bay, and 1 chestnut, stood quietly, heads low and reins slack. Caleb's eyes lingered on that dark brown horse. That would be the horse Jamie uses. In the game, Jamie's escape had always been scripted, his horse spawning out of nowhere as he fled. But now, this world was real, and horses didn't just pop in and out of existence. These were their mounts. Their presence confirmed it. Caleb stepped back a few paces, positioning himself several steps behind Arthur. He would let Arthur take the lead, just like in the game. The encounter will go smoothly if Arthur chooses the right words. Caleb silently prayed that Arthur would charm the Colonian master instead of trying to intimidate him. The difference between a peaceful resolution and a dangerous scuffle might lie in just a few sentences. The sun was overhead now, filtering through the sparse clouds and dappling the ground in flickering light. Arthur approached the group of Colonians at the edge of the mountain cliff. 5 white-robed figures. One man stood perfectly still. He looked like in his 50s or 60s and he appeared to be giving a sermon, though the exact words were lost on the breeze. For others, 3 young men and 1 younger figure sat on the ground in a small chair before him in a half-circle, their robes rustling lightly in the mountain air. Caleb's eyes landed on the boy sitting on the far right. Jamie. There was no mistaking him now, the boy's tousled brown hair, slim frame, and awkward posture in his shoulders. Arthur cleared his throat and strode forward confidently. His voice rang out across the clearing. "Gentlemen, a moment of your time, please." The words cut through the calm like a hawk's cry. The Colonians paused. All 5 heads turned in unison, and their expressions shifted. Confusion, caution, wariness. The seated men rose quickly, including Jamie. He blinked, startled recognition flashing across his face. His mouth moved soundlessly before forming a single name, Arthur. The 3 adult Colonians moved quickly, stepping in front of Jamie and the master, forming a human barrier. They held their hands together protectively and began muttering in unison, their voices low but insistent. Shell of safety, shell of safety, shell of safety. Arthur walked forward calmly, his eyes not on the disciples but on Jamie and the older man behind them. Caleb remained back, letting the moment play out exactly as it had once in the game. But the stakes here were far more real. Arthur addressed the Colonian master directly. "Can I speak to the boy, mister?" The disciples didn't move, continuing their chant, but Jamie stepped forward slightly before being stopped by a hand across his chest. "Arthur." Jamie said again, louder this time, his voice thick with disbelief. "Is that really you?" Arthur gave him a small smile, a familiar one, wry, knowing, just a touch sad. He nodded. "Hello, Jamie. Your sister's worried sick about you. She asked me to come find you, to bring you home so you two can talk." At this, the Colonian master stepped forward, parting the line of disciples like a river around a stone. His face was calm and unreadable, but his voice carried authority, aged but firm. "The boy has chosen a path, sir," the Colonian master said. "A path of truth." Arthur's expression shifted slightly, letting out a chuckle, shaking his head as the hint of his old skepticism creeping into his tone. "Well, his sister just wanted to speak to him, that's all." Jamie called Arthur's name once more, this time without hesitation, "Arthur." He took another step forward, eyes flicking between Arthur and the master. "I've chosen a path," Jamie said, the words rushing from him like a defense. "I've thought about this. It makes sense. The world's so cruel and chaotic. I've found something here." The disciple nearest him reached out, grasping him by the arm. "You don't need to go, brother," the man said quietly. Arthur tilted his head slightly. "Jamie, I ain't here to drag you by the ears. If you wanna believe in turtles, that's your choice. But you owe Mary a word. That ain't much to ask." The Colonian master stepped forward again. "The boy has chosen a path. He's chosen safety. What path have you chosen, sir?" Caleb tensed behind Arthur, his hands curled just above the holster at his side. This was it, the pivotal moment. Charm or intimidate. And in this world, where words could mean the difference between gunfire and peace, Caleb held his breath. Arthur didn't respond right away. He looked past the master, his eyes scanning the open cliff, the tents, the wagon filled with their belongings. He glanced at Jamie, then lowered his gaze for a second, thinking, "I guess I'm still searching. I guess," he finally said, voice quiet, but honest. Caleb exhaled silently in relief as he thought, "Good. He took the peaceful route." The Colonian master nodded slowly as he heard that. "We are all searching," he said, as he spread his arm. "Colonianism is about searching. What do we search for, do you think?" Arthur's voice was softer now, more introspective. "I don't know. I guess all of us are searching for safety. Safety and meaning in our lives." The Colonian master was quiet a moment, then smiled gently. "You are wiser than you appear, sir. Many seek purpose without knowing what they seek at all. Jamie knows the truth, and of course, you may speak with him." Arthur let out a relieved and happy smile. "Exactly," he said as he nodded his head. "If the teachings you gave are great, what harm can I do by speaking with the boy?" Arthur then took a couple of steps toward Jamie, gesturing for him to come with him, while the Colonian disciples already stopped chanting, and lowered their guard as their master allowed Arthur to speak with Jamie. But Jamie, just like in the game, took a couple of steps backward toward the edge of the cliff. His boots scraped against gravel, dislodging a few small rocks that tumbled down the sheer drop behind him. He looked back, eyes wide, fearful, not of Arthur, but of what Arthur's presence meant. Of the confrontation he had hoped would never come. I'm not coming with you, Arthur." Jamie stammered, his voice cracking like a brittle branch in the wind. And with that, he turned and ran. His robes flared behind him, feet pounding the earth as he sprinted toward the horses, the dark brown one specifically, his chosen steed. Arthur took a few steps after him, caught off guard, one hand half raising as if to grab him, but stopped himself. His voice rang out after Jamie, torn between anger and desperation. "Just come with me to speak with Mary, Jamie. Then make up yo." He didn't finish the sentence. Because standing between Jamie and the horses was Caleb Thorne. Caleb hadn't moved until now. He had stayed back, letting Arthur handle it, respecting the natural rhythm of how the encounter was meant to play out. But when Jamie broke from the group and made a break for it, Caleb stepped forward like a gate that had quietly been waiting to close. Jamie barely had time to react. He tried to juke past Caleb, aiming for the space between him and the horse's flanks, but Caleb reached out with both arms, caught him in mid-step, and tackled him to the ground. Jamie hit the dirt with a yelp, limbs flailing, robes tangling. "Get off me, mister. This ain't your business." But Caleb only chuckled, pinning Jamie down with practiced ease. "Oh, it's my business all right," he said, glancing toward Arthur. "Arthur's my friend, after all." From the corner of his eye, Caleb saw movement. The Colonian master and his disciples had taken a few steps forward, alarmed by the scuffle. Their hands twitched at their belts, no weapons, but tension nonetheless. Before things could spiral, Caleb lifted his head and called out loud and clear, "There's no need to worry, mister. I'll let the boy go after he stops struggling. We just came to talk, and him running away will complicate things for all of us. So don't worry, we're not gonna hurt him." The Colonian master paused mid-step. The 3 disciples around him hesitated, eyes narrowing in confusion and concern, but they made no move forward. Whatever they were planning, intervention, retreat, confrontation, Caleb's assurance disarmed it for now. Arthur turned slightly, following Caleb's gaze, and seemed surprised to see the Colonians had nearly intervened. He looked back toward Caleb and Jamie, then quickly crossed the remaining distance to them. When he reached the 2, Arthur gave Caleb a small nod of thanks. "Appreciate that, Caleb," he said as he crouched beside Jamie and gently patted the boy's shoulder. "Jamie, stop struggling and we'll let you go." Jamie's limbs were still flailing under Caleb's grip, but his breath was coming out in ragged pants now. He looked up at Arthur, then over to Caleb, realization dawning. He wasn't getting out of this, not by force. Not today. Finally, Jamie let out a long sigh and went still. Caleb nodded and eased up, slowly releasing his hold. Arthur reached down, took Jamie by the arm, and together with Caleb helped the boy to his feet. Jamie dusted himself off in silence. His cheeks were red from exertion and embarrassment. He didn't look at either of them as he muttered, "I should have just left before y'all showed up." Arthur led the way back to where their horses were waiting. Caleb walked slightly behind Jamie, not close enough to crowd him, but enough to stop another breakout attempt. The Colonians didn't follow. They merely watched, the master's eyes contemplative, the disciples murmuring softly to one another again. When they reached the horses, Arthur turned to Jamie and crossed his arms. "You calmed down yet?" Jamie huffed, turning away slightly, arms crossed. "Yeah," he said. "I'm calm, but you should have left me alone. I didn't ask for your help. I didn't ask anyone to come save me." Arthur let out a long sigh, the weariness of it older than the mountains around them. "Come on, Jamie. You're a smart boy. You knew this was crazy. These people were just telling you what you wanted to hear." Jamie's eyes snapped toward him, furious. "What do you know about it, Arthur? You just popped out of nowhere after leaving me and Mary. I was doing just fine on my own, making my own decisions." Arthur opened his mouth to respond, but Caleb moved first. He took 2 long steps forward, reached out, and rapped Jamie sharply on the top of the head with his knuckles. "Ow!" Jamie yelped, ducking and clutching his skull. "What the hell was that for?" "Caleb!" Arthur scolded, taking a half step between them. "What the hell are you doing?" Teaching some sense back into the boy, Caleb replied matter-of-factly, brushing his hands together like he'd knocked dust off a piece of furniture. "You said it yourself, he's a smart boy. So he ought to know why you left him and Mary. And everything you just said was the truth that he himself knew." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $964.93. Bank, $320. 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 95. Sorry, no update today. Sorry everyone, there's no update today, due to my brain having a bit of a burnout and also my body being tired due to IRL stuff and also then focus on making novels every single day. Just wanted to take a rest from creating and updating just for a day. But don't worry, as usual I will return tomorrow and update 2 chapters for all novels. 96, 93. By Mary. For now. Teaching some sense back into the boy, Caleb replied matter-of-factly, brushing his hands together like he'd knocked dust off a piece of furniture. "You said it yourself, he's a smart boy. So he ought to know why you left him and Mary. And everything you just said was the truth that he himself knew." Jamie looked up, flustered and indignant. "You don't know anything about me." He rubbed his forehead, glaring. "I ain't talking advice from outlaws. Don't even know what you are," he spat at Caleb. Caleb raised his hand again. Jamie flinched. Arthur burst out laughing. "Christ, you too." He shook his head, the tension bleeding from his shoulders. "I know more than you think," Caleb said, his voice calmer now. "And I know running away to hide behind some made-up philosophy is a coward's choice. You think you're choosing your own path, but you're just clinging to the first group that made you feel like you belonged." Jamie flinched at that. The words hit home. He didn't respond right away, just looked away toward the cliffs, jaw tight. Arthur watched the exchange quietly, then stepped beside Caleb and placed a hand on Jamie's shoulder again, gentler this time. "We ain't here to drag you back, Jamie. I meant that. But Mary, she deserves to talk to you, face to face. You can tell her everything you're feeling. You owe her that much, don't you?" Jamie hesitated. "She said that? She sent you?" Arthur nodded. "She did. And she's been worried sick, not knowing what happened to you. If you want to come back here after that, fine. But you gotta give her the chance to talk to you, the same way you gave these Colonians your time." Jamie's lips pressed into a thin line. He was still shaking, whether from nerves or fury or indecision was unclear. He closed his eyes for a long moment. For a heartbeat, Jamie hesitated. Then, with a choked sob, he threw his arms around Arthur. Okay. Arthur stiffened, then patted his back awkwardly while letting out a chuckle. "Yeah, okay. It's okay, kid." Caleb watched the two with a measured gaze. The whole moment reminded him again, that this world wasn't just a game anymore. Jamie was no longer a script. He was a boy, caught in something he didn't fully understand, craving answers in a world that rarely gave them kindly. Caleb stepped aside, giving Jamie space to mount the dark brown horse after the hug with Arthur. Arthur readied his own, glancing back at Caleb. "You coming with us?" Arthur asked. Caleb grinned. "Wouldn't miss it for the world. I want to see what kind of trouble you two get into next." The descent was quieter than the climb. Jamie rode with Arthur, his earlier defiance replaced by exhaustion. Caleb kept his horse a short pace behind, giving them space but at the same time ensuring he could hear what they talked about. The air smelled of pine and distant smoke, and the steady clop of hooves filled the silences between words. Jamie, still visibly tense from the emotional confrontation, glanced toward Arthur. His voice cracked slightly when he asked, Was I a terrible fool, Arthur?" Before Arthur could answer, Caleb's voice floated from behind, sharp and dry. Yes, you have been a terrible fool. A fool who believe in Colonian nonetheless." Jamie twisted in the saddle, his face flushed with fresh indignation. "I wasn't a skin, you, mister." Arthur let out a laugh that sounded more like a bark. "Christ, Caleb, let the boy alone." Caleb grinned, clearly enjoying the tension now that things had cooled down. All right. I'll keep my mouth shut. My honor." Jamie huffed, shaking his head and looking away, though a slight smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, almost despite himself. Arthur turned back to Jamie, more thoughtful now. "I don't know enough about all that, Jamie. But I do know this, there ain't no shame in wantin' a better world. Just gotta make sure you ain't lying to yourself about how you're gonna get there." Jamie's shoulders slumped just a little. He nodded, staring ahead at the trail. "I missed you, Arthur, I really did. Are you and Mary sweet on each other again?" Arthur snorted, almost choking on the breath he'd been about to speak. "Oh no, that's a long time ago, son." Behind them, Caleb stifled a chuckle, unable to resist a knowing grin. With him in the picture now, well, that "a long time ago" could be null and void. He'd seen their chemistry firsthand in the game, and with Mary still showing a soft spot, maybe it just needed a little push. Of course, only if Caleb decided to give that nudge. He still hadn't made up his mind about that yet. The rest of the ride to Valentine passed in quiet, contemplative conversation. Most of it, Caleb had heard before, the familiar dialogue between Arthur and Jamie from the game. But now it had weight, substance, on the conversations due to its realness. When they arrived in Valentine, the town was bathed in orange dusk. Caleb, Arthur, and Jamie rode down the main road toward the train station. The familiar whistle echoed from the tracks, a long, steady cry that marked the train's imminent departure. They dismounted, hitching their horses to the post outside the station. Caleb took a moment to pat Morgan's neck, whispering a soft "good girl," before turning toward the building. Arthur and Jamie walked up the wooden steps side by side, with Caleb trailing behind, still silent, his sharp eyes watching Jamie's every movement, not out of mistrust, but something more distant, observational, protective. They pushed through the left double door, stepping into the waiting room. The faint sound of ticking echoed from the clock on the wall, blending with the murmurs of departing passengers and the scuffling of boots across old floorboards. Then came the voice. "Jamie, Jamie." They all turned sharply to the left. Mary was already standing from her chair near the window, arms wide open. Her eyes shimmered with relief as they landed on her younger brother. Jamie froze for only a moment before bolting forward. He threw himself into her arms like a child who had been lost for years. Mary held him tightly, her voice shaking with emotion. "Come home please," Mary whispered into his shoulder. "Your father's been very sad." Jamie stiffened. He pulled back slightly, jaw clenched and expression soured as he muttered, "Father wouldn't know sadness if it died in his bed." Mary didn't press. She just looked into his eyes and nodded softly. Looking at that, Jamie glanced at the floor, then sighed. "But I'll come home, for you," Jamie added, and the words seemed to lift a weight from both their shoulders. Mary smiled, her hands over her heart. "My boy, my sweet boy." Arthur found a bench near them and sat down heavily, his shoulders relaxing for the first time in hours. Caleb stood beside him, arms crossed, watching quietly as the reunion unfolded. Then, the whistle blew again, closer now. "All aboard," the conductor called. Mary looked toward the platform, then turned back. Come on, we can't miss this one, she said softly. She grabbed one of the suitcases near her seat and handed it to Jamie. Here, dear. Jamie nodded and took it from her. She picked up the other, then turned to Arthur, her expression warm and full of gratitude. Oh, Arthur, thank you so much. She extended her hand. Arthur stood, but instead of shaking it, he gently took the luggage from her hand. It's good to see you, Mary. Mary opened her mouth to say more, but her eyes landed on Caleb, and a flicker of confusion crossed her features. Oh, and who's this? Caleb stepped forward slightly, offering a casual nod and a half smile. Name's Caleb Thorne, miss. Friend of Arthur's. Just helped for a bit, nothing more. Mary's gaze flicked between them, lingering on Arthur, then offered her hand, still clearly surprised. Well, thank you too, Mr. Thorne. She hesitated, then added softly, take care of him, won't you? Caleb took her hand gently. Anytime, then he smirked. Someone's gotta keep him from brawlin' in every saloon we pass. Arthur shot him a glare, but Mary laughed, a bright, unexpected sound. Some things never change. Then she led Jamie toward the train platform with Caleb and Arthur following them. The two of them walked side by side, their silhouettes outlined by the golden light pouring through the windows. As they reached the platform, the hiss of steam and low murmur of departing passengers filled the air. Jamie stepped onto the train first, carrying the suitcase with a newfound maturity in his steps. Mary followed just behind him, her skirt brushing lightly against the wooden planks of the platform as she hesitated for a moment. Mary hesitated at the steps, turning back to Arthur with her suitcase clutched tightly in both hands. Arthur stepped forward, extending his hand toward her. Mary took it without a word, her fingers curling around his rough, calloused palm. He gave her a firm but careful hold, steadying her as she stepped up into the train car. For a moment, their eyes met, hers shimmering with unspoken words, his guarded but soft. He handed her the remaining luggage next, brushing the dust off the handle before letting it go. Mary turned to enter the car, but paused. The moment lingered. She started, then stopped. Her eyes glistened slightly, her throat working before she found her voice again. I know you'll never change. I know that. Her face said more than the words ever could, expectation, sadness, affection, longing, and an old, unhealed hurt. It was all there, painted across her features like a ghost that refused to be forgotten. Arthur looked down. He couldn't look at her. Not directly. His heart beat hard in his chest, and his gaze wandered left, then right, anywhere but into her eyes. Not when it felt like she was peeling back layers he'd spent years hardening. Because if he let himself see the look on her face, he knew he might get on that damn train with her and never look back. But that wasn't his life. Not anymore, or so he thought. Mary's lips pressed into a thin line and she turned finally, stepping into the train car. The door closed behind her with a soft thud, and moments later, the conductor's whistle cut through the air again, sharp and final. Arthur stood frozen for a beat, until the hiss of the pistons and the rolling thunder of the train's departure filled the station. He turned to look at the window, and through the glass, he saw her, Mary, seated beside Jamie. She stared back, her lips parted, one hand pressed to the window as if she were trying to hold on to the moment just a second longer. Arthur's jaw tensed. He raised a hand as if to wave, but stopped halfway, letting it fall. He just watched. Then, a familiar presence stepped beside him. Caleb. He didn't say anything at first, just stood next to Arthur, arms folded, his eyes reflecting understanding. A beat passed between them, silent but weighty, until Caleb patted Arthur lightly on the shoulder. The train's gone, Caleb said, his voice low. But I get it if you still want to take your time. Arthur shook his head slowly, breathing in through his nose before letting it out in a long sigh. Now let's go. They turned from the platform, boots thudding lightly against the weathered boards as they stepped back into the open street, where the last orange rays of the setting sun painted Valentine in hues of gold and blood red. As they walked back toward the horses, Caleb glanced sideways at Arthur, then gave him a half grin. Well, Caleb said, drawing the word out, maybe I got something that'll help take your mind off Mary. Arthur arched a brow. Yeah, what you mean by that? Caleb's smile widened slightly as they reached the hitching post. He began untying Morgan's reins while he spoke. When I was waitin' for you at the saloon, I overheard something. Ranchers and drifters run their mouths when they drink, you know. Turns out there's a bank wagon. Makes its way to Strawberry round the same time every day. Gets robbed every few days. Always the same path, same damn guards. Bank ain't smart enough to change the route, just hired more muscle. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental Fortitude, LVL Max. Money, $964.93. Bank, $320. 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 97.94. To rob bank wagon, preparation needs to be done. Caleb's smile widened slightly as they reached the hitching post. He began untying Morgan's reins while he spoke. When I was waitin' for you at the saloon, I overheard something. Ranchers and drifters run their mouths when they drink, you know. Turns out there's a bank wagon. Makes its way to Strawberry, round the same time every day. Gets robbed every few days. Always the same path, same damn guards. Bank ain't smart enough to change the route, just hired more muscle. Arthur paused, his hand resting on his saddle. He looked up slowly, eyes narrowing. You serious? Dead serious, Caleb said, swinging up into his saddle. So maybe when we get back to camp, that little lie you told Dutch this morning, turns out to be the truth. Arthur let out a surprised laugh, shaking his head in disbelief. Well, I'll be damned, how the hell did you hear all that in the saloon? Caleb gave him a shrug, trying to look casual. Ranchers always shout when they're on their 5th whiskey. In truth, Caleb hadn't heard a damn thing in the saloon. He remembered it, every detail, from the game. A main mission Arthur could undertake with Micah after he releases Micah from jail, involves a tip from an O'Driscoll rotting in the Strawberry jail. But this time, the past life memory had triggered on its own, unbidden, during their ride back from the Colonians to Valentine, reminding him of the game's bank wagon mission as he thought about what to do next after escorting Jamie back to Mary. It had returned to him like a scene from a dream he didn't know he was still dreaming. A clear vision, with all its dialogue in motion, like watching the mission unfold in the third person again. Arthur let out a breath and mounted up beside him. Hell, maybe this ain't such a waste of a day after all. They turned their horses and began riding back out toward the forested trails that led toward Horseshoe Overlook. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the valley, and a gentle wind rustled through the pines. For a while, they didn't speak. Just rode in silence, the rhythm of hooves on dirt their only soundtrack. But eventually, Arthur broke it. You think I'm a coward? He asked suddenly, his tone too light to be casual. Caleb didn't answer immediately. He adjusted the reins and looked out across the hills before finally replying. I think, he said slowly, you know how to pick your battles. And when you don't, you stick around long enough to regret. Arthur grunted. Ain't much comfort. Caleb shrugged. Ain't meant to be, but you're still here. And Mary, she'll remember that. Arthur said nothing more, but his jaw worked as if he wanted to say something and didn't quite have the words. That silence, too, said plenty. They rode into camp just as darkness settled in. The fire was already going, flickering in the pit, casting orange light on the faces gathered around it. Uncle, Pearson, Javier, Bill, Tilly, Karen, Sean, John, and Hosea. While the other possibly is in their own tent. Dutch was nowhere in sight. Might be in his tent with Molly. Good. Less explaining to do for now. Arthur dismounted and began tending to his horse while Caleb unloaded his satchel, eyes scanning the camp for any signs of trouble. There was none tonight, just the quiet lull that sometimes came after a storm. Arthur sat by the fire eventually, not saying much, staring into the flames like they held answers. Caleb sat nearby, sharpening his knife casually, his mind already turning to the bank wagon, planning the timing, the terrain, and the fallback routes. He remembers that when playing the game as Arthur, he met up with Micah at his camp at Monto Rest, slightly northwest of Strawberry. Then they ride northeast and wait in a rocky hill south of Little Creek River, as the bank wagon will pass through the main road there. Where Arthur and Micah then ride down and attack the bank wagon, which is guarded by 6 guards, consisting of 4 riders and 2 on the wagon as the driver and on the shotgun. Of course, unlike in the game, Caleb planned to take the money immediately from the wagon and discard it there. Unlike in the game where Micah insisted on bringing the wagon, resulting in them encountering the O'Driscolls who wanted to rob the bank wagon as well. Caleb shifted his position near the fire, the knife in his hand still gleaming with oil and the slow scrape of steel against stone. The rhythm of sharpening slowed, and he glanced sideways at Arthur, who sat staring into the fire like it might answer a question that had haunted him longer than he'd admit. Without raising his voice, Caleb leaned closer and asked in a low, almost casual drawl, so when do you want to hit the bank wagon? If what I heard back in the saloon's true, we could hit it any day. Arthur blinked, like waking from a deep thought, his gaze lifting from the flames to Caleb. His features tensed slightly with alertness. So we really gonna rob that bank wagon? He muttered again, though this time it wasn't skepticism, it was readiness rising to the surface. Dead serious, Caleb replied, slipping the knife into its sheath and resting his hands on his knees. Timing's up to you, but I reckon the sooner, the better. Less chance of the usual group that robs the bank wagon robbing it. Arthur nodded slowly, rubbing his chin with rough fingers. We do it soon, yeah, but we need to be ready. I ain't gonna go running, in half-cocked and come out with a bullet in the neck. Right, Caleb said, nodding. That's why I'll ride into Valentine tomorrow. Poke around subtle-like, ask a few of the shopkeepers and stable hands if they heard any talk about the wagon. Route changes, number of guards, times. Just pretend I'm trying to avoid the area, not rob it. Arthur smirked at that, sitting up straighter. Not bad. That's smart. Get people talkin' by lookin' like you're cautious of runnin' into it. Exactly. Caleb flashed a small grin. Inwardly Caleb thought that even though he already knew how it's gonna go down, he still gotta play the part of looking up for information. Arthur leaned over and clapped him on the back, the strength of the gesture knocking Caleb forward slightly. Good. You keep that up and Dutch is gonna start listenin' to you more than me. Caleb rolled his eyes, brushing off the shoulder Arthur had slapped. Right. Then you can be the one cookin' beans with Pearson. Arthur chuckled low in his throat, clearly enjoying the moment, and leaned back on his log seat. Caleb glanced at him again. You still got that sackcloth mask John got us for the train job? Yeah, Arthur said, lifting an eyebrow. Why? We reuse it for the bank wagon. Hide our faces, same as before, Caleb explained. But I say we take it one step further. Buy cheap clothes, shirts, coats, hats, even boots, stuff we wouldn't mind throwin' out after. That way no one remembers what we were wearin', no trail to follow. Arthur's face lit up with something between appreciation and pride. That's actually real clever. Better than the damn train job. We didn't even change any of our clothes at that time. Caleb smirked again. I do my best to impress. Guess that means I'm on clothes duty, Arthur said, shaking his head with amusement. You go sniffin' for info, I'll go find something ugly and baggy that don't scream Van der Linde gang. Perfect, Caleb replied. Split the work. Good teamwork, ain't it? Arthur chuckled and pointed a finger at him. Cheeky little bastard. But yeah, I'll take care of it. With the groundwork laid, Caleb stood up and made his way toward the stew pot, where Pearson had set out some food. Tonight's supper was thick slices of prime beef steak, cooked with chunks of potato and onion from a dwindling supply. Pearson had made good use of the remaining bison meat, the rich scent filling the cool night air. Caleb loaded his plate and sat down to eat, savoring each bite with the quiet satisfaction of someone who'd earned it. By the time the stars shone high above and the fire burned lower, he returned to Arthur's wagon. He unrolled his bedroll beside Arthur's bed and lay back, arms folded behind his head, staring up at the night sky. The plan settled in his mind like the final piece of a puzzle. He closed his eyes, and sleep came quickly. The first light of dawn crept over the ridge, gold and pale blue slicing through the mist that hung low in the trees around Horseshoe Overlook. Caleb stirred before most of the others, pushing himself upright and stretching the stiffness from his limbs. Morning ritual, same as always. He began with slow stretches to loosen the muscles in his shoulders and back, followed by calisthenics, squat thrusts, mountain climbers, and lunges. He finished off with 50 sit-ups and 50 push-ups, not yet winded but warmed enough to keep sharp. Then came the jog, a brisk lap around the outer ring of the camp. Pearson grumbled as Caleb ran past. Ain't no damn military here, kid. Caleb just gave him a wave and kept going. After the exercise, he toweled off and changed into his chosen outfit for the day, his vaquero attire. Sturdy, stylish, but nothing too eye-catching. A good blend of rugged and functional. He saddled Morgan, who neighed softly in greeting and nudged at him for a rub behind the ears. Caleb obliged with a smile. All right, girl, let's go stir the town a little. The ride to Valentine's was peaceful. Caleb took the main trail northward, careful to keep a steady pace and avoid unwanted attention. When he arrived in town, Valentine was still rubbing the sleep from its eyes. The smithy was already hammering away, old Bob was cleaning off the blood-soaked bench. Caleb dismounted near the hitching post at the hotel and tied Morgan off. As he did so, Caleb was surprised by the sudden appearance of his system interface in front of him, a translucent screen flickering into place with a soft ding that echoed faintly inside his head. Skill leveled up. Horse Mastery, Level 2 Level 3. Your bond with horses has grown stronger. You now understand basic horse body language, vocal cues, and can ride with greater balance while multitasking. Shooting on horseback is now more accurate and stable. Speed and responsiveness of bonded horses slightly improved. Caleb blinked, then let a grin spread slowly across his face. Well now, he muttered to himself, glancing at Morgan with a new sense of respect. The mare nudged his shoulder gently with her nose, snorting softly. He could feel it, deeper understanding coursed through him, not mystical, but instinctive. He recognized the subtle tension in her shoulders, the flick of her ears, even the rhythm of her breathing. Good girl, he said, patting her neck and brushing his fingers through her mane. We're gonna need every bit of that bond tomorrow. He took a moment to check her hooves, brush down her flanks, and adjust the saddle straps with practiced hands. Everything about caring for her now felt smoother, more natural. Like he'd done it 1,000 times in 1,000 lives. The thought brought a quiet satisfaction. Thinking of the job ahead, he nodded to himself and turned toward the saloon. The saloon in Valentine was already lively despite the early hour. Caleb stepped through the swinging doors, the scent of tobacco smoke, whiskey, and stale sweat wrapping around him like an old coat. He scanned the room with casual ease, 2 men at the poker table, one slouched drunk over a bottle, the barkeep wiping down glasses. Same faces as usual. He ordered a hot plate of prime beef steak and a glass of whiskey, the food rich and satisfying, the drink warm as it slid down his throat. Cost him $8.50, but worth every penny for the nourishment and the cover it gave him to loiter. Caleb leaned back in his seat, chewing slowly while enjoying his food. After his meal, he hung around for a couple of hours, blending in and playing poker to pass the time. The game wasn't particularly hard, and with a few bluffs and clever folds, he walked away with a tidy $12 gain. As the sun moved past noon, he decided it was enough. Time to head back. Outside, Morgan was waiting patiently, flicking her tail as he approached. He mounted up and rode out at a relaxed trot, keeping to the shade of trees and the quiet of the trail. Horseshoe Overlook was alive with midday activity when Caleb returned. He dismounted from Morgan and tied her up near the hitching post, giving her one last affectionate pat on the neck. Then he spotted Arthur near the wagons, crouched down beside a big sack filled with faded clothes and dusty hats. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL2, LVL3. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $956.43. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 98.95. American Pastoral without Micah but with Caleb. Horseshoe Overlook was alive with midday activity when Caleb returned. He dismounted from Morgan and tied her up near the hitching post, giving her one last affectionate pat on the neck. Then he spotted Arthur near the wagons, crouched down beside a big sack filled with faded clothes and dusty hats. Find anything good? Caleb called out as he approached. Arthur looked up and held out a wrinkled old coat and a dusty brown hat, grinning. Ugly enough no one will remember, he said. Found the whole damn bundle for less than $15. Pants, boots, even gloves. Caleb chuckled. Nice work. That'll do just fine. Arthur stood, dusting off his knees. You learn anything useful back in Valentine? Yeah, Caleb said, folding his arms. Like what I have heard before, it still uses the same route. South of Little Creek River, cuts right through that stretch of road near the rocky hill, they always pass that road. But get this, they bumped up the guards. 6 men now. 4 riders, 2 on the wagon, driver and shotgun. Arthur nodded thoughtfully, scratching at his beard. Figures. The bank must be gettin' paranoid with all the robberies on their wagon. Good. Makes it easier to predict M. Exactly, Caleb said. I figured we hit M tomorrow, like we planned. Take the money straight off the wagon and ditch it after. No bringing it back, no extra heat. Arthur's eyes lit up with a gleam of agreement. That's smart. We don't need a damn parade down the road with a wagon full of cash and a target on our backs. We do it clean and fast. Right, Caleb said. We get in, grab the strongbox, and disappear. By the time they realize what happened, we're already back here, counting bills. Arthur cracked a grin. I like the sound of that. They shook hands with a firm grip and mutual trust, then Arthur added, I'll sharpen my repeater tonight, make sure everything's loaded and clean. You do the same. Already done, Caleb said with a grin. That night, as the camp wound down, the final preparations began. Arthur cleaned his repeater in silence, the rhythmic scrape of metal against cloth almost meditative. Caleb sat by his own small fire, checking his revolvers, making sure the chamber spun smooth and the barrel shined under the flickering light. He cleaned his knife too, though he hoped he wouldn't have to use it. Dutch passed by at one point, eyeing them with a raised brow but saying nothing. Maybe he suspected something was brewing. Maybe he didn't. Either way, Caleb didn't care. This was between him and Arthur. When the moon climbed high and the camp fell still, Caleb lay in his bedroll again, the stars stretching far above him like a canopy of silent watchers. Tomorrow's the day. Morning came swiftly, sharp and bright. Caleb woke before sunrise, heart beating steady. He washed up with cold water from the barrel, dressed in the mismatched, forgettable clothes Arthur had brought. Everything he wore felt itchy and ill-fitting, but that was the point. Arthur was already up too, buckling his belt and slinging his rifle across his back. You ready? Arthur asked, voice quiet. Been ready, Caleb replied. He walked over to Morgan, who was saddled and waiting. Let's go make history. Oh yeah, you have a year-long lasso on you right Arthur? Arthur hearing that nods his head and shows the lasso to Caleb. Yeah I do, why? Seeing the lasso caused Caleb to let out a smile, because he just had an epiphany on what to do to stop the wagon, other than shooting the driver. Suddenly I have an idea in mind using the lasso to stop the wagon, that is if you don't mind the chances of it breaking. I don't mind, Arthur said as he get on his horse. As long as we get the money easy and fast, also I'm sure you will buy me another one to replace it. After saying that he let out a cheeky smirk at Caleb. Caleb just chuckled at this, shake his head, and get on Morgan. They then rode out under cover of morning sun, sticking close to the brush and trees. The trail took them northwest, passing through Cumberland Falls and Wallace Station, then head south until the terrain grew more rugged and the trees taller. Soon, the Little Creek River came into view, silver in the morning light. They found the rocky outcrop that Caleb remembered, just south of the road where the wagon would pass. It offered excellent cover and a clear vantage point. They dismounted from their horses quietly and tied them to two separate trees tucked behind the rocky outcrop, where the thick underbrush would keep the animals hidden and calm. Caleb stepped around Morgan and turned to Arthur, holding out his hand. "Your lasso, Arthur," he said. Arthur raised a brow but didn't hesitate. He reached into his saddlebag and tossed the coiled rope through the air. Caleb caught it smoothly with one hand. He ran his thumb along the fibers, testing their strength, then nodded in satisfaction. "How the hell you plannin' to stop a bank wagon with a rope?" Arthur asked, arms folding across his chest. Caleb's smile had a glint of wicked satisfaction. "Simple. We stretch the lasso across the road, and tie it tight between two sturdy anchors. When that wagon comes through, they won't see it until it's too late. Horses trip, maybe flip the wagon. We wait, clean up what's left. No shootin', the driver needed." Arthur let out a low whistle, impressed despite himself. "Huh, like a snare trap, but for a whole damn wagon. Ain't half bad. Long as we don't mess up the knot and choose the right anchor," Caleb said, already moving to the first side of the road. "You keep watch while I tie this." Arthur fell in behind him as they made their way down to the shadowed edge of the dirt trail. Caleb stopped at a thick, gnarled oak rooted into the hillside. The tree had stood for decades, and its trunk was as wide as a whiskey barrel. He worked quickly, wrapping the lasso around the base and pulling it tight in a firm sailor's knot, double-checked to hold under pressure. As he cinched it, Arthur leaned against a nearby rock, chewing a stalk of dry grass. "But you really think this'll work, Caleb?" Arthur asked, tone just skeptical enough. "I mean, rope's tough, but a whole steel wagon and 4 gallopin horses." Caleb tightened the knot one last time, then straightened up and met Arthur's gaze. "I'm sure of it," he said. "Wagons like that don't go as fast as a free horse, not with that much weight. But if they panic, those horses'll sprint, and they won't see this trip line coming. They'll tumble, maybe even crush the driver and the guard riding shotgun. Either way, we take the guards out the second they're distracted." Arthur rubbed the back of his neck. "Hell of a gamble. But a good one," Caleb added. "Besides, you ever seen what happens when a horse trips at full gallop? It's like hitting a brick wall." Arthur cracked a small grin. "All right, you talked me into it. Let's get the other end set. And if this rope breaks," he added, smirking, "you're buying me a new one. You'll get a new one. Maybe one braided with silver if this job goes smooth." They crossed the road, where Caleb found another large tree, this one not as solid as the first, but thick enough to do the job. He pulled the rope taut and tied it down low to the base, just a few inches above the ground, snug and hard. Then he crouched to test the tension. The lasso stretched firm and flat across the road, camouflaged by the dirt and shadow, nearly invisible unless you knew to look. Arthur watched with growing appreciation. "Damn, you really thought this out." "I like being prepared," Caleb said as he wiped his hands clean. With the trap set, both men pulled their sackcloth masks from their pockets and put them around their faces. "Time to climb back up," Arthur muttered, repeater already in hand. They returned to the rocky outcrop and mounted their horses once more, taking slow, careful steps up the slope. The two of them then get on their horse, watching the trip line down below like a spider watching its web. The minutes passed slowly. Morning gave way to late morning, then near noon. Caleb could feel the sweat forming under his collar. He wiped it away with his sleeve, eyes never leaving the road. 2 hours passed. Then came the sound. Distant hoofbeats. "Here we go," Arthur whispered, already raising his repeater to his shoulder. Caleb drew in a slow breath and focused. The sound grew louder, until they could see dust rising in the distance, first the faint silhouettes of riders, then the glint of metal from rifle barrels. The steel wagon came into view, pulled by 4 brown geldings. A driver in a dusty vest sat at the front holding the reins, while a shotgun guard in a bowler hat kept his hand near his repeater. Flanking them on either side rode 4 armed guards, each alert, repeater on their hand. Caleb leaned close to Arthur. "Once they hit the line, don't hesitate. Drop the guards before they can regroup." Arthur nodded, voice low and gruff. "Got it." Then, in unison, they spurred their horses forward, charging down the slope with their guns drawn. Caleb's voice changed too, higher and nasal than his natural voice. "This is a robbery," he shouted. "Stop that wagon, hands in the air." The riders shouted back, curses, commands, and threats. The wagon did not stop. Instead, the driver whipped the reins hard. The horses surged forward, just as Caleb hoped. The geldings hit the rope at full gallop and chaos erupted. The rope snapped taut with a twang and all 4 horses tripped nearly in unison. Their legs buckled, momentum sending them crashing to the dirt. The force jerked the front of the wagon downward, crack. And the entire thing lurched sideways as the weight behind the fallen horses couldn't be stopped. The driver screamed, flailing as he was launched forward and crushed between the horses and the wagon tongue. The shotgun guard flipped through the air like a rag doll, landing on his back with a sickening crunch. The guards on horseback tried to react, but they were stunned, their formation broken by the sudden carnage. Crack, crack. Arthur fired twice, dropping the nearest rider before he could raise his rifle. Caleb activated his dead eye, swung his Lancaster around, and aimed at the second rider. Bang. A clean shot through the chest. The man slumped and fell off his horse. One of the guards veered to the side, trying to flee or flank them, but Caleb tracked him easily due to the slow motion and fired again. Thud. The man tumbled off his horse, legs flailing. Arthur finished off the last guard with a shot to the head. The rider dropped without a sound. Silence returned just as quickly as the chaos began. The bank wagon lay tilted on its side, one of its wheels cracked, the horses moaning in pain or silence, some dead outright. The driver's body twitched once before going still. The shotgun guard groaned, trying to crawl away, his arm bent at an unnatural angle. Caleb dismounted and approached cautiously, his navy revolver in hand as he had put his Lancaster away. Arthur followed, his repeater raised. "Shoot him, Arthur," Caleb said, nodding at the shotgun guard. "Better leave no witness alive and we put him out of his misery as well, we are robbers, not monsters after all." Arthur nodded, shot the guard right on the head, and moved toward the back of the steel wagon, where the strongbox remained locked with its padlock. He aimed his repeater and shot the padlock, forcing the strongbox to be opened immediately. Crack. Inside was the lockbox that should be carrying the money. But unlike in the game, beside the lockbox were a few small sacks that clinked when lifted, either filled with jewelry or gold nuggets. They worked fast, taking out the lockbox, prying it open, emptying whatever they found into their saddlebags, money first, then getting all of the small sacks filled with gold nuggets or jewelry, and lastly, inside the lockbox, there's also a few papers that look like bank bonds or bearer notes. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $956.43. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 99.96. Good haul. Inside was the lockbox that should be carrying the money. But unlike in the game, beside the lockbox were a few small sacks that clinked when lifted, either filled with jewelry or gold nuggets. They worked fast, taking out the lockbox, prying it open, emptying whatever they found into their saddlebags, money first, then getting all of the small sacks filled with gold nuggets or jewelry, and lastly, inside the lockbox, there's also a few papers that look like bank bonds or bearer notes. Once done, Arthur wanted to go but Caleb said wait, and he went to take the guns of the guards along with him, including the Lancaster repeater that was owned by the driver of the wagon, and gave it to Arthur. He got around 6 cattlemen and 4 carbine repeaters. Arthur doesn't know why Caleb did this but he didn't ask. After that they got in their horse and left the wreckage behind as they rode hard, putting miles between themselves and the wreckage. The sun was high now, the heat oppressive, but neither man slowed. "We'll cut through Big Valley," Arthur called over the thunder of hooves. "Throw off any pursuit." Caleb nodded. "Then loop back to camp by nightfall." They rode in silence after that, the weight of their haul a comforting presence. Arthur was the first to laugh, pulling off his mask as they rode south. "That was clean. Fast. You weren't kidding, Caleb. Damn near perfect." Caleb pulled off his mask and wiped the sweat from his brow, one hand on the reins. "I told you. No parades. No messy shootout. In, out, done." After that, Caleb turned to look at their saddlebags before back focusing on the road. "Gotta be at least more than $1,000 we got back there," he said. "Plus the golds or small jewelry-filled sack and the bank bonds." Arthur whistled, the kind of long, slow drawl that told of contentment and a job well done. "That's a big haul, all right," he said, leaning back in his saddle with a satisfied grunt. Dutch's eyes are gonna damn near pop out his skull. The man might actually start singing again. Caleb chuckled, glancing over with a sly grin. "You think with this kind of loot, he'll stop looking into the things we did back in Valentine's?" Arthur snorted. "Stop. Hell, he'll probably act like it never happened if he hears what we do in Valentine." Caleb then chuckled and decided to tease, as he adjusted himself at his saddle. "Hell, then at this point, Dutch wouldn't even care if you'd gone on a romantic getaway with Mary. Long as you brought back this kinda money." Arthur immediately glared but there was no real fire behind it, his expression caught between annoyance and amusement. "Christ, you're gettin' cheekier by the day, Caleb. Who the hell's been fillin' your head with nonsense? Sean, uncle, or both? Caleb faked a wounded expression, hand dramatically pressed to his chest as if he'd just been accused of a grave sin. Now that's just cruel and hurtful, Arthur. I'd rather be compared to a $2 whore than those two loudmouths. At least whores got some dignity and work ethic. Arthur barked a laugh, shaking his head. That's a bit much, but I get the sentiment. Ain't nothing worse than bein' lumped in with those two. The two men shared a moment of levity, the laughter easing the tension of the job they'd pulled off. It had been a clean hit, like Caleb promised. No gunfights, no blood spilled, no Pinkertons or lawmen chasing after them. Just a wrecked wagon, a few bruised and unconscious guards, and a whole lot of money and valuables. They continued west past Monto's Rest, letting their horses slow to a light trot, taking in the sights and sounds of the wilderness. Then they passed through Diablo Ridge and continued to head west toward Dakota River. When they reached the Dakota River, they found the shallow crossing near the bend, one Caleb had marked in his memory. They crossed with care, water splashing up their horses' legs. A small flock of geese took off at their approach, honking loudly as they flapped over the treetops. Flatneck Station's just up ahead, Arthur said. We camp out in the grove south of there. Close enough to make it to camp before Dutch gets his panties in a twist. Caleb nodded. Yeah, it's out of the way, quiet. Perfect for laying low till nightfall. They followed the path south, the sound of hooves now muffled by the dirt road and the gentle canopy of leaves above. Soon enough, they found a small grove surrounded by thick brush and a few fallen trees, a spot clearly used before by travelers or outlaws needing a hidden respite. Caleb dismounted first, tying his horse to a low branch, Arthur following suit a moment later. They worked in unison, pulling off their saddlebags and unfastening the packs. The makeshift loot was heavier than it looked, the bags bulging with folded notes, jingling sacks, and shiny trinkets. One by one, they set it all down in a circle before them. All right, Arthur said, cracking his knuckles. Let's see what we're really sitting on. They sorted it quickly. First came the cash, counted and bundled. Caleb was meticulous, using both his experience from his old life and his skills to organize it with precision. It took time, but it was worth it. $1,300 in cash even, Arthur said, his brows rising. Damn, a pretty good haul for a good day's work I say. We each get $300 for a cut, and the rest for the gang. Next came the gold nuggets. There were 8 in total, and Caleb knew from that it was $25 for each gold nugget, so they'd fetch about $200 in total. Arthur said that Caleb can take some if he wants as his cut, and he'd take 2 pieces. As for Arthur, he doesn't take any. The jewelry was a little more difficult to estimate, but between the rings, earrings, and the few fancy necklaces they found in the small sacks, Caleb figured it was somewhere around $150. Maybe more, depending on the fence or if Hosea found the right buyer. Then came the last item, the bank bonds and bearer bonds. Arthur picked one up, turning it over in his hand. These I dunno how to value these. Got Hosea written all over it. Caleb nodded. Yeah, bonds like these could be worth a lot or nothing. Depends if they're traceable, expired, or if someone's looking to buy without a skin. Questions. We'll let Dutch and Hosea handle it. Best we don't get too curious. Once the haul was stashed back into the bags, with some hidden beneath branches and others buried slightly to avoid detection, Caleb stood up, brushing off his knees. I'll go get us something to eat. He grabbed his bow and disappeared into the underbrush with the ease of someone used to moving quietly, his bow, LVL2, skill making quick work of tracking. It didn't take long before he returned with 2 plump rabbits slung over his shoulder. Arthur had already gathered some rocks into a circle and was pulling dry twigs and kindling from his saddlebag. Caleb skinned the rabbits efficiently, his hands stained but practiced. The meat sizzled faintly over the crackling flame once it was skewered and propped above the fire. The smell of roasted meat filled the small grove, mixing with the scent of damp earth and pine. Arthur, never far from his precious creature comforts, dug into his pack and pulled out a small tin coffee pot, a satchel of coffee powder, and his canteen. I don't know what I'd do without this, he muttered, pouring water into the pot and dumping in a generous spoonful of coffee. He set it on the edge of the fire to boil. As the rabbits cooked and the coffee brewed, the 2 men leaned back against the log behind them. The weight of the day, the thrill of the heist, and the comfort of safety all mingled into a rare feeling of satisfaction. Caleb raised an eyebrow. I want to ask, since when do you carry a coffee pot with you, Arthur? Since Pearson's brewed coffee started tastin' like boiled dirt. I don't know why he put it that time, Arthur grumbled. A man's gotta have standards. Caleb snorted. Says the fella who drinks whiskey straight from the bottle back at camp. That's different, Arthur insisted, looking at the crackling fire cooking the meat. Whiskey's for forgetting. Coffee's for waking up so you can remember why you drink whiskey. Caleb shook his head, grinning at that. Can't argue with that logic. The coffee brewed dark and strong, its bitter scent cutting through the wood smoke. Arthur poured 2 tin cups full, handing one to Caleb. To a clean job, Arthur said, raising his cup. Caleb clinked his against it. And many more. They ate in comfortable silence, the fire crackling between them. The rabbit was tender, the coffee hot and bracing, sipping it slowly and letting the night settle in around them. Crickets chirped in the distance. The trees rustled gently in the wind. Somewhere far off, the faint cry of a wolf echoed, but neither man moved. Their guns were nearby, and their senses sharper than most. When the stars began to glitter above them, Arthur stood and stretched. "We'll head out in a few minutes. Should be dark enough now." Caleb nodded, feeling his muscles respond in kind. The fire was doused, the campsite cleared of evidence. They buried the ashes and kicked dirt over the area like they'd never been there. The loot was packed, horses saddled, and before long they were on the road again, the path winding along toward Horseshoe Overlook. "You never did say why you took all them guns, Caleb," Arthur remarked as they neared Horseshoe Overlook. Caleb shrugged. "Figured we could use extra firepower never hurts. Plus, if we sell that's more money for the gang." Arthur nodded. "Smart. Real smart." He paused, then added, "You're good at this, Caleb. Plannin' ahead. Thinkin' on your feet." Caleb smiled, the corners of his mouth tugging upward beneath the low shadow of his hat, and he looked over at Arthur. "Thanks," he said, the word genuine, edged with a quiet kind of grit. "In a world like this you don't think smart and fast, you're dead. That's the way it is. This place'll swallow you whole and leave you rottin' somewhere in a ditch. Seen it happen too many times." Arthur stayed silent for a moment, then dipped his head in agreement. The truth in Caleb's words wasn't something he could argue with. The West was unforgiving, and survival wasn't guaranteed, not for outlaws, not for anyone. The wind rustled through the leaves, stirring the scent of pine and old rain as they passed through a narrow grove. Birds shifted overhead, disturbed by their slow passage, and then the trees began to thin. The trail opened up, and the familiar sight of Horseshoe Overlook came into view, nestled snug between the cliffs and woods. Campfires flickered gently in the distance, casting orange glows across tents and canvas, while voices murmured from around the main fire where the others had gathered for the evening. Arthur and Caleb rode in slow, the rhythm of their horses' hooves steady, almost peaceful. They hitched their horses to the hitching post, giving the animals a brief pat before grabbing their saddlebags. The leather creaked as they slung them over their shoulders, heavy with the day's haul. As they made their way toward Dutch's tent, the sound of low murmuring reached their ears. Peering through the half-open flap, they saw Dutch sitting at his bed, a book in hand, while Molly sat at his knees, her head resting against his shoulder. The scene was intimate, almost peaceful, something rare in their line of work. Arthur, never one for niceties when business needed doing, cleared his throat with a grunt. A short, rough sound meant to interrupt politely or as politely as Arthur ever managed. Dutch looked up, lowering the well-worn book in his hands. Molly, his knees, turned with a slight frown before recognizing the two men. She smiled briefly, gave Dutch's shoulder a soft pat, and stood up, smoothing her skirt as she stepped aside. Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $1,256.43 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets. 197. Time at the camp and head back. Arthur, never one for niceties when business needed doing, cleared his throat with a grunt. A short, rough sound meant to interrupt politely or as politely as Arthur ever managed. Dutch looked up, lowering the well-worn book in his hands. Molly, on his knees, turned with a slight frown before recognizing the two men. She smiled briefly, gave Dutch's shoulder a soft pat, and stood up, smoothing her skirt as she stepped aside. Well, Dutch said, folding his hands together and rising with practiced elegance. "Good evening, gentlemen. I see the two of you have finally returned from your little expedition after being gone since morning. What can I do for you?" Arthur stepped forward, lifting his saddlebag and setting it down in front of Dutch with a muted thud. Caleb followed suit, placing his beside it. The weight of the loot was evident in the heavy sound and the way both men straightened their backs afterward. "Came to report on that bank wagon lead we looked into back in Valentine's a couple of days ago," Arthur said plainly. "We followed it. Hit it clean. Got results." Dutch raised his brows in interest. "Is that so?" "It is," Arthur said. "You're looking at it." He motioned toward the bags, and for a moment Dutch said nothing. Then, a chuckle rumbled up from his chest, low, pleased, and surprised in equal measure. He stepped forward and clapped both men on the shoulder. "Well now, that's what I like to hear." Dutch clapped Arthur on the shoulder, then did the same to Caleb. "You boys never disappoint, do you? Fine work, boys. Fine work indeed." He then crouched, tugged open the flap of one bag, and peered inside. The gleam of folded notes, small sacks of trinkets, and the glint of precious metal caught the low lantern light. How much are we talking here? Arthur counted it off. After mine and Caleb cuts, the gang gets $700 in cash, 6 gold nuggets, values about 150, give or take. Jewelry in them sacks is worth another 150, more if Hosea fences it right. And we have some bank bonds and bearer bonds, not sure what they're worth. Figured you and Hosea would know better. Dutch took the bonds, examining them with a practiced eye before tucking them into his coat pocket. Ah, these are the kinds of things that need the right buyer. But with the right touch he trailed off, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Then he exhaled, satisfaction evident in his voice. He stood again, a satisfied smile on his face as he looked between them. If we can keep up hauls like this, boys, we might just start seeing our way out of here. Keep at it, and once things cool down over in Blackwater we take back what's ours. Then we vanish. Somewhere warm. Somewhere free. His voice dropped into that visionary cadence he always used, the one that stirred hope and dreams even in the most jaded of hearts. A place where we ain't hunted like animals. Where we ain't beggin' for scraps at the table of a civilization that's already condemned us. Caleb exchanged a glance with Arthur. Caleb could see that Arthur wanted to believe, but doubt had crept in on him. He wanted to trust that the life Dutch talked about wasn't just smoke and mirrors. Dutch at this time turned toward the ledger that sat near his tent, pulled out a pen, and began scribbling down the earnings. All right, Arthur said, stretching his arms. We'll leave you to your reading. He shot a glance at Molly, who rolled her eyes but said nothing. Dutch chuckled. Go on, then. You boys get some rest. You've earned it. I'll talk to Hosea about these bonds in the morning. And Caleb. Caleb looked up. Dutch grinned. You're tinnin' into a damn fine outlaw. I was right to bring you into our family. Caleb dipped his head in thanks, then turned as Dutch returned to his books. Molly slipped back into the tent a moment later, her soft voice joining Dutch's once more in the low murmur of pages turning. The camp was alive with activity. Sean and Karen were by the fire, the former already deep into a bottle of whiskey, the latter laughing at something he'd slurred. Javier's guitar had shifted to a livelier tune, and even Uncle was awake, though he was slumped against a log, half-conscious. Pearson was stirring his stew pot over the fire, the smell of stew thick in the air. He glanced up as Arthur and Caleb approached. Ah, the prodigal son's return. You boys hungry? Got some fine rabbit stew, best you'll taste this side of the country. Arthur grimaced. I'll pass, Pearson. Some time ago when I ate your fine stew, you said, I was pissing out my guts for 2 days. Pearson looked offended. That was one time, Mr. Morgan. And it wasn't my fault, the meat was. Caleb held up a hand, cutting him off. We ate already, Pearson. But thanks for the offer. They moved past him, heading toward their respective bedrolls. But before they could settle in, a voice called out. Arthur, Caleb, over here. It was Hosea, seated at a small table with a deck of cards laid out in front of him. Charles and Lenny sat across from him, their expressions a mix of amusement and concentration. Arthur groaned. Hosea, I ain't in the mood to lose my money tonight. Hosea grinned. Who said anything about losing? Maybe tonight's your lucky night. Caleb smirked. I'll sit in for a hand or two. Arthur sighed but followed, pulling up a chair. Fine. But if you cheat, Hosea, I'm tellin', Dutch. Hosea placed a hand over his heart in mock offense. Me, cheat. Arthur, I'm hurt. Lenny snorted into his drink, and Charles just shook his head, a rare smile tugging at his lips. The game started slow, the conversation flowing as easily as the whiskey. Stories were traded, some exaggerated, some painfully true. Caleb held his own, his poker, LVL2, skill giving him an edge and even a small sum of $6, but Hosea was still the master. After a few rounds, Arthur leaned back, rubbing his eyes. All right, that's enough for me. I'm tinnin' in. Caleb nodded, tossing his cards down. Same, we've had a long day. Hosea gathered the deck, his expression turning serious for a moment. Looks like Dutch seemed pleased with your haul. That's good. We need more wins like that, especially at times like this. Arthur hesitated, then nodded. Yeah, let's just hope luck stays on our side. As they walked away, Caleb felt the weight of the day finally settling into his bones. The adrenaline had faded, leaving behind exhaustion and the dull ache of saddle-sore muscles. He reached for his bedroll, unstrapping his gun belt and setting it beside him. The camp's noises were beginning to quiet, Sean had passed out, Karen was dragging him toward his tent, and even Uncle's snoring had leveled out. Before lying down, Caleb checked his belongings, ensuring his share of the money was secure. Then, with a final glance at the stars above, he closed his eyes. The morning sun cast long shadows across Horseshoe Overlook as Caleb stirred from his bedroll. The camp was still quiet, most of the gang was either asleep or nursing hangovers from the previous night's revelry. He stretched, rolling his shoulders to work out the stiffness from sleeping on the ground, then grabbed a tin cup and made his way toward the water barrel behind Pearson's wagon. He dipped the tin cup into the cold water and splashed it on his face, shivering slightly as it chased the last remnants of sleep from his body. He scrubbed at the grime and dust with a rough cloth, working over his arms and neck until he felt refreshed. After drying off, Caleb went back to his tent, slipped his gun belt back around his waist with a practiced motion, and fastened the buckle. The familiar weight of his sidearm was comforting, like an old friend resting against his hip. He decided it was time to head back into Valentine's. He hadn't shown his face in town for a couple of days, and keeping up appearances as the town's local hero and bounty hunter was important. If he stayed away too long, people might start asking questions. After strapping on his gun belt, Caleb walked over to where Morgan, his loyal mare, was hitched beside Arthur's horse. "Morning, girl," he murmured, giving her a gentle rub on the neck. "Got a ride ahead of us, so let's make sure everything's in order." He then noticed the 4 carbine repeaters still strapped to the saddles from yesterday's heist. Left there after the job yesterday, in the rush to report to Dutch. With a grunt, he untied them and carried them over to the gang's gun and ammo wagon, a repurposed supply cart that also served as the base for Arthur's tent. He stacked the rifles neatly, making sure they were out of sight. Then he remembered the 6 cattleman revolvers. The same saddlebag he and Arthur had dropped off with Dutch last night after reporting in. Turning on his heel, Caleb made his way across camp toward Dutch's tent. As he approached, he noted that the area was quiet. Dutch was nowhere to be seen, but Molly O'Shea sat just outside, lazily smoking a cigarette as she watched the smoke curl up toward the pale sky. Caleb cleared his throat. "Morning, Miss O'Shea. Sorry to interrupt, but I want to take my saddlebag." Molly turned, recognizing him. A half-smile touched her lips. "Good morning, Caleb. You're not interrupting anything. Dutch left your bags inside, said he took the gang cutout and locked it in his little, secret chest. She pointed toward the side of Dutch's bed where both saddlebags lay against it. "Yours and Arthur's should still be right where he set them down there." "Thank you kindly," Caleb said, nodding with genuine appreciation. He stepped inside Dutch's tent. It smelled faintly of whiskey, old leather, and pine. Sure enough, both saddlebags lay near Dutch's cot, neatly placed. Caleb grabbed them both, slinging Arthur's over one shoulder and his own over the other. On the way back, he stopped by Arthur's bedroll. The older man was still asleep, one arm slung over his eyes to block the sunlight, snoring softly. "Lazy bastard," Caleb muttered with a grin, gently lowering Arthur's bag beside him. He opened his own saddlebag and took out the 6 cattleman revolvers, then stored them together in the gun and ammo wagon. With everything in its place, he returned to Morgan and began inspecting her saddle. He checked the straps for fraying, adjusted the cinch, and tested the stirrups. Once satisfied, he fished a juicy apple from the small bag of treats he kept for her and held it out. "There you go," he said, watching her crunch into it eagerly. He patted her neck. "All right, girl. Let's go see what trouble Valentine's got for us today." Mounting up, he guided her toward the trail leading to Valentine. When they reached the outskirts of Valentine's, however, it was clear something was going on. A crowd had gathered around the gallows behind the hotel, voices raised in anger and anticipation. Caleb slowed Morgan to a walk and guided her toward the edge of the gathering, dismounting and leading her by the reins. He could see Sheriff Malloy standing on the platform, flanked by 2 deputies. And in the center stood a man Caleb instantly recognized, Edmund Lowry Jr. The man's gaunt face was eerily calm as the noose was fitted around his neck. His hands were bound, his clothes dirty from weeks in a cell, but his smile was unsettling, like he was enjoying this. Sheriff Malloy raised a hand, and the crowd began to quiet. He spoke with authority and passion, his voice carrying over the square. "People of Valentine," he said, "today, we deliver justice. This man, Edmund Lowry Jr., stands before you not as a victim, but as a killer, a kidnapper. A man who preyed on the innocent and the defenseless." Shouts of agreement rose from the crowd. "Hang him. Monster. He deserves worse." Name, Caleb Thorne. Age, 23. Body attributes. Strength, 7/10. Agility, 6/10. Perception, 8/10. Stamina, 7/10. Charm, 5/10. Luck, 6/10. Skills. Handgun, LVL2. Rifle, LVL2. Firearms knowledge, LVL2. Past life memory, LVL max. Knife, LVL1. Blunt weapon, LVL1. Sneaking, LVL2. Horse mastery, LVL3. Poker, LVL2. Hand-to-hand combat, LVL1. Eagle eye, LVL1. Dead eye, LVL1. Bow, LVL2. Pain nullifier, LVL1. Physical regeneration, LVL0. Crafting, LV1. Persuasion, LVL2. Mental fortitude, LVL max. Money, $1,262.43 and 2 gold nuggets. Bank, $320, 4 gold bars, a large bag of jewelry, and 3 gold nuggets.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, You will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.